Yi Sheng, the sole inheritor of the nefarious physician's legacy, has been reborn as a faux heiress of a prominent family. The journey commenced in hard mode, cast out from her home, besieged by the fans of the true heiress, jilted by her fiancé, and expelled from school. Can she endure this? Just as she prepares to retaliate, she discovers that on the very next day after being discarded into the slums, her biological grandfather comes knocking at her door. The wealthiest grandfather declares, "How can my granddaughter reside in such a place?" He gives her 10 luxurious mansions. The illustrious father, an acclaimed film star, proclaims, "How can my daughter be outshone by others?" He promptly bestows upon her 10 billion in pocket money. Furthermore, her elder brothers from the Yi family, one after another, present her with an array of extravagant gifts. Yi Sheng's worth skyrockets, and she revels in the joy of effortless triumph. Yet, why does her former fiancé still insist on appearing before her? The president of the Jiang conglomerate asserts, "Sheng Sheng, everything you desire, I can place before you. I seek a chance for us to start anew." Yi Sheng presses him against the wall, a smirk playing on her lips. "Is it permissible for me to employ my charms?" Jiang Xingzhou's eyes glimmer with inebriation. Chapter 1. Reborn as a faux heiress. A deafening explosion jolts her awake, finding herself sprawled upon the pristine hospital bed. As she contemplates who might have betrayed her, the door is forcefully kicked open from the outside. "Yi Sheng, why are you still unconscious? How long will you continue this charade? Do you not realize that no matter how much you wallow in self-pity, it cannot alter the fact that you are an imposter?" A vexed male voice resonates, causing Yi Sheng's temples to throb. The man, seeing her still lying down, becomes infuriated and directly yanks off her blanket. "I told you to get up. Are you deaf?" Yi Sheng impatiently opens her eyes and seizes the man's wrist, squeezing it with force. A scream reverberates throughout the building. Yi Sheng, have you lost your mind?" Medical personnel rush in upon hearing the commotion. "What's happening? What's going on? Doctors, hurry. This wretched girl has gone mad. She nearly crushed my hand." The man's voice quivers with a hint of tears. "Miss Yi, what are you doing? Release him at once." The medical staff encircle them, attempting to separate Yi Sheng from the man. Yi Sheng refuses to relent, merely explaining, "It's not broken. I have my limits." The attending physician is at a loss for words. "Not broken, but still. I was acting in self-defense. He just yanked off my blanket. I had every reason to suspect he was plotting something untoward while I was unconscious." "What?" The medical staff stands in shock. "Miss Yi, could there be some misunderstanding? This gentleman is your manager, Mr. Zhou Peng." "Manager?" Yi Sheng's expression shifts dramatically. "Impossible. I categorically do not have a manager." Zhou Peng is infuriated. "Yi Sheng, you haven't terminated our contract yet, and you're denying my existence as your manager? Have you taken in water while drowning? Let me explain. Once you signed onto this program, you are obligated to complete the recordings. Otherwise, the show will impose a penalty, and the company will not assist you. The audience craves the clash between Yi Qianqian and you, the true and false heiresses, in this variety show. You have become the primary focal point of the program, hence you must continue filming." What true and false heiresses? She is an orphan. Yi Sheng finally realizes the gravity of her situation. Has she perished only to be reborn in the body of another girl sharing her name? "I have a headache. You all may leave for now." Yi Sheng wishes to sort through the chaotic information flooding her mind, dismissing everyone. "Miss Yi, you have just awakened. Please do not become overly agitated. We will conduct a thorough examination shortly." The attending physician pushes up his glasses, speaking gently. Zhou Peng is reluctant to leave, prompting Yi Sheng to glance at him. "I am hungry. Go fetch me something to eat." "Yi Sheng, I am your manager, not your maid. Do you still believe you are the little princess of the Yi family? That everyone must cater to your whims? Even the assistant that the Yi family specially hired for you has gone to attend to the true heiress, Yi Qianqian. You will soon find yourself with nothing, do you understand?" Yi Sheng massages her temples. "Could you lower your voice? It is quite grating. I will starve to death, and you won't earn a single penny, do you believe that?" Zhou Peng finds himself momentarily speechless. "Fine, I will fetch you something." He cannot allow Yi Sheng to starve. Once he departs, the hospital room is left with only Yi Sheng, and she finally begins to comprehend her current identity. She is a petite starlet who has attended a film academy and starred in several productions, while the genuine heiress is an exceptional student from a prestigious institution. The stark contrast between them casts the former in the light of a mere simpleton. Originally, she enjoyed a privileged upbringing, but upon watching a program, the Yi family discovered Yi Qianqian, who bears a striking resemblance to Ye's mother. In an uncharacteristic turn of fate, Ye's mother rushed to the production team, taking a strand of Yi Qianqian's hair for a paternity test. It was then revealed that Yi Qianqian is indeed the true heiress of the Yi family, while Yi Sheng is merely an interloper. Ye's mother, armed with the results of the paternity test, sought out Yi Qianqian, but inadvertently caught the attention of Yi Sheng, who erupted in chaos during the program. Overcome with indignation, she attempted to shove Yi Qianqian into the lake, only to find herself falling in instead. This incident led her to the hospital. Is this the place? Hardly had Yi Sheng rested for a few moments when another voice echoed at the door. Yi Sheng. Ye's mother entered, accompanied by Yi Qianqian. Mother? Yi Sheng instinctively called out, a remnant of the original owner's memory surfacing. I heard from Zhou Peng that you have awakened. Are you alright? Ye's mother scrutinized her adopted daughter. After 18 years of nurturing, even a pet would evoke some sentiment. She had not intended to cast Yi Sheng aside. Yet, upon learning the truth, Yi Sheng, instead of seeking harmony with Qianqian, harbored murderous intentions. It was winter, and Qianqian could not swim. The consequences of her falling into the lake would be dire indeed. I have matters to attend to. My head aches. She was still burning with fever. Before she could finish, Ye's mother interrupted. Enough. You look as robust as an ox. You are surely fine. Get up now. We are taking you home. Wait until you have thought this through. All right, Yi Sheng interjected. What did you say? Ye's mother questioned, doubting her own hearing. Yi Sheng had always been willful, indulged by her family, and had never been one to heed others' words. Ye's mother appraised her daughter but remained unconvinced. What scheme are you concocting this time? I warn you, do not think of bullying Qianqian. If we discover you have done anything to her, you will not escape so lightly. Yi Qianqian tugged at Ye's mother's sleeve. Mom, it was merely a misunderstanding. She did not intend to push me. It is normal for Sheng Sheng to struggle with the truth. Please do not be angry with her. It would not be good for your health. Qianqian is quite understanding. Ye's mother gently patted her daughter's hand, her face radiating pride. She could not resist a subtle jab at Yi Sheng, unlike some who have only known how to vex me since childhood. Yi Qianqian, with her innocent demeanor, bore a resemblance to Ye's mother. This girl was far more suited to the entertainment industry, possessing exceptional tea ceremony skills. Despite harboring disdain for Yi Sheng, she could feign magnanimity and engage in sisterly theatrics. I never pushed her. Yi Sheng gazed deeply at Yi Qianqian, then smiled at Ye's mother. Moreover, even dung beetles believe their offspring to be fragrant, just as hedgehogs think theirs to be splendid. Ye's mother was incensed, her chest heaving. Yi Sheng, how have you become so uncouth? She lamented. Enough. Enough of your banter. Get up immediately. Ye's mother wished to send Yi Sheng away at once, fearing that further indignation from her daughter would shorten her lifespan. The doctor, having heard of Yi Sheng's impending discharge, expressed reservations. Yi Sheng is still recovering from her fall and is feverish. She should be observed for another night. Ye's mother frowned, about to suggest an extended stay, when she heard Yi Qianqian say, but Mr. and Mrs. Guo are waiting for Sheng Sheng to return home. They might have already prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting their sister's return. Yi Qianqian gazed longingly at Ye's mother. Chapter 2. Thrown back to the slums, overcome with sympathy for her daughter, Yi Mu acquiesced to Yi Qianqian's wishes, since they had already agreed. They should discharge from the hospital. If you have another fever tonight, you can come back to the hospital by yourself, she added. Yi Qianqian's adoptive parents bore the surname Guo, and with her daughter returned, Yi Mu intended to send Yi Sheng straight back to the Guo household. Noticing that Yi Sheng had not moved, Yi Mu urged, What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and pack your things to leave the hospital. Yi Sheng rose, her body swaying slightly. She furrowed her brow. This body was indeed quite weak from the recent immersion in water. Although her fever had just subsided, it was certain to return tonight. Let's go. Why are you lingering? Yi Mu called to Yi Qianqian, who was walking ahead. When she saw Yi Sheng lagging behind, she turned to call her again. Yi Sheng cast a glance at her mother but followed suit. Yi Mu had once been kind to Yi Sheng, but her demeanor had drastically changed upon discovering that Yi Sheng was not her biological daughter. The driver navigated the vehicle into the dilapidated old city, a notorious slum. This area, known for its chaotic and unsightly conditions, was crowded with laborers. Upon arriving at the alleyway, the driver remarked, Madam, we cannot proceed further. There are too many vendors, and it's too congested. Then let us not go in, Yi Mu replied disdainfully.
Yi Sheng,
you can get out and find your way back yourself. We shan't accompany you. She was concerned about soiling her clothes and shoes.
Yi Sheng frowned.
Having no idea where Yi Qianqian's former home was located, Sheng Sheng, Anqua's house is very close, right beneath the big banyan tree next to that little store. If you can't find your way, I can lead you there, Yi Qianqian offered kindly. There's no need for you to go, Yi Mu interjected, worried for her daughter. It's just a few steps. Yi Sheng isn't foolish. How could she possibly get lost? Yi Mu was keen to sever any ties her daughter had with her adoptive parents. According to Yi Qianqian, she participated in variety shows to earn money for her family, a family that relied on her like leeches.
Sing ye musreluchtanje.
Yi Qianqian apologized to Yi Sheng. If you truly cannot find your way, just ask someone nearby. Just mention Lu Aihong's house. Lu Aihong was Yi Qianqian's adoptive mother. All right, Yi Sheng replied as she exited the car. Yi Mu called out, wait, there are some belongings packed for you in the trunk. Take them with you. Have they all been packed for me? Yi Sheng thought to herself, rendered speechless. Fortunately, the driver, adhering to a sense of duty, helped her open the trunk and retrieve her luggage. It consisted of only one suitcase, and Yi Sheng instinctively glanced at Yi Mu.
Ye muchakle takardli.
One suitcase certainly won't accommodate all your belongings. What I've packed are merely your essentials. The rest you can retrieve when you have the time. Yi Sheng discerned the underlying implication in Yi Mu's words, but remained silent as she dragged her suitcase away. The driver, who had worked for the Yi family for many years and had witnessed Yi Sheng grow up, felt a pang of sympathy. Madam, should I accompany the young lady? Yi Mu replied curtly, who are you calling young lady? In the future, Qianqian will be the young lady of the Yi family. As for Yi Sheng, she should now take the surname Gua. The driver comprehended her intent and ceased his offer. All right, she can manage on her own. Let us return home. Lao Yi and Xiao Xiao are still waiting for us. He reluctantly started the car and turned back towards the Yi residence.
Ye Sheng.
With her fair complexion and striking beauty, donned a pleated skirt that accentuated her lovely legs, drawing the clandestine gazes of several men, unsettled by their stares. She regretted the hospital attire she had been left with. Miss, looking for accommodation? 60 yuan a night. A woman approached her. No, thank you, Yi Sheng replied, bypassing the woman and continued towards the small store. The aroma of food wafted from the shop, and upon finding no one outside, she called out, is anyone home? Lu Aihong, thinking it was a customer, rushed out after placing her bowl and chopsticks down, her mouth full.
Coming.
What would you like to buy, little sister? Upon seeing Yi Sheng, a flicker of astonishment crossed her face. It was said that her daughter Qianqian was beautiful, yet this girl appeared even more striking and somewhat familiar. I am Yi Sheng, she introduced herself. Lu Aihong, a middle-aged woman who appeared to be over a decade older than Yi Mu, bore an ordinary appearance but had a genuine smile. However, her gaze made Yi Sheng feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Upon hearing Yi Sheng's name, Lu Aihong hesitated momentarily.
Ah.
You are the one who was switched with Yi Qianqian, Yi Sheng clarified. Lu Aihong's eyes widened, and she hurriedly approached. So you are Sheng Sheng. My apologies. I've only seen you on television and didn't recognize you at first. She reached for Yi Sheng's luggage, but Yi Sheng interjected, I can manage it myself. Lu Aihong chuckled awkwardly. Very well, please come in. Have you eaten? We weren't informed you would be arriving tonight. Your brother and father are currently having dinner. Yi Sheng raised an eyebrow, recalling that Yi Qianqian had mentioned her adoptive parents were home waiting for her. Was this what they called waiting? Upon entering with Lu Aihong, she found a room so cramped that there seemed to be no space to stand. The area was cluttered with merchandise and used boxes, with a table squeezed by the window. Further in, there was a door leading to a small room and a kitchen. A staircase beside the room presumably led to the attic. The oppressive layout was disheartening. Heir Chong, Dabao, look who has come. Lu Aihong called cheerfully to the two men at the dining table. They turned their gaze towards her,
Gu Qiang squinted,
assessing Yi Sheng with a scrutinizing gaze that was even more unsettling than Lu Aihong's. Isn't she the little celebrity Yi Sheng? I've seen her on that show with Yi Qianqian. What about? In the throes of voice change, shouted in a croaky voice, what little celebrity?
Zabao.
This is your sister. Lu Aihong explained to her son. Qianqian was switched with Sheng Sheng. Henceforth, Sheng Sheng is your sister. Wow, Yi Sheng is really my sister now? Guodabao stared at Yi Sheng. You are much prettier than Yi Qianqian. Dabao, what nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and eat. Lu Aihong chided. Then turned back to Yi Sheng. Sheng Sheng, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me get you a bowl. You can eat a little with us. Our family is poor, so it might not be as lavish as what you're accustomed to at the Yi family. Please don't find our simple fare unpalatable. Given Lu Aihong's words, if Yi Sheng expressed any disdain, it would only reflect her lack of understanding. However, Yisheng truly lacked an appetite. The table held merely 3 dishes, a dark, murky soup, greasy stir-fried pork, and a wilted vegetable that had seen better days. She nearly retched when she witnessed Heir Chang slurp his chopsticks and stir them in the soup. Yisheng quickly shook her head. I just had a cold and have no appetite. You all go ahead and eat. But Lu Aihong would not hear of it, insisting, when you have a cold, you must eat something. Look at your frail body. You can't afford to skip meals. Chapter 3. The shadow before the live broadcast. Yisheng mused. This body should be stronger than Yi Qianqian's. Yi Qianqian appeared delicate. Hence the public outrage when news broke about her pushing Yi Qianqian into the water. You are more susceptible to colds if you don't eat. Lu Aihong continued to chatter on. Alright, if you don't want to eat, then don't. Such a spoiled rich girl wouldn't be able to stomach our humble food. Heir Chang interrupted impatiently, clearly the family patriarch who commanded respect. Where is my room? Yisheng inquired, wanting to assess the family situation before making any plans. You can stay in Qianqian's room, which is upstairs in the attic. Come, let me show you, Lu Aihong said, momentarily setting her bowl down. Thank you. Yisheng replied quietly as she followed Lu Aihong. The attic stairs creaked underfoot, and there was no light. Yisheng had to rely on her phone for illumination. You can't see, can you? We're accustomed to climbing in the dark. There used to be a light on the stairs. But it's broken and hasn't been replaced. Lu Aihong spoke as if she were a caring mother, even though Yisheng had just returned to this home. Yi Qianqian's room is situated at the innermost part of the dwelling, characterized by its extreme narrowness. The attic is low, making it impractical to set up a bed without the risk of bumping one's head. Consequently, Yi Qianqian's room is furnished with a tatami mat. The space is relatively clean, adorned with a blanket featuring delicate floral patterns, evoking a sense of youthful charm. Are there fresh sheets and duvet covers? I have an aversion to using bed linens that have been previously occupied by others. Yisheng is unaware that this scene is being broadcast live. The audience had already logged in by the time Yisheng returned to the Yi household. The production team, having learned of Yi Qianqian and Yisheng's return, arranged for cameras to capture the moment. Yi Qianqian was aware of and consented to this arrangement, and the production team would also film her arrival at the Yi family home. Merely showcasing the affluent lifestyle does not suffice to satiate the audience's appetite. The selection of Yi Qianqian, an ordinary individual, was intended to serve as a contrasting element to Yisheng. However, the delineation between who is the subject and who is the contrast has become blurred. At this moment, the live stream is underway. As the viewers witness Yisheng stepping into the cramped space with an impassive expression, they misconstrue her demeanor as disdain. Her request for new bed linens incites further dissatisfaction. The barrage of comments explodes across the screen. They speculate on her grievances, questioning how someone who has luxuriated in wealth for over a decade could look down on others. I recall Yi Qianqian previously describing this as her cozy little nest, yet Yisheng has demeaned it to the level of a dog's den. My goodness! Does Yisheng not realize she is being broadcast? How could she demand new sheets when Yi Qianqian had already prepared fresh linens for her? Yet, Yisheng is undeniably striking, captivating viewers with her beauty. The upper floors have descended into chaos. What merit is there in admiring a woman with such a malicious heart? The production team had indeed notified Yisheng's agent about the live broadcast scheduled for the evening. However, after Yisheng had offended the agent at the hospital, it completely slipped the agent's mind. Naturally, Yi Qianqian, being in the know, also forgot to inform Yisheng. Thus, regardless of the vitriol spewed in the comments, Yisheng remains blissfully unaware. Lu Aihong furrowed her brow upon hearing Yisheng's request for new sheets, but quickly relaxed. The linens were freshly replaced before Qianqian's departure and had been washed, thus very clean. If necessary, I could step out right now to buy you some. She cautiously proposed to Yisheng. The comments erupted once more. Goodness, Yisheng is being utterly unreasonable, so overly dramatic. What is wrong with these sheets? Having something to sleep on is already a luxury. How can she demand that Guamama go out to purchase new ones at such a late hour? Just go away. You wicked woman. I wager 5 dimes that Yisheng will insist on having Guamama fetch new sheets. No need. Yisheng shook her head. Newly purchased sheets have not been washed and carry a stronger odor. They are not preferable to these clean ones. Lu Aihong glanced at Yisheng. Understanding her point, then I shall buy you new ones tomorrow. For tonight, we shall make do.
Understood. Yisheng acquiesced softly.
Her head throbbed painfully, and her complexion was rather pallid. Lu Aihong assumed she was merely displeased, and the viewers prior to the broadcast shared this sentiment. Please go downstairs. I have a headache. All right, then come down to eat when you feel better, Lu Aihong reminded her, eager to attend to her own meal. Yi Sheng placed her suitcase by the door, removed her shoes, and lay down fully clothed on the bed. She began to apply acupressure to alleviate her cold symptoms. The number of viewers in the live stream continued to swell, most of whom had come to criticize Yi Sheng. What is wrong with Yi Sheng? Does she not realize there are cameras? Is she truly going to sleep like this? Surely she must know, otherwise, why wouldn't she even change out of her clothes? Is her pallor due to having fallen into the water? Perhaps she is a recent arrival to the stream? Her one complexion undoubtedly stems from Guamama not providing her with fresh sheets and duvet covers. Yi Sheng casually switched off the light by her bedside. The room was enveloped in darkness, rendering it impossible for the viewers in the live stream to see anything, prompting them to complain about the production team. The production team was equally baffled. They had no idea Yi Sheng had turned off the lights so early to go to sleep. The director fumed. Quickly call Yi Sheng. What on earth is she doing? Yi Sheng's phone was on silent, rendering her unreachable. The director's team was in a frenzy. They attempted to contact her agent, urging them to find her without delay. The director momentarily forgot that reaching out to Yi Qianqian would be much quicker, as she could connect with other members of the Gua family. Upon receiving the call from the production team, the agent was finally made aware of Yi Sheng's actions and was quite incensed. Yi Sheng had asked him to procure food for her, but upon returning to the hospital, he learned she had already been discharged. He could not locate her, and the food remained in the car. Very well, I shall find her immediately. Zhou Peng drove towards the urban village. Yi Sheng, after applying acupressure, drifted into sleep. The audience in the live stream had dwindled significantly due to her turning off the lights, yet some remained, stubbornly chatting and cursing Yi Sheng. Although the light in Yi Sheng's room was extinguished, faint illumination still seeped through the gap in the curtains. Viewers soon noticed a shadow entering the room. What is happening? Why do I feel like there is someone in Yi Sheng's room? It seems real. I was just about to eat instant noodles when I glanced up and saw a shadow has appeared in her room. Goodness, how frightening. The shadow moved. Is it approaching the bedside? Yi Sheng, wake up. Based on the figure's form, it appears to be a man. What could he want? The few viewers left in the live stream began to sweat nervously, though they had been hurling insults at Yi Sheng, who would not panic in such a situation. Moreover, there were still some of Yi Sheng's loyal fans watching. Where is the production team? Why are they not calling Yi Sheng to wake her? Where are Gua Dad and Gua Mom? Do they not know someone has entered Yi Sheng's room? Could it be Qianqian's brother? She mentioned previously that the Gua family has a brother. Regardless of whose brother it is unacceptable. Can a brother sneak into his sister's room in the dead of night? Chapter 4. The beast who touches his daughter's thigh. The viewers were on the verge of panic. Some directly called the production team, demanding they contact Yi Sheng. The director inwardly cursed about Yi Sheng's penchant for creating troubles. However, the assistant director held a differing perspective. Director, look, our viewership has surged dramatically at night. This is all thanks to Yi Sheng. Her topic engagement is currently at its peak. Very well then. The director called Zhou Peng again. Have you arrived? Did you see the messages in the live stream? Zhou Peng had just parked his car and had no time to check the live stream. What has happened? As he opened the car door, he inquired. Someone has entered Yi Sheng's room. We cannot see who it is. You need to find her immediately. We must ensure nothing happens. Meanwhile, the production team was online attempting to reassure the audience, stating that the director had asked Yi Sheng's agent to go over, urging everyone not to worry. Some were so anxious they contemplated calling the police. I understand. Zhou Peng realized the gravity of the situation, hung up the phone, and hurried toward the convenience store. At that moment, the shadow had reached Yi Sheng's bedside, out of view of the camera. Its hand was creeping toward Yi Sheng's leg. Sensing a foreign presence approaching, Yi Sheng awakened, feigning sleep to ascertain the intruder's intentions. Just as the hand was about to land on her leg, she abruptly opened her eyes. What are you doing? Yi Sheng deftly seized the shadow's hand, causing it to cry out in pain. The exclamation sent a jolt of fear through the viewers in the live stream. Goodness! That a man's voice. Moreover, it is certainly not Qianqian's brother. This voice belongs to an older man. Who is he, and what is his intention? Yi Sheng's voice bore no hint of fear. Rather, it seemed to intimidate the man. Is she truly that formidable? The comments section erupted with excitement. Even in the darkness, Yi Sheng could make out the man's indistinct features. It's you? Her tone conveyed a chilling indifference and surprise. The man, whose wrist she had grasped with the strength to inflict pain, could no longer suppress his rage. Yi Sheng, what are you doing? Let go of me. His voice betrayed a sense of indignation. The viewers in the live stream found it astonishing. Who is this person? It seems he knows Yi Sheng. Heh, those who can enter the Gua family home are certainly not strangers. Who could it be? Everyone is quite curious. Let me take a wild guess. Could it be Yi Qianqian's adoptive father? What business does he have sneaking into Yi Sheng's room? Suddenly, someone in the comments exclaimed, "No way. Why would her adoptive father go into Yi Sheng's room? Surely, the adoptive father must be Yi Sheng's biological father. Perhaps he merely came to check on her?" However, given the man's anguished cries, does it truly seem like just a casual visit? He must have ulterior motives. Perhaps Yi Sheng misunderstood the situation? You all know her foul temper. The comments erupted with various opinions. Yi Sheng promptly switched on the light, revealing Gua Erqiang's pained and contorted face. "Let go. I am your father." Gua Erqiang reeked of alcohol, his eyes bulging like brass bells, his wrist twisted painfully, drawing tears from him. He had never anticipated that Yi Sheng would be awake, let alone catch him in the act. "Do you think you deserve this? Don't you realize what you just did?" Yi Sheng sneered. Even if Gua Erqiang is the biological father of the original owner, he is still a beast. Knowing well that she is his own daughter, he sneaks in under the cover of darkness to grope her thigh. "What have I done? I merely came to see if you were covered with your blanket." Initially, Gua Erqiang felt a pang of guilt, but emboldened by the liquor, his words grew increasingly brazen, culminating in a self-righteous defense. "You ungrateful girl. Do you speak to your father like this? Look at my wrist. It's completely incapacitated. This is far worse than what I did to Zhou Peng. What father would enter his grown daughter's room at night to help her with her blanket? And that was no mere blanket adjustment. His hand went directly to her thigh. Shut down the live stream. Zhou Peng is on the phone with the director. He was already in the loft, accompanied by Lu Aihong and Guadaba. Once the live stream ended, the comments exploded with excitement. "Did I just hear that correctly? Yi Sheng said that man touched her thigh. This time, I truly stand with Yi Sheng. That man is clearly a nefarious character. How terrifying, sneaking upstairs while his daughter sleeps. Was Yi Qianqian also once subjected to such indignities? Stop dragging Qianqian into this," suggested another faction in the comments. "Maybe it's a misunderstanding? Didn't Tigua dad say he came to help his daughter with her blanket?" I also think Yi Sheng is making a mountain out of a molehill. Given her character, it's quite likely she is deliberately slandering him.
Yet.
Some could not remain silent, voicing a fair perspective. Heavens, what are you saying? Who would stoop so low as to falsely accuse their parents of such a thing? Regardless of the uproar in the comments, they could not foresee the events that would unfold next, especially not Lu Aihong rushing in to confront Gua Erqiang. "Oh, dear. What has happened to you?" Gua Erqiang grimaced. "Isn't it all this wretched girl's doing?" Zhou Peng swiftly pulled Yi Sheng behind him. "Are you alright?" Yi Sheng was still puzzled as to how he had arrived. "I'm fine." She shook her head. "I'll take you somewhere else to stay." Zhou Peng glanced around the dismal room, appalled by its squalor. This was far worse than the accommodations provided by the company. How could someone as pampered as Yi Sheng possibly reside here?
All right.
Yi Sheng was bewildered by Zhou Peng's willingness to assist her, especially since she had offended him. "Sheng Sheng, what are you doing?" Lu Aihong, who had just been soothing her husband, now turned her attention to her daughter. "I'm going to stay elsewhere. I refuse to remain in the presence of a beast." Upon hearing this, Gua Erqiang sprang up, furious. "What did you just say, you wretched girl? I am your father. Do you dare insult me? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Let the heavens strike you first, you beast who dares to touch your daughter's thigh." Yi Sheng was not one to hold her tongue. Zhou Peng's expression darkened. He had not expected Gua Erqiang to be such a person. Lu Aihong, hearing Yi Sheng's words, wore a sorrowful expression. "Oh dear, Sheng Sheng, how can you speak to your father like that? Surely, it must be a misunderstanding. How could your father do such a thing?" Seeing his wife support him, Gua Erqiang felt a swell of pride. "Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. I merely had too much to drink and came to check if she was covered with her blanket. I hadn't even touched her before she twisted my wrist." He lamented. "This girl has an extraordinary strength. For a moment, I thought she would crush my bones." Lu Aihong turned to Yi Sheng. "Sheng Sheng, your father may have acted thoughtlessly, but he harbors no ill intentions. Your words were deeply hurtful. Look at your father's wrist. How will he work tomorrow? You should apologize. And then we can put this behind us." Chapter 5. A rescue live streamed. Yi Sheng could hardly believe her ears. How could this woman suggest she apologize to that old beast? Is this something a mother would say? Lu Aihong, entirely oblivious to Yi Sheng's expression, believed she was siding with her new daughter. She continued to counsel her husband, Jiang, do not hold this against Sheng Sheng. She has just returned home and is unfamiliar with us. To her, we may seem like strangers. If you show kindness, she will come to understand you.
Ye Sheng scoffed.
I have not misunderstood, nor will I apologize. Whether he came to cover me with a blanket or to grope my thigh, he knows in his heart. She called out to Zhou Peng, let us go. Lu Aihong, realizing her daughter genuinely intended to leave, was distraught. You can't really leave. This is your home. Where else can you go? Xianjian said the production team is coming tomorrow to film at our house. It's unacceptable for Sheng Sheng not to be present. The production team has already paid. We cannot let them down. What if they demand their money back? Let her go. Guo Erqiang was both anxious and furious. She just despises our poverty and wishes to return to her adoptive parents. They have their own biological daughter now, and we'll see if they still want this counterfeit. Yi Sheng shot Guo Erqiang a sardonic glance. I do not despise our poverty. I merely detest having an old beast in the house. Her words were unrestrained, igniting Guo Erqiang's fury as he lunged at her. Zhou Peng quickly intervened. Calm down. Violence against a child is not the solution. Lu Aihong also pleaded from behind.
Yet.
Yi Sheng showed no inclination to halt the confrontation. Was she afraid Guo Erqiang would lash out at her? Or did she secretly hope he would strike her?
Today.
I will teach her a lesson. Guo Erqiang, intoxicated, was beyond restraint. He lunged forward like a rabid dog, and as Yi Sheng emerged from behind Zhou Peng, she delivered a swift kick to Guo Erqiang's lower back, sending him sprawling. Guodaba watched in stunned silence. Yi Sheng was far more formidable than that Yi Qianqian. I am not Yi Qianqian. Do not attempt to assert your authority over me. Are you truly my parents? You are both so unsightly, and I am so beautiful. How can I resemble you?
Ye Sheng voiced her salod.
Moreover, the behavior of this old beast hardly resembled that of a loving father. Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong were rendered speechless by Yi Sheng's words, watching helplessly as Zhou Peng led her away. Once outside the small convenience store, Zhou Peng could no longer contain his curiosity. What did you mean by that? What do you mean you don't resemble them? If they aren't your parents, who are? Do I resemble them?
Ye Sheng retorted.
Zhou Peng pondered. Indeed, they bore little resemblance, but could it be that the two families had mixed up their children? Before he could voice his thoughts, a child's cry emanated from next door. Grandma, don't sleep. Someone help. Yi Sheng heard it too. And the two hurried next door. The adjacent shop was cramped and damp, with an elderly woman sprawled on the floor and a child desperately shaking her. Zhou Peng rushed forward to assist, but Yi Sheng stopped him. Don't touch her, I'll handle it. She stepped forward to administer first aid. Her actions both proficient and practiced, leaving Zhou Peng bewildered. Yi Sheng swiftly laid the individual flat on the ground, meticulously assessing her physical condition. Can you hear me clearly? Yi Sheng inquired while examining the elderly woman's body. Upon hearing the child's cries, the elderly lady anxiously attempted to respond. Yi Sheng preliminarily diagnosed the elderly woman with a cerebral infarction. Her face and limbs exhibited numbness, uncontrollable spasms, and slurred speech, all indicative of a stroke. Call 120. Report that the patient is suspected of having a stroke, and urge them to come quickly, Yi Sheng instructed. She began to massage the elderly woman's acupoints to alleviate her symptoms. In a twist of fate, Zhou Peng heeded Yi Sheng's words and called 120 to inform them of the situation. Only after hanging up did he think to ask Yi Sheng, how did you know the old lady had a stroke? You told me to relay that to the doctor. What if she isn't having a stroke? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhou Peng broke into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, a neighbor, hearing the child's cries, emerged to investigate. Upon seeing the elderly lady lying on the ground with two young individuals present, the neighbor's expression shifted dramatically. What have you done to Granny Huang? Is she all right? The neighbor rushed forward. Yi Sheng intervened. Please do not touch the elderly lady. We have already called 120. What do you mean called 120? Are you trying to deceive me? The neighbor regarded them with suspicion, uncertain about the nature of the interaction between the two young people and the elderly woman. He called for his wife to keep an eye on them while he returned to call the police. Shuang, speak up. Did they push Grandma? The neighbor's wife approached, pulling the child close to inquire. No, Shuang shook her head.
Yet.
The neighbor's wife remained concerned that the child might not articulate the truth clearly and decided to wait for the police to arrive. Yi Sheng dismissed the neighbor's doubts and inquired if there were any traditional Chinese medicine clinics nearby. There is a clinic, but what do you intend to do? The neighbor's wife regarded Yi Sheng with caution. Before Yi Sheng could finish her explanation, Zhou Peng pulled her aside. Yi Sheng, what are you doing? This situation has nothing to do with us. We've already done well by calling 120. Please do not complicate matters. Zhou Peng believed Yi Sheng was being reckless. At such a moment, who wouldn't be wary of getting embroiled in trouble? As the two whispered among themselves, the neighbor's wife grew increasingly convinced that they were up to no good. The police station was not far off, and they arrived even quicker than the ambulance.
What is happening here?
How did the elderly lady end up on the ground? The officers scrutinized Yi Sheng and Zhou Peng with piercing gazes. Zhou Peng prevented Yi Sheng from speaking and explained, "We came from the corner store and heard a child crying. Upon investigating, we found the elderly lady collapsed. So we called 120. The neighbor's wife interjected, "Officers, you can't just let them go. They were whispering to each other earlier. Who knows what they were plotting? If they caused this incident, who will be responsible for the medical expenses?" Upon hearing this, the officers found her reasoning compelling. "Understood. We will take them in for questioning." As the police arrived, a crowd gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Coincidentally, a live streamer was present in the old town, capturing the scene. "It seems something is happening here," the host remarked. "An elderly lady has collapsed inside the shop, and it's related to two young individuals. The police are here, but we are unsure of the details." The host, named Michelle, directed her camera towards Yi Sheng, Zhou Peng, and the elderly woman on the ground. While she dared not film the police directly, she captured a glimpse of their uniforms. Viewers, is it just my imagination, or does that girl seem somewhat familiar? Michelle's gaze lingered on Yi Sheng. Chapter 6. Yi Sheng was taken away by the police. By this point, viewers in the live chat had already recognized Yi Sheng. "Isn't that Yi Sheng? And the one beside her, if I recall correctly, is her manager. What have they done to attract police attention?" Speculation ran rampant. Yi Sheng getting apprehended is no surprise. Didn't she push Qian into the water? I told you, Yi Sheng would eventually find herself in legal trouble. How is it that such a celebrity has yet to be blacklisted? As the live chat grew more animated, the audience numbers surged, much to Michelle's delight. "Folks, let me check on the situation. Are you certain it's Yi Sheng? It could be a misunderstanding. Let us not jump to conclusions." However, the online community dismissed such caution. Screenshots and recordings proliferated, leading to rapid dissemination of rumors about Yi Sheng's supposed criminality. As night fell, many people were idly surfing the internet, facilitating the swift spread of misinformation. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Sheng and her manager were on their way to the police station. At that moment, Lu Aihong exited the neighboring store. What is going on here? She witnessed the elderly woman being loaded onto an ambulance while Yi Sheng and her manager were escorted into a police vehicle. Granny Huang has been harmed by those two. The police have arrived. "Aihong, didn't you hear anything happening next door?" A bystander questioned. Lu Aihong gasped. "How are they involved?" "I need to see," she exclaimed, rushing towards the police car.
Yi Sheng spotted her.
Sheng Sheng, what has happened? Why are they saying you harmed Granny Huang?"
Yi Sheng regarded Liu Aihong coldly.
Though she feigned concern, Yi Sheng recalled how Lu Aihong had once demanded she apologize to a beast, finding her hypocrisy revolting. The police, noticing Lu Aihong trying to pry open the car door, frowned. "What is your relationship with her? Please do not hinder our work. I am her mother." Lu Aihong pointed at Yi Sheng. "Then you should await further news at home," the officers replied, not allowing her to board the vehicle. "Make way, everyone." A police officer called out from the driver's seat, urging the crowd to disperse. Lu Aihong trailed the vehicle for a few steps, but fell to the ground, exclaiming in frustration, "What is happening here? If she gets locked up, how will I explain this to the director tomorrow?" Meanwhile, the director was also receiving news online. He called Zhou Peng. "Hello, Director Jiang?" Zhou Peng answered. "What on earth transpired? I instructed you to find Yi Sheng, not to lead her into trouble. What has she done to the elderly lady?" "She hasn't harmed anyone. We merely heard a child crying after leaving the corner store and went to check it out, only to find the elderly lady collapsed. We even called 120 ourselves." Director Jiang rubbed his head in exasperation. "Then why are people online claiming you caused her death?" "Director, please disregard what those online trolls are saying. Yi Sheng may have a temper, but she wouldn't harm an elderly person. We were merely trying to help." "Understood. Please cooperate with the investigation," Director Jiang responded, as someone called out to him, prompting him to end the call. Zhou Peng quickly checked the online news. Sure enough, claims of Yi Sheng becoming a legal troublemaker were circulating, with him also being implicated. The incident of them being taken away by the police had been captured in clear detail with a connection to an influencer. What are the odds of the influencer being here at night market? He wondered, casting a glance at Sheng. Given the online outcry, do you want to respond? Sheng shot him a look. Do you really think anyone would listen to an explanation now? Zhou Peng had already formulated a plan and felt relieved at her response. All right then, let us not concern ourselves with online opinions for the time being. Sheng turned to the officers. If it is proven that we are not involved, could you publicly commend our willingness to assist on the internet? Zhou Peng raised an eyebrow, surprised that Sheng couldn't intuit his thoughts. When had her intellect sharpened? Was it a side effect of her earlier misadventures? If it is found that the matter does not concern you, and you indeed saved someone, then of course it is permissible. The police officer scrutinized Sheng, surprised to discover that this young lady was a celebrity, which explained her striking beauty. Meanwhile, Director Jiang was interrupted by his assistant, who informed him that fans were vehemently demanding the program team to withdraw from the project. If Sheng was not dismissed, they vowed to boycott the show. These fans seemed to be quite overindulgent. Director Jiang pondered, should we clarify the situation for Sheng? It was puzzling why Sheng's company had remained silent amidst such turmoil. Scratching his head, Director Jiang remarked, let's not rush. There's a saying online about letting the bullets fly for a while, isn't there? We have recordings to do tomorrow. If Sheng truly harmed the elderly lady, dismissing her would be justified. If not, the show's popularity will only escalate. This was the perspective of the production team. However, on the Yi family's side, upon learning that Sheng had been taken away by the police, Yi Qianqian hurried to find her mother. Mother, Sheng Sheng is in trouble. Yi Qianqian was also live streaming, and in front of the camera, she expressed her deep concern upon hearing the news of Sheng's police custody. Meanwhile, Ye's mother was indulging in beauty desserts. Upon hearing her daughter's words, she instinctively frowned. What trouble has she caused now? It seems she was taken away by the police for pushing down Grandma Huang next door. Yi Qianqian stammered, uncertain of the details. What? Yi mother placed her bowl down. How could she even do such a thing? Yi Qianqian shook her head. I don't know. Didn't she return home? With her lips pressed together, Yi Qianqian knew she couldn't watch the live stream at home. And she had previously forgotten to mention the live broadcast to Sheng while at the hospital. Later, a friend called to inform her that Sheng had encountered trouble at the Guo family home. Jiang had stealthily entered her room, attempting to act inappropriately towards Sheng without knowing there were cameras. She was unsure of the specifics, but had seen comments online condemning Jiang. She speculated that Sheng must have left the Guo residence due to something he had done. I knew it. In such an environment, she wouldn't last a night. I believe she is trying to gain our attention to return to the Yi family. Before Yi Qianqian could provide an explanation, Yi mother had already filled in the gaps in her mind. Mother, this might be a misunderstanding. Yi Qianqian desperately tried to defend Sheng. What misunderstanding? Yi mother believed she understood her adopted daughter well. I see her as merely being dramatic. You needn't concern yourself with her. Yet, before Yi Qianqian could articulate her thoughts, she was interrupted by her younger brother, who was playing video games. If you're truly worried about her, go to the police station now. Otherwise, stop your incessant chatter. Yi Qianqian was momentarily rendered speechless by her brother's bluntness. Only then did Yi mother glare at her son. What manner of speech is that toward your sister? Yi Xiaodi was unfazed. What did I say? I merely told her to be quiet. Can't you speak a little less? The Yi family was aware that a live stream was taking place, and Yi mother did not wish for her younger son to perform poorly and be ridiculed online. Fine, I'll be quiet. I'm leaving. Yi Xiao made a zipping gesture. Mother, does Xiao dislike me? Once Yi Xiao ascended the stairs, Yi Qianqian timidly inquired of her mother. Yi mother reassured her daughter. How could that be? You are his biological sister. Who else would he prefer? He's just going through a rebellious phase. The live stream's comments reflected sympathetic sentiments towards Yi Qianqian. Qianqian is beautiful and kind-hearted, worrying for Yi Sheng that Yi Xiaodi is truly too much. Yi Xiaodi is just like the brother who dislikes our cat and dog. Ignore him. Yi mother's reasoning was sound. Perhaps Yi Sheng was deliberately causing trouble to regain attention from the Yi family. Others in the comments questioned, did Qianqian know Jiang was such a person? On the first day Yi Sheng returned, he was already acting up. Could he have previously harassed Yi Qianqian? Such thoughts were indeed chilling. Yi Qianqian, using a secondary account, was peeking into the live stream, and upon reading the comments, her face paled. Qianqian, what's wrong? Just as Yi mother was about to call Yi Qianqian upstairs to rest, she noticed her daughter appeared lost in thought. Yi Qianqian forced a smile. Mother, I'm fine, just a bit worried about Sheng Sheng. Yi mother, displeased, firmly stated, stop fretting over her. She has never been easy to handle. Quickly, go to sleep. A girl must not stay up too late. It's detrimental to her skin. Yi Qianqian was ushered upstairs while Yi Sheng remained at the police station, providing her statement. Officer, I have reviewed the situation. Grandma Huang suffered a stroke. Likely due to her long-standing fatigue and late nights, Yi Sheng stated earnestly. The police officer began to doubt her medical expertise. How do you know? I have studied some basic medical knowledge, Yi Sheng replied, refraining from claiming expertise. Otherwise, others would dismiss her as boastful. You seem quite confident in your assessment of the elderly lady's condition, the officer observed.
You flatter me, Yi Sheng replied.
The officer smirked. Am I praising you? Nevertheless. According to both Yi Sheng and her companion's accounts, they had heard a child's cries before arriving at the neighbor's home. Thus, the elderly lady's fainting was indeed unrelated to them. Colleagues from the hospital had also called, stating that the child informed them that the grandmother had fainted first, and the uncle and sister had entered later, even calling for an ambulance. Though young, the child displayed clear logic. Previously frightened, he had been calmed by the police and the nurse before speaking up. The child's testimony could prove their lack of involvement in the elderly lady's fall. But they still needed to wait for the hospital's examination results, so they requested that the two remain reachable.
So we can leave now, right?
Zhou Preng glanced at his phone. After all this commotion, it was getting late. Yes, thank you for your cooperation in the investigation. As Yi Sheng and Zhou Peng exited, they were met by a throng of live streamers capturing their every move. Among them was Mi Shuer, the very first person to film them, igniting the rumors online. Mi Shuer squeezed to the front, her eyes sparkling at the sight of Yi Sheng. This was her ticket to fame, and she could not afford to miss it. Everyone. Yi Sheng is out. I'm going to gather some intel for you. The viewers in the live stream were electrified. After Yi Sheng had been taken away, the audience had urged Mi Shuer to catch up and find out what was happening. It remained unclear if Mi Shuer was motivated by fame or genuine concern for her family, but she followed along regardless. Other streamers rushed over, eager to seize the spotlight. Hello, Yi Sheng. I'm a live streamer named Mi Shuer. I wonder if you've heard of me?
Mi vur obstrukted Yi Sheng spot.
Yi Sheng did not even glance at her. I don't know you. Please do not block my way. Thank you. Mi Shuer's expression faltered. Yi Sheng's arrogance was quite shocking. After all, she had a considerable following online. Such a response was quite embarrassing for her. With such an attitude, it was no wonder the Yi family had promptly expelled her upon discovering she was an imposter. Not knowing me is fine. I heard you had a conflict with an elderly lady, leading to her falling unconscious and being hospitalized. Is that true? What led to the conflict?
Yi Sheng frowned.
Not expecting this girl to be so bothersome. Are you a reporter? Finally, she lifted her gaze to meet Mi Shuer's. In that moment, Mi Shuer's livestream captured Yi Sheng's face. Her family members began flooding the comments. Stars and influencers truly exist in different realms. Shuer is already quite beautiful. But Yi Sheng's beauty is simply flawless from every angle. Sisters, who understands? I could swing on her eyelashes. I can criticize her character. But I truly cannot fault her looks. Yet there were also those dissatisfied with Yi Sheng commenting disgusting. Look at her lofty demeanor. How can you still like her? Those who do are probably only men, right? You all just enjoy being her sycophants. Jealousy is evident upstairs. I am a girl. Yet I cannot help but admire Yi Sheng's visage. Moreover, it is entirely reasonable for someone to be displeased when an anchor obstructs their path for no apparent reason.
Is it not?
This individual was merely a passerby in the live stream, intending to advocate for Yi Sheng, only to discover she had been unceremoniously ejected from the room. Miss Michelle, upon observing the discussions within the live stream, found her smile faltering. Fortunately, the camera was not directed at her. Otherwise, her countenance would have betrayed the turmoil within her. Thankfully, the ability to alter one's expression is a requisite skill for anchors. She swiftly regained her composure. I am not a reporter. So, do you reside by the seaside? Yi Sheng retorted without hesitation. Despite her efforts to maintain her facade, Michelle was visibly perturbed. I merely express concern for you, as do the netizens who are equally worried. The internet is abuzz with rumors suggesting you were taken by the police due to the unfortunate demise of an elderly lady. Do you not wish to offer some comfort to your fans? Oh, thank you, but we are not acquainted. Yi Sheng attempted to continue, but was swiftly interrupted by the quick-witted Zhou Peng, who pulled her behind him. Miss Michelle, The truth of this matter will be clarified by the police in due course. Thank you for your concern. It was your earlier footage of Yi Sheng that incited the online harassment and falsehoods, was it not? Michelle's smile froze in place. Chapter 8. Caught at the gossip scene. Zhou Peng's words instilled an ominous premonition in her. Mr. Zhou, I did not intend to mislead anyone. I simply wished to clarify the truth. She fervently defended herself. Meanwhile, Yi Sheng had already hailed a taxi, exuding impatience as she called out to Zhou Peng. Are we going or not? I'm exhausted. Stop wasting time with her. Yi Sheng's fiery temperament left Zhou Peng with no opportunity to chastise her. She had already opened the taxi door and slid inside. If he delayed any longer, she would surely leave without him. I'm not engaging in idle chatter. Yi Sheng. Wait for me. Zhou Peng hurriedly joined her in the taxi, glancing back to remind Michelle, Miss Michelle. I hope you will guide your fans to view this matter with discernment. If the online slander has a detrimental impact on Yi Sheng, our company will reserve the right to pursue legal action. Yi Sheng shot Zhou Peng a glance, prompting him to signal the taxi driver to depart. Michelle watched their retreating figures, stamping her foot in frustration. I sincerely apologize, everyone. I could not uncover anything. I feel utterly useless. Just now, Yi Sheng's manager mentioned we should await the official announcement. Please refrain from sharing any unfounded claims, as the aforementioned manager indicated they would seek legal recourse. Michelle appeared somewhat aggrieved. This sentiment stirred compassion amongst her family. Don't cry, Schwer. Your innocence is simply too pronounced. That manager was clearly making a veiled threat. How severe could a celebrity's legal pursuit truly be? Am I the only one who finds Yi Sheng rather imposing? You are not alone. There are others who find Yi Sheng's haughty demeanor rather appealing. The individual who expressed admiration for Yi Sheng was promptly ejected from the live stream. They had screenshots of their ejection and previous comments, which were swiftly disseminated online. Soon, they discovered a wave of detractors against Michelle, as well as fellow fans of Yi Sheng. They jokingly referred to Yi Sheng as Sister Arrogance, rallying support for the official announcement, asserting that Yi Sheng had not pushed the elderly lady. Their numbers may have been few, but their fighting spirit was unexpectedly strong, as those who admired Yi Sheng often possessed vibrant personalities. Yi Sheng remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. Zhou Peng escorted her to a hotel, securing a room for her. Just rest easy here tonight. My suitcase is at the police station, Yi Sheng lamented as she collapsed onto the bed, unwilling to move. It's too late. We can retrieve it in the morning. Zhou Peng stifled a yawn, having been thoroughly exhausted by Yi Sheng's antics. He simply could not endure any longer. My pajamas are in the suitcase. Yi Sheng tugged at her pleated skirt. I cannot sleep in this outfit. Zhou Peng was about to scold her for being overly dramatic when he caught sight of her wan face, clearly still recovering from her recent ordeal. All right. I'll go fetch them for you. Just rest. He was baffled by how quickly he capitulated. Thank you, Zhou Peng. You are truly a good person. Yi Sheng beamed with joy. Once Zhou Peng departed, Yi Sheng proceeded to wash up. However, she soon heard commotion from the adjacent room, a woman's piercing scream. Yi Sheng's expression shifted. Could someone be assaulting a girl? Without a second thought, she flung open her balcony door and leapt to the neighboring balcony. The door there was also ajar. She hesitated to enter, merely eavesdropping on the conversation within. Throw him out. I never wish to see him again. A deep male voice commanded. Yes, boss, responded another man's voice. Jiang Xingzhou, I am trying to be your antidote, yet you reject me. Is it because I am a man that you look down upon me? Yi Sheng felt utterly bewildered. What did it mean to dismiss someone merely for their gender? Hadn't she just heard a woman speaking? Her curiosity piqued. She could not resist peeking in, only to discover a man in a dress sprawled on the floor. Although adorned with a wig, it appeared somewhat disheveled, likely from a recent altercation. Beside him stood a burly man in a black suit, presumably a bodyguard. She could not see the individual named Jiang Xingzhou, likely reclining on the bed. Send him off to Thailand. He might prefer life there. Jiang Xingzhou spoke again. Yes. The bodyguard's response confirmed Yi Sheng's suspicions. Jiang Xingzhou, you cannot do this. If I leave, who will provide your antidote? I know you are reluctant to touch women. If you truly do not wish to engage with me, I can assist you orally. Yi Sheng could no longer contain herself. This man was too bold. He was making significant sacrifices for the sake of true love.
Who is that?
The bodyguard and Jiang Xingzhou exclaimed in unison. Yi Sheng realized it was too late to escape. Who are you, and what are you doing here? The bodyguard swiftly approached, blocking her exit. Yi Sheng contemplated confronting him, but soon recalled her weakened state from her recent fever. She feared escalating the situation. This is all a misunderstanding. I merely heard a girl scream from next door and thought. I did not realize he was a man. My sincerest apologies for the intrusion. Yi Sheng awkwardly smiled, having also caught sight of the handsome man leaning against the headboard. His striking features, even flushed, added a touch of allure. No wonder the man on the floor had resorted to such desperate measures. He was willing to sacrifice for love. What a lively scene today. The man on the bed remarked, a bemused smile playing on his lips. Chongshan, toss him out first, and investigate this young lady next door.
Boss.
Could she be an accomplice sent by the organizers? The bodyguard named Chongshan cast a glance at Yi Sheng. This woman is quite beautiful and possesses a fine figure. Rather than assuming she merely arrived from next door, it is more plausible she has been in the room all along. Proceed with the investigation and also bind her. Yi Sheng was not one to be easily subdued. Upon hearing Jiang Xingzhou's command to bind her, she immediately resisted. I told you I am from next door. You may inquire at the front desk. Do not send me to Thailand. I am a female celebrity. If I go missing, it would be a considerable predicament. Yi Sheng protested, her words laced with urgency. Yet her body was already poised for battle. If the bodyguard truly attempted to harm her, she would retaliate without hesitation. If you dare to touch me, I will scream. The window is open, and someone on another floor will undoubtedly hear. I will simply claim you assaulted me. A female celebrity? Jiang Xingzhou scoffed. The organizers certainly know how to find talent. What is your name?
Ye Sheng Furovet Harbrov.
Deeply regretting her moment of compassion that led her to intervene. After the initial shock of discovering that it was merely a raucous affair, she surprisingly chose not to flee but to linger and observe. Yi Sheng, you can search online. I'm trending these days. Yi Sheng proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Chapter 9. Annulment of Engagement. Yi Sheng? Jiang Xingzhou felt a sense of familiarity with the name. Chongshan leaned in and whispered a few words in Jiang Xingzhou's ear. The complexity of Jiang Xingzhou's gaze towards Yi Sheng began to shift. Chongshan swiftly contacted Chonghai, who was stationed outside, and moments later, Chonghai called to confirm that Yi Sheng was indeed not lying. She had booked a room next door. Additionally, he verified her identity. See, I wasn't lying, was I? Although Yi Sheng sensed the unusual expressions on the two men's faces, she did not dwell on it. Yi Sheng, you've been cast out by the Yi family. And now you seek to entice me in such a manner to coerce me into marrying you? Jiang Xingzhou regarded Yi Sheng with a frigid demeanor. Yi Sheng, taken aback, retorted, who do you think you are to presume you possess such allure? Yi Sheng, at this juncture, do not feign ignorance. Jiang Xingzhou's voice had altered, as he struggled to contain the effects of the drug, which was now on the verge of erupting. Have you considered that as a female celebrity, should tonight's events be unveiled, your career would face utter devastation? Moreover, I've heard you're still a student? To Yi Sheng, this was nothing less than an overt threat. Her expression darkened. What do you intend to do? Regardless of her true intentions, this man was resolute in believing she had come to seduce him, leaving her at a loss. Jiang Xingzhou fixed his gaze upon her. Annul the engagement. Pardon? Yi Sheng thought she had misheard. Did she have an engagement with this man before her? Hastily, she rummaged through the memories of the original owner of her body and discovered, to her astonishment, that she indeed had a fiancé, the heir to the Jiang family conglomerate in the capital. Yi Sheng scrutinized the man on the bed and finally matched him to her recollection. Since their engagement, they had scarcely crossed paths. This union was a so-called arranged marriage, initiated when Jiang Xingzhou's grandfather, while recuperating in Yuqing, happened to be saved by young Yi Sheng. Believing that his cold, aloof grandson might struggle to find a wife, Jiang's grandfather took it upon himself to propose that Yi Sheng become the future daughter-in-law. At that time, young Yi Sheng was oblivious to the implications. Yet the Yi family would not forego such an opportunity to ascend the social ladder. Thus, the lives of Yi Sheng and Jiang Xingzhou, akin to parallel lines, had intersected. Jiang Xingzhou had likely never desired this marriage, but under his grandfather's pressure, he had been unable to dissolve the engagement. The gifts sent from the capital during festivals were probably not even prepared by this fiancé. Jiang Xingzhou assumed Yi Sheng was feigning ignorance out of refusal, and his disdain deepened. Are you now pretending to have amnesia? Yi Sheng, amused by his indignation, replied, I merely forgot momentarily. You are indeed my once-in-a-century fiancé. I was just pondering who was so handsome. I never anticipated I had such good taste. Both Jiang Xingzhou and his bodyguard found her words difficult to bear. What was she even saying? Stop rambling, Jiang Xingzhou frowned. This was the perfect opportunity to rid himself of the fiancé his grandfather had forced upon him. Very well. I shall refrain. I agree to annul the engagement and let tonight's incident be forgotten, Yisheng stated, realizing she should not have intervened next door. Nor should she have lingered to witness the unfolding drama. Least of all should she have reveled in it. Are you truly willing to annul the engagement? Jiang Xingzhou's hand rested at the edge of the bed, and Yisheng inadvertently caught sight of blood trickling from it. Your hand is injured? It is of no concern to you. Jiang Xingzhou's eyes remained fixed ahead. Yisheng pouted, feeling her goodwill was being taken for granted. What do you desire? Jiang Xingzhou, perceiving her evasive demeanor, assumed she was regretting her earlier decision, attempting to feign concern to manipulate their relationship.
Me?
Yisheng pointed at herself. What could she possibly want? Having experienced life, she settled down. Let us see what you can offer me. Seeing her stance, Jiang Xingzhou felt a sense of relief. You are in the entertainment industry. I can provide you with resources.
Wait.
Yisheng raised a hand in a halting gesture. The entertainment industry is only a temporary phase for me. I shall soon be departing. You've come to a realization? Jiang Xingzhou did not disdain the entertainment circle, but it was indeed a complex world. However, given the recent turmoil surrounding the authenticity of her identity, the Yi family would no longer support her. What else could she desire if she did not seize the opportunity to establish herself firmly in that realm? Yes, I've come to a conclusion. I should focus on my studies. The entertainment industry is far too intricate for my liking. What then do you wish for? Jiang Xingzhou furrowed his brow. I wish to retake the college entrance examination. Do you have the means to assist me? Yisheng lamented her current enrollment in a film academy. Jiang Xingzhou was taken aback by her request. Such a demand was trivial for him. Where would you like to retake the exam? Yucheng? Yisheng shook her head. I plan to go to the capital. I aim to attend university there. Why return to Yucheng? If her memory served her right, after earning some money, Yisheng had purchased a home in the capital with her own funds, sufficient for her needs. You intend to move to the capital? Jiang Xingzhou questioned, puzzled. I am no longer a daughter of the Yi family. I wish to leave this place of sorrow, and I intend to pursue my studies in the capital. Is that not permissible? Upon hearing her declaration, Jiang Xingzhou found it somewhat understandable. However, he remained skeptical of her intentions regarding the capital. Are you so confident in your ability to gain admission to a university in the capital? Are your grades truly commendable? Jiang Xingzhou was entirely unaware of her academic standing. Outside of the entertainment industry, I am quite confident, Yisheng smiled. Jiang Xingzhou assessed her. I agree to your terms, but I expect you to adhere to your word. Following the annulment, do not approach my grandfather to lament your situation.
Yisheng nodded.
No problem, as long as you are reasonable, I shall be as well. Yisheng's acquiescence to the annulment raised lingering doubts in Jiang Xingzhou's mind. She perceptively inquired, should we perhaps draft an agreement now? To prevent any future claims of betrayal on your part. Jiang Xingzhou cast her a sidelong glance. No need. Should you have a change of heart, I have my methods. Oh, so now you resort to threats?
Yisheng scoffed playfully.
Rest assured, you are not to my taste, and I find you equally unappealing. Though you are handsome, you are as cold as ice. I prefer the tender, youthful charm of a boy, not someone who resembles an indifferent father figure. Little did Yisheng know. This remark would linger in Jiang Xingzhou's mind for quite some time. At that moment, however, Jiang Xingzhou was utterly bewildered by her references to tender boys and fatherly boyfriends. As long as she favored someone other than him, it suited him well, sparing them both the hassle. You may leave now. Jiang Xingzhou was on the brink of losing his composure, feeling the heat rising within him, longing for a cold shower. Yisheng's presence was proving to be a hindrance. Chapter 10. Unwilling assistance, Yisheng rose and boldly made her way to the balcony. Jiang Xingzhou frowned slightly. Use the front door.
Yisheng halted.
If I exit through the front, the surveillance cameras will capture me, and then what will you do when you threaten me with the footage? Jiang Xingzhou, disinterested, replied, do as you wish. Noticing Jiang Xingzhou's barely contained exasperation, Yisheng returned from the balcony. Actually, I could assist you. Jiang Xingzhou lifted his gaze, his eyes cold as he regarded her. Yisheng, are you determined to achieve your objectives tonight? You've forgotten what you agreed to? Yisheng recognized his misunderstanding. Jiang Xingzhou, I'm referring to your hand. I can help tend to it. What did you think I meant? Are you suggesting I should enact a scene of sacrificial love? I do not harbor any affection for you. Do not overestimate your appeal. The drug you ingested appears to be quite potent. If you trust me, I can assist you.
If you do not, then so be it.
Jiang Xingzhou observed her earnest demeanor with a hint of skepticism. What solution do you propose? Yisheng crossed her arms and returned to perch on the edge of the bed. From her vantage point, she could discern the suppressed expression on Jiang Xingzhou's face, which seemed to reveal a vulnerability that rendered him even more alluring. Undoubtedly, he was a man of exceptional quality. It was no wonder that others coveted him, even to the extent of resorting to nefarious means. Have your bodyguard fetch the hotel's first aid kit. Your injury requires attention, she advised.
Liang Wing Shosation Ye Sheng.
You would do well not to stir up trouble. Just moments ago, Chongshan had already escorted the cross-dressing individual out. Without needing Jiang Xingzhou's prompt, Chongshan brought the medical kit upstairs.
Ye Sheng tiltet herchin slightly.
Do you not trust me? At that moment, Chongshan re-entered. Welcome, Jiang Xingzhou declared, and Chongshan stepped into the room with the first aid kit in hand. Boss, this is the hotel's first aid kit. Shall I bandage your hand first and then take you to the hospital? Chongshan inquired, casting a glance at Yisheng. Why hasn't she left yet? Has the boss changed his mind? Do not bandage it just yet. You may step outside, Jiang Xingzhou instructed, seemingly indifferent to the wound on his hand. However, Yisheng was quite concerned. She was rather particular about hands. What about me? Chongshan queried, looking at Yisheng. The implication was unmistakable. Was the boss in need of assistance? Yisheng shot Chongshan a glare. I told you to leave. I can tend your boss myself. Chongshan looked to Jiang Xingzhou for guidance. Stay outside, and keep watch. Jiang Xingzhou commanded. Understood, boss. Before departing, Chongshan cast a lingering glance at Yisheng, pondering what means she had employed to sway the boss.
Ye Sheng.
Oblivious to Chongshan's thoughts, raised her chin when he looked her way. Chongshan became increasingly convinced that this girl had employed some sort of trick to win Jiang Xingzhou over. Once they were alone, Yisheng opened the medical kit. Allow me to tend to your wound. Before Jiang Xingzhou could react, she took the initiative to disinfect and apply ointment to his injury. Her movements were so adept that Jiang Xingzhou momentarily believed she was a medical professional. Yet, she was merely the pampered daughter of the Yi family, previously unaccustomed to such tasks. Possessing only a pretty face and a silver tongue that had charmed his grandfather into insisting on their engagement. You may leave now, Jiang Xingzhou said, eager to dismiss her. He surmised that her bandaging his wound was merely a means of currying favor. Since she had agreed to dissolve their engagement, there was no need for animosity to linger. Did I not mention I had a solution for you? Yisheng, having rushed over without her phone, extended her hand towards Jiang Xingzhou. Hand me your phone. Jiang Xingzhou's expression hardened. Yisheng, I have warned you not to overstep. I stated I could help you. Do you think I have ulterior motives? Eventually, Jiang Xingzhou acquiesced and handed her his phone. Yisheng proceeded to find him an animated film. This is your so-called solution? Jiang Xingzhou remarked, his expression darkening. Did this girl lack clarity? I intend for you to divert your attention. While soaking in cold water, you can watch it, Yisheng explained. Is there anything wrong with watching something that calms your desires? Her demeanor was entirely unapologetic. Jiang Xingzhou replied, you make a fair point. Perhaps you could also play the calming incantation for me? Yisheng's eyes brightened. That's a splendid idea. I shall retrieve my phone. Jiang Xingzhou's phone, currently occupied with the animation, was certainly unsuitable for playing the calming incantation again. Do you genuinely wish to fetch it? Jiang Xingzhou questioned, unsure whether she was being naive or simply playing coy. Leave quickly. I cannot guarantee I will not lose my composure. The animated film held little effect on him. Glancing at his treated hand ignited a desire to strike the headboard once more. Jiang Xingzhou's gaze fell upon Yisheng. She wore a pleated skirt that accentuated her slender, pale legs, exuding a captivating allure. To Jiang Xingzhou, this only exacerbated his frustrations, as the tension flared within him, his veins visibly pulsing.
Ye Sheng, possessing an animalistic intuition.
Sensed Jiang Xingzhou's agitation and inched closer. Their noses nearly touched. Are you not yearning for? Jiang Xingzhou closed his eyes in torment, and in that fleeting moment, Yisheng delivered a swift chop to his neck, rendering him unconscious. She caught his collapsing form and laid him gently upon the bed, then deftly pressed several acupressure points on his body. Before long, the effects of the drug diminished significantly. Yisheng, completely unaware of her actions, had merely employed a technique she had read about in ancient texts. Watching the flush fade from Jiang Xingzhou's face, she leaped off the bed and returned to her own room. Chongshan had remained oblivious to the commotion inside, stationed outside the door. Suddenly, A man appeared at the neighboring room's entrance. Zhou Peng, upon spotting Chongshan, expressed mild surprise. In the world of entertainment, it was common for individuals to hire bodyguards. He recognized Chongshan's role immediately. Zhou Peng silently lamented his misfortune. Who could have known that a significant figure occupied the adjacent room? What if he were to encounter Yi Sheng and offend her? Unbeknownst to him, Yi Sheng had already crossed that line. He knocked on her door, pushing her suitcase. Yi Sheng had just returned from next door and was slightly breathless as she opened the door for Zhou Peng. "Are you being chased by a ghost?"
He teased.
"Not at all. I merely engaged in some exercise," Yi Sheng calmly fibbed. Zhou Peng remained skeptical. The individual next door is undoubtedly a big shot, accompanied by a bodyguard. "You must avoid provoking him." Yi Sheng's eyes flickered and she smiled. "How could I? A mere faux heiress, cast out from the Yi family, dares not provoke anyone now." "Good, I'm glad you understand. Times have changed."
Ye Sheng nodded.
"Yes, you are correct. I need to freshen up. Please return to your own room. Dispose of it after use. You are surprisingly nonchalant. Aside from you, I have never met anyone else like this." Zhou Peng mused. Indeed. She retained the haughty demeanor of a privileged young lady. "I shall wake you at 6 in the morning." "At 6? Do you expect me to rise at such an early hour to earn money?"
Ye Sheng greeted dramatically.
Chapter 11. Will benevolent souls be cast into the water by me? We must hurry to the Gua family to record the program. Zhou Peng patiently explained. Yi Sheng raised an eyebrow. "I have already fallen out with the Gua family. Why would I still record a program at their house? What are they thinking? Do they not fear I might send that Guo Erqiang straight to the police station?" Upon hearing her mention Guo Erqiang, Zhou Peng frowned. "You would do well to exercise restraint and avoid conflict with him. He is your father, and any excuse will suffice. Your mother is on his side as well. Unless caught on camera, he will never admit it. Moreover, after your previous confrontation, he will undoubtedly tread carefully. For the sake of your variety show's final payment, it would be wise to endure." Yi Sheng was unconvinced that she could tolerate that scoundrel. "What is the payment for this variety show?" 500,000, Zhou Peng replied, bemused by her forgetting such a detail. "Thus, you must refrain from mischief. Can you afford the breach of contract penalty now? Even if you were to sell your clothes, bags, and jewelry to cover it, what then? Let us complete the recording of this variety show honestly, shall we?" Zhou Peng spoke earnestly. Yi Sheng pondered with furrowed brows. "You overestimate the situation. I possess no clothes, bags, or jewelry."
How can that be?
Zhou Peng recalled the expensive attire she had worn previously. Those belonged to the Yi family. Intended for the daughter of the Yi family, not for me, Yi Sheng. Zhou Peng was taken aback. "Wait. Are you implying you returned all your clothes and jewelry to the Yi family?" Yi Sheng was puzzled by his thoughts. "Do you believe I needed to return them? I was directly cast aside by my adoptive mother into a rundown village." Zhou Peng suddenly understood her implication. Is it possible that the Yi family is so miserly? Perhaps this is their punishment for me? Who instructed me to push Yi Qianqian into the water? Yi Sheng's tone contained a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Zhou Peng found it difficult to criticize the Yi family. "You indeed acted impulsively in that matter. If you had refrained from provoking Yi Qianqian and opted for a harmonious coexistence, perhaps the Yi family would not have expelled you from their home. Look at your current situation. You have suffered both a loss of reputation and resources." Yi Sheng cast a sidelong glance at him. "Just because I wish to coexist peacefully with others, does that guarantee they will reciprocate? How naive can you be?" Zhou Peng momentarily faltered. "I thought Yi Qianqian seemed quite amiable." Initially, Yi Qianqian was not particularly well received on the variety show, but in comparison to Yi Sheng, the audience began to appreciate her more. She was gentle, adept at cooking, and kind-hearted. Importantly, Yi Qianqian's beauty was modest, resembling a delicate flower, even in the entertainment industry. She posed no threat to anyone. Yi Sheng, on the other hand, was strikingly beautiful, captivating everyone's attention the moment she appeared. The female colleagues in the show harbored a degree of animosity towards her. Following the scandal regarding the true and false daughters, Yi Sheng and Yi Qianqian naturally became contrasting figures. Would a benevolent person really push me into the pool?
Ye Sheng retorted.
Are you implying that her deliberate provocation would justify such an act? Zhou Peng scratched his head, pondering that if this were the case, Yi Qianqian was quite the actress. Are you a fool? Yi Sheng scoffed at him. Is that not a possibility? Zhou Peng suddenly had a revelation. Could it be that she jumped into the water herself to frame you? This time, Yi Sheng did not deny it. Not entirely foolish. How could that be possible? She actually intended to frame you? Zhou Peng felt his worldview shatter. Yi Sheng smiled mockingly. She never explicitly stated that I pushed her. She simply allowed everyone to misconstrue the situation. She even explained that she accidentally fell into the pool herself, but who would believe that? Indeed, at that moment, no one believed Yi Sheng, especially not Ye's mother. She assumed that upon learning that Yi Qianqian was the true daughter of the Yi family and that Yi Sheng was the impostor, Yi Sheng would resort to malicious actions against the legitimate heiress. It was also partly Yi Sheng's fault for her ostentatious behavior and her lack of rapport with the other cast members.
Consequently,
everyone preferred to believe that Yi Qianqian was pushed rather than having fallen into the pool by her own accord. Zhou Peng shook his head. I never imagined Yi Qianqian to be such a cunning schemer. She seized this opportunity to successfully oust you from the Yi family. And given their current disdain for you, returning seems impossible. What will you do next? Zhou Peng was Yi Sheng's manager, intrinsically tied to her fate. Unlike the assistant who had departed to serve Yi Qianqian, the assistant was assigned by the Yi family for their daughter, but Zhou Peng was chosen by Yi Sheng herself. He had not disclosed to Yi Sheng that during her hospitalization, Ye's mother had approached him, inquiring if he would be willing to manage Yi Qianqian. Zhou Peng had some standing in the entertainment industry, having achieved early recognition. Transitioning from acting to management, his first success was with his ex-girlfriend, Li Xinyan. They were on the verge of marriage when she became involved with the director of a film she was working on, willingly becoming his mistress. This scandal resulted in the director divorcing his previous wife to marry her. Director Kai Xiaoguang wed Li Xinyan, yet he harbored disdain for Zhou Peng, the ex-boyfriend of his precious wife. As a result, Zhou Peng found himself deprived of valuable resources, unable to make any significant achievements. After several years of obscurity, he approached Yi Sheng, drawn by her beauty and potential for stardom, coupled with her connection to the Yi family. The Yi family was a prominent name in Yuqing, able to secure decent opportunities for their daughter despite not rivaling the top-tier families. Yi Sheng aspired to fame, and Zhou Peng sought to cultivate a second Li Xinyan. Their partnership was thus sealed. What else can I do? I have already been expelled from the Yi family, Yi Sheng remarked nonchalantly. I plan to give up. After all, I lack the charisma for variety shows. I'll just muddle through, hoping to avoid penalties for breach of contract. Zhou Peng frowned. That won't do. You promised me that we would ascend to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry together. Yi Sheng found his earnestness amusing. Do you genuinely believe such juvenile proclamations? If I were still a Yi family heiress, perhaps I could possess that capability, but do you think that is still the case now? My adoptive mother. Did she not approach you in private, suggesting you manage Yi Qianqian? When Yi Sheng selected Zhou Peng, the Yi family had certainly vetted him, knowing he was reliable. Hence, he was chosen. Now that Yi Qianqian was indeed the true heiress, they would approach Zhou Peng to pave the way for their biological daughter. After all, it is better to work with someone familiar. How do you know that? Zhou Peng's expression shifted. Yi Sheng patted him playfully. I was just teasing you. I didn't expect you to be so easily fooled. Zhou Peng attempted to explain, but Yi Sheng cut him off, pushing him out the door. Chapter 12. Enemies on narrow paths. All right, you should go to bed now. If I can manage to wake up tomorrow, I will. Zhou Peng wanted to say something further, but the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, nearly hitting his nose. He cursed softly at the door, only to realize that the bodyguard next door was watching him. Startled, he refrained from confrontation and hurried back to his room. The next day, Yi Sheng was roused by Zhou Peng's relentless knocking at her door. Initially, Zhou Peng had intended to call her to wake her up, only to discover that her phone was off. He had no choice but to knock at the door. This knocking not only awakened Yi Sheng but also stirred the neighboring Jiang Xingzhou from his slumber. Upon awakening, Jiang Xingzhou found himself sprawled on the bed, quickly sitting up to discover a damp patch on the sheets. Recalling the incident from the previous night when Yi Sheng had knocked him unconscious, he wore a grim expression. Jiang Xingzhou dialed Chongshan's number. Boss, are you awake? Chongshan had been stationed at the door all night, not having closed an eye. With Jiang Xingzhou finally awake, it was time for him to hand over to Chonghai. When did Yi Sheng leave last night? Chongshan replied, apologies, boss, I do not know. I thought I know. Jiang Xingzhou interrupted him. Have Chonghai prepare an outfit for me. As he spoke on the phone, he entered the bathroom, turned on the shower, and only undressed after ending the call. Meanwhile, Yi Sheng opened her door, visibly irritated. Isn't this a bit too early for you to be here? She yawned. Her hair tousled, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Yet even in this state, her beauty remained undeniable. Zhou Peng, unfazed by her scolding, suddenly recalled Yi Sheng's words. If she was not the Yi family's child, then she must belong to the Gua family, right? How could Jiang, with his droopy eyes, father such a beautiful daughter? Even Lu Aihong, in her youth, could not compare to Yi Sheng's beauty. But if Yi Sheng was not a Gua family child, who were her biological parents? What are you thinking? Yi Sheng asked, brushing her teeth while leaning against the bathroom door, noticing Zhou Peng lost in thought. I was pondering who your biological parents might be, Zhou Peng blurted out. Yi Sheng raised an eyebrow. Is that all? Forget about them. You should wonder how I ended up in the Gua family. Zhou Peng found himself contemplating deeper implications. Step outside. I need to change, Yi Sheng instructed, once again ushering him out. After finishing her morning routine, Yi Sheng squinted as she dressed in a more appropriate outfit, a pair of slightly more fashionable jeans, a knitted sweater, and a down jacket on top. This was the only down jacket she had in her suitcase. The previous day, she had only worn a coat after leaving the hospital. For a female star, such an outfit was certainly fail-safe. However, with the weather turning chilly, it was unbearable for someone recovering from a cold. It is worth noting that both she and Yi Qianqian had fallen into the pool. Yet everyone had rushed to rescue Yi Qianqian, leaving her to nearly drown and end up hospitalized. Once Yi Qianqian was saved, people clamored around her, offering warmth, ginger tea, and cold medicine. Yet when Yi Sheng was pulled out, it was as if no one cared. This was the stark difference in treatment between the true and false heiresses. The down jacket is of a lightweight variety, exuding an air of elegance without appearing bulky, adorned in a lovely shade of blue that gives it a soft, rosy appearance. Yi Sheng opted for a natural look, her hair neatly braided on either side and elegantly gathered atop her head, presenting a fresh and polished image that subtly conveys the charm of a wealthy heiress. Shouldn't you have someone do your makeup? When Yi Sheng stepped out, Zhou Peng noticed her unadorned face as well. Yet, the girl possessed remarkably fine skin, appearing almost ethereal in her bare visage. No need, she replied. After returning last night, I treated myself to a massage, and my cold has improved significantly. During the night, when she experienced a slight fever, she employed the same technique to bring it down. She had never been fond of medication, despite her former life as a doctor. Well, with such a flawless complexion, makeup would only serve to enhance your beauty, Zhou Peng remarked. You must maintain a low profile now. You can't act as you did before. He offered this advice, but Yi Sheng, growing impatient, urged him to hurry along. At that moment, the door of the adjacent room swung open. Jiang Xingzhou had changed into a crisp white shirt and a sleek black suit, radiating an aura of cool sophistication. As Yi Sheng caught his eye, he too turned to look at her. A question on his lips about the events of the previous night, but she strode past him, seemingly oblivious. The unspoken inquiry fell silent on his tongue. Quickly now. Didn't you say we were going to be late? Zhou Peng noted that a prominent figure resided in the neighboring room and followed Yi Sheng into the elevator, shielding her as she entered first. Noticing Zhou Peng lingered without pressing the button, Yi Sheng urged him again. Just then, Jiang Xingzhou and his entourage approached, and as Zhou Peng opened his mouth to speak, he saw Yi Sheng had already pressed the button to close the doors. Yet, the swift actions of the man outside ensured the elevator doors remained ajar. Boss, Chongshan prompted, allowing Jiang Xingzhou to enter first. As Jiang Xingzhou stepped inside, he cast a fleeting glance at Yi Sheng. She offered a slight smile, exuding innocence, as if she hadn't just been the one to shut the doors. Ignoring her, Jiang Xingzhou reminded her as they exited, "Don't forget your promise to me." "Rest assured, I am a woman of my word," Yi Sheng replied confidently. "I hope so," he retorted with a cold smirk before departing. Once they had left, Zhou Peng turned to Yi Sheng, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Wait, do you know him?" "Don't you?" Yi Sheng countered, unwilling to admit that she initially failed to recognize her own fiancé. "Oh, soon to be your ex-fiancé," she added. "Should I know him?" "A man of such caliber, if he were in the entertainment industry, I would certainly be aware of him. Unless, of course, he is not part of that world. He is likely my infamous fiancé."
Ye Sheng remindet Zhou Peng.
Zhou Peng stared in shock. "He is your fiancé? Are you certain? Your fiancé looks that handsome? Wearing $1 million watch? That watch is merely a part of his daily attire, hardly worth mentioning," Yi Sheng replied with a roll of her eyes. "Unfortunately, soon he will be just an ex-fiancé. So, there's no need to be excited." "Why not?" Zhou Peng protested, incredulous. "Such a handsome man. How could you let him become an ex?" But then he remembered that Yi Sheng was no longer the heiress of the Yi family. "Is it because you've severed ties with the Yi family? Is this engagement a decree from them?" Yi Sheng shook her head. "The engagement was, in fact, my decision. But my fiancé harbors no feelings for me. He was never in favor of our union. And this charade of a true heiress has revealed my true nature to his family, making the dissolution of this engagement inevitable. Isn't it only natural for them to wish to annul it? Zhou Peng sighed, recognizing the unfortunate loss. If the engagement had remained intact, even if Yi Sheng were not a Yi family heiress, she would still have a support system. Don't lament. Having a fiancé who doesn't care for you is the true burden. There are countless men in this world. Who says I can't find someone better? Yi Sheng asserted with a fierce demeanor. Zhou Peng was at a loss for words. You seem to possess an unfounded confidence, but don't forget. You are no longer a Yi family heiress. Not a Yi family heiress, but I am still Yi Sheng, she replied with serene assurance. A Yi Sheng who thrived in the underworld was not comparable to the mere daughter of a wealthy family. You remain obstinate, Zhou Peng thought, recognizing her pride. A daughter of privilege would naturally possess a sense of dignity, and even if she had lost that status, she would not easily bow down to others. Were he in her place, he would cling to the fiancé with fervor. Even if you sever ties with this fiancé, don't antagonize him, otherwise. If he were to retaliate, we would be utterly powerless.
Yi Sheng shot him a glance.
I understand. Why must you be so verbose, like a nagging mother? Zhou Peng opened his mouth in frustration, wanting to retort but fearing that they would waste time arguing. All right, I want to say another word. I'll go hail a cab. Zhou Peng stepped out to flag down a taxi, while Yi Sheng followed closely behind. Nearby, Jiang Xingzhou, accompanied by Chong Hai, was already in his vehicle, and Chongshan held the door open for him. Boss, it seems Miss Yi is attempting to hail a cab, Chongshan suddenly remarked, noticing Yi Sheng. Chong Hai shot him a glance, puzzled by his chatter. What does it matter to you if she is hailing a cab? Jiang Xingzhou glared at Chongshan, feeling that had he been more vigilant last night, he would not have allowed Yi Sheng to exploit his oversight. Chongshan lowered his head in submission. Very well. If the boss says to disregard it, we shall. He then entered the car. Fortunately, Zhou Peng managed to secure a taxi swiftly. As Yi Sheng entered the cab, she waved goodbye to Chongshan.
What are you looking at?
Jiang Xingzhou inquired, noticing Chongshan linger. Chongshan reflexively jumped into the car. Boss, I wasn't looking at anything. Jiang Xingzhou fell silent, leaning back against the seat to rest his eyes. Yi Sheng and Zhou Peng arrived at the urban village, only to find themselves caught in traffic. The congestion was due to the program crew's arrival, attracting a throng of onlookers and attention-seeking influencers. The previous night, Michelle was among them. Zhou Peng called the director, we're stuck in traffic on the way to the urban village. We may be delayed by a few minutes. Please bear with us. The director was displeased. Why is it that everyone else has arrived on time, yet Yi Sheng is late? Does she still think she is a Yi family heiress? Zhou Peng hastily clarified, no, she absolutely does not mean that. It's just that there are too many people outside. After a lengthy explanation, the director, upon hanging up, informed everyone that Yi Sheng was caught in traffic. The first to express dissatisfaction was Tang Ning, a rising star who had previously competed with Yi Sheng but could not match her beauty. What's wrong with Yi Sheng? We, as guests, have all arrived, yet the host has yet to show up. Perhaps last night as events affected her, she likely slept late and woke up late, someone suggested, recalling how they had supported Yi Sheng in her pursuit of her idol, Lu Xingchen. Indeed, we should understand her. A slight delay is no cause for concern, Yao Nan, the award-winning actress, chimed in, acting as a peacemaker. In her middle age, she had largely retreated from the spotlight, participating in this variety show merely for a bit of pocket money and life experience. Yao Nan bore no ambition, nor did she harbor ulterior motives. She treated her fellow participants equally. If an outstanding junior caught her eye, she could lend a helping hand. Of course, this was contingent upon earning her favor. Despite Yao Nan's amiable public persona, she maintained a certain distance from others, revealing a rather reclusive nature in private. Our variety show is scheduled for breakfast at 8:30. If she doesn't arrive by 8, will half an hour be enough for everyone to eat? Tang Ning remained dissatisfied. Now that Yi Sheng had fallen from grace, she reveled in the unfolding drama. Given the previous night's events, she was convinced that Yi Sheng would soon become a laughingstock. Surely she wouldn't fail to show up? Tang Ning mused, unable to conceal the glee on her face. In the program, she frequently found herself at odds with Yi Sheng, and their animosity was an open secret. Hence, there was no need for pretense, even with the live broadcast underway. It wasn't just Yi Sheng who had yet to arrive. Qian Qian seemed to be absent as well. The acclaimed actor Yu Zhou interjected, not out of favoritism, but merely stating the truth. Yu Zhou, somewhat younger than Yao Nan, had suffered disfigurement from a car accident. Although his appearance had been restored, he no longer possessed the charm he once had. Consequently, he found it challenging to secure leading roles, typically relegated to minor parts. Furthermore, the lingering effects of the accident had adversely impacted his health, resulting in fewer acting opportunities. This variety show had been a heartfelt invitation from old friends, aimed at boosting his visibility and promoting his upcoming film. Despite his role being that of a significant supporting character, the film belonged to a friend, and thus he readily acquiesced. However, he had not anticipated the cutthroat dynamics among the younger members of the cast, making him almost forget that he was there to promote a movie. Hadn't Sheng Sheng called earlier? She had encountered fans at the village entrance and was delayed but would arrive shortly. Tang Ning defended Yi Qianqian, who had initially struck her as a bumpkin. Yet, over time, their relationship had surprisingly improved. I apologize for my tardiness, Yi Qianqian announced as she entered, bowing to everyone. I heard that Sheng Sheng has yet to arrive and may not be able to prepare breakfast for everyone. I brought some food from outside. There were steamed buns, fried dough sticks, flour rolls, and soy milk, allowing everyone to pick their favorites. Surely this isn't from a street vendor? How hygienic can it be? Though Tang Ning had grown closer to Yi Qianqian, her bluntness remained unchanged. Her inquiry rendered the others momentarily hesitant to compliment Yi Qianqian. A smile faltered on Yi Qianqian's face before she reassured, Ning, there's no need for concern. I've lived here for many years and certainly know which places are both hygienic and delectable. Especially this bun. Though petite, it boasts a thin skin and ample filling, made with fresh ingredients. Every morning at 3, the owner and his wife rise to chop meat and prepare the filling. And the fried dough sticks from Uncle Zhang's breakfast shop are not pre-made but freshly fried. Their soy milk is also ground fresh. Chapter 14. Why should I apologize? While the stars participating in the variety show may have had their own thoughts, the online audience was captivated. Yi Qianqian indeed possessed both beauty and kindness. Her tardiness was surely due to bringing breakfast for everyone. Is that bun truly delicious?
I'm practically drooling.
Who wants to join me for a visit? I'm in the university town, not far away. I can head over to sample it for everyone. Those from out of town expressed a strong desire to try the unique method of dipping fried dough sticks in soy milk. The viewers began to perceive this as a culinary show, relieved by Yi Qianqian's arrival, which alleviated the tense atmosphere. This girl truly knew how to navigate social situations. Initially, there had been some apprehension about the outside breakfast, but Yi Qianqian's eloquence encouraged everyone to be adventurous. I shall try this bun, Yao Nan declared first, taking a small bun. The bun was indeed tiny, about the size of a plum, easily devoured in a single bite by a man. Or, at most 2 bites for a woman. She cautiously took a bite, pleasantly surprised by the flavor. This bun is genuinely delectable, Yao Nan praised, acknowledging that while it might not rank in her top 3, it certainly was within the top 5. Seeing Yao Nan partake, Yu Zhou also grabbed a fried dough stick to dip in soy milk. As a native of Yu City, I also appreciate this method of consumption. However, I haven't visited the urban village in years and was unaware of such culinary delights. With 2 people having shown support, Yi Qianqian felt a surge of happiness. Ning Xing Chun, you should also have some. I understand you're mindful of your figures, but skipping breakfast leaves one lethargic. At her urging, they relented. Tang Ning took a carton of milk, while Lu Xingchen peeled an egg. Yi Sheng arrived just in time, and Zhou Peng quickly extended an apology. My sincerest apologies. Everyone, Yi Sheng was delayed due to traffic. No worries, it's good that you made it, Yao Nan replied with a warm smile. Indeed, circumstances can hold you up. It's quite normal to rise late. Yu Zhou had finished his fried dough stick and enjoyed a cup of soy milk, feeling satisfied. Does Yi Sheng lack the ability to speak for herself? Why do you need to apologize on her behalf? You are quite the diligent manager, Tang Ning began to mock. Zhou Peng was about to clarify when Yi Sheng interrupted, glancing at Tang Ning with a hint of recognition. Could you please check the time? I arrived precisely when I was meant to. Am I late? Do I owe you an apology? The small shop was not particularly spacious. Everyone sat in the back courtyard, away from the outside clamor, which was rather pleasant. However, Yi Sheng's words prompted everyone to instinctively glance at their watches. Indeed, she had not arrived late at all. It was precisely 8 o'clock, and she might have even entered at 7:59. You truly underestimated her, thinking you had caught Yi Sheng out, someone mused. Yet, how could she be late? With everyone present, was she of greater stature than Yao, or on par with you? Did she expect them to wait for her? Did she not realize that as the host, she was responsible for preparing breakfast for everyone? Had she arrived earlier, she could have easily managed breakfast in half an hour. While Sheng may not have been tardy, her arrival was indeed the latest. As host, she was supposed to be at the shop preparing breakfast early in the morning, ready for everyone to enjoy upon their arrival. Yet, now, she was the last to arrive, making it seem as though she held the highest status. Tang Ning's critique of Sheng disregarded the live broadcast. This rivalry was one of the highlights, as online viewers relished watching their clashes. Before Sheng could respond, Qian stepped forward to defend her. Ning, please don't be upset. I believe Sheng Sheng did not intend to be late. She then turned to Sheng, saying, I've prepared breakfast for everyone on your behalf. You'll have to manage lunch on your own. But don't worry. I'm familiar with the nearby market and can assist you in haggling with the vendors. I truly appreciate your help, Sheng replied. Are we expected to cook for the show? She turned to Zhou Peng, who reminded her, have you forgotten? After her accident, she really has forgotten a lot. The former Sheng, a pampered heiress, never touched the household chores. But the Sheng who has lived independently for a while now is quite different. She has acquired some culinary skills. After all, she does not wish to compromise her palate, nor find another housekeeper in her way. Surely you don't intend to serve instant noodles for lunch, do you? Tang Ning seized the opportunity to taunt Sheng. How could the esteemed Miss Yi possibly cook? What if she burns her hand? We cannot afford that. Sheng cast a cool glance in her direction. Burning my hand is not your concern. Does the production team not provide us with insurance? My hands are indeed precious. No one can afford to compensate for injuries. This remark, heard by bystanders, struck a nerve. The live stream filled with critical comments directed at Sheng. Tang Ning had not anticipated Sheng's quick wit. Then perhaps it's best you don't cook today. You might end up begging me to prepare a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Tang Ning proudly lifted her chin, having specifically learned the recipe for the show. It had become her signature dish. However, cooking in a kitchen within a slum raised questions about its edibility. Your confidence is remarkable, Sheng replied, crossing her arms and smiling at Tang Ning. Tang Ning's expression shifted. What do you mean? Are you suggesting I cannot even make scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Is she not far superior to that incompetent Sheng? What I mean is, how can you be so certain that we will earn enough money to purchase the ingredients? Have you ever considered that we might not earn anything at all today?
Puffed.
Beside her, Yaonan couldn't suppress her laughter. Sheng is just too straightforward. However, given that they are in an urban village, it seems rather normal if they fail to earn anything. Would the locals be willing to spend money to watch their performance? Yaonan thought that aside from acting, she possessed no other skills. What kind of task would be announced next? Tang Ning, how can you curse me with the prospect of not making money? Truly, what an unlikable woman. The audience watched as Tang Ning's face turned pale with anger directed at Sheng, and the barrage of comments flowed in. Why do I feel that the rivalry between Sheng and Tang Ning is rather entertaining? The moment they meet, they clash. Tang Ning behaves reasonably before others. But in front of Sheng, she transforms into an embodiment of contention. Perhaps it is because Sheng is genuinely irritating? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that Tang Ning is deliberately provoking her. Sheng may not be as bad as everyone believes, right? The stars participating in the variety show are oblivious to the barrage of comments. However, the director does not wish for everyone to be harmonious. Conflicts and contradictions create intrigue. After observing their quarrel reach a crescendo, he finally decided to intervene. Chapter 15. Unveiling Qianqian's schemes. Everyone has arrived, and the time is nearly upon us.
Sheng.
Although you are not late, you have failed to complete your task. The director, having heard Sheng's protest, stepped forward to undermine her, unwilling to let her off the hook so easily. Sheng, however, remained unfazed. She turned to the director and asked, so what now? Should I still prepare breakfast for everyone? Since they have all already eaten, it would be futile. The director stroked his chin thoughtfully. Here is the plan. The breakfast that Sheng owes will be prepared by Qianqian. Thus, Sheng will owe Qianqian one. Qianqian may then request Sheng to assist with a task to repay her debt. Sheng raised an eyebrow. Realizing this was a deliberate attempt to stir discord between her and Qianqian. Whatever task Qianqian assigned her, she would undoubtedly be reluctant. Wouldn't that lead to a confrontation? The director certainly knew how to manufacture conflict. But director, didn't he ask her to buy breakfast for everyone? She did that out of her own desire to perform. What does that have to do with me? Did I even get a share of that breakfast? Sheng's words made Qianqian's expression darken. She indeed intended to showcase herself, having heard that Yi Sheng might be late, so she bought breakfast for everyone. This not only endeared her to the staff, but also garnered praise from netizens. Comparisons would undoubtedly be drawn between her and Yi Sheng, highlighting her superiority. But what about Yi Sheng? She exposed this stratagem, prompting others to question her integrity. Would netizens perceive her as overly calculating? Moreover, she indeed did not buy breakfast for Yi Sheng. That was an absolute blunder. Yi Qianqian cursed her assistant for failing to remind her of this detail.
Now,
Yi Sheng had caught her in a slip. I'm sorry, Sheng Sheng, I assumed you wouldn't be accustomed to the breakfast here. As mother said you were spoiled in the Yi household. Yi Qianqian quickly regained her composure, even apologizing to Yi Sheng with an air of sincerity. Mother said you were delicate, which is why I didn't buy any for you. What would you like? I can go out and get it for you now. Yi Sheng glanced at her. You just called me delicate, so why would you go buy it? What if you bring me something I truly can't eat? Wouldn't the netizens just come and scold me for it? I'd rather endure my hunger. Yi Sheng had not gone without food entirely during a traffic jam. She had sent Zhou Peng to buy breakfast. Yi Qianqian hesitated. How about I make you a pancake? I make them quite well. Tang Ning could no longer hold her tongue. Qianqian, you are the true daughter of the Yi family. Why are you trying to curry favor with her?
Yi Sheng.
You are merely an imposter. Stop acting like a spoiled princess. Who knows, you might not even be able to afford a meal in the future. Let alone breakfast at a fancy restaurant? Yi Sheng retorted. Tang Ning, is it? I was speaking with Yi Qianqian. What does it have to do with you? Do you have nothing better to do? Or have you been won over by her single breakfast? Upon hearing this, the other guests refrained from defending Yi Qianqian. Otherwise, wouldn't they be seen as softening up to her? My name is Tang Ning, not Tang Ning Ning. Tang Ning seethed, infuriated by Yi Sheng's words. She was on the verge of confronting Yi Sheng with her hands on her hips. You are simply ungrateful. Qianqian went out of her way to buy breakfast for everyone because she was worried about you getting stuck in traffic. How dare you criticize her for not buying you anything? Yi Sheng had no desire to bicker with someone as foolish as Tang Ning. I'm not being critical. I'm merely questioning whether her act of buying breakfast was truly for the sake of the group or merely for her own self-interest. It's worth pondering. The director has assigned me a task as if he is thrusting that title upon me. At that moment, Yi Sheng appeared to embody the very spirit of contention, leaving the others at a loss for words. Only Yao Nan chuckled. Actually, Yi Sheng has a point. If tasks are being assigned, I'll gladly assist as well. Yes. If Qianqian has a task for Yi Sheng, we can all help out. Everyone gets breakfast and benefits from Qianqian's assistance, Yu Zhou quickly echoed. Lu Xingchen, a young man, was even less likely to utter anything less than supportive. With everyone else now involved, Yi Sheng was enjoying the unfolding drama, while Tang Ning remained awkwardly silent. She had no desire to assist anyone with their tasks, but now that everyone was speaking up, refusing would surely lead to scorn. I'll help too, Tang Ning said begrudgingly. Yi Qianqian realized she had made a miscalculation. She had intended to showcase herself, not to enlist everyone's help in completing tasks. No need. I bought breakfast for everyone to share my past culinary experiences. I previously lived in this area, and I believe the food I love resides along the street in the urban village. I hope everyone can experience my life. After finishing her statement, Yi Qianqian turned her gaze to Yi Sheng. Sheng Sheng, regardless of how you perceive this situation, I want to assure you that I never intended to exploit this for personal gain. The director then stepped in at the opportune moment. Yi Sheng. Whether Yi Qianqian acted for the benefit of the group or for you, she has indeed fulfilled one of your tasks. Thus, according to the rules, you still owe her one. However, this can be amended to assisting Yi Qianqian with the task. Do you agree? The director subtly gestured to Yi Sheng, signaling her not to push her luck. Seeing everyone's eyes upon her, Yi Sheng finally smiled. Of course, I appreciate Qianqian's thoughtfulness in helping me fulfill the task. Otherwise, with my incompetence, I surely wouldn't have managed to organize breakfast for everyone in half an hour. At that moment, the barrage of comments turned delightful. I knew it. The moment Yi Sheng arrived, the atmosphere would shift. She's truly adept at stirring the pot. I adore her sass. Yi Sheng is beautiful, but her character leaves much to be desired. She is unlikable, while Qianqian genuinely means well, yet Yi Sheng perceives it as manipulation. I actually think Yi Sheng exposed Yi Qianqian's ulterior motives. Otherwise, why did Yi Qianqian suddenly look so grim? The assistant director, observing the surge in viewership, was thrilled. Indeed, where there is Yi Sheng there is drama. When she was absent earlier, the ratings had been relatively stable. With Yi Sheng agreeing to assist Yi Qianqian with her task, the incident was laid to rest. Such a provocateur as Yi Sheng momentarily subdued the atmosphere. The director then proceeded to announce the rules for today's game. We will play a game wherein each of you will draw an NPC and find yours to receive a task. Only those who fulfill their tasks shall receive the midday funds to procure the dishes of their choice. Otherwise, everyone will have to endure hunger at noon. Chapter 16. Drawing cards to find NPCs who can discern whether the drawn NPCs are benevolent or malevolent. What if they assign particularly arduous tasks to everyone? What manner of beings are NPCs? Lu Xingchen inquired softly. Who else could they be but the denizens of this urban village? Dank ninging direkte promptly. The director chuckled. Indeed. They are all from the urban village, and they possess certain distinctive traits. If you scrutinize our cards closely, you will be able to deduce their identities. This bears resemblance to a murder mystery game. You must locate the narrative characters before you can claim your respective tasks. Teachers Yao and Yu, please draw first.
Ye Dianyan.
Adept at social niceties, urged the two seniors forward. The others voiced their agreement. Yes, Teacher Yao and Teacher Yu do proceed. With such encouragement, Yao Nan and Yu Zhou felt compelled to comply. After all, they were the seniors. It would be rather pointless to decline. Yu Zhou graciously gestured for Yao Nan to go ahead. I shall not be modest then, Yao Nan replied, casually drawing a card from the director's hand. It revealed that she was the long-vanished assassin Chu Honglian, also the leader of the Honglian sect, marked by a lotus flower on her forehead. This distinctive feature seems rather apparent. Can one find the person on this street? The director nodded affirmatively. The NPCs are active within the urban village. Next, Yu Zhou drew a card. His description was even more pronounced. He was a wine immortal, with a gourd of wine at his waist, sauntering through the world. I am a wine immortal, Nanjia. Shall we search together? Very well, Yao Nan agreed, opting to avoid the squabbles among the younger participants. After they departed, Tang Ning, unreserved, drew a card for herself. She read out her content, and then encouraged Yi Qianqian to draw. Under Tang Ning's coaxing, Yi Qianqian also drew a card. Qianqian. Let us go together, Tang Ning suggested after glancing at Yi Qianqian's description, deeming it not too challenging.
Ye Dianyan instinctvevel luket towards Ye Sheng Sheng.
Shall we wait for you? Before Yi Sheng could respond, Tang Ning interjected, displeased, Qianqian, why are you waiting for her? Yi Sheng knows how to find her way. Come on. Let us hasten to fulfill our tasks. Tang Ning dragged Yi Qianqian along, who was half-heartedly resisting. Yi Sheng, you go ahead and draw, Lu Xingchen said politely. Looking at Yi Sheng did not hesitate and drew a card first, while Lu Xingchen promptly took the last one. Yi Sheng, what does your card say? Lu Xingchen asked curiously, reading her own first. My card states that 30 years ago, she was the renowned courtesan of Wangjiang Tower. Marked by an unsightly scar on her face due to jealousy, hence she concealed her identity. This mark should be quite conspicuous, right? I merely need to find the masked person with the scar. Yi Sheng remained silent, examining her own card. She was a gambler, frequently frequenting gambling dens, disguising herself as a street vendor to evade creditors, yet her gambling nature remained unchanged. Yi Sheng pondered, this seems rather difficult. What characteristics does a gambler possess? Lu Xingchen scratched his head after reviewing the card. To disguise as a street vendor while still succumbing to gambling. Does this imply that she engages in both business and gambling? Yi Sheng concurred, understanding that this individual must be both selling goods and participating in gambling on the streets. The inhabitants of this street were not affluent. What could gambling offer? Perhaps a few laborers gathering together to play landlord or engage in a game of cards.
Ye Sheng.
We. Lu Xingchen intended to suggest they join forces. He was genuinely captivated by Yi Sheng's beauty. Even without her status as the Yi family's eldest daughter, her allure remained unparalleled. Few female celebrities in the entertainment industry could rival her looks. However, Lu Xingchen's manager was fervently signaling him from off-camera. As an idol in the ascendant, he had previously indulged in pursuing Yi Sheng due to her esteemed status. Now that she had lost everything, expelled from Yi family and entangled in the mess of the Guo family, approaching her would only lead to trouble. Who could say whether Yi Sheng might use him as a stepping stone? With Yi Sheng's reputation declining, Lu Xingchen's continued proximity would yield no benefits. The manager's disapproving glare made Lu Xingchen feel awkward. Yi Sheng noticed his discomfort. This kid was still in his infancy. Why mimic someone chasing after girls? Recognizing his reluctance to defy his manager, Yi Sheng smiled. Let us search separately. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingchen quickly nodded. All right, sounds good. After agreeing, he felt a twinge of regret, wondering why he hadn't insisted a bit longer. The two parted ways, and Yi Sheng heard the manager reprimanding Lu Xingchen. What are you doing? Didn't I say not to get too close to Yi Sheng? Are you not concerned she might take advantage of you? Are you so captivated by her beauty that you've forgotten her current circumstances? You were invited to this show to solidify your popularity, not to engage in a public romance. If you continue to behave recklessly, I will have you exit the show early. Do you believe me? With the manager's admonishment, Lu Xingchen hung his head in compliance. I understand. I won't do it again. I just thought she was a girl and wanted to help her. The manager poked Lu Xingchen's forehead. Help her? How do you know she isn't feigning vulnerability in front of you? Your mind is only suited for singing and dancing. If you were to act, how would you compete with others? The manager seemed genuinely troubled for his artist. Lu Xingchen defended Yi Sheng. I don't think she seems like someone with ulterior motives. You think you can discern anything from appearances? The manager reprimanded him again. Neither of them noticed when Yi Sheng approached them. It was only the PD following them that prompted them to turn around. Upon seeing Yi Sheng, both the manager and Lu Xingchen wore awkward expressions. They had yet to commence filming, and Lu Xingchen still needed to retouch his makeup. But who could have known Yi Sheng would return? Yi Sheng, do you need to touch up your makeup too? Lu Xingchen asked instinctively. Yi Sheng shot him a glance. Yes, for makeup. In truth, she didn't require any. She had not worn any makeup that day, with skin so flawless that even the makeup artists envied her. Zhou Prung insisted she should have some, claiming that since everyone else was made up, her lack thereof would make others uncomfortable. Then you go ahead, we're done, Lu Xingchen said, pulling his manager away. There was no choice but to leave. It was too embarrassing. Yi Sheng circumvented the two and proceeded to the makeup room, where the makeup artists were already tidying up. Upon her entrance, they paused momentarily, as they had been gossiping about her. What do you think? Did Yi Sheng really knock down that old lady next door? Chapter 17. Let me spread the gossip. As soon as Yi Sheng entered, a hush fell over the room. Am I interrupting? Please continue your discussion. Noticing the silence, Yi Sheng leaned against the door frame, appearing quite intrigued. And no, not at all, the makeup artists and assistants stammered, feeling rather embarrassed. Who would discuss such matters in front of her? Do I need to tell you that? Yi Sheng observed the reddening faces of the makeup artists, clearly indicating their lack of fortitude. The makeup artist, having been in the industry for many years, had encountered all manner of scenes. They were merely gossiping. It was not as if they were disparaging Yi Sheng behind her back. Thus, she directly inquired, so, Yi Sheng, did you really knock down that old lady?
No.
When I arrived, she was already on the ground, and her grandson was crying. Yi Sheng replied candidly as she entered and took a seat.
Now.
Don't just indulge in gossip. Could you please apply some makeup for me? It doesn't have to be overly glamorous. I fear it might make others feel inadequate. The makeup artist chuckled lightly. Others are quite modest, yet you are an exception. However, with a face like yours, you certainly possess the capital to be so. She recalled Tang Ning, who had taken eternity to settle on her makeup, always dissatisfied, claiming that her eye makeup paled in comparison to Yi Sheng's, and her brows were not as well crafted. The artist often felt tempted to retort. Why don't you grow a face identical to Yi Sheng's? After all, with a visage like Yi Sheng's, any makeup artist merely embellishes it further. Unlike Tang Ning, who, while beautiful, has certain facial flaws that are quite pronounced. Unless Tang Ning finds a makeup artist to create a bespoke look for her, she will always find something to critique. Initially, the makeup artist was not keen on doing Yi Sheng's makeup, but as Yi Sheng was eager to gossip, she allowed her to sit down for a quick touch-up. Is that so? Yi Sheng raised an eyebrow. I am naturally beautiful and cannot forsake it. You mentioned witnessing an elderly woman lying on the ground. Why then do rumors circulate that you caused her demise? The makeup artist, ever the gossip enthusiast, conveniently overlooked Yi Sheng's self-admiration. Who knows? Those internet celebrities write whatever nonsense to garner attention. I am completely innocent, yet to netizens, I have become a murderer.
Yi Sheng shuruk nonchalantly.
The makeup artist genuinely believed her innocence. Earlier, while Yi Sheng was sleeping, the assistant instinctively wanted to inquire about another piece of gossip, one even more tantalizing than Yi Sheng's incident with the elderly woman. The makeup artist promptly interrupted her assistant. Xiao Duan, please wash these brushes for me. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the assistant, though still curious, obeyed and left, leaving the makeup room in silence. Judy, the most skilled artist here, had set the tone. When she forbade questions, no one dared to ask. Yet Yi Sheng appeared completely unbothered. Are you all curious about what transpired during last night's live broadcast? The others exchanged glances, their eagerness palpable. Absolutely. We are dying to know. That old beast genuinely wanted to touch my thigh. Yi Sheng unabashedly led the charge in spreading the gossip. No way. Is that true? How outrageous. Several people gasped in disbelief. Judy too found it hard to fathom. But he is your biological father. How could he possibly harm his own daughter? They were left pondering another troubling thought. If Jiang could act so brazenly towards Yi Sheng, who had just returned after a day, what might he have done to Yi Qianqian, who had lived with him for over a decade? Perhaps Yi Qianqian had already endured his vile intentions. This notion only deepened their sympathy for Yi Qianqian. Of course, it was also possible that Jiang, seeing Yi Qianqian grow up, refrained from acting against her. But upon the sudden appearance of his striking daughter, he couldn't help but extend his malevolent grasp. This matter was not something anyone would dare to verify with Yi Qianqian. They could only feign ignorance, not even daring to entertain gossip. If Yi Qianqian were still an ordinary girl, it might have been easier. But now she was the true heiress of the Yi family. Even before the family officially acknowledged her, they had already cast Yi Sheng out. One could only imagine Yi Qianqian standing within the Yi household. Such a beast would hardly care for blood ties. Yi Sheng spoke of Jiang with unmasked disdain. Thankfully, no one in the makeup room was live streaming, otherwise, the online buzz would have surged again. What will you do if you have to return to the Guo family? A young assistant expressed genuine concern for Yi Sheng. I am not bound to return to the Guo family. Yi Sheng dismissed the idea. Besides, Jiang cannot overpower me. Fortunately, you are no longer a child. If you were younger, you would be under the guardianship of a guardian. Judy also worried for Yi Sheng. Previously, they had not favored Yi Sheng. This young lady was too proud and had her own makeup team, seldom utilizing the crew's resources. Yet, miraculously, after Yi Sheng's identity was revealed, she seemed more approachable than before. Indeed, I no longer need a guardian. My household registration is not with the Guo family. The makeup artist, skilled in her craft, quickly finished Yi Sheng's makeover. Take a look, is there anything that needs adjusting? Yi Sheng gazed into the mirror. The makeup was subtle yet refined. No, it looks quite lovely. Yi Sheng's satisfaction was music to Judy's ears. After dealing with Tang Ning's incessant pickiness, Yi Sheng was indeed a breath of fresh air. After Yi Qianqian became the true heiress, she did not inherit Yi Sheng's makeup team but rather integrated into the collective, utilizing the services of the makeup artist along with everyone else. However, despite her seemingly gentle demeanor, Yi Qianqian was not as easy to deal with as she appeared. The junior assistants may not have noticed, believing her to be amiable. But only someone like Judy, with years of professional experience, could discern that Yi Qianqian, who appeared kind to everyone, harbored deeper thoughts. It is exceedingly challenging for an ordinary girl to stand out in the entertainment industry, yet she managed to do so. Let me fix your hair as well. Judy, finding Yi Sheng easy to work with, was quite accommodating. She styled Yi Sheng's hair into a half updo, with braids cascading down the sides, creating a lively and charming look. So beautiful, Yi Sheng marveled at her reflection. This face bore a striking resemblance to her previous life, perhaps even more refined. Likely due to Yi Sheng's better self-care in this life. Having lived a life of nocturnal habits, her dark circles were still visible, her skin pale as a ghost. Her hair was unkempt, lacking the smoothness others possessed. You do know how to compliment yourself. Judy admired her own handiwork. Indeed, beauty can be transformed into art in the hands of a skilled makeup artist. As Yi Sheng emerged from the makeup room, Zhou Peng was momentarily dazzled. You are truly an ethereal beauty. It is baffling how the creator could endow you with such exquisite features while rendering us so coarse. In the presence of such stunning beauty, Zhou Peng found it impossible to utter any unflattering words. Yi Sheng smiled brightly. If you can speak so well, do say a bit more. I must go fulfill my task now. By the way, has anyone found their NPC yet? Chapter 18. Yi Sheng's dubious idea. It seemed Yi Qianqian had already made some headway. Zhou Peng was also keeping a close watch on the live broadcast.
Oh.
This street is where she grew up. It's no surprise she could find her NPC so quickly. Yi Sheng, you cannot continue to chat with your manager. Hurry and go. You are the last to depart. The PD urged as they followed Yi Sheng. With no choice, Yi Sheng bid Zhou Peng farewell. Keep an eye on the situation at the police station. If the elderly lady wakes up, remember to have the official help clarify things. Yi Sheng had not forgotten about this matter. Understood, Zhou Peng signaled. Yi Sheng sauntered away. The PD, seeing her loitering, pressed on, Yi Sheng. Hurry and get to your task. Don't you want lunch? Relax, generally NPCs for these tasks are not like ordinary folks. We will undoubtedly find one as we walk from one end of the street to the other. Along the way, Yi Sheng encountered Yao Nan and Yu Zhou. The two had already located their NPCs and received their task cards. Upon seeing Yi Sheng, they greeted her warmly. Sheng Sheng, have you found her NPC yet?
Ye Sheng.
Noticing her seniors, responded politely, not yet, Teacher Yao. Teacher Yu, have you both completed your tasks? She was curious about their experiences. Teacher Yao pulled out her task card. I found mine. My task is to help Granny Wang at the village entrance sell 10 pieces of embroidery, and the payment is at her discretion. Yu Zhou also chimed in. My task is to assist the Lu family's twins at the village end with their homework, for which I'll earn 30 yuan for 2 hours. Yu Zhou's task did not seem overly difficult. Neither of your tasks sounds too challenging, Yi Sheng remarked. Yao Nan chuckled, while I find mine manageable. Teacher Yu's task is said to be particularly tricky. The twins are notorious for being mischievous and hardly ever study. Yu Zhou gave a wry smile. I have no experience with children. I am uncertain how to tutor the two of them. He felt quite apprehensive about accepting that task. Yu Zhou was not a product of a prestigious educational background. Prior to entering society, he was far from an academic prodigy. The prospect of tutoring children, even those in the first and second grades, filled him with trepidation. Yi Sheng offered an unconventional suggestion. Teacher Yu, fret not. When it comes to children, if you cannot guide them academically, surely you can engage them in play? If all else fails, why not indulge in role-playing? You are an acclaimed actor. Simply embody a character that children adore, and they will surely be compliant. Yu Zhou found merit in Yi Sheng's proposition. What character do you believe would be suitable? Yi Sheng pondered for a moment and noticed a small child, led by an adult, who was in tears before a stall of Ultraman toys. An idea sparked within her. What if you were to dress as Ultraman? I am convinced that no child can resist Ultraman's charm. The live stream was still running, and the audience in Yu Zhou's broadcast was left astounded, rapidly flooding the chat with comments. Yi Sheng, please refrain from suggesting such outlandish ideas. It seemed Yu Zhou was indeed contemplating the feasibility of donning an Ultraman costume. However, I suspect that the costume may cost more than 30 yuan. Is it just me? Or, do you think Yi Sheng's idea has some merit? If we can secure the costume, why not masquerade as Ultraman? I too longed for Ultraman to appear in my childhood dreams, to vanquish the teachers who assigned excessive homework. The production crew noted a surge in viewer engagement, their excitement palpable. This Yi Sheng certainly had a knack for stirring the pot. They would keep a close watch on her broadcast. Although she was not particularly endearing, since last night, she had garnered a notable following, drawn to her audacious demeanor. The crew was delighted. High viewership indicated the show was thriving. After careful consideration of Yi Sheng's suggestion, Yu Zhou felt it was worth pursuing. I shall inquire with the production team about obtaining an Ultraman costume. Naturally, the production team had no such costume on hand. Who would have anticipated that Yu Zhou would wish to portray Ultraman? However, a local toy store in the urban village did possess Ultraman cosplay outfits. When the owner learned that Yu Zhou wished to borrow a costume for modeling, he hesitated but ultimately agreed. But I have no money, Yu Zhou admitted, feeling quite embarrassed. The owner, taken aback by this revelation, noticed the filming crew behind Yu Zhou and realized he might be a celebrity. Yet, he could not place him until Yu Zhou introduced himself, prompting the owner to shout, "Wife, your husband has come home." Yu Zhou was taken aback, and the owner's wife burst out from inside. "What nonsense are you spouting? You are just—" Her words were cut short as she caught sight of Yu Zhou, instantly transforming her expression and exclaiming, "Husband." The owner chuckled. "Oh, woman." Yu Zhou, flustered by the unexpected attention, clarified, I would like to borrow your costume. Consider it done." The wife replied immediately. The owner, however, took a firmer stance. "No way." The wife shot him a glare. "What do you mean no? Go ahead, say that again." "I mean, the production team surely wouldn't allow us to lend out costumes without compensation. We ought to negotiate some terms, perhaps having Yu Zhou perform a task," the owner explained awkwardly, fearful that his wife might press him further. "Oh, can my husband at least say I love you to me?" "No, such demands cannot be made," the owner exclaimed before Yu Zhou could decline. The owner's outburst elicited laughter from those around, including the viewers in the live stream, who found him quite endearing. Clearing his throat, Yu Zhou attempted to regain composure, suggesting, "For the sake of your husband, perhaps we should forgo such demands. Instead, how about you perform a show?" My wife wishes to hear you sing. The owner, eager to prevent his wife from making even more outrageous requests, quickly agreed. But I cannot sing, Yu Zhou confessed. Feeling cornered. While that request was certainly less daunting than professing love, he happened to be tone-deaf. It doesn't matter. Just sing the most dazzling ethnic style. She really wants to hear you perform that song. We won't mock you, the owner insisted earnestly. The owner's wife chimed in, yes, sing the most dazzling ethnic style. And I will provide you with the complete Ultraman set. Reluctantly, Yu Zhou belted out a rendition of the most dazzling ethnic style. His off-key performance ultimately buoyed by the owner's wife leading the chorus. As a result of Yu Zhou's impromptu performance, the program's viewership surged once more. The director, monitoring the backstage metrics, could hardly contain his delight. Yi Sheng occasionally produced ideas that bore fruit. The assistant director remarked, "Weren't you the one who said you wanted her to exit early?" The director replied, "When did I ever say such a thing?" Yi Sheng, reveling in the unfolding spectacle, concluded her observation of Yu Zhou's performance before setting off in search of her gambling NPC. Yao Nan informed her that she was on the hunt for a gambler and pointed her in the right direction. Chapter 19. The most challenging task. I noticed a bustling mahjong parlor over there, she mentioned. To her surprise, even in this impoverished urban village, many individuals were up early to play mahjong. Don't they need to earn a living? It was evident that the mahjong parlor functioned as a business. Yet the proprietor apparently engaged in gambling as well, suggesting he likely balanced both pursuits along the street. Yi Sheng shared her insights with Yao Nan, who found her reasoning quite astute. You should search more thoroughly. I haven't paid much attention to the street vendors. Yao Nan was genuinely kind, and Yi Sheng thanked her before continuing her search. After meandering down half a street, she finally spotted a group of men playing cards on the ground. While they appeared to be laborers, one among them stood out, Jiang. A tree of candied haws lay beside him as he intermittently called out to potential customers while simultaneously holding cards, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His demeanor certainly matched that of a gambler. Yi Sheng did not anticipate that the NPC would be him. What sort of task would this man assign her? Jiang had indeed noticed Yi Sheng. Are you an NPC? She inquired, scrutinizing him. Jiang coolly retorted, I am not. He deliberately denied the claim. What must I do to persuade you to give me the task card? Yi Sheng had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. She was convinced that Jiang was the NPC. She was taken aback, however, that the production team would engage in such underhanded tactics. Did they not monitor the events of the previous night? If they knew Jiang was the type of beast who would exploit even his own daughter, why would they assign him as an NPC? The production team was equally perplexed. The actor originally slated to portray the gambler had encountered unforeseen circumstances, prompting Jiang to volunteer instead. Primarily, Jiang's appearance naturally resembled that of a gambler, eliminating the need for makeup. Silly girl, you've mistaken me for someone else. I am not an NPC. Jiang feigned innocence, adopting a demeanor of simplicity and honesty. The notion of an NPC denying their own identity was peculiar. Was he deliberately complicating matters for her due to some personal grudge? Yi Sheng turned her gaze toward the PD, who also appeared doubtful. They had not arranged for Jiang to deny his NPC status. Was he attempting to embellish his role or settle a personal score? The PD promptly communicated with the director. The director furrowed his brow. Jiang is undoubtedly acting with intent, forcing Yi Sheng to confirm the NPC's identity. She has 3 chances. If she misidentifies the NPC 3 times, the task will fail. Upon successful confirmation, she could forcibly activate the task card. The PD relayed the director's words to Yi Sheng. Do you confirm that the individual before you is the NPC? If you make an error, you will only have 2 opportunities left. Should you misidentify him 3 times, the task will fail, and you'll be unable to secure funding. Think carefully. While the PD's words appeared to be in her interest, they were, in truth, intended to sow doubt. Had it been anyone else, they might have hesitated. After all, Jiang had denied it. If he were not the NPC, would that not squander an opportunity? Yet Yi Sheng was resolute. She was certain that the NPC was Jiang. Jiang perfectly embodies the characteristics described on the card. He is indeed the gambling addict NPC. And Yi Sheng immediately concluded this. If you refuse to hand over the task card, I shall resort to force. Yi Sheng grasped Jiang by the collar. Such a brazen act left not only Jiang dumbfounded, but also astonished the audience, who flooded the screen with comments. Wow, Yi Sheng is indeed a fierce sister. She doesn't hesitate to confront her own father. The viewer speculated on how Yixing managed to find this NPC, questioning whether his denial was a personal vendetta. I can't help but want to see Yixing give Gua Erqiang a good beating. He clearly isn't a good person. He's not merely playing a gambler. He is one. Gua Erqiang, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and attempted to seize Yixing, only for her to deftly retrieve the task card from his pocket. Releasing her grip, Gua Erqiang stumbled back, unable to catch Yixing. However, upon reading the task card's contents, he smiled. Your task is to deliver water to the entire Furong community. Furong community, once a prosperous neighborhood within the urban village, consists of 8-story buildings. Daily, numerous residents require purified water. And each barrel weighs nearly 20 liters. Quite a feat to carry. With Yixing's petite frame, could she possibly complete this task? Upon learning the task details and recognizing that it was Yixing who sought him out, Gua Erqiang felt a surge of elation. This insolent girl had dared to kick him the previous night. How fitting that the most arduous task would fall upon her. Let her go hungry, if she fails. Gua Erqiang's unrestrained glee only fueled the audience's suspicions regarding the events of the previous night. After all, why would the father and daughter be at odds right after returning home? While it was understandable that Yixing might disdain her impoverished biological father, the father's attitude towards his child was indeed questionable. Is my task truly this challenging? Yixing suddenly recalled how actor Yu portrayed Ultraman while explaining problems to children. Realizing it might not be so unbearable after all, the audience was equally amused by her predicament. To be fair, Yixing's task was undoubtedly the most difficult. Observing her expression as if struck by lightning, one could tell she envied actor Yu immensely. Nan Jia's task appeared simpler, and Xian seemed to be the chosen one, as her task was also straightforward. Tang Ming's task was manageable, while Sheng Sheng's seemed rather unfortunate. He found himself working at a bun shop, clumsily wrapping buns amid chaos. Given Lu Xingchen's handsome visage, many customers were eager to purchase buns, albeit at the cost of being accosted by older women. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? My daughter is quite lovely. Would you like an introduction? What kind of wife are you looking for? My niece is rather attractive. In summary, Lu Xingchen was quite overwhelmed. Although his task appeared easy, it came at the price of his dignity. Yet, compared to them, Yixing's task remained the most formidable. As Yixing approached the purified water supplier, the owner eyed her with skepticism. Are you certain you can deliver water to the entire community? If I can't finish, what will happen? This is my task, she replied, glancing at the task card. The owner quickly understood but scrutinized her frame. With your small stature, if you strain your back, it won't be considered a work-related injury. I won't be liable. You reality show participants truly have no shame for fame. He nearly insinuated that Yixing was overestimating her abilities. Yixing smiled. That's fine. It won't be considered an injury here, and our production team will certainly cover it. The director interjected. Who said that? The production team won't cover it either. He had initially thought it would be entertaining to see the handsome Lu Xingchen tackle the water delivery task, yet fate had dealt the card to Yixing instead. All right. You may proceed. The owner waved dismissively, handing Yixing the ledger. The entire list of residents in Furong community was recorded, totaling 18 households requiring water. Hence, she needed to deliver 18 barrels. Is your location far from Furong community? Yixing pondered how to transport the water. Would the residents be willing to carry it themselves? Noticing her distress, the owner couldn't help but offer, Young lady, I have a tricycle. Can you operate it? Yixing's eyes lit up. I can. The owner nodded. Very well, take it. I'll load the water for you. You can drive the tricycle there. Thank you, kind sir. You are truly generous.
Yixing bonet ingratitude.
Naturally, she didn't merely stand idly by while the owner loaded the cart. She attempted to lift the water barrels herself. Upon lifting one, she realized it was indeed quite heavy, yet manageable. The audience continued to wager on her strength. I don't believe she can lift such a large barrel of water. This task is truly daunting. She must exert all her strength. I was ready to capture her reaction for a meme. However, before the discussions on the screen could conclude,
Yixing astonishingly lifted a barrel.
The first one was slow, but the subsequent ones were much easier. The owner expressed surprise. I didn't expect you, with such slender arms and legs, to actually manage this. But do be careful. If you overexert yourself, you'll be sore tomorrow. Yixing was well aware of this. Thank you, sir. She had managed to carry 5 or 6 barrels before the owner finished loading the rest. Yet, some in the live stream accused Yixing of slacking off. To be fair, given her delicate stature, lifting this many barrels was already impressive. She was a pampered young lady, unlike our female college students, who often had to carry water up to the 7th floor by themselves.
Yet.
Wasn't Yi Sheng a college student too? Yi Sheng was indifferent to the audience's opinions as she started the tricycle, causing the PD and cameraman to feel apprehensive. The directors knew that a tricycle was available, but not everyone was fortunate enough to have a boss willing to lend a vehicle. What if the owner refused? It was only because of Yi Sheng's looks that the owner showed her such kindness. Wait, Yi Sheng, can you really drive a tricycle? Do you have any prior experience? The PD was concerned about potential accidents. What, do you want to ride? Yi Sheng glanced at the PD. If he wanted a lift, she could make him carry water as payment. The PD seemed to understand her gaze. No, I don't want to ride. I just hope you will prioritize safety. If your skills are lacking, it might be better not to drive. Just think about all the people on the streets. An accident would be a disaster. Without needing further explanation, Yi Sheng comprehended his concerns. He feared she would bring trouble to the production team. Yi Sheng smiled confidently, her demeanor bold. I can fly a plane. How could I not handle a mere tricycle?
Who would believe that?
The live stream erupted in laughter. Let me tell you a joke. Yi Sheng can fly a plane. While the Yi family was indeed wealthy, it was still in Yuqing and hadn't reached the level of affording a private plane for Yi Sheng. Mind your own business. Perhaps she meant a toy plane, someone quipped. The production team shared the same skepticism. Yi Sheng drove at an alarming speed, recklessly speeding out. The PD and crew raced after her. On the way, Yi Sheng asked an elderly gentleman for directions to Furong community and headed straight there. Upon arrival, she borrowed 2 chairs and a table from the guard, and with her charm, even managed to secure a loudspeaker. College students offering free consultations. Expert pulse diagnosis. Trained by an old Chinese medicine practitioner. Dear elders, if you have nothing to do, come and give it a try. As soon as she announced her free consultation, the elderly residents out shopping couldn't resist gathering around. Young lady, did you say it's a free consultation?
No, Chark?
The first to approach was a plump woman. Her eyes sparkling with shrewdness, clearly someone accustomed to exploiting supermarket bargains. While they may not keep up with the latest entertainment shows favored by the youth, mention the availability of free eggs or discounted potatoes, and they would undoubtedly rush to seize the opportunity. Thus, even though they were unfamiliar with Yi Sheng, upon hearing her mention a free clinic, they couldn't resist coming to inquire. No charge, but I have limited slots. Only the first 20 people can get their pulse checked, Yi Sheng explained. My uncle just broke his leg and still has a cart full of water to deliver. She gestured toward the tricycle beside her. After the clinic, I still need to deliver the water door to door. What's the difficulty? Just take my pulse. And if you're accurate, I'll have my grandson assist you with the delivery, the woman replied generously. Yi Sheng's eyes lit up, though she feigned modesty. Oh. I couldn't possibly, it's nothing. Lately, I've been having trouble sleeping at night. Please check my pulse. Madam, please don't rush. Sit comfortably while I take your pulse, and we can discuss your condition simultaneously to see how accurate I am, Yi Sheng said, and the woman settled down. A curious crowd gathered around, intrigued, yet none dared to be the second to step forward. The production director and other crew members were astonished by Yi Sheng's actions. The director leaned in to whisper, You do know how to take pulses and diagnose, right? You mustn't mislead the elderly. What if they come looking for you later? Yi Sheng shot him a sidelong glance and quietly remarked, Last night was quite intense with my girlfriend, wasn't it? The director was left speechless. His expression akin to that of someone struck by lightning. Did you all catch what Yi Sheng said? Why does he look like he has just lost his last friend? I think she just hinted at something about last night being intense with his girlfriend, right? Could it be that Yi Sheng guessed correctly? Just look at his dark circles. It's either a sign of kidney deficiency or insomnia. Surely, Yi Sheng is just making a wild guess. None would openly acknowledge Yi Sheng's prowess. Instead, they believed she was resorting to unscrupulous methods to deliver water, deceiving the elderly. Moreover, no one had heard of her studying medicine, not even her own family. A classmate, chasing after the entertainment, called Yi Xiao, Does your sister have medical skills? Yi Xiao, engrossed in a game, was irked by the interruption. Which sister are you talking about? Yi Sheng, who else? The classmate responded, perplexed. You've forgotten? Yi Sheng is not my sister anymore, he retorted, oblivious to the meaning behind the inquiry. Besides, she doesn't know any medical skills. The classmate, unconvinced, insisted, Just watch the live stream. Yi Sheng is setting up to take pulses and offering free consultations, claiming to have studied under a traditional Chinese physician. Yi Xiao scoffed, Though Yi Sheng is a bit eccentric, she wouldn't stoop to deception, would she? Yet, curiosity got the better of him, and he opened his tablet to watch Yi Sheng's broadcast. Chapter 21. You may have a tumor in your brain. Upon witnessing Yi Sheng truly taking pulses for free consultations, he felt an urgent need to call her immediately to prevent her from harming anyone. Can one really diagnose so recklessly? Without a second thought, he dialed Yi Sheng's number, but it was currently in Zhou Peng's possession. Zhou Peng was anxious too, for no one was aware that Yi Sheng possessed such medical skills. He struggled to explain to the director, especially with Tang Ning's agent present, who was laughing at him. This girl you're managing has quite the audacity, using deception to have someone deliver her water. Why doesn't she just set up a stall for fortune-telling? Glancing at his phone, Zhou Peng noted the caller ID was Yi Xiao. I'll take this call,
he said.
Hello, this is Zhou Peng, Yi Sheng's manager. She is currently occupied with a task and cannot answer. When did Yi Sheng learn medicine? Is she really trying to deceive people on a variety show? Isn't she afraid of being exposed? Yi Xiao's tone was equally sharp. Zhou Peng's heart raced. Yi Xiao, are you certain she has never studied medicine? What if she has encountered an experienced traditional physician and learned something? Zhou Peng still held onto a shred of hope. No, I've never seen her study medicine, Yi Xiao flatly denied. Growing up alongside Yi Sheng, he knew her well. Then she could merely be using the medical angle as a ploy to find someone to help her with the water delivery, Zhou Peng sighed, realizing how risky Yi Sheng's tactic was. This could easily lead to public outrage. Yi Xiao, growing impatient, urged, you should promptly tell her to stop this disgraceful act. Isn't she bringing shame to our family? Zhou Peng felt that Yi Xiao's reaction was overly dramatic. You needn't worry. The essence of a variety show is to generate buzz. She might receive some criticism, but that would only amplify her visibility. Zhou Peng had come to terms with it. Just moments ago, Tang Ning's agent had also made snide remarks, possibly out of jealousy toward Yi Sheng's innovative approach. Isn't being criticized enough? Yi Xiao blurted out. Zhou Peng paused, taken aback. Was Yi Xiao actually concerned for Yi Sheng? But soon Yi Xiao added, her being criticized is one thing. But now she is dragging our family into this mockery. Listen, Yi Xiao, Yi Sheng is no longer part of your family, regardless of her antics. It doesn't reflect on you, Zhou Peng reminded him. Yi Xiao was momentarily silenced, yet people will still associate her actions with our upbringing, suggesting we failed to educate her properly. Zhou Peng, bewildered, replied, Young Master Yi, that's a concern for your parents, not for me. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. He didn't wait for Yi Xiao's response before ending the call. Meanwhile, Yi Sheng had just finished with her second patient. The first two had minor issues, but the third lady was different. Without needing to check her pulse, Yi Sheng sensed something was amiss. Madam, you seem to be quite optimistic and cheerful, don't you? Yi Sheng inquired, noticing the woman's bright demeanor. Indeed. I often dance with my friends and my grandson is in college, so I have little to worry about, she replied, sharing a camaraderie with the first woman, both of similar age. Please visit the hospital for a checkup. Regardless of the results, don't fret. Early detection leads to early treatment, Yi Sheng advised. Her words causing a pang of anxiety within the lady. The audience in the live stream also felt a wave of concern. Could it be that Yi Sheng had truly discovered something? This woman appeared quite healthy. Yet, Yi Sheng's insistence on a hospital visit raised alarms, especially with her questioning the woman's optimism. Perhaps she was simply playing coy, after all. Who at this age wouldn't have some minor ailments? The viewers remained skeptical, as did the lady herself. Young lady, you haven't even checked my pulse, yet you claim there is something wrong with my health? What exactly is the issue? Yi Sheng smiled reassuringly. Madam, there is no need to be anxious. If it can be treated, it's not a grave illness. I understand, so please tell me.
I can handle it.
The first woman chimed in. Dear girl, just tell her. If you don't, she won't take it seriously. And she won't go to the hospital. Your close friend knows you best, Yi Sheng agreed. It's quite possible that there is a tumor in your brain. A visit to the hospital will clarify things. Really? The lady's demeanor shifted, her color draining as if she might faint. The first woman steadied her. Young lady, is this a guess or do you have some basis for this claim? Could it be diabetes? Yi Sheng remained calm, encouraging the lady to sit down. The others, too, were in no rush to have their pulses checked. They were eager to see how this drama unfolded. This sister doesn't appear to be unwell, someone remarked. She does have diabetes, which I know. She eats brown rice at home. But how could she have a tumor? The lady regained her composure and nodded. That is correct. I do have diabetes. I observe that your lips are notably full. Your nose rather prominent. your brow ridge particularly pronounced, and your fingers somewhat robust, coupled with a rough texture of skin. Your appearance bears a striking resemblance to the symptoms of a growth hormone pituitary adenoma. It would be prudent for you to seek a medical examination at the hospital. The circumstances described by Yi Sheng align closely with those of Aunt Chen. Her grandchildren, both grandson and granddaughter, were watching the live stream. Initially amused to see their grandmother, they were suddenly alerted by Yi Sheng's remarks and rushed downstairs. "Grandma, we shall take you for an examination at once," exclaimed granddaughter Chen Lingling, while grandson Chen Xian added, "Grandma, please go to the hospital with Lingling. I shall join you shortly." Aunt Chen remained somewhat skeptical. "Is it truly possible that I have a tumor in my head? I feel perfectly fine, regardless of the outcome." "A checkup is advisable," Chen Xian urged. Aunt Chen turned to her old friend, who affirmed, "Indeed, let us go for an examination. I shall accompany you. If any issues arise, I shall enlist my husband to assist in delivering water for this girl in the community." The old lady remained quite generous. "No need. I shall handle it myself." Chen Xian, being an athlete with considerable strength, insisted, "You first accompany my grandmother for the examination. I will take care of the water delivery." When Chen Xian volunteered to help with the water, Yi Sheng smiled shyly. "How could I allow you to bear this burden alone? There remains a lengthy queue behind us." "It matters not. As long as what you say is true, you have saved my grandmother's life," Chen Xian responded, feeling slightly embarrassed under Yi Sheng's gaze. She was exceptionally beautiful, far from the unpleasant persona perceived during the live stream. Chapter 22. Exceeding expectations. How about this? If any issues arise from the examination, you shall deliver the water without charge. If no issues are found, we shall consider the water at 2 yuan per barrel. Yi Sheng raised her eyes, discussing this with Chen Xian. Surprised that Yi Sheng would offer compensation, Chen Xian felt a heightened sense of concern for his grandmother. "All right," he agreed.
Yi Sheng,
Pleased with his prompt acceptance, handed him the water delivery list. "You start delivering, perhaps someone else will join you shortly." With that, Chen Xian accepted the task and began assisting Yi Sheng with the water delivery. Yi Sheng recognized that the young man possessed considerable strength, likely enabling him to complete the task swiftly. The director, noting the rising engagement from Yi Sheng's segment, dispatched a small team to follow Aunt Chen and her granddaughter to the hospital, while the rest continued with the free clinic. Most attendees had minor ailments, which was manageable. "Young lady, I usually have no significant health issues, but a few days ago, while standing at work, I felt an unbearable heat in the soles of my feet. I consulted a hospital, but they found nothing amiss. My daughter-in-law had planned to take me to see an old Chinese medicine doctor. But since you are also trained in traditional Chinese medicine, could you perhaps offer some insight?" Yi Sheng invited the woman to sit down. "Do not worry. This condition is typically classified as yin deficiency heat in traditional Chinese medicine." After taking her pulse, Yi Sheng prescribed a remedy, noting that it was merely for reference. "As I am still a student, you may have reservations about my prescription. I recommend consulting an experienced practitioner for a second opinion. My advice is complimentary and solely for your consideration." Yi Sheng's prescription sparked a flurry of discussions in the live stream. "Sisters, who can decipher this prescription? Is it accurate?" One viewer remarked, "My grandfather is an old Chinese medicine doctor. I showed him the prescription, and he confirmed its accuracy. He even inquired about the prescribing doctor, wishing to meet for an academic discussion." Others speculated, "Isn't it likely that the person upstairs is a plant? What academic discussion could a young person possibly have? Clearly, this is a staged event." Contrarily, another viewer chimed in, "No, I am a student at the University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. I recorded the segment for my teacher, who remarked that the young lady possesses genuine skill, though it remains unclear from which lineage she hails." The audience's opinions were varied. The majority suspected Yi Sheng of mere theatrics, doubting her status as a Chen family heiress and questioning the means by which she gained support from the production team. One commenter, identified as Yang Chunyan, a graduate student from the university, recognized Yi Sheng's proficiency upon reviewing her diagnosis. Regardless of her training lineage, it was evident that she had a solid foundation. Upon examining her prescription and the symptoms she described, Yang Chunyan became increasingly confident in Yi Sheng's competence. "Based on her diagnosis, could you compose a prescription for me?" The instructor challenged his student. Yang Chunyan hesitated, realizing she was inviting trouble upon herself. "Teacher, must I truly write one?" The instructor, having reviewed Yi Sheng's prescription, sought to gauge his student's capabilities. With no other option, Yang Chunyan, prone to self-induced challenges, complied. "I believe Yi Sheng's prescription is already commendable. If I were to compose one, it might not surpass hers. The instructor regarded her with a raised eyebrow. What are you contemplating? Did I suggest you aim to outdo her? I merely wish for you to engage your intellect in crafting a prescription. Yang Chunyan sighed, racking her brain to create a formula. Teacher, please have a look, she said, presenting her work. The instructor scrutinized it in silence for an extended moment. Yang Chunyan, feeling anxious, ventured, Teacher, is there an issue with my prescription? There are no significant flaws. However, your formula lacks the comprehensive consideration present in hers. The instructor began to guide his student. Unbeknownst to Sheng, the woman experiencing the heat in her soles felt that Sheng had accurately assessed her condition, prompting her to summon her spouse to assist with the water delivery. There were no apparent issues, and bystanders watched with interest, while those with concerns had family members assist with water delivery. The 18 barrels of water were quickly depleted. Earlier, Sheng had announced that there were only 20 slots available. Fearing they might miss their chance, those in line began to vie for the opportunity to assist with the water delivery. Beautiful lady, I can help deliver water as well. Would you like me to send someone from my neighboring community? Ultimately, Sheng could not resist the enthusiasm of the community residents. With tears in her eyes, she consulted the boss about delivering water from the 2 neighboring communities as well. Initially, the 18 barrels would have earned her 36 yuan. However, with the additional 2 communities, her earnings soared to 100 yuan, much to her astonishment. She also accommodated an extra 10 requests, feeling compelled by the residents' eagerness to assist. Grateful that there was no further water to deliver, she noted that otherwise, the queue might have swelled to 50. My apologies, dear aunties and uncles. But I must complete my task and then proceed to buy groceries and cook. An auntie, positioned beyond the 30th spot, blurted, I shall help you cook, and in exchange, you can take my daughter-in-law's pulse to see if she can conceive. The aunt had brought her daughter-in-law along, who visibly recoiled at her mother-in-law's proclamation, her head nearly drooping to her chest. Others began to murmur. Old Lady Lu's daughter-in-law has been married for only 2 years. Yet the pressure from Old Lady Lu to conceive has been relentless. It seems her daughter-in-law is suffering under the strain. You may not be aware, but Old Lady Lu's daughter-in-law is a teacher, while her husband works night shifts. Finding time together is a challenge, making conception far from easy. I heard she even sought out folk remedies. It appeared Old Lady Lu was quite well known in the community, with many aware of the strained relationship with her daughter-in-law. The daughter-in-law seemed somewhat timid, while Old Lady Lu was overly assertive. The production team would not be able to enlist outside help for cooking. Sheng smiled as she declined Old Lady Lu's request, saying, Oh dear, while I cannot assist in cooking, I would be happy to lend a hand. Do not let my age fool you. In my youth, I was the cook in our village, sought after for every occasion. Grandma Lu hurriedly followed behind, exclaiming moreover, I have a particular knack for grocery shopping. Isn't your production team short on funds? Allow me to assist you in selecting the freshest and most affordable produce. For her grandson's sake, Grandma Lu was determined to give it her all. Sheng paused, glancing at the woman being pulled along by Grandma Lu. She was a teacher, yet she offered no resistance in front of her mother-in-law. Was this a sign of weakness or excessive filial piety? Are you interested in watching? Sheng inquired of the woman. Grandma Lu quickly nudged her daughter-in-law, insisting, Of course, you should watch. Getting your health in order is essential for carrying on our family line. Chapter 23. Who is truly unable to bear children? Madam, does your family have a throne to inherit? Sheng was unafraid to speak her mind. Her question elicited laughter from those who understood the jest. They often mocked Grandma Lu, who had no royal lineage to uphold, yet clung to her daughter-in-law. It was entirely normal for a young couple to be childless for 2 years. My family has no such issues. Our ancestors were quite illustrious. Grandma Lu earnestly began to recount her family history, as if they truly possessed a throne to inherit. Sheng couldn't help but chuckle at this. That is indeed significant. How many sons have you had? Just one precious son, Grandma Lu beamed with pride. In our day, it was imperative to have sons. Then, why didn't you consider having another?
Sheng said.
Surely, with such a noble lineage, having fewer heirs is unacceptable? The crowd quickly caught on to Sheng's playful jab, yet only Grandma Lu remained oblivious. Zhou Peng, watching the live stream, felt a pang of anxiety for Sheng. You can't just refuse to take their pulse and ramble on like this. Aren't you inviting criticism online? There were many like Grandma Lu in the world, and they would not be soft-spoken with Sheng. I did want to have children back then, but circumstances were not favorable. Our family was poor, and I gave birth to 2 daughters in succession. Grandma Lu insisted, now that conditions have improved, I expect my daughter-in-law to bear me a couple of grandsons. Yi Sheng regarded the daughter-in-law with a deep look. It seems being your son's wife will be quite the challenge. The daughter-in-law, surnamed Wu, was affectionately referred to as Teacher Wu. Upon hearing Yi Sheng's words, she glanced up at her. Grandma Lu, displeased, retorted, "Being our daughter-in-law is a privilege. I cook and do laundry every day. She has nothing to do but care for my son." Yi Sheng replied, "It seems you have your own burdens, too. Let me take your pulse first." Unexpectedly, Yi Sheng did not argue with the old lady, but turned her attention to Teacher Wu. Grandma Lu was overjoyed. "Hurry, sit down." She pushed her daughter-in-law into a seat, extending her hand to Yi Sheng. After examining both of Teacher Wu's wrists, Yi Sheng's expression turned peculiar. Grandma Lu, unable to contain herself, asked, "Young lady, my daughter-in-law isn't truly incapable of having children, is she?" Yi Sheng looked at Grandma Lu, hesitating to respond. This only heightened Grandma Lu's anxiety. Even Teacher Wu's heart raced. Could it be that she truly could not conceive? Your daughter-in-law has no significant issues. She's merely a bit fatigued and lacking in vitality. She should avoid those dubious supplements, as they can contain toxins. Even in pregnancy, they could be harmful to the fetus.
Ye Sheng sation Grandma Liu.
Whether she could decipher what dubious referred to was up to her own understanding.
So,
does this lack of vitality greatly impact her ability to conceive? Is it her health that prevents her from getting pregnant? Grandma Lu pressed. Yi Sheng replied, in her case, it doesn't affect her ability to conceive. It would just be beneficial to replenish her vitality. Once pregnant, she will need to rest well to ensure a healthy pregnancy. Then, why has she not conceived in 2 years? Grandma Lu remained skeptical. Ask your son. The inability to conceive is not solely the woman's responsibility. Someone in the crowd shouted.
Impossible.
My son has no issues. Grandma Lu shouted back. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, and the onlookers fell silent. Yet, one bold individual added. Then, why not have your son get his pulse checked? Indeed. Grandma Lu, you should bring your son. It isn't sufficient to only point fingers at your daughter-in-law. Nowadays, science matters. Men can also be the cause of infertility. As voices rose in discussion, Grandma Lu, flustered and indignant, declared, impossible. My son cannot have any problems. In front of everyone, she called her son, demanding he come downstairs for a diagnosis. Young lady, please don't leave. I need you to check my son's pulse. And I will give you 100 yuan. Yi Sheng raised an eyebrow. This was quite the incentive. I'm offering my services for free, Yi Sheng emphasized. Yes. She's a celebrity, filming a variety show live. Exceptions can't be made. You have already been given an extra opportunity, someone chimed in. It would be more effective to have your son visit a hospital for a checkup. Going to the hospital is such a hassle, dear girl. I just want you to take his pulse. My son is coming down shortly. Please don't leave. It will only take 5 minutes. Yi Sheng considered that staying an additional 5 minutes for 100 yuan was not a bad deal. She earned her money through her own efforts. The production team couldn't deny her that. The director was in the earpiece relaying to the PD, let her stay to check the old lady's son's pulse. Clearly, this topic had potential. The viewership was climbing, all sparked by Yi Sheng. Although the Yi family had explicitly requested resources be diverted to Yi Qianqian, it was evident that Yi Sheng was the one drawing attention. The PD gestured to Yi Sheng, and she reluctantly settled back down. All right then. I will wait for your son. As anticipated, within 5 minutes, Grandma Lu's son arrived. He was dressed in slippers, his hair disheveled, and clad in a cotton robe. Mom, what pulse do you want me to check? I've been so tired lately. Can't I just rest at home? He yawned, clearly irritated. Grandma Lu paid no heed to his complaints, pulling him toward Yi Sheng. Quick, let the young doctor check if you have any health issues. Upon seeing Yi Sheng, Grandma Lu's son was taken aback, then assumed his mother was joking. Are you kidding? She looks too young to take a pulse. You haven't fallen for a scam, have you? Did she get you to buy supplements? You haven't sent any money yet, have you? He appeared quite alert. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Little Lu is quite astute, however. She's here for a variety show and isn't selling supplements, someone clarified on Yi Sheng's behalf. Grandma Lu anxiously urged her son to sit down. Stop worrying. Just let her take your pulse. You don't need to concern yourself with anything else. With no choice.
Grandma US sont reluctantly complied.
Yi Sheng examined his pulse, maintaining a stoic expression. Grandma Lu was visibly more anxious about her son. Young lady, how is my son's health? Is he quite healthy? Yi Sheng inquired. What does your son do for a living? He drives a truck at the factory, Grandma Lu's son answered instinctively. You should consider a hospital checkup. Perhaps a change of job would be beneficial. While Yi Sheng refrained from stating it outright. It was undoubtedly a harsh sentence for Grandma Lu's son. What do you mean? Are you suggesting my son has health issues? Grandma Lu's expression shifted dramatically. But isn't it my daughter-in-law who is supposed to be incapable of bearing children? My son could never have a problem. Chapter 24. Lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Yi Sheng sought to soothe the elderly woman. Please, do not become agitated. I have not definitively stated that she cannot conceive. I recommend a hospital checkup for clarity based on their findings. My son cannot be infertile. It must be Teacher Wu's issue. Grandma Lu adamantly refused to listen, shaking her head. She thrust 100 yuan into Yi Sheng's hands. Please take another look. He cannot possibly have problems. Grandma Lu, it's not that I refuse to assist, but you seem disinclined to believe my words. It would be best to have a proper hospital examination, Yi Sheng replied. His condition is somewhat related to his work, as well as his pre-existing health issues. Had he sought medical attention sooner, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Despite Yi Sheng's forthright remarks, Grandma Lu remains in denial about the reality of the situation. On the contrary, those around them seem to revel in her misfortune. Grandma Lu has often disparaged her daughter-in-law, likening her to a hen that cannot lay eggs. Now, it appears that the inability to produce offspring lies with her son. Previously, her criticisms of her daughter-in-law were loud and unrelenting. But now she may find herself begging for her daughter-in-law to stay in the marriage. Witnessing Xiao Wu's reddened eyes, one cannot help but feel the immense injustice she faces. Not only the onlookers but even the viewers of the live stream seem to take delight in the unfolding drama. Regardless of whether Yi Sheng is merely putting on a show, I find myself favoring this outcome. It would be splendid if Teacher Xiao Wu were to disdain this man for his inability to conceive and subsequently divorce him. After the divorce, if she finds a new partner and quickly bears children, while Grandma Lu's son remains unwanted and alone, it would be poetic justice. The look of satisfaction on Grandma Lu's face is utterly delightful. This time, whether true or not, everyone supports Yi Sheng. Despite Grandma Lu's reluctance to take her son to the hospital, Teacher Xiao Wu stands firm. Let us go to the hospital. Her husband is still in a daze. Summoned by his mother, he is suddenly confronted with the notion that he cannot father children. Why is that the case? Simply because their intimate encounters have been brief? Is it not their misalignment in timing that has delayed conception? Dear, don't listen to this girl's nonsense. How could I possibly be infertile? Conception cannot be rushed. We are still young and we can wait a couple more years. Xiao Lu harbors a vague sense of foreboding. If he follows his wife to the hospital, the accusation of infertility will be cemented. Perhaps a checkup is in order. Teacher Xiao Wu is resolute this time. Yi Sheng is correct. Whether or not there is an issue with your health, we should get checked. Consider it a routine examination. Xiao Lu is reluctant as he undergoes annual health checks at work. If it turns out he is indeed infertile, where will his dignity stand? However, this time, Teacher Xiao will not yield. She has endured enough from her mother-in-law over the past 2 years. If you refuse to go, I will file for divorce. She states coldly. Grandma Lu is alarmed. We cannot have a divorce. Our Lu family has no history of divorce. It would be utterly disgraceful. Xiao Lu interjects. What do you mean divorce? You are passing judgment before we even have a conclusion, are you not? For the past 2 years, I have not held your infertility against you. Now that you have just learned of my supposed infertility, you wish to end our marriage? Xiao Lu feels his wife is being unreasonable. Yet, Teacher Xiao Wu has suffered too much over the past 2 years to let this slide easily. Are you feeling guilty? A checkup would be beneficial for both of us, and it would save your mother from pestering us about having children. Xiao Lu momentarily blames his mother in his heart. Had she not caused such a ruckus, none of this would have happened.
Didn't I say?
It's not a big deal if we don't have children for now. We can wait another 2 years. Xiao Lu attempts to buy time. Teacher Xiao Wu retorts with a sneer. When your mother was berating me as a hen that couldn't lay eggs and concocting remedies, you didn't say a word. Xiao Lu is momentarily silenced. His mother's insistence on having children was never directed at him. Moreover, he works night shifts, leaving little time for interaction with her. That was in the past. I will ensure she does less of that moving forward. No. What if it is indeed your issue? She might still seek out folk remedies, insisting you drink them, and who knows, you might just conceive. Teacher Xiao Wu has learned the art of sarcasm. Everyone encourages Xiao Lu to visit the hospital, while those who have long harbored grievances against Grandma Lu urge her to take her son and daughter-in-law to the hospital promptly. At that moment, Xiao Lu can only respond. Perhaps she misdiagnosed him? She is just a young girl. Do you really believe she can diagnose so accurately? However, No sooner do the words leave his mouth than Aunt Chen's grandson, Jiang, receives a call from his sister. Grandma's test results are in. It's a pituitary adenoma. And she needs surgery for removal. Once you finish up, come to the hospital with mom and dad. Jiang hadn't anticipated the results would come so swiftly. He feels immense gratitude towards Yi Sheng. Miss Yi, if you need help with water delivery this afternoon, please do not hesitate to call on me. With that, he hurriedly departs. The others exchange glances. Previously, they had harbored skepticism towards Yi Sheng, yet Aunt Chen's diagnosis of a brain tumor is undeniably compelling. The young lady possesses remarkable skills, albeit she is reluctant to dispense remedies freely. Could the young lady perhaps return for free consultation this afternoon? I would like my daughter-in-law to have her pulse checked. After giving birth, her health has suffered, and perhaps some adjustments would be beneficial. Others also urge Grandma Lu. You should hasten to take your son to the hospital, since it has been suggested it's his issue. It's likely true.
Indeed.
Grandma Lu, had you sought treatment sooner, perhaps it would have been resolved by now. Teacher Xiao Wu, take Xiao Lu for a checkup, otherwise you may never have children. Ultimately, Grandma Lu's desire for a grandchild triumphs over her affection for her son. She proactively states to her son, "Come, we are going to the hospital." This dramatic turn of events is something no one anticipated, and it has garnered Yi Sheng considerable attention. Departing the community with over 100 yuan in earnings, the residents express a hint of reluctance. Upon learning that Yi Sheng is filming a variety show, the elderly residents exclaim, "Little Yi, we will definitely watch your show in the future. Yes, we support you. These free consultations should happen more often. If not free, we are willing to pay." They return home to inquire about the name of Yi Sheng's variety show, seeking assistance from the younger generation to find it online. Yi Sheng never anticipated encountering such a peculiar character as Grandma Lu. It seems she has inadvertently shot herself in the foot. However, with Grandma Lu's antics, she has not only gained visibility but also sufficient funds, at least enough to cover her grocery expenses. Some individuals, upon learning that Yi Sheng is heading to the market, eagerly follow her, insisting on lending a hand. I will recommend a few places to you. I assure you the produce is fresh and delicious. And there is a butcher whose meat is both cheap and fresh. I'm coming too. I haven't bought my groceries for lunch yet. Chapter 25. Is the child still alive? Yi Sheng finds herself surrounded by the enthusiastic elderly women as she enters the market. Their warmth is overwhelming, resulting in her purchasing a pound of beef brisket, half a pound of beef, half a pound of lean meat, 4 tomatoes, 2 heads of oil wheat, and half a pound of chili peppers, along with various seasonings, all for a mere 156 yuan. They even leave her with 4 yuan change. Once she finishes shopping, the production director remarks, "Yi Sheng, did you forget? You must purchase according to the guests' preferences. They will order, and you need to meet their requests. Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Yi Sheng glances at the PD, suspecting it was intentional. The residents were so eager that he hadn't given her a chance to speak. The PD, undeterred, insists it's not his fault. Yet, Yi Sheng understands that it was likely the director's order to keep him silent.
Fine, Yi Sheng replies, unfazed.
She borrows a cart from one of the elderly ladies to load her groceries and heads back to the small store. At the Yi residence in the capital, old Master Yi returns home from fishing to find the housekeeper engrossed in watching a variety show on her phone.
See out, guy.
Take the fish to the kitchen and prepare it for soup at noon. Old Master Yi usually does not strictly oversee the housekeeper, and Xiao Kai is quite lively and efficient. Occasionally, she watches television during her free time, which old Master Yi never comments on. "Alright, sir." Xiao Kai immediately takes the fish, though her eyes remain glued to the screen. Currently, she is watching the scene in which Yi Sheng checks Grandma Lu's son's pulse. Old Master Yi glances over. "I cannot comprehend what you young people are so engrossed in nowadays. You may be unaware, esteemed elder, but this variety show has recently garnered quite a bit of attention. The character Yi Sheng, who initially appeared as a wealthy heiress, has transformed into an imposter, usurping the rightful place of another young lady who is, in fact, the true daughter of the Yi family. Upon discovering the truth about the genuine heiress, she callously pushed the girl into the swimming pool, nearly resulting in a tragic drowning. I had previously held a strong disdain for her, yet today, I found her somewhat endearing. Perhaps it was the director's script that assigned her the most challenging tasks, which she astutely accomplished." Xiao Kai struggled to encapsulate the essence of the situation, while old Master Yi became entranced by a small red mole at the corner of Yi Sheng's eye.
See out, guy.
What is the name of this young lady? How did she come to be the false heiress? The old man's demeanor shifted as he inquired. his eyes betraying a flicker of excitement. Her name is Yi Sheng. It seems she was mistakenly swapped at birth and has now returned to her biological parents. However, I find their treatment of her rather peculiar. Their demeanor hardly suggests that she is their own. Moreover, her father visited her room last night and nearly laid hands on her. Xiao Kai shared her insights. This hardly resembles the behavior of a biological parent, especially considering her parents bear little resemblance to her. She is strikingly beautiful, while they are rather unremarkable. Indeed, her beauty is undeniable. Old Master Yi concurred, then inquired, "Are there any photographs of her biological parents?" "There are images from the live broadcast. I will retrieve them for you." Xiao Kai was uncertain why the old man sought this information, perhaps out of mere curiosity. The appearance of Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong bore no resemblance to Yi Sheng whatsoever. This is indeed incongruous. After viewing the images, Old Master Yi also scrutinized a segment of the live broadcast from the previous night, wherein a shadow loomed beside Yi Sheng's bed, sending a chill down his spine. "This couple is undoubtedly not her biological parents," he asserted with conviction. Xiao Kai echoed the sentiment. "You are correct, but I wonder if the Yi family conducted a paternity test with their biological daughter, and whether they have subjected Yi Sheng and the Guo couple to similar testing. If so, the truth would be laid bare." Ascending the stairs, the old man unearthed two photographs. One was an old black and white image of his late wife, while the other depicted an exceptionally attractive couple. He presented it to Xiao Kai. "Do you see any resemblance between her and my wife?" His late spouse had been a beauty in her youth, a match for the old man in status, though she had passed away tragically soon after giving birth to their youngest son. For many years, he had rarely allowed anyone to see her photograph, as it was a cherished memory exclusive to him. "There is a slight resemblance, though my late wife exuded more grace," Xiao Kai sweetly replied. "Now, what of this photograph?" The old man then showed Xiao Kai the image of the handsome couple. The man was familiar to her as San Yi Luyun, though she had never encountered the beautiful woman beside him. "This is Liu Yun's wife, named Chu Qingxiu. San Yi was actually married?" This revelation was indeed a significant piece of gossip, and Xiao Kai covered her mouth in disbelief. Is this something a mere maid should be privy to? His marriage to Qingxiu had been brief. She had fallen ill and gone abroad, leaving Liu Yun unable to retain his wife. Qingxiu was a child I watched grow up, treasured by her father. She could not endure hardship, and in the entertainment industry, Liu Yun inevitably faced scandal. Their marriage quickly deteriorated due to rumors. This was a lifelong regret for old Master Yi. He had failed to care for his old friend's orphan, allowing Qingxiu to leave the country in poor health. Xiao Kai refrained from commenting on the family's private matters. The old man chose not to elaborate further, knowing that Xiao Kai would not speak indiscreetly. Instead, he ascended once more to contact his son. Yi Luyun held a prominent position in the entertainment industry, one that was now unassailable, and he lived quite freely, traveling the world when not filming. Upon receiving his father's call, Yi Luyun was somewhat taken aback. "What brings you to remember me?" he inquired, his tone rather brusque. Years prior, following his divorce from Chu Qingxiu, his father had threatened to cast him out of the family home, punishing him publicly in front of the Chu family. While Yi Luyun bore no deep-seated resentment towards his father, their relationship remained strained, often resulting in sharp exchanges. "Do you remember that year when Chu Qingxiu gave birth to a daughter, whom they declared was stillborn? We only received a box of ashes. In a family like the Ye's, such a tragedy would not have been left to outsiders unless it was a matter of deep sorrow. However, Chu Qingxiu was vehemently opposed to any contact with the Yi family regarding the child, leaving them helpless." Yi Luyun's expression grew somber as he recalled the past, his tone growing heavy. "Father, that was long ago. Did we not agree to leave it in the past? Chu Qingxiu is now abroad, living a new life. That child was simply not meant to be ours." Though Yi Luyun appeared carefree, he was not without sorrow. "Do you think it is possible that the child is still alive?" The old man's words struck like thunder. "Have you had a recent checkup at the hospital? Did you receive the report?" Yi Luyun asked his father. Old Master Yi scoffed. "I am in excellent health. I was watching that variety show. There is a young girl named Yi Sheng, who bears a resemblance to Qingxiu, and somewhat to your mother in her youth. You resemble your mother the most, which is why I indulged you so much as a child. Think carefully about who might resemble both you and Qingxiu." Old Master Yi spoke rapidly.
Ye Liu Yun Fronet.
"There are many who could resemble both of us. What are the odds?" The old man was unconvinced. "She has a red tear mole at the corner of her eye, identical to yours." Yi Luyun remained unmoved. "Have you considered that this could be a conspiracy?" He himself found this hard to believe. Their marriage and subsequent divorce had been kept tightly under wraps, with little knowledge leaking out. How could anyone have orchestrated a plot to approach them 18 years later? Was it possible that the infant from that time was truly still alive? I am leaving immediately for Yucheng, old Master Yi declared decisively. He was a man of action. Having developed suspicions, he felt compelled to seek the truth. Calm down, let us ascertain the facts before jumping to conclusions, Yi Luyun attempted to persuade his father. But the old man had already hung up. Xiao Kai, would you like to visit that variety show? Old Master Yi inquired as he descended the stairs. Xiao Kai was taken aback. You cannot be serious, sir? She was at a loss for words, realizing that the old man's fiery temperament was quite evident. However, given the details he had just revealed, it seemed that Yi Sheng, the false heiress, had intricate ties to the Yi family. In fact, she might very well be the daughter of San Yi. If that were the case, how could Yi Sheng be an impostor? She was on the brink of transforming into the coveted true heiress of a prestigious family. The Yi family of the imperial capital was not to be compared with the Yi family of Yucheng. Why not go? Old Master Yi made a phone call, and arrangements were swiftly made. After booking the tickets, he took the butler and Xiao Kai with him to the airport. With bodyguards accompanying them, there was no need to worry about safety. The butler had already coordinated with the branch office in Yucheng to arrange accommodations for old Master Yi. A car was also dispatched to pick them up from the airport. Yi Sheng remained blissfully unaware of all these developments. Upon returning to the convenience store, she encountered Lu Aihong, who was attending to the shop. Lu Aihong, who had been engaged in conversation with Yi Qianqian, suddenly became flustered upon seeing Yi Sheng. Sheng Sheng. Lu Aihong called out in a somewhat obsequious tone. Yi Sheng cast a brief glance at her, remaining silent. Sheng Sheng, are you still upset? Lu Aihong thought of the events from the previous night, her grip tightening on her apron. I am not upset, Yi Sheng stated with remarkable calmness. She truly was not angered by Guo that beast, for there was no necessity to be. Sheng Sheng, regarding last night, I have already inquired with Mother Lu, and she assured me that it was merely a misunderstanding. Father Guo enjoys his drink, and perhaps inebriated, he did not pay attention. He genuinely cares for you, and did not intend any harm. Yi Qianqian wore an expression that suggested she was acting in the interest of everyone. Yi Sheng found it rather amusing. It was perplexing how Yi Qianqian had the audacity to speak in such a manner. To you, they may seem like good people. After all, you have been living with them for over a decade. But I have only just met them. Yi Sheng had no qualms about confronting Yi Qianqian in front of the cameras. After all, isn't this what the viewers relish? She and Yi Qianqian had become a contrasting duo, and the director hoped for more clashes between them. Moreover, as for what transpired last night, I am more aware of it than you are. Yi Sheng suddenly leaned closer to Yi Qianqian. And are you certain that I am the only victim? Yi Qianqian's pupils dilated momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. Sheng Sheng, I do not understand what you are implying. If you do not understand, then so be it. Yi Sheng suddenly felt a tinge of boredom. If only Yi Qianqian were braver, she could step forward to testify against Guo, and perhaps, with the support of the Yi family, they could imprison him. Yet, it seemed Yi Qianqian had no such intentions, despite her evident fear of Guo. She loathed Lu Aihong yet pretended to adore this family. Such behavior was incomprehensible to Yi Sheng, and she had no desire to associate with Yi Qianqian. Yi Sheng bypassed her and headed toward the backyard. Yi Qianqian, unwilling to concede, pursued her. Sheng Sheng, do you dislike me?
Does it matter to you? Yi Sheng retorted.
Yi Qianqian hesitated before nodding. I hope we can become friends. Being swapped at birth was not my choice, nor was it yours. You need not harbor animosity towards me. And what about you? Yi Sheng replied with a smile. Do you like me? Do you not resent me for taking the life that was rightfully yours? And you, on my behalf, have endured much suffering. Yi Sheng's words pierced Yi Qianqian's heart deeply. Yi Qianqian's lips moved, yet no words escaped her. How could she not harbor hatred? Even after being acknowledged by the Yi family, she lived in constant trepidation. Had she not been swapped at birth, it would have been Yi Sheng who bore the pain. She was consumed with jealousy towards Yi Sheng. Yet, she could not express this outwardly. She must maintain a harmonious facade with Yi Sheng and appear as a family with the Guo family. The anguish within Yi Qianqian was something no one could fathom. She had weathered storms and wished to tear others' umbrellas apart, longing for them to share in her suffering. Yet, Yi Sheng's return to the Guo family unfolded far differently from what she had imagined. Yi Sheng was braver and more formidable. On her very first day, She nearly unveiled Jiang's true nature. Yi Sheng moved out of the Gua family that very night, which left Yi Qianqian with a clandestine resentment. How could she leave? They were Yi Sheng's biological parents. Why could Yi Sheng act without a care? You despise me, Yi Sheng discerned through the subtle shifts in Yi Qianqian's expression. Thus, there is no need for you to feign tranquility and friendliness in my presence. Yi Qianqian was momentarily taken aback by Yi Sheng's forthrightness. She had never anticipated Yi Sheng would so bluntly expose her facade. The audience in the live stream was equally astonished. What was Yi Sheng implying? Hadn't Yi Qianqian expressed a desire to be friends? Yi Sheng perceived Qianqian as someone akin to herself, yet Qianqian was gentle and kind, in stark contrast to Yi Sheng's perceived malevolence. However, many felt Yi Sheng had a point. As a student of criminal psychology, the nuances of Yi Qianqian's micro-expressions warranted further examination. Upstairs, I too believe Yi Sheng is correct. Yi Qianqian harbors resentment towards her, and her friendliness is merely a facade. Chapter 27. Completing the task? The online discourse was quite heated. Some believed Yi Sheng was audacious enough to speak the unvarnished truth. Had she not considered that Yi Qianqian was now a daughter of the Yi family? Did she not fear that by exposing Yi Qianqian's pretense, she would invite trouble upon herself? Sheng Sheng, I truly did not. Why must you always think the worst of me?
Yan pilidet, Heiress reddenin. Well,
if you like it that way, Yi Sheng replied, not wishing to elaborate further. At that moment, Tang Ning returned. Upon witnessing the scene, she instinctively assumed Yi Sheng had bullied Yi Qianqian. Tang Ning stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Yi Qianqian. Yi Sheng, what are you doing? Are you bullying Qianqian again? The indiscriminate accusation left the viewers feeling embarrassed on her behalf. Yi Sheng found it utterly exasperating. Could you possibly think a bit more critically? Ning, please do not misunderstand. Sheng Sheng has not bullied me. Yi Qianqian interjected to defend Yi Sheng. It was primarily for the sake of the live stream. If she did not speak up, she would surely be criticized online. If she has not bullied you, why are you crying? Tang Ning, disinclined to view Yi Sheng favorably, naturally held a preconceived notion. Qianqian, do not defend her. Everyone knows Yi Sheng has a terrible temper. She had just chastised her for being foolish. The viewers in the live stream chimed in. Honestly, I too want to chastise Tang Ning for lacking common sense. Nonsense. Without discerning the situation, she accuses Yi Sheng of bullying. What kind of good person is Tang Ning? Tang Ning always seeks to provoke. It truly is not Sheng Sheng's fault. It is my own. Yi Qianqian attempted to restrain Tang Ning, wishing to quell the matter. She did not want Yi Sheng to escalate the situation or pursue it further. Qianqian, I see you are simply too kind. By indulging her, she will only become increasingly brazen in bullying you. Yi Qianqian's fingers tightened. Ning, please stop. Qianqian? Tang Ning found it hard to believe. She was merely trying to assist Yi Qianqian. Why was Yi Qianqian speaking to her in such a tone? I am doing this for your own good. If you do not appreciate it, that is one thing. Tang Ning was now upset. Even though Yi Qianqian was a little princess, she did not wish to pamper her. Ning, I apologize. My tone was inappropriate just now. I simply do not wish for you to have a conflict with Sheng Sheng on my account. Tang Ning fell silent, genuinely feeling a bit upset. Have you all completed your tasks? The esteemed Yu actor returned. Yu Zhou, clutching the 2 hours worth of tutoring fees he had earned, returned with a beaming expression. I have completed it. Yi Qianqian's demeanor shifted instantly upon seeing the Yu actor. Teacher Yu, have you also finished your task? Yi Qianqian's task was simple. The budget was modest, merely 20 yuan. Indeed, I received 50 yuan. Yu Zhou was quite pleased. His task had been successfully accomplished. Although the fee was not substantial, he had ingeniously completed what appeared to be an impossible task. The two children, who usually displayed defiance in front of others, were remarkably obedient before the Ultraman. While the quality of their assignment was not high, both children were compliant. The Yu actor recognized the utility of the Ultraman costume and decided to retain it for future opportunities. This would become his trophy. After hearing Yu Zhou describe how he accomplished his task, Yi Qianqian was somewhat astonished. The concept of cosplaying as Ultraman had actually originated from Yi Sheng. By the way, Yi Sheng, I must thank you. Yu Zhou turned to Yi Sheng. No need for formality. Yi Sheng waved her hand. Was your task particularly difficult? I heard it involved delivering water to residents of a community. If you did not complete it, I could lend a hand. I have maintained my fitness over the years, so delivering water should be manageable. Yi Sheng smiled. Thank you, Teacher Yu, but I have already completed my task. Tang Ning listened in silence, her expression growing increasingly grim. Although she and Yi Qianqian had long since found their respective NPCs, her task remained unfulfilled. Her assignment was to change a baby doll's diaper. But she had abandoned it midway. The child in that household was far too filthy. He had even soiled the diaper. How could she possibly keep a diaper that had been soiled? Tang Ning had unceremoniously discarded it, resulting in her being expelled, without any remuneration.
Now.
Upon hearing that Yi Sheng had completed her task, Tang Ning's frustration boiled over. Ning, it's alright. I can share half of my earnings with you. Came Yi Qianqian's voice. Tang Ning thought to herself, you're only offering 20 yuan. How much could that possibly amount to? Those who had not earned any money were deprived of the opportunity to place orders. This meant that she would not be able to give Yi Sheng a hard time during lunch today, which was the true source of her discontent. Furthermore, without any money for food, she would have to assist Yi Sheng in the kitchen, a thought that was more unbearable than death itself. In a generous spirit, Yu Yingdi interjected, no worries, I have 50 yuan. We can order 2 dishes, can't we? Let us eat together. Thank you, Teacher Yu, Tang Ning replied, her smile resembling more of a grimace than a genuine expression of joy. Soon after, Yao Nan and Lu Xingchen returned. Lu Xingchen, have you completed your task? Tang Ning's eyes lit up, hoping someone else had also failed to fulfill their assignment. Lu Xingchen, fulfilling her wish, wore a woeful expression. Though I found the correct NPC, I did not complete the task and did not receive any funding. I suppose I'll just have to go hungry today. Even if a guest does not receive funding, they can still eat. You need not starve, Yi Qianqian comforted him. Yet Lu Xingchen still wore a face more sorrowful than a cry. He had thought himself quite capable, only to discover that he had been outperformed by those elderly ladies in a square dance. Teacher Yao, have you completed your task? Tang Ning turned her gaze to another individual. Yao Nan nodded. I helped the elderly lady sell her goods, as I found her creations quite admirable. Even if I sell nothing today, I intend to buy everything myself. Fortunately, luck was on my side, and I sold more than 10 items. The elderly lady gave me 20 yuan, of which I only took 10. Why did you only take 10? Tang Ning's voice raised slightly, clearly displeased with Teacher Yao. She hadn't received any payment, while Teacher Yao had pocketed 20 yuan and returned 10. Did she think that was too much? The elderly lady has it tough. Yao Nan sighed. If it weren't for the stipulation that guests must also receive funding to complete their tasks, I wouldn't want a single cent from her. Teacher Yao, you are truly kind-hearted, Yi Qianqian praised, her attitude contrasting sharply with Tang Ning's. I am not kind. I simply cannot bear to see such an elderly lady toil so hard. She earns so little. Perhaps only enough to make ends meet after deducting expenses for rice and oil. Though retired, Teacher Yao still retained a strong public presence. She intended to assist in selling goods again in the afternoon. Once everyone had returned, Yi Sheng announced, I have already purchased some of the ingredients.
Ye Sheng.
How could you take it upon yourself to buy the ingredients? We haven't even placed our orders yet. Tang Ning was the first to express her discontent.
Yi Sheng shot her a glance.
I was unaware that guests were supposed to place orders beforehand. The ingredients are already bought. Let us make do with what we have. However, Tang Ning had not anticipated Yi Sheng's brazen attitude. The production team had long since informed them of the ordering process. How could she be the only one oblivious to it? Do you have any objections? Weren't you the one who had no chance to order?
Ye Sheng retorted,
refusing to indulge Tang Ning. I just heard you didn't complete your task and earn not a single penny. Are you going to help me out later? Tang Ning felt her temper rising. She had come as a guest, yet now she was expected to assist Yi Sheng in cooking. Was that not a trap? I, too, did not complete my task. Does that mean I must also labor to obtain food? Lu Xingchen chimed in, aligning himself with Tang Ning. Logically speaking, yes, replied Yu Yingdi, who had not thought much of it, stating the truth plainly. This only heightened Tang Ning's displeasure. She felt as though everyone was siding with Yi Sheng. Fine. I will assist Yi Sheng, Lu Xingchen said, gleefully oblivious to his manager's prior admonitions. What I mean is I bought quite a bit of food. When you all place your orders, could you please choose from what I have bought? Otherwise, if the funding runs short, wouldn't that waste the food we purchased? Yi Sheng affirmed, I hope everyone will order based on the ingredients available. She laid out the food before them. If there are any dietary restrictions, it's best to write them down. Yi Sheng pulled out a small notebook she had borrowed. Yao Nan glanced at the spread and remarked, You've bought quite a lot, including beef. Sheng Sheng, you must have made a good amount of money. Yi Sheng explained, I exceeded my task, so I had enough money to purchase the ingredients. Not only that, but she still had a few yuan left in her possession. Then let us give you our money to distribute, Yao Nan suggested, surprised at Yi Sheng's prowess. She had earned over 100 yuan by herself, while the rest combined barely matched her sum. Why should we contribute? Didn't Yi Sheng handle the ingredients herself? Are we not allowed to order anything beyond what you've already purchased? Dunk Ning protested vehemently. Initially, everyone had thought Yi Sheng would struggle to even complete her task, and they planned to pool their funds to buy fewer ingredients, making do with what they had. Yet now, seeing the lavish spread, both meat and vegetables, with 2 types of beef, Tang Ning felt her envy surge. Tang Ning, you have no money and can't place orders, so just be quiet, Yi Sheng shot back, rolling her eyes at her. If you keep it up, you might not even get a chance to help out. You won't have anything to eat. Yi Sheng scrutinized Tang Ning. I've noticed you seem to have gained a bit of weight recently. Aren't female entertainers supposed to be conscious of their weight? Don't let the fact that you're recording a variety show lead you to neglect your figure. Otherwise, when you have a role to play, you'll have to work hard to lose weight, and that would be dreadful. What is it to you? Tang Ning snapped back. Yi Sheng, with a mischievous smile, replied, I'm just kindly reminding you. Why else would I show such concern? Yao Nan disregarded the squabble between the 2 girls. To her, it seemed that Tang Ning and Yi Sheng were merely engaging in playful banter, neither harboring any malicious intent. A little personality clash was harmless. After all, a variety show thrived on such lively exchanges. Sheng Sheng, I'm giving you my money now. Let me order a dish first. How about tomato braised beef brisket?
Can you make that?
Of course, no problem, Yi Sheng responded, giving an okay gesture. Yi Sheng, aren't you the one who has never lifted a finger at home? How can you guarantee that what you make will be edible? Tang Ning expressed her skepticism. If what I make isn't edible, you'll be there to help, right? Didn't you claim to have learned to cook in preparation for this show? You should be able to handle it decently, Yi Sheng countered, her gaze fixed on Tang Ning. Tang Ning felt caught off guard, realizing she had underestimated Yi Sheng's audacity. She had boasted online about learning to cook specifically for this program, but all she had truly mastered was tomato scrambled eggs. If Yi Sheng asked her for assistance, would her lack of skill be exposed? It's all right, Ning Ning, I'll help you out. Yi Qianqian seemed to sense Tang Ning's unease and reassured her. Tang Ning, who had been angry moments ago, now felt her ire dissipating slightly. You're just looking to assist Yi Sheng, aren't you? She always believed Yi Qianqian was trying to curry favor with Yi Sheng, despite being the true heiress. Yi Sheng was merely an imposter taking her place. What was there to gain by flattering her? Shouldn't she aim to reclaim her rightful position and put Yi Sheng in her place? Yi Sheng had effectively stolen her resources. It was akin to robbing Yi Qianqian of her life. Did Yi Qianqian truly hold no resentment towards Yi Sheng? I'm helping you.
2.
Are you jealous?
Ye Yan laughed.
Tang Ning shot back. Who's jealous? I just think you're being foolish. This thought, however, was not voiced aloud. After all, they were still live streaming. She wouldn't be foolish enough to sabotage her own image. Currently, with Yi Qianqian's rising popularity and the Yi family backing her, Tang Ning felt it was best not to provoke her. Then can I order 2 dishes? Yu Yingdi asked with a smile. He has an income of 50 yuan, which places him second in the rankings. You may order 3 dishes, Yi Sheng said with a pleasant demeanor. All right, then I shall have a stir-fried beef with celery, a dish of shredded potatoes with green peppers, and a tomato scrambled egg. Yu Zhou showed no signs of embarrassment. The ingredients had already been procured by Yi Sheng. You all should eat sparingly at noon, as there is another meal to consider in the evening. Just as they were concluding their conversation, the director unexpectedly made his entrance. Yi Sheng was taken aback. Director, is there no budget for dinner tonight? You can't simply seize our resources without compensation, can you? With such a large production team, surely some funding must be allocated? No funding will be provided, the director responded with resolute finality. Moreover, there will be 2 special guests in the evening, who will also place their own orders. You must work together to meet the demands of the special guests. The sudden addition of special guests was an unforeseen development for everyone. We have only a little over 60 yuan left. Is that sufficient? Lu Xingchen inquired, glancing at the money in Yi Sheng's hand. If it's insufficient, you'll have to find a way to earn more this afternoon, as no tasks will be issued. As per the usual rules, those who fail to earn money in the afternoon must contribute by cooking in the evening. Of course, Yi Sheng would still be the head chef for dinner, as the director made a point of specifying. Yi Sheng remarked, I wish to withdraw from the program. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Prung, standing just outside the frame, was gesturing frantically at her. You mustn't utter anything about leaving the production. Think of the penalty fees. Yi Sheng was acutely aware that the penalty fee was beyond her means. The Yi family had reclaimed all the financial support they had provided, and she truly had very little money of her own. As the daughter of the Yi family, she had never had to worry about sustenance, so the thought of saving money had never crossed her mind. She had only purchased a house to escape her family's control, using her own earnings to do so. Chapter 29. Surprising culinary skills. Yi Sheng, since everyone has placed their orders, you can commence cooking now, the director reminded her. It's already 11:30. If you don't start cooking soon, everyone will go hungry at noon. What choice did Yi Sheng have? She took out the cookbook she had purchased at the market for 3 yuan. I'll first look for the recipe for braised beef with tomatoes. Tang Ning couldn't help but chuckle from the side. You're really scrambling at the last minute, and you even spent money on a cookbook. If you lack the talent for cooking, having a recipe won't make a difference. Can you actually produce these dishes? Yi Sheng smiled cheerfully at her. But you and Lu Xingqian are here to assist, right? If I can't manage, you can step in to save the day. Tang Ning was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to be dragged into this. It was Yi Qianqian who spoke up from the side. It's all right, Ning Ning. I'll help you both. I've been cooking for myself since I was very young. As long as you don't mind, I'm happy to assist. We certainly won't mind. Tang Ning accepted Yi Qianqian's offer, momentarily forgetting their earlier discord. It's just that it pains me to see you, such a young girl, having to cook. Unlike some people who take advantage of their status and enjoy a life of luxury in your home, Tang Ning said, her gaze pointedly directed at Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng feigned ignorance, pretending not to hear. Yi Qianqian forced a smile. It's not too arduous, really. It's just that when I was younger, my father Gua and my mother Lu were often busy, and after my brother was born, I had to learn to cook for myself. Yi Sheng's mother, who was watching the live broadcast, felt a pang of sorrow upon hearing her daughter's past experiences and phoned Yi Sheng's father. Darling, let us buy another house for Qianqian. Her past life has been too difficult. She only returned home at 18, and soon she'll need to marry. Let us provide her with some financial security. It would be a form of compensation for her. Yi Sheng's father dismissed it as a trivial matter. Didn't you already prepare a house for Yi Sheng in the capital? Just transfer the ownership to Qianqian. It was originally intended as a coming-of-age gift for our daughter. Giving it to Qianqian now is only natural. Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng's mother agreed. All right. Then let us give it to Qianqian. This appeal for sympathy quickly secured Qianqian a property worth 8 million in the capital. She even garnered a wave of sympathy online. It must be said that this error in identification truly caused Qianqian a great deal of suffering. Yi Sheng had indeed benefited from the situation. Yet she still harbored a negative attitude toward Qianqian, showing no gratitude. It was heart-wrenching to see Qianqian, such a young girl, burdened with so much household work and taking care of her brother. Yi Sheng remained oblivious to the fact that with every sympathetic comment made about Yi Qianqian, someone would scold her in return. She didn't care. Following the recipe, she prepared the dishes while instructing Lu Xingqian and Tang Ning to assist her. Though Tang Ning was somewhat reluctant, with Yi Qianqian encouraging her, she found herself less resistant. Initially, Yi Qianqian believed Yi Sheng would struggle and intended to help with the cooking. However, she was taken aback when Yi Sheng, following the recipe, managed to produce dish after dish. Viewers of the live stream were astonished at how well she was doing. Is this really someone who has never cooked before? Why can't I do that? This only served to confirm Yi Sheng's talent in cooking. She was undoubtedly a member of the Gua family. What is the name of that cookbook? It's so impressive, I want to buy one too. To be honest, those without talent often burn every dish they attempt. Yet Yi Sheng managed to prepare an entire table of food without a single misstep. It was indeed still early but not too late, as renowned actors Yu and Yao came to help serve the dishes. Upon catching a whiff of the aromas wafting from the food, they too were pleasantly surprised. Yao was the first to compliment. I never expected that Sheng Sheng could create something so visually appealing and flavorful just by following the recipe. It seems Yi Sheng possesses a natural talent for cooking. You also gave a thumbs up in approval. You should all give it a try, Yi Sheng encouraged them. Tang Ning scoffed from the side. Perhaps it only looks good. It might taste terrible. I'd be worried about needing to go to the hospital after just one bite. Hadn't that old lady from next door ended up in the hospital? Tang Ning had a tendency to speak without a filter. If you're worried about poison, then starve, Yi Sheng replied, not inclined to indulge her. Yi Qianqian interjected, I think Sheng Sheng's cooking looks quite good. Nink nink. Don't be too hard on your stomach. Tang Ning wasn't truly unwilling to eat. She waited until everyone else had taken a bite and no one had collapsed before she timidly sampled the dishes. Upon tasting the beef brisket, she was pleasantly surprised by the flavor. The others were equally astonished by Yi Sheng's culinary skills. If I hadn't known you never cooked before, I would genuinely think this was the work of a professional chef, Yao praised, giving Yi Sheng a thumbs up. Yu Zhou added, indeed. Not only does this food look good, but it tastes great as well. What an eye-opener. He considered himself capable of cooking simple meals, but he was certain that he could never match Yi Sheng's culinary prowess. Yi Qianqian believed that the two established actors were merely giving Yi Sheng face by saying so. She tasted a dish for herself and was taken aback. Sheng Sheng, you haven't secretly enrolled in a cooking class, have you? This level of skill is certainly not what one would expect from the daughter of the Yi family. Tang Ming found herself at a loss for words. Could it be that Yi Sheng truly possessed a gift for cooking? Yi Sheng, having spent 2 exhausting hours in the kitchen, was now famished. As long as you haven't been poisoned, I suppose this newfound talent of mine was only discovered today, thanks to everyone's help. Lu Xingqian showered her with praise, making the agent watching from behind the camera wish he could seal his lips shut. Back at the Yi household, Yi Sheng's mother was incredulous. Could it be that Yi Sheng had someone else prepare the food for her? Does this variety show have a script? She never cooks at home. How could she possibly be this good? At home, it was just her and her youngest son. Yi Xiao, growing impatient with the conversation, remarked. Perhaps she truly does have a talent for cooking. So what if she can cook well? We have our own chefs. And she has never had the opportunity to showcase her skills. Mother, I think you should stop fixating on Yi Sheng. She is no longer your daughter. And the mix-up was not something she could control. In fact, she is a victim in this situation. Is it really the same? Yi Sheng's mother disagreed with her son's perspective. She came to our family for a life of luxury, but what about Qianqian? Haven't you heard how much she has suffered in the Guo family? Yi Xiao was at a loss for words. What can be done? Aren't you currently trying to make amends for Yi Qianqian? You are buying her houses and cars. What more is required? Moreover, Yi Sheng has taken nothing from the Yi family. Yi mother expressed her dissatisfaction. Though she hasn't taken anything, she has already enjoyed 18 years of privilege. How pitiful your sister is. How much can we truly compensate for her? The wounds she suffered in her childhood will take a lifetime to heal. Ye Shao sikhet, alricht. He did not wish to engage in further discourse with his mother. Arguing seemed futile. After all, it was the parents who would decide the extent of any restitution. Chapter 30. Granny Huang awakes. You harbor such resentment over the incident of the mistaken identity, yet why do you not hold anyone accountable? When the child was switched, did you report it to the authorities? Suddenly, Yi Xiao recalled that the Yi family had only reclaimed the child, leaving the matter of the switch unresolved. Qianqian, being kind-hearted, believed it was most likely a mistake made by the hospital and did not wish to pursue the matter further, acknowledging the difficulties faced by the medical staff. Yi mother sighed when this topic arose. Given the passage of time, it was indeed difficult to investigate. Yet, Yi Xiao felt that accountability should still be sought. If no one were held responsible, would a similar situation not arise again? After dinner, Lu Xingqian volunteered to wash the dishes, much to Yi Sheng's delight. This, however, sparked discontent among netizens. They accused Yi Sheng of exploiting her beauty, leading Lu Xingqian astray. Lu Henins is truly naive. No one else volunteered to wash the dishes. Yet he was so eager. They complained. Yi Sheng, as the host, should not have made her guests wash the dishes. It was suggested that there was nothing wrong with a young man washing dishes. It simply indicated that Sheng Sheng had been well raised. The manager, observing the discontent of the live stream audience, could only console the fans under a pseudonym. When Yu Zhou saw Lu Xingqian taking the initiative to help, he also offered to assist in the kitchen. Originally, Yao Yingho intended to join him, but Yu Zhou stopped her. Teacher Yao, such menial tasks are best suited for us gentlemen. You should take a moment to rest. Yao Yingho complied without protest. As they engaged in casual conversation, Tang Ning suddenly asked, Yi Sheng, did you really push Granny Huang down? I said it wasn't me, but you don't believe it. Perhaps we should defer to the official report. At that moment, coincidentally, Zhou Peng's phone rang with a call from the police station. What? Granny Huang has awakened and wishes to express her gratitude to us? He paused. Please hold on. I will let Yi Sheng take the call. We need to discuss with the production team about visiting the hospital. With the director's approval, Zhou Peng handed the phone to Yi Sheng. Please take this call. It's Officer Jiang from the police station. Granny Huang wishes to thank you personally. Zhou Peng's explanation was broadcasted live. Was this a part of the show? Or had the police genuinely called? Did this mean we had misunderstood Yi Sheng? If so, I owe her an apology, but if this was all an act, Yi Sheng would be forever tarnished. The official announcement had yet to be released. Everything hinged on that. Yi Sheng answered the phone. Hello, this is Yi Sheng. The officer's tone was cordial. Hello, Yi Sheng, I am Officer Jiang from the police station. Granny Huang has awakened and wishes to thank you in person. At the director's request, Yi Sheng switched to speakerphone. It was a minor effort, no need for thanks. How is Granny Huang's health? A patient recovering from a stroke typically faces no major issues with timely intervention, and Yi Sheng's emergency measures had been commendable. You deserve the thanks, the officer replied, holding the phone for Granny Huang to speak. Young lady, I am so grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I would no longer be alive. What troubles me most is my granddaughter, Shuang. If I were to pass, what would become of her? Granny Huang expressed her heartfelt gratitude, leaving Yi Sheng feeling rather bashful. Please do not worry. Focus on your recovery, and take care of yourself, Yi Sheng reassured the elderly woman. You should rest well, and avoid speaking too much. Perhaps the hospital had advised against Granny Huang speaking for too long, as the officer swiftly took back the phone. The police will issue a statement as per your request. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Yi. Yi Sheng replied that it was no trouble, as long as they released the announcement, everything would be manageable. May I visit Granny Huang at the hospital? She inquired. Officer Jiang confirmed she could, and they ended the call. Shortly after, Officer Jiang quickly arranged for the platform to publish a commendation for Yi Sheng and Zhou Peng, clarifying the incident regarding Granny Huang's fainting. Initially, the internet had overwhelmingly blamed Yi Sheng for pushing Granny Huang, subjecting her to a barrage of insults. Even in her live stream, many viewers were mercilessly condemning her.
Now,
the tide had turned, and netizens were issuing apologies. Some, who had been unwittingly hired to disparage her, were left bewildered. With the official clarification, how could they continue their tirades? The number of those who had backtracked was overwhelming, and the hired commenters had vanished without a trace. In truth, they owed Yi Sheng an apology, realizing that Granny Huang had been raising her granddaughter alone, which was no small feat if she had passed. Her granddaughter would have had to go to an orphanage. We misjudged Yi Sheng, I apologize. No one expected that Yi Sheng could possess such kindness. However, some remained obstinate in their disdain for her and refused to apologize. But who would care? Yi Sheng herself didn't even watch her own live stream. Tang Ning had not anticipated that her question would provide Yi Sheng with a chance to clarify. The timing of the call was indeed fortuitous. Aware that netizens might harbor grievances against her, she approached Yi Sheng to apologize. Yi Sheng, I am sorry, we misunderstood you earlier. Forcing herself to apologize to Yi Sheng made Tang Ning feel quite uncomfortable. It's quite all right, I don't mind, Yi Sheng shrugged. Tang Ning hesitated. How did you discover that Granny Huang had fainted? Did you notice after your argument with the Gu family? She was merely curious, with no ulterior motives. Yet, others in the room shifted uncomfortably as the inquiry touched upon the events between Yi Sheng and Gu Erqiang from the previous night. Yes. As I left the Gu family's convenience store, I heard a child crying next door. When I went to check, I found Granny Huang lying on the ground. Yi Sheng recounted with remarkable ease. Thank goodness you had that argument. Otherwise, if you hadn't gone out, who knows if Granny Huang would have survived. Dank ning spokekandidli. Yi Sheng stifled a laugh. Indeed, that quarrel was perfectly timed. What was the argument about with Uncle Gu? Dank ning ginquiret. Intending to mention Gu Erqiang directly, but refraining in front of the camera. She harbored no fondness for Gu Erqiang, finding the older man rather unseemly. It was puzzling why such a couple had produced a daughter as beautiful as Yi Sheng. What you saw during the live stream was the reality. Yi Sheng stated without hesitation. That wretch deserves to be exposed. Wasn't it a misunderstanding? Tang Ning asked instinctively. The earlier incident with Granny Huang was indeed a misunderstanding. But was this one as well? Not at all. Yi Sheng shook her head. Zhou Peng, off camera, gestured for her to temper her remarks. While some shared Yi Sheng's disdain for Gu Erqiang, many still maintained the belief that parents could do no wrong. Perhaps Yi Sheng had misinterpreted her father's intentions? Yi Sheng chose to ignore the insinuations. By the way, I must express my gratitude for last night's live stream, she suddenly interjected. Chapter 31. An injury to the foot. Everyone fell silent. Did Yi Sheng truly divulge information carelessly? Only Yi Qianqian, upon hearing Yi Sheng's words, clenched her clothing tightly. If it weren't for that live stream, this matter would not have come to light, and I would have truly wronged a good father, unable to articulate my reasoning. Yao Ingho discerned a clue from Yi Xing's statement. You were unaware there was a live stream? We all have it installed at home. It streams for 2 hours.
Indeed.
Had I known there was a live stream, I would have obstructed the camera while sleeping. Yi Xing nodded in acknowledgement. Fortunately, I remained oblivious. A twist of fate has unveiled someone's true nature. Everyone understood who she referred to, yet they were perplexed that Yi Xing was unaware of the live broadcast. Wasn't there a prior notification? Even you, the esteemed actor, was puzzled. Wasn't I hospitalized? Perhaps I was simply not informed? Yi Xing voluntarily broached the topic of her hospitalization, which silenced the group. They assumed it to be a sensitive subject for her, yet she had mentioned it herself. The girl's character, in truth, diverged from their expectations. The production team had instructed Yi Qianqian to relay the information, but Yi Qianqian hesitated on whether to disclose it. The director cast a discerning glance at Yi Qianqian. She appeared somewhat different from her on-screen persona. Conversely, Yi Xing maintained a consistent demeanor both on and off camera. Upon learning that Yi Xing was unaware of the live broadcast, netizens could finally comprehend her immediate exhaustion upon returning to the Gu family home. No wonder she seemed so at ease while sleeping. She had no inkling of being broadcasted live. It was fortunate she remained unaware, had she concealed the evidence. Who could fathom Gu Erqiang's true depravity? Yet, I suspect Yi Xing may have genuinely misjudged her father. Lu Mama, being his spouse, harbored doubts. Which raises the question, does she truly not understand her husband? Perhaps she does understand, but chooses to support him? Opinions varied, yet disdain for Gu Erqiang persisted. The adage sons avoid their mothers, daughters their fathers seemed lost on him. Regardless of the rationale, he should not have intruded upon his daughter's room upon her return home. He claimed his intention was merely to cover Yi Xing with a blanket, but who could ascertain the truth of his words? The production team had indeed informed everyone. Perhaps due to her hospitalization, the notification was not adequately conveyed.
Yan interjected. Sorry, Sheng Sheng.
When I visited you in the hospital, I should have mentioned it. But I was solely focused on your well-being, and forgot. Yi Xing regarded her. This is not your fault, after all. The production team did not instruct you to inform me, did they? Yi Xing intended her remark as a casual comment, but she noticed Yi Qianqian's smile falter. Amused. She pondered whether the production team genuinely tasked Yi Qianqian with informing her, or if Yi Qianqian had simply forgotten, perhaps wishing to capture her natural demeanor on camera. How absurd. It was fortunate it was merely a misunderstanding. Otherwise, it would weigh heavily on her conscience. Yi Qianqian reiterated the notion of a misunderstanding. This time, Yi Xing would not indulge her. Who told you this is a misunderstanding? Did you never notice anything amiss with Gu Erqiang? Or perhaps during your time in this household, you grew accustomed to him drunkenly entering your room to cover you with a blanket? Yi Xing's words were too piercing, causing Yi Qianqian's complexion to pale. I did not observe anything wrong with Father Gu. He was likely just concerned about you returning home. The netizens noticed Yi Qianqian's unease. Ladies, if my eyes do not deceive me, Yi Qianqian's face just turned pale. Her demeanor is clearly off, betraying a hint of panic. She is lying. Is it possible that Gu Erqiang has behaved similarly towards her, holding some leverage against her, thus rendering her silent? She is the daughter of the Yi family. Could there be matters she cannot disclose? Please refrain from baseless speculation. Qianqian simply trusts her foster father. What is wrong with that? Must you tarnish her reputation? The definition of such tarnishing remained ambiguous. However, Yi Qianqian's earlier expression was indeed troubling, and the discerning eyes of netizens were sharp. Nonetheless, Yi Qianqian had a legion of supporters, and ultimately, the discussion waned. Yi Xing, too, noted Yi Qianqian's peculiar behavior, further reinforcing her suspicions. By the way, do you all think I resemble Gu Erqiang or Lu Aihong?
Ye Sheng Sudanin waited.
At that moment, Lu Aihong, who was in the courtyard moving goods, slipped, causing an entire box of glass-bottled beverages to crash to the ground, impacting her foot. She let out a cry, drawing everyone's attention to her presence. What happened to Lu Mama? Did Lu Jia injure her foot? The group rushed over, with Yao Ingho assisting Lu Aihong to her feet, while you, the esteemed actor, helped clean up the spilled drinks. Some bottles shattered, while others remained intact. Lu Xingchen crouched to lend a hand, and Yi Qianqian hurried to check on Lu Aihong's injury.
How is it?
Are you alright? Even Tang Ning expressed concern from the sidelines. Only Yi Xing observed coldly from the sidelines. It's nothing. I just lost my grip and bumped into it. Yet her toe was already bleeding. Yi Xing cast a glance. You should go to the hospital. The nail on your big toe may fall off. It's best to have a doctor address the injury. No, it can't be that serious, can it? Lu Aihong now appeared to flinch at the sight of Yi Sheng. She feared that Yi Sheng's words might hold some truth. Would her toenail really fall off? If you wish to avoid infection, you ought to seek treatment promptly. However, Lu Aihong hesitated, but there's no one to watch the shop. At this moment, Yi Sheng seemed to display a rare kindness. I can watch the shop for you. With so many of us here, do you really think anyone would steal from it? Everyone present was a person of standing before the camera. With Yi Sheng making such an offer, it would seem unreasonable for Lu Aihong to continue declining. I worry you may not know the prices of the goods. Isn't there a doctor accompanying the production team? Could he take a look at Lu Mama first? Yi Qianqian glanced at the director, her face etched with concern. The director nodded. All right, I've already sent someone to fetch the doctor. When the doctor arrived, he promptly treated Lu Aihong's injury. While the toenail might indeed fall off, the doctor assured that it would not result in severe harm. So there was no need for excessive worry. Such injuries required ample rest and minimal movement. Otherwise, inflammation could occur. The doctor suggested that if Lu Mama remained apprehensive, she could go to the hospital for further treatment. There was still bruising beneath her toenail, and releasing that blood would be optimal. Conservative treatment could lead to prolonged pain. I still need to tend to the shop, so I won't go to the hospital. I'll wait for Jiang to return later. Yao Ingho could not bear to see Lu Aihong toiling alone. Why should she be the one doing such heavy work? Shun, Mr. Gu handle it? Chapter 32. Come on, let us slack off. As a fellow woman, Yao Ingho found Lu Aihong's behavior quite unappealing. Doing everything herself while the man lazed about outside would only encourage him to take advantage. Jiang has to work during the day.
Ye Sheng interjected.
Isn't working merely an excuse to indulge in idleness, drinking and gambling? Lu Aihong was momentarily speechless. Sheng Sheng, please don't speak ill of your father. He simply hasn't found stable work yet, and that is just a minor hobby. A minor hobby? I would argue he possesses quite an array of interests. Drinking, smoking, gambling. He dabbles in all of it, and even drunkenly ventures into his daughter's room. Yi Sheng was unafraid of airing family grievances. She was deliberately provoking Lu Aihong, who, as expected, turned pale and raised her voice. Yi Sheng, that was a misunderstanding last night. Please do not cling to it. If you don't believe me, ask Qianqian. Your father is not that kind of person. Lu Aihong turned to Yi Qianqian. Qianqian, please tell Sheng Sheng. Yi Qianqian, called upon, appeared troubled. Lu Mama, I have already explained it to Sheng Sheng. She simply does not believe me. Tears welled in Lu Aihong's eyes. It's all my fault. It's our family's inadequacy that caused Sheng Sheng to return to this kind of life with us. You have every right to feel aggrieved. Lu Aihong's words seemed to directly accuse Yi Sheng of her dissatisfaction with the Gu family, deliberately seeking conflict. In the past, people considered Yi Sheng to have a rather poor temper and to be overly sensitive. However, after a day spent together, Yao Ingho and Yu Zhou recognized that Yi Sheng was genuinely sincere and not particularly difficult to get along with. At this moment, Yao Ingho could no longer restrain herself and stepped in to defend Yi Sheng. Lu Jia, children do not lie about matters of this nature. You and your husband have shared many years together. You know him well and, naturally, lean towards him. However, if Sheng Sheng were indeed to slander him, it would hardly serve her interests. Gua Erqiang emerged from the shadows, declaring, who says it's without benefit. She covets wealth and despises poverty by accusing me of lewdness. She can garner sympathy and use that pretext to return to the Yi family. Yi Sheng, you were never a child of the Yi family. I advise you to abandon such ambitions. It's only natural that you look down upon our impoverished Gua family. Gua Erqiang's remarkable ability to turn the tables was astounding. Yi Sheng was not that sort of person. Lu Xingchen was the first to step forward in defense of Yi Sheng. Unfazed by the ire of these stars, Gua Erqiang scrutinized Lu Xingchen, saying, young man, are you entranced by her looks? I am her father. What could I possibly do to her? It is she who harbors ill intentions. The audacity of Gua Erqiang left Yi Sheng with a newfound understanding of his shamelessness. He was utterly devoid of limits. I never claimed I wished to return to the Yi family. You seem to be the one concerned that I might move out and render you powerless, she retorted. Observing their escalating argument without resolution, the director signaled Lu Aihong to intervene and calm her husband. Yi Qianqian, feeling apprehensive, reminded Gua Erqiang, Dad, Mom Lu's foot has been injured. Perhaps you should take her to the hospital. Lu Aihong hurriedly tugged at Gua Erqiang, whispering in his ear, Patriarch, please stop. It's affecting the recording of the show, and we could incur losses. Upon hearing of potential financial repercussions, Jiang, already reluctant to part with the money he had received, responded, "How could you be so careless? Your foot is bleeding." "I just didn't hold the box properly," Lu Aihong meekly explained. Jiang continued his tirade. "You can't even manage a box of beer? What have you been doing? Look at your swollen foot. How can you work like this? Our program's doctor has arrived." "Let him attend to Ms. Lu first," the director suggested. Jiang, of course, could not openly defy the director, so he begrudgingly replied, "Since there's a doctor, let him take a look. Why go to the hospital? Isn't that a waste of money? Your doctor doesn't charge, does he?" He cast a wary glance at the director. With a resigned expression, the director confirmed, "No, he doesn't charge." "That's good," Jiang said, assisting Lu Aihong as they exited. Since the Guo family lacked a proper resting place, they did not take a break for lunch. Though there were 2 chairs in the courtyard, the weather was too harsh for anyone to endure. After a brief chat, they complied with the director's instructions and set off to complete their tasks. Yisheng's live stream continued to discuss Jiang's earlier remarks. "I think Jiang has a point. Did Yisheng really slander him to return to the Yi family? Who knows? Each has their own reasoning. Jiang just gives off a discomforting vibe. He seems to be the one slandering Sister Sheng. Sister Sheng doesn't seem like someone who wants to return to the Yi family. It's Jiang who looks malicious." Has anyone else noticed that Yi Qianqian seems a bit afraid of Jiang? A netizen raised this point, leading others to rewind the previous live stream. It indeed appeared that Yi Qianqian was hesitant to meet Jiang's gaze. Oh my, could Yi Qianqian also be a victim? She seems frightened not only of Jiang, but also of Lu Aihong. You fans are really amusing. Qianqian is merely showing respect to her adoptive parents. And yet she is subjected to malicious speculation. Exactly, that's far better than Yisheng calling her own father a beast, right? Online. The 2 factions of fans began hurling accusations anew. In the past, Yisheng's fans had been powerless to retaliate. But this time they managed to spar with Yi Qianqian's fans for 300 rounds without losing ground. Zhou Peng took notice, realizing that Yisheng's current notoriety was inadvertently attracting more followers, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. In the afternoon, while everyone dispersed to earn money, Yisheng remained behind. "Why aren't you going to make money?" the PD questioned, following her as she wandered aimlessly, exasperated. Everyone had expected her to find a spot to offer free consultations, yet Yisheng did nothing of the sort. She strolled leisurely, occasionally indulging in snacks. "Why should I make more money? I've already earned plenty at noon. I can afford to be lazy now. But there are guests coming tonight. The funds you have now won be sufficient for entertaining them. If it's not enough, we'll figure it out later. The guests probably won't order anything else, right? Whatever we prepare, they eat. If they do order more, I'll quit." The PD was rendered speechless. He had never encountered a celebrity like Yisheng. While others strived to perform well on the show for more screen time, she seemed to fear being assigned tasks. If she continued in this manner, her screen presence would dwindle. Even her fans felt she was lacking in effort. Everyone else was working hard to earn money. Even Lu Xingchen had taken to washing dishes. Indeed, in a bid to ensure he did not botch the task and receive no payment, Lu Xingchen opted for the least mentally taxing job. Physical labor is the most honorable. Chapter 33. A dominant force. Yi Qianqian and Tang Ning saw at work distributing flyers. Both toiled diligently, unwilling to concede defeat, save for Yisheng. No amount of persuasion from the PD could coax her into working. The audience in the live stream mirrored Yisheng's lackadaisical attitude. By 4 in the afternoon, the PD urged, "Yisheng, the guests will be arriving soon. Shouldn't you start considering what we'll serve for dinner?" Yisheng was currently lounging in a bamboo chair, basking in the sun. A plump cat from a nearby home was nuzzling at her feet. Disliking its dirtiness, Yisheng was reluctant to pick it up, yet it persisted in its affections. It attempted various antics to charm her, but she remained unmoved. "Are there any dietary restrictions for the guests?" she inquired, giving the cat's tail a gentle nudge. "I can't tell you," the PD teased, deliberately making things difficult for her. "Well then, I won't buy any groceries. We can just have tomato and egg noodles when they arrive. I'll pick up a few tomatoes. They shouldn't be allergic to tomatoes or eggs, right? Even if they are, I can still make shredded meat noodles. If all else fails, we could have plain noodles?" The PD, realizing the absurdity in Yisheng's suggestions, understood he could not rein her in. He hastily communicated with the director. "How about this? Have her find a job where she can earn 10 yuan, and we'll consider that a win." 10 yuan? Upon hearing this requirement, Yisheng did not outright refuse. Yes, 10 yuan. Once you earn that much. I'll tell you what the guests can't eat. The PD, seeing Yi Sheng finally acquiesce, nodded eagerly. 10 yuan shouldn't be too difficult, right? Yi Sheng noticed a group of elderly folks playing mahjong beneath a tree. After observing for 5 minutes, the audience in the live stream was bewildered. What does Yi Sheng intend to do? Is she planning to buy something? Is she looking to gamble? Didn't she previously criticize Guo Erqiang for gambling? It seems like she and Guo Erqiang are truly two of a kind. Sister Sheng only wants to win 10 yuan. Look at her confidence. It's quite promising. Yi Sheng observed for a while longer and noticed one elderly lady with a grim expression, likely having lost quite a bit. She tapped the lady on the shoulder, saying, Andy, luck doesn't seem to be on your side today, huh? Who are you calling Annie? The elderly lady, already displeased from her losses, turned around with an unwelcoming expression. Aren't you my auntie? I was afraid calling you elder would make you feel old. Yi Sheng replied with a cheerful smile. The elderly lady, flattered by the compliment from such a beautiful girl, softened and ceased to be angry. Oh dear, you're quite the charmer. I just have had a streak of bad luck today. I've lost over 100. The stakes were low at their table, just 2 yuan a game.
They were merely passing the time.
Allow me to play a few rounds for you. We're filming a show, and I kindly request your assistance. If I win, we'll split the winnings 50-50. If I lose, I'll cover my losses. Yi Sheng clasped her hands together in a gesture of supplication. How could the elderly lady refuse? She turned to the others, asking, Does anyone have any objections? They're filming a show. It's not easy for the young lady. The young girl is indeed a star. No wonder she is so beautiful. I have no objections. One of the older women, dressed quite fashionably, glanced at Yi Sheng and asked, Will we be filmed? If we get a camera shot, could we also appear on television? Which channel is this program airing on? Yi Sheng replied, You'll be filmed. If you mind, we can pixelate you out later. If you don't mind, there may be some footage. The older woman was delighted, exclaiming, Wouldn't that mean everyone could see me dominating the mahjong table? Today, I'm certainly on a winning streak. Yi Sheng noted that this woman had quite the flair for performance. However, she wondered, in such cold weather, why are you playing mahjong outside instead of in a mahjong parlor? It's winter, freezing cold. An elderly man explained, The power is out here but not everywhere. For instance, Lu Aihong's convenience store still has electricity. Understanding the situation, Yi Sheng felt a newfound respect for these elderly players. They braved the cold just to enjoy a game of mahjong. I'll play 2 rounds, and if that doesn't work out, I'll leave, Yi Sheng promised. Everyone agreed, and the older woman graciously offered her seat to Yi Sheng. As Yi Sheng played her hand, her luck seemed questionable, yet unexpectedly, she became the first to win. She earned a modest 2 yuan, not much, but at least it fulfilled a fraction of her task. Subsequently, the viewers in the live stream witnessed Yi Sheng's remarkable prowess. She had stated she would play 2 rounds, with each round consisting of 4 hands. By the end of her 2 rounds, the other 3 players looked ashen, while only the woman who had given up her seat for Yi Sheng wore a look of joy. Apart from her initial hand, Yi Sheng had consistently strengthened her position. She held over 100 yuan, all won through her skill, and she would share half of it with the others. Upon finishing her last hand, she stood up, and the older woman, still eager, asked, Young lady, why don't you play 2 more rounds? By the way, what is your name? The woman had forgotten to inquire about her name. Yi Sheng, she introduced herself. The others, hearing the older woman's request for Yi Sheng to continue, vehemently opposed. Especially the most stylishly dressed older woman, who had contributed the most. No, we agreed to just 2 rounds. If it weren't for our regular mahjong games, we would think she was cheating. How could she be so skilled? She must have grown up in a mahjong den. The stylish woman's teasing stemmed from her admiration for Yi Sheng's superior talent. That's not the case. Yi Sheng shook her head. I might just be a novice with good luck. Beyond this explanation, the others remained unconvinced. It turns out one cannot play with novices, the stylish woman sighed. The older woman counting the money handed it all to Yi Sheng, saying, Here, this is your winnings. Yi Sheng pulled out a 50 yuan note. Sister, you can keep the rest. The remaining amount was more than 50, but she declined. The older woman, feeling happy yet reluctant, insisted, Oh, I was just joking. How could I take your money? Seeing you dominate the table is a form of vengeance for me. I'm quite pleased today. Yi Sheng refused to take the remaining money. You keep it. I promise to play just 2 rounds, and I apologize for taking up your time. After finishing her game,
Yi Sheng departed.
the audience in the live stream was still processing what they had just witnessed. Can someone tell me if what we just saw was real? Or were all these people hired by Yi Sheng? One viewer recognized one of the players, stating, "That fashionable older woman is my aunt. She would never be a plant for Yi Sheng. She's a landlord and doesn't he lack money?" Another voiced their disbelief. How could Yi Sheng play mahjong at such a masterful level? It's hard to believe. They questioned if it was all pre-planned. Is this how gambling gods are born? They speculated that Yi Sheng's mahjong skills were far beyond those of a novice. She must be deceiving them. Yi Sheng, are you really a novice? The PD was equally curious. Chapter 34. Two distinguished guests. Guess what? Yi Sheng counted her cash, feeling quite elated. Not a novice, right? You must have swindled those elderly players out of their money. Where's your conscience? The PD jested. I didn't deceive anyone. Didn't you see how wealthy those older folks are? I earn my keep through skill. Yi Sheng's lips curled into a slight, triumphant smile. How do you manage to win every hand? This was the PD's most pressing question. Under their scrutiny, cheating was impossible, if it were merely luck. Then hers was extraordinarily fortuitous. Could it be skill? Yet those elderly players had been playing mahjong for years. Surely, they possess some skill? I have a special technique for playing, Yi Sheng said, unwilling to elaborate further. The PD, seeing he could not pry any more information, relented. You promised that once you earn money, you'd tell me about the guests' dietary restrictions, Yi Sheng urged the PD. He handed her the pre-prepared card. The camera focused on the card as well. The guests do not eat hard foods. Yi Sheng muttered, could it be that they prefer soft foods? The audience nearly succumbed to laughter at Yi Sheng's audacity. I, too, am curious about which celebrity in the entertainment industry enjoys soft foods. The PD felt compelled to cover Yi Sheng's mouth. How could she say such things? Did she not know the saying that trouble comes from the mouth? The guests cannot eat peanut butter. They are allergic to peanuts. Yi Sheng noted that these two guests had quite a few peculiarities, and she whispered her observations. The PD sighed, wondering if she thought the audience couldn't hear her. Unfazed, Yi Sheng needed to buy groceries for dinner, so she returned to the market from earlier. On her way, she encountered Yao Nan, who, upon hearing she was going grocery shopping, offered to accompany her. As they walked, they chatted. I spent the afternoon helping Grandma sell embroidery. I sold 2 pairs of beautifully designed handkerchiefs. Yao Nan showed Yi Sheng photos, which she eagerly leaned in to admire. They are indeed lovely, and this fan is exquisite. Yi Sheng felt drawn to the embroidery. I also adore that fan. I bought one myself with my own money. Yao Nan was pleasantly surprised to discover their shared taste. Can I buy one? I want one too. Yi Sheng felt a twinge of desire. Absolutely. I can take you to find Grandma. Yao Nan beamed at the prospect, having secured another sale for Grandma. Yi Sheng first led Yao Nan to the market, where they purchased a considerable amount. After exiting the market, they headed to Grandma's place, where Yi Sheng bought a fan and a handkerchief. Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. Were you once part of a wealthy family? Yi Sheng bantered with Grandma. My mother used to run an embroidery shop, Grandma replied. Her eyesight failing, but her spirit still vibrant. Now, as she aged, creating a piece of embroidery took her a long time. Thankfully, with Yao Nan's help in selling her pieces today, Grandma wouldn't have to rely solely on her own efforts. Yao Nan suggested that Grandma should stop selling on the street and instead call her whenever she had embroidery to sell, and she would help find sales channels. Meeting you has truly been a stroke of luck. Grandma was quite pleased. She had a son who was paralyzed and a granddaughter who depended on her for support, as her daughter-in-law had left during her son's illness. In meeting you, we have encountered a true artisan, Yao Nan flattered, charming Grandma into high spirits. Yi Sheng and Yao Nan returned home with the embroidery, while Yu Zhou and Lu Xingqian were still working outside. Yi Qianqian had yet to return, but Tang Ning was back. What did you buy? Tang Ning, exhausted, had worked hard distributing flyers all afternoon and was eager to show off her earnings. She casually handed Yi Sheng 50 yuan, declaring, "See? This is my payment." "Oh, you did great today." Yi Sheng responded rather dismissively, pocketing Tang Ning's money. Tang Ning raised her chin confidently. "Of course, I have been diligently earning money this afternoon." Yao Nan, standing beside her, remained silent, fearing that if Tang Ning discovered that Yi Sheng had won 50 yuan after just 2 rounds of mahjong, she would be infuriated. One by one, others returned, and upon seeing that Yi Sheng had already prepared the evening's dishes, they all pitched in to assist, ensuring that the ingredients were prepped and ready for when the guests arrived. Given Yi Sheng's culinary talent, no one insisted on helping her cook. Merely being her sous chefs was sufficient, as it was quite entertaining to watch her consult the recipe while cooking. The director soon appeared, announcing the arrival of 2 guests. It was only 5:30, a perfectly reasonable time for guests to arrive, though the small courtyard of the convenience store seemed somewhat dim. You all go out to greet the guests. I'll get this steamed pork dish started, Yisheng declared without a moment's hesitation. Yi Qianqian's eyes flickered with confusion. She could not fathom Yisheng's intentions. This was an excellent opportunity to steal the spotlight, yet Yisheng willingly chose to remain in the kitchen? Sheng Sheng. There's no need to rush. It's still early. You can take your time with the cooking, Yi Qianqian advised before heading out. Yisheng shot her a glance. Yes, I'll take my time. Yi Qianqian was unsure if her words had registered, but Tang Ning was already urging her on, prompting Yi Qianqian to hurry outside. The two guests were waiting outside the convenience store. One leaned on a cane, supported by a caregiver, while the other was a middle-aged man with a distinguished demeanor. The director introduced the two. The one with the cane was Old Master Yi, and the other was Yao Nan's husband, Lin Wenxing. Old Master Yi mentioned that someone in his family had entered this industry, though he had never been involved himself and held some biases against it, which is why he wished to experience it firsthand. Lin Wenxing's motivations were simpler. I am here for my wife, Yao Nan. Yao Nan's expression shifted slightly. Not one of joy. The production team had not informed her that Lin Wenxing would be among the guests. Had she known, she would certainly have objected. To outsiders. Lin Wenxing appeared cultured and refined. However, after many years, Yao Nan had only recently come to see his true nature. The two were embroiled in a divorce. And for him to appear on the show at this juncture was utterly contemptible. Yet no one else was aware of this. Teacher Yao and Teacher Lin are so affectionate. Teacher Lin came on the show just for Teacher Yao. Lin Wenxing was a musician, renowned for his earlier compositions. But he had long since retired from the music scene to take over the family business. After marrying him, Yao Nan had also withdrawn from the limelight. In this scenario, not only Tang Ning but the live audience were enamored by this display of middle-aged romance. Lin Wenxing gazed at Yao Nan with enduring affection. They had been married for over a decade, had they not? It was said that due to Yao Nan's poor health, Lin Wenxing had decided against having children, and the two had chosen to remain child-free. The online audience was filled with envy. No one noticed Yao Nan's increasingly grim expression. Chapter 35. Yao Nan's discontent. What are you doing here? Yao Nan finally could not contain herself, whispering as Lin Wenxing approached her with a smug smile. Of course. I am here for you, Nan. You need not threaten with divorce out of spite. I've thought it over. After so many years of marriage where we have respected each other, divorce would only bring about negative consequences. Instead, we could showcase our love before the audience and dispel those unpleasant rumors. Even if you wish to make a comeback, I won't interfere. Isn't that splendid? Lin Wenxing wore a facade of benevolence, while Yao Nan felt nauseated. I advise you to abandon that thought. Her nails nearly dug into her palm. She had never despised anyone as much as she did him at that moment. This man whom she had once loved deeply. Nan. We have known each other for over 20 years and have been married for more than a decade. Why must you be so heartless? Lin Wenxing saw no fault in his actions. I believe I have treated you well. Yao Nan was taken aback that he would even utter such words. Lin Wenxing, are you truly oblivious to your own actions? Or do you believe that ignoring my suffering at the hands of your family and demanding my tolerance while placing the blame for our childlessness solely on me is treating me well? Or perhaps you think that proclaiming to the world that I wish to maintain my figure and thus chose not to have children, and that you decided to respect my wishes, constitutes fair treatment? As Yao Nan spoke, her eyes reddened. Lin Wenxing, you are nothing but a beast in gentleman's clothing. Without waiting for his response, she turned and stormed into the kitchen. The space was small, and Lin Wenxing, disliking the odors, would certainly not follow her inside. However, she had forgotten that Yisheng was still there. Yisheng had placed the steamed pork into the pot and was preparing a dish of braised ribs, vibrant in color, aroma, and flavor. Madame Yao, what seems to be the matter? Yisheng, busy with her tasks, was taken aback to see Yao Nan, especially with her eyes reddened. In the next moment, she offered, Did something get in your eyes? Perhaps you should rinse them with some water. Yes, that's right. Yao Nan was momentarily stunned, nodding at Yisheng's suggestion. She had not expected Yisheng to be so considerate. Yisheng retrieved a wet tissue from her bag. Here. Use this to dab your eyes. I forgot to mention earlier, if you wash your face with water after applying makeup, it will come off. Yisheng usually did not wear makeup, so she did not encounter such issues, but it was evident that Madame Yao did. Even in her 50s, Yao Nan was well-maintained, elegant and beautiful. Thank you, Sheng Sheng. Yao Nan accepted the wet tissue and dabbed at her eyes. Aren't the guests here?
How are they?
Are they easy to get along with? Yi Sheng deftly redirected the conversation. Meanwhile, old Master Yi inquired, where is Yi Sheng? I haven't seen her. This question left the live audience astonished. They had assumed that this old gentleman was Yi Qianqian's grandfather, coming to the show to spend time with his granddaughter and support her, especially since she had just returned to the Yi family and was stepping into the entertainment industry. If old Master Yi had come to a variety show, it seemed plausible. I genuinely thought he was Yi Qianqian's grandfather, one remarked. Given the director's tone, it was clear that this gentleman was of considerable standing, and many believed he was from Yi Qianqian's family. Who would have expected that he would inquire about Yi Sheng? Had anyone considered that Yi Sheng had lived in the Yi family for 18 years? If he were truly old Master Yi, wouldn't it be normal for him to seek out Yi Sheng? Indeed, if you raise a pet for long enough, you'll develop an attachment, let alone with people. There were still many who believed old Master Yi belonged to the Yi family of Yi Sheng. Others were equally surprised that old Master Yi would directly ask about Yi Sheng. Is old Master Yi a fan of Yi Sheng? Lu Xingchen inquired. She's in the kitchen. Should I fetch her for you? Upon hearing that Yi Sheng was cooking, old Master Yi felt a twinge of sympathy. No need. I was just asking. Wasn't it said that the young lady is averse to manual labor? How is it that she can cook? When the old gentleman asked, Tang Ning interjected. She was indeed a pampered young lady who never lifted a finger, but that is no longer the case. Cooking is an essential survival skill. And it's a good thing that Yi Sheng has learned to cook. Old Master Yi cast a faint glance at Tang Ning and praised her. You are Tang Ning, aren't you? The young lady makes a valid point. Cooking is indeed a vital survival skill, and it is commendable that Yi Sheng has acquired it. Tang Ning thought to herself, why does it seem like this old man is indirectly praising Yi Sheng? What connection could he possibly have with her? When old Master Yi first appeared, Tang Ning had already asked Yi Qianqian about him, realizing that he was not Yi Qianqian's grandfather. Adhering to the principle of not offending those she did not know, Tang Ning refrained from saying more. I'll go see how she's cooking. Old Master Yi exhibited an unusual curiosity towards Yi Sheng, which puzzled everyone. They suggested going to the kitchen to assist, and together they all headed towards the kitchen area. The space here is indeed quite cramped, making it difficult for so many people to enter, which is why everyone is waiting for the elder to go in first. Yi Sheng was engaged in conversation with Yao Nan when suddenly an old man slipped into the kitchen, leaving her momentarily stunned. Are you one of tonight's guests? Yi Sheng quickly regained her composure. Yes, I am Yi Tingchuan, your admirer, replied the elder, leaving Yi Sheng at a loss for words. I prefer to meet my fans in the program. It's a pleasure to meet you. The guests at the door suddenly realized that the old man was merely feigning interest in the entertainment industry to pursue his fandom. Who would have thought that at such an advanced age, he would still emulate the youth in chasing after stars? Yao Nan sensed that this Yi elder was not as simple as he appeared, and she subtly signaled Yi Sheng to exercise caution. Yi Sheng smiled at Yao Nan and turned to the elder, saying, You don't prefer hard food, do you? I made steamed pork with hidden pumpkin and sweet potato. Do you like it? Upon seeing Yi Sheng's face, Yi elder felt a surge of emotions. I do like it. Both pumpkin and sweet potato are my taste. You are quite considerate, my dear. The elder sighed, reflecting on his age and poor dental health, realizing that such dishes were indeed what he needed. What do my sons know? It is my granddaughter, who truly understands me. The grandsons are no better. They are all inconsiderate. At that moment, the elder could only hope for a successful paternity test with Yi Sheng, allowing his granddaughter's dreams to come true. As long as you like it, she replied. The kitchen is filled with smoke. You should step outside for a bit while I finish preparing the meal. Indeed, Yi elder, please step out. I will assist. Lu Xingchen said, rolling up her sleeves, eager to lend a hand to Yi Sheng. Tonight. Tang Ning felt she had already profited and had no intention of continuing to help. She cast a glance at Lin Wenxing, who was chatting with the esteemed Yuingdi outside. Lin was once involved in music, and Tang Ning thought of seizing the opportunity to collaborate, believing that a connection with Lin Wenxing would surely pave a broader path for her future. Chapter 36. Hypocrisy. Mr. Lin. You and teacher Yao seem to have a great relationship. It's absurd that rumors of your divorce are circulating outside, Tang Ning remarked, thinking she had delivered a clever compliment. However, she failed to notice Lin Wenxing's awkward expression. Perhaps this misunderstanding arose from Nan Nan's return. She has been away from the industry for so long, and she misses her past, so participating in this variety show fulfills a dream of hers, Lin explained, clearly supporting Yao Nan. No one doubted the strength of their marital bond. If you truly support her career, why did teacher Yao take such a long hiatus? Tang Ning, known for her bluntness, inadvertently left Lin speechless. He mentally criticized Tang Ning for her tactlessness. Meanwhile, fans of Yao Nan watching the live broadcast began to find merit in Tang Ning's question.
Indeed.
If he had always supported Yao Nan's career, why did she retreat from the limelight? Could it be that she simply did not wish to remain in the industry? For some reason, Lin Wenqing's demeanor struck many as hypocritical, though he hoped he was mistaken. After all, in front of the camera, the entertainment industry rarely showcased genuine loving couples, especially those without children after so many years. While discussions flowed among the guests, skepticism lingered regarding Lin Wenqing's purported support for Yao Nan's career. Some even laughed at Tang Ning, suggesting that some comments were better left unspoken. Her retreat was due to Nan's desire to better manage her family, and now her return to the entertainment world is her own decision. I support all that she chooses to do. Just then, Yao Nan emerged from the kitchen with a dish, nearly choking upon hearing Lin's words. "What are you two talking about?" she interrupted. Lin Wenqing's smile faltered before he quickly regained his composure. "We were discussing your return, Nan." He stepped forward. "Be careful. It's hot. Let me help you with the dishes." To his surprise, Yao Nan sidestepped him, saying, "It's not hot. I can manage." Tang Ning, not entirely oblivious, sensed the tension between them. "Teacher Yao, you and Teacher Lin aren't arguing, are you?" Tang Ning's manager nearly leaped in exasperation, regretting her own words. Tang Ning wished to slap herself for speaking too hastily. To her astonishment, Lin Wenqing indeed acknowledged her inquiry. "Yes, I upset Nan a couple of days ago, and I'm here on the show to seek forgiveness." Yao Nan's expression hardened. "I don't intend to forgive you, so you may leave now." Her bluntness extinguished Lin Wenqing's smile instantly. Yet he quickly adjusted his demeanor. "Is there a couple that doesn't argue? Even teeth can knock against lips at times. I understand your fiery temperament. I take full responsibility for this misunderstanding. You can be angry for as long as you wish. I will comply, all right?" Lin Wenqing was adept at putting on a show for the program. His subservience in front of the camera only made Yao Nan more repulsed. Lin believed that for the sake of her return and career, she would endure. Indeed, Yao Nan was holding back. She did not wish her fans to witness her humiliation. Once a celebrated actress, she had shone brightly before the public and did not wish to reveal her scars or admit to her misjudgments. Lin Wenqing had keenly recognized this vulnerability and sought to exploit it. Without uttering a word, she placed the dish down and retreated to the kitchen. Dang Ning, now too intimidated to speak with Lin Wenqing, noticed that Yi Qianqian had also overheard their exchange. To avoid further discomfort, she hastily redirected the conversation. "Teacher Yu, I heard filming movies is quite arduous. I adored your fight scenes in the kung fu film you shot," she exclaimed. "You must have a background in martial arts, right?" Yu Zhou smiled. "I have a bit of experience. I once resided at Shaolin Temple for a period." "Wow, that's impressive," Yi Qianqian exclaimed with admiration. "Teacher Yu, could you teach me?" Lu Xingchen emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of soup, intrigued by Yu Zhou's words. "Certainly. After dinner, I will teach you a set of punches," Yu Zhou readily offered. Lu Xingchen, often seen as merely a pretty face, felt elated that Teacher Yu was willing to share his martial arts knowledge. If he truly mastered it, perhaps the director would notice him and allow him to transition into acting. Though he was an idol, he did not wish to rely solely on his looks for a lifetime. "Thank you, Teacher Yu." Lu Xingchen returned to the kitchen to assist, practically striding with enthusiasm. The group successfully shifted the topic, and no one continued discussing Lin Wenqing and Yao Nan. However, Lin Wenqing felt increasingly marginalized as he observed the lively exchanges around him. Though he had withdrawn from the industry, his wealth and connections afforded him a certain level of respect, and he was discontented with being overlooked. "So, they all side with Yao Nan, do they?" he thought, casting a cold glance, while Yao Nan remained blissfully unaware, having retreated into the kitchen.
Ye Sheng,
on the other hand, coaxed the elder to step outside. "You are getting older. You shouldn't be inhaling so much smoke. Please, step outside for a bit. Besides, the kitchen is too cramped for so many people." Yi Sheng spoke the truth, and she indeed found Yi Elder's presence somewhat cumbersome. Yet, in Yi Elder's eyes, this was merely a sign of his granddaughter's care for him. My dear granddaughter is so considerate. Well, I shall step out for now. Don't tire yourself too much. Just prepare a couple of dishes." He reminisced. "In our youth, a bowl of mixed noodles was sufficient for everyone, and we were quite content."
Ye Sheng similet, alright.
I will whip up a simple vegetarian dish, and that will be enough. With all the stars present, Yisheng was cautious about preparing too much extravagant fare. Ultimately, she settled on blanching some greens. The vibrant green vegetables, lightly drizzled with sauce and garnished with a few small chili peppers, were aesthetically pleasing. Yao Nan, initially in a foul mood, couldn't help but praise the dish. This looks incredibly appetizing. If all goes as expected, this dish will surely be the most popular. Yisheng remained noncommittal. Sheng Sheng, I have heard that you have studied traditional Chinese medicine and possess a remarkable talent for pulse diagnosis. During a conversation, at noon, we discovered how Yisheng has been earning her income. She has set up a stall within the community, offering free medical consultations, diagnosing conditions such as tumors and male infertility. Clearly, she possesses genuine skill. This is not mere theatrics. After all, we are all aware that the producers would not exhibit such favoritism towards Yisheng on the show. If there were indeed a script, it would likely favor someone like Yi Qianqian, who is well-connected. Let us not forget, Yisheng is a false heiress, while Yi Qianqian is the genuine article. I can indeed diagnose pulses. I have been learning medicine since childhood. However, this is a secret I keep from everyone, including my adoptive parents, who remain unaware. Others may not necessarily trust my abilities, Yisheng explained in Chapter 37 as she prepared to take Yao Nan's pulse. Yao Nan, however, believed that she was being modest. Could you possibly help me with a pulse diagnosis? I have been feeling rather fatigued lately, which is why I thought participating in the show might help me relax. Yao Nan said, discreetly avoiding the cameras. Yisheng glanced at Yao Nan and nodded slightly. Of course. She invited her to sit at a nearby dining table, which belonged to Guo Erqiang's family. Extend your hand to me, she instructed. Following her guidance, Yao Nan presented her hands. Yisheng examined both her left and right pulses. There seemed to be no visible abnormalities, which only heightened Yao Nan's anxiety. Is there something wrong with my health? Yao Nan inquired.
Yisheng lifted herkese, teçer.
You should be quite attentive to your health. You undergo annual checkups, do you not? Yao Nan nodded. She indeed had annual checkups and had not encountered any significant issues, aside from some concerns regarding her mammary glands. Yes, you are well aware of your health issues. Your emotional state has significantly impacted your physical well-being, Yisheng stated. Yao Nan did not deny this. Her return to the entertainment industry was partly to seek solace and, additionally, to validate her own capabilities. She was not yet at an age where she could not earn a living, nor was she entirely dependent on Lin Wensheng. She still possessed connections within the industry, and even if she no longer played leading roles or faced age-related market challenges, she could adapt to the evolving landscape. Even if it meant taking on supporting roles or portraying a mother, she could sustain herself. She aimed to demonstrate that marrying Lin Wensheng had not rendered her ineffectual. Then you must learn to relax and let go of the trivial matters that burden you. Yisheng's words momentarily stunned Yao Nan. Indeed, there were things she needed to release. Am I capable of bearing children? Yao Nan suddenly asked. At over 50 years of age, she longed for a child of her own. Yisheng was taken aback by the question. Your fertility is not in question. If you have never conceived, and if you are concerned about not becoming pregnant, it would be prudent to consider the male partner's factors, Yisheng asserted with certainty. Yao Nan fell silent. Initially, she had not wanted children, preferring to wait a couple of years to decide. Uncertain of her desire for motherhood, she had accompanied Lin Wensheng for a checkup, which led to the conclusion that she could not conceive. Subsequently, Lin Wensheng publicly professed his love for Yao Nan, asserting that he would not pressure her to have children and was willing to remain childless for her sake. Struggling to accept the reality of her infertility, Yao Nan had sought a second opinion. This time, she visited a different hospital, but Lin Wensheng accompanied her once more. As public figures, they were arranged appointments at a reputable private hospital, ensuring confidentiality. The results confirmed that she, in fact, had fertility issues. Yao Nan began to accept this truth and felt touched by Lin Wensheng's public declarations of love, which indicated that he was willing to forego having children for her sake, a sentiment that seemed implausible in other households. For over a decade, Yao Nan had been kept in the dark. Only in recent years did she start to suspect that she might indeed have the ability to conceive. If she were capable of bearing children, it was evident who did not possess this ability. Moreover, the frequency of their intimate encounters had been exceedingly low, and they had maintained a respectful distance in their relationship over the years. She had assumed that as they aged, the issue of children had become an insurmountable barrier, prompting her to seek another examination. Had she not pursued this checkup, she would have perpetually believed the issue lay with her. Upon discovering that the problem was not hers, she began to question Lin Wenqing's sincerity. Had she not sought the truth, she would remain oblivious to the depths of his deceit. She chastised herself for never having doubted Lin Wenqing's fidelity. Those who were familiar with him might regard her as naive for willingly accepting the role of a woman in his life, when in reality, she had merely been a means to appease his parents. Sheng Sheng, could you keep this confidential for me? Yao Nan implored, gazing at Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng nodded. Of course. As a physician, I am obligated to safeguard the secrets of my patients. Even if you wish to conceive now, it is not without its challenges, however. Advanced maternal age poses significant risks. Yi Sheng felt compelled to remind Yao Nan. Yao Nan was taken aback. Am I truly still able to conceive? Her identification indicated she was in her 50s, though her actual age was only 49. To many, this age seemed too advanced for childbearing. Your physical constitution is still quite robust. If you desire to conceive, it is indeed possible. However, the process is not straightforward. So it is important for you to consider it thoroughly, Yi Sheng advised. Yao Nan nodded. You are right. I must reflect on this. She resolved to initiate divorce proceedings with Lin Wenqing. Sheng Sheng, do you possess the means to help me regulate my health? She believed Yi Sheng's expertise in pulse diagnosis would extend to holistic health management. With the intention of avoiding complications, she sought Yi Sheng's assistance. I can certainly prescribe a regimen for you. However, you might also seek out some esteemed traditional Chinese physicians, correct? Given my youth, my prescriptions may not inspire much confidence. Yi Sheng tactfully remarked, acknowledging her age might lead many to doubt her authority. Furthermore, she lacked a legitimate medical license, and prescribing for Yao Nan would entail considerable risk. That is inconsequential. I am willing to trust you. Yao Nan grasped Yi Sheng's hand as if clutching a lifeline. Very well, I shall draft a prescription for you, which you can later present to a physician for their approval. If they endorse my prescription, you may proceed with it. If they recommend an alternative, follow their advice. Yi Sheng proposed, which Yao Nan readily accepted. As they finalized their agreement, Lu Xingqian entered the scene. Is there still food remaining? He had noticed the two women had not yet joined the others for the meal and came to offer assistance. With Lin Wenqing's arrival, Yao Nan had retreated into the kitchen, as those in the entertainment industry often possess keen instincts and could surmise that something was amiss between them.
Given the circumstances,
they could not intervene directly, instead opting to give Yao Nan some space. Now that everyone was seated at the table, Lu Xingqian felt compelled to prompt the gathering. There is still some steamed pork that is ready. Please serve it up. Fearing the heat, Yi Sheng refrained from serving the dish, as the Guo family lacked proper utensils. Lu Xingqian willingly stepped in. Though the dish was hot to handle, he managed to bring it to the table with minimal hassle. Yi Sheng and Yao Nan then carried some fruits to the courtyard, where Elder Yi spotted Yi Sheng and called out, Sheng Sheng, you are just in time. We have been waiting for you to join us for dinner. He gestured to the seat beside him. Come, I have saved a spot just for you. In a brief hour, everyone became aware that Elder Yi was an enthusiastic admirer of Yi Sheng, and they allowed him to dictate the seating arrangement. After all, a benevolent elder would hardly engage in any wrongdoing. Thank you, Grandpa Yi. Yi Sheng expressed her gratitude politely as she settled next to the elder. The seat allocated to Yao Nan is adjacent to Yi Sheng's. Regrettably, however, she finds herself beside Lin Wenqing. A flicker of disdain crosses Yao Nan's eyes as she regards Lin Wenqing. Nan, please take a seat, Lin Wenqing says, attempting to pull out the chair for her. Quick-witted, Yao Nan pulls the chair out herself, settling down while subtly shifting it closer to Yi Sheng. Sheng Sheng, will I be crowding you?
Yi Sheng,
Having grasped the tension between the couple, shakes her head in reassurance. Not at all. I would welcome the closeness of Teacher Yao. Yao Nan, upon hearing this, brightens. Then I shall not hold back. Due to Yao Nan's overt disdain for Lin Wenqing, the atmosphere at the dining table grows unusually subdued, with the guests focusing solely on praising Yi Sheng's culinary skills. Even Yi Qianqian, who usually navigates social waters with ease, hesitates to speak. Meanwhile, the elderly Yi patriarch continues to inquire about Yi Sheng's preferences, and while she responds occasionally, she finds his attention rather excessive. Sheng Sheng, have you conducted a paternity test with a couple? The Yi patriarch's direct question leaves everyone astonished, including Yi Sheng, who momentarily falters before candidly replying, not yet. I believe only Yi Qianqian and my adoptive parents have undergone such testing. Is that so? The old man turns his gaze to Yi Qianqian, who appears perplexed by his inquiry. I am not certain. My parents approached me with the paternity test results. They must have done one for Sheng Sheng as well. In truth, Yi Qianqian harbors her own doubts about whether Yi Sheng is truly the biological daughter of the Guos, yet she wishes for her to be so. As she struggles to rise from the mire, she hopes Yi Sheng might also experience the weight of her existence. Indeed, what about the paternity test report? Do the Guos possess it? The Yi patriarch persists unrelenting. Feeling uncomfortable, Yi Qianqian retorts, "Why are you asking me? How would I know if the Guo couple has the test results? Perhaps we should summon them for clarification. If they have not conducted one, they ought to do so. Additionally, I would like to have a paternity test with Yi Sheng." The old man's declaration takes everyone by surprise. No wonder he is so attentive to Yi Sheng. It seems he is here to claim kinship. Yet, Yi Sheng already has parents. Why would the Yi patriarch wish to acknowledge her as his granddaughter? Surely, he does not desire her to be his granddaughter simply because he holds affection for her. To be frank, I believe if I had a granddaughter, she ought to resemble Yi Sheng, beautiful, intelligent, and clever. The Yi patriarch seeks to shower Yi Sheng with compliments, rendering the others momentarily deaf to his praise. The audience watching from home is equally bewildered by the old man's flattery. So that's why he revolves around Yi Sheng. It appears he is here to recognize a granddaughter. One viewer inquires, can a granddaughter choose her grandfather? What about parents? I am not greedy for wealth. I merely wish to select parents who appear affluent. Laughter ensues. And some speculate if the old man is slightly unhinged for suggesting he too wishes to undergo a paternity test with Yi Sheng.
Yet,
It seems he genuinely adores her and is adept at extolling her virtues. Even without blood ties, I would gladly accept such a grandfather. Do I perceive a resemblance between the Yi patriarch and Yi Sheng? At least it is more apparent than between her and Guo Erqiang or Lu Aihong. The audience's comments garner much approval, especially the latter. A chorus of voices joins in, expressing their desire to choose their own parents. One audience member recalls, "When I was in the hospital giving birth, my husband pointed to the most beautiful baby and said, 'That's the one we want.' Perhaps I am beginning to understand the Yi patriarch." However, the implications of a paternity test are not as straightforward as one might assume. Yao Nan interjects on behalf of Yi Sheng, having discerned that the Yi patriarch is not to be trifled with. Yet, given that Yi Sheng has just aided her, she cannot simply stand idly by. If Yi Sheng has opened this door today, what will prevent others from demanding a paternity test in the future, seeking to claim her as a daughter or granddaughter? The Yi patriarch, clearly affluent, may not pose a threat, but what if someone less scrupulous comes along, seeking to exploit Yi Sheng? The Guo couple certainly fits that mold. If Yi Sheng were not their biological daughter, why would they conceal such a truth? I am merely consulting with Sheng Sheng. You see, this is my wife. Do you not see a resemblance? The Yi patriarch discreetly produces a photograph from his pocket to show Yi Sheng. She gasps in surprise. Although it is a black and white vintage photo, the woman within bears a striking resemblance to her. However, she cannot simply agree outright and responds, "Perhaps beautiful women share certain similarities? Your wife is indeed lovely." The Yi patriarch is undeterred by her evasiveness and beams with delight. Indeed, she is beautiful, and you are equally so. Which leads me to believe we must share some profound connection. A camera momentarily captures the image of the photograph, revealing the stunning woman to the viewers at home. How fortunate the old man is. His wife is a great beauty. No wonder he wishes to recognize Yi Sheng as his granddaughter. They do indeed share some likeness. A viewer muses, "Why do I feel I have seen this photograph somewhere before?" Yet, no one is paying attention to the online discussions. The Yi patriarch remains fixated on Yi Sheng. Noticing her reluctance to agree to the paternity test, he expresses no disappointment. "You may take your time to consider the paternity test. For now, allow me to present you with a gift." The Yi patriarch gestures to the nanny, Xiao Kai, who approaches with a document in hand. "This is a token of our first meeting." Yi Sheng accepts the document, revealing it to be a property deed, but hastily pushes it back, exclaiming, "This is too much. You jest. This is no jest. Regardless of whether you are my granddaughter or not, this is simply a gift. If nothing else, we can at least consider each other as godparent and godchild. Consider it a tribute to my late wife." The Yi patriarch feigns disappointment. "My wife passed many years ago, and this is the first time I have encountered a girl who bears such a resemblance to her. She even came to me in a dream, telling me that you are my destined granddaughter. This gift is her request. Please accept it. If you refuse, I fear I may be scolded in my dreams." Yi Sheng, observing the old man's theatrics, cannot help but chuckle. Does she hit hard? Not at all. The Yi patriarch replies with a grin. "A few playful taps from my wife are merely charming. How could they possibly hurt?" Yi Sheng, taken aback, gives him a thumbs up. What a perspective. The The old man beams with pride as Yisheng finds him quite endearing. The audience shares this sentiment. While the old man's insistence on claiming Yisheng as a granddaughter may not be commendable, his affection for his late wife appears genuine. The Yi patriarch revels in Yisheng's compliment, feeling validated in his affection for his spouse. A few playful taps are merely charming. Gentlemen, take note. For the old man is a master of romance. Others find the old man amusing. When he actually invites the Gua couple to undergo a paternity test, it becomes evident that he was not joking. Gua Jiang and Lu Aihong, upon being summoned, are struck dumb. No need for that. Sheng Sheng is our child. There is no requirement for a paternity test. They insist that since Sheng Sheng and Qianqian were merely swapped at birth, they can simply return home now. Lu Aihong vehemently refuses the paternity test, while Gua Jiang glares at Yisheng, accusing her. Is this your doing? You disdain us, and are deliberately stirring up trouble. And now you've brought someone to create chaos. Yisheng. Others say that a child does not despise an ugly mother, nor does a dog reject a poor family. I see you are determined to return to the Yi family for a better life. The Yi patriarch is taken aback, realizing that his request has led to Gua Erqiang misunderstanding Yisheng's intentions. Indeed, if she were not a child of the Gua family, she might very well be my own granddaughter, and of course, she should return with me to the Yi family. Gua Erqiang then turned to Old Master Yi. Are you Qianqian's grandfather? I am not, Old Master Yi clarified. Aware that some had misconstrued his connection to the Yuqing Yi family, he emphasized, I am not from Yuqing. I merely noticed on a variety show that Yisheng bears a striking resemblance to my late wife, which led me to suspect she might be my long-lost granddaughter. He refrained from mentioning the years since his wife's passing, not wishing to reveal that his youngest son and Qing Su's daughter had both died. If Yisheng truly were that child, it would undoubtedly involve other complicated matters. What nonsense. There are countless people in this world who resemble one another. Just because you claim she looks like your wife, does that make her your granddaughter? By that logic, I could say you resemble my deceased father. Does that mean you are my father and entitled to inherit my family fortune? Gua Erqiang's retort momentarily left Old Master Yi speechless, and others were equally stunned. To be fair, your father does have a point, Tang Ning whispered to Yi Qianqian, nudging her in the ribs. Indeed, Yi Qianqian concurred, agreeing with Gua Erqiang's argument. If anyone were to see someone resembling their family member and insist on claiming kinship, would there be any inheritance left to distribute? You are merely grasping at straws. Old Master Yi was now displeased. Neither of you bears any resemblance to Yisheng. How can you shamelessly claim her as your daughter? Or are you simply drawn to her celebrity status and potential wealth, hoping to latch onto this cash cow, deliberately avoiding a paternity test? If you refuse to undergo the test, the public will assume she is your daughter. If she does not provide you with financial support, she will be deemed ungrateful. Old Master Yi was not easily outmaneuvered. He had never lost at the negotiation table, especially not against someone like Gua Erqiang. I was merely speaking hypothetically. You cannot honestly be considering such a course of action. Gua Erqiang and Lu Aihong exchanged glances, taken aback by the old man's incisive remarks. That is not the case. Lu Aihong quickly interjected, denying the implication. It is the Yi family that claims Sheng Sheng and Qianqian were switched at birth. Qianqian is a daughter of the Yi family. Therefore Sheng Sheng must surely be our child. Surely that cannot be doubted? The Yi family cannot be speaking falsely. Lu Aihong's assertion dragged the Yi family into the fray. Yi mother, who had been watching the live broadcast, was now incensed. What nonsense is this about the Yi family claiming Yisheng as their own daughter? While it is true that Yisheng and Qianqian were switched at birth, we never considered subjecting Yisheng and the Gua couple to a paternity test. In our minds, since Qianqian is their daughter, it naturally follows that Yisheng is a child of the Gua family. Who could have foreseen a third party emerging to contest the matter? Initially, He Chunlon thought Old Master Ye's claims were ludicrous, perhaps an attempt to get close to Yisheng and support her financially. Yet now, she began to doubt whether Yisheng might indeed be Gua's biological daughter. How could she explain the live broadcast from last night? Would Gua Erqiang act against his own flesh and blood? Lu Aihong continued to speak on behalf of her husband after the fact. If Yisheng were truly their biological daughter, surely her reaction as a mother would be the most intense. Regardless of Gua Erqiang's intentions, Lu Aihong should have been reproaching her husband sternly. The couple's demeanor was decidedly unorthodox. Yi Xiao returned home from school, drawn into the live broadcast by his mother's insistence, yet finding it rather amusing. Mom, did you ever consider having a paternity test done for Yisheng and the Gua couple? I don't see how Gua Erqiang and Lu Aihong could be Yisheng's biological parents. He Chunlon turned to her son. What do you mean by that? This couple looks far too ordinary, he remarked. That's not entirely true. Lu Aihong must have been quite attractive in her youth. Look at her facial features now. They still hold some appeal, though time has left its marks, He Chunlon replied instinctively. They had never doubted her lineage, largely due to Lu Aihong's good looks. Though she now appeared haggard, she must have been beautiful once. Yi Zhao's perspective diverged. She was at best merely fair-looking in her youth. But is Yi Xing fair-looking? When she was with the Yi family, she was often praised for embodying the best traits of her parents. Had He Chunlon not been confident in her own beauty compared to a younger Lu Aihong? She was momentarily at a loss for words. So, are you implying that Yi Sheng is indeed the old man's granddaughter? Yi Xiao shook his head. I do not know. Whoever she is no longer my sister. The sister he once bickered with over snacks had been replaced. Was Yi Xiao pleased? It was difficult to say. After all, Yi Qianqian felt more like a stranger to him. Upon hearing Lu Aihong's words, old Master Yi felt even more resolute about pursuing a paternity test. Regardless of the circumstances, I hope you will willingly cooperate and have a paternity test done with Yi Sheng. Otherwise, I shall report you for the illegal trafficking of children. Everyone was taken aback by old Master Ye's threatening words. How could the parents merely refusing to undergo a paternity test suddenly be implicated in child trafficking? Unexpectedly, both Lu Aihong and Guo Erqiang's expressions soured. Guo Erqiang even kicked over a nearby bucket of water. Get out. You are not welcome in my home. Cease filming your program. What kind of people are you, coming here to seize my daughter and falsely accusing us of wrongdoing? We have led a simple life running a small shop. How do we become child traffickers? Chapter 40. The police are called. Guo Erqiang created chaos within the production team, forcing the filming to come to an abrupt halt. Mr. Guo, you cannot act this way. We had an agreement to use this venue, and you are being compensated. If this disruption prevents the program from airing, you will be held responsible for our losses, the director said gravely once the cameras were turned off. Director, this is hardly our fault. It is your guests who have gone too far, Lu Aihong retorted immediately upon hearing about the financial implications. Though she typically appeared meek, when it came to money, she transformed into a fierce protector of her assets. Seeing Lu Aihong take this stance, Guo Erqiang echoed her sentiment. She is correct. Your guests have indiscriminately attempted to claim our child. How can we possibly treat them kindly? In my view, it is your production team that should compensate us for our losses. We do not seek compensation. We merely wish for your team to remove this old man immediately. Guo Erqiang insisted, pointing at old Master Yi with a rigid demeanor. That is out of the question. The director understood that old Master Yi was a significant figure. A financial backer. There was no way he could be expelled. Mr. Guo, old Master Yi simply wishes for you to undergo a paternity test with Yi Sheng. What is your reluctance to comply? The director was baffled as to why this couple was so apprehensive about the test. Did they genuinely suspect that Yi Sheng was not their daughter? Guo Erqiang's expression shifted. What other reason could there be? Our child has already been switched at birth. After finally getting her back, now they want us to undergo some test? I believe he is merely attempting to snatch our child away. What if you wealthy people use underhanded methods to make my child yours? What then? Though Guo Erqiang's argument held some merit, how could old Master Yi be swayed? You are merely grasping at straws, he countered, addressing the couple directly. Yi Sheng is not your daughter, is she? You are aware she is not. Which is why you fear a paternity test. How did you come to possess this child, and how did she end up switched with Yi Qianqian? The police have yet to conduct a thorough investigation, haven't they? Old Master Yi clearly was not one to be trifled with. He immediately chose to call the police. Guo Erqiang, in a fit of rage, grabbed something to strike old Master Yi, but the production crew quickly intervened. Lu Aihong looked tense and panicked. This is not how it is. Sheng Sheng is my biological child. How could there be any doubt? If she is not our child, then where has our child gone? The director observed Lu Aihong collapsing onto the ground in tears, utterly perplexed by the peculiar antics of the couple. If your child is indeed not Yi Sheng, then assistance from the authorities is imperative for locating them. The old gentleman's decision to alert the police was not misguided. When they arrive shortly, it is essential for you to cooperate. As the recording of the program remained unfinished, the others continued, while Yi Sheng, old Master Yi, and the Guo couple were escorted to the police station. The complainant was old Master Yi, who insisted on a paternity test, which the police found somewhat baffling. Mr. Yi, they inquired, you claim to have only learned of Yi Sheng through television, believing her to be your granddaughter due to her resemblance to your late wife? Yet, if your family has no child matching this description, are you not fabricating a granddaughter out of thin air? Moreover, If Guo Erqiang believes he is your son and demands a paternity test, would you consent to it? If this continues, not everyone can undertake a paternity test, and chaos would ensue. Old Master Yi was momentarily speechless. Of course I have a granddaughter. That is precisely why I am seeking to acknowledge her. Years ago, his daughter-in-law had given birth under dire circumstances, rendering her incapable of caring for the child. They had claimed the child had perished, and the family grieved deeply. However, upon seeing Yi Sheng, he began to suspect that the child had, in fact, been sent away. That child is Yi Sheng. Old Master Yi did not elucidate the intricacies of that past event, which remained complicated. He spoke privately with the police, who were astonished to discover that Old Master Yi's son was none other than the illustrious actor Yi Luyun. The revelation that Yi Luyun had married and fathered a daughter was news to them. Moreover, the investigating officers were rather fond of Yi Luyun. Do not presume that public servants are devoid of celebrity admiration. He diligently follows every film of his. Navigating the entertainment industry, Yi Luyun was often embroiled in rumors. If his wife had been affected by such gossip during her pregnancy, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, the countless rumors surrounding Yi Luyun over the years had been mere fabrications by the media. No one had ever truly caught him in a scandal, rendering it difficult for the police to ascertain where the fault lay. It was conceivable that Yi Luyun's wife, unable to bear the burden of her husband's notoriety, chose to divorce him, simultaneously alerting his family that the child had died. This could have been a vengeful act to prevent their daughter from associating with them. Although the Guo couple was adamant about refusing a paternity test, if they wished to transfer Yi Sheng's household registration back to the Guo family, they needed to prove their status as her biological parents. Thus, the test would eventually be necessary. Otherwise, there would be no legal parent-child relationship between them and Yi Sheng. The police reminded Old Master Yi. The old gentleman grasped the implication. As long as Yi Sheng was willing to undergo the test, they too must comply, correct? It all hinged on Yi Sheng's decision. The police raised their hands in surrender. Upon exiting, Old Master Yi saw Yi Sheng and the Guo parents seated apart, looking as though they were strangers. He inquired, Sheng Sheng, do you wish to undergo the paternity test with them? It is imperative to conduct a paternity test. Yi Sheng suddenly declared. Guo Erqiang, incensed, attempted to strike Yi Sheng, but the officers were caught off guard. Yet, Yi Sheng seized his wrist and twisted it fiercely. Guo Erqiang yelped in agony. You little brat, let go. He hurled a slew of insults, but Yi Sheng remained unfazed, releasing him with a forceful shove that sent him sprawling to the ground. I have already stated, do not attempt to lay a hand on me. A man like Guo Erqiang was unworthy of the title of father. Officers, you have seen the live broadcast of our program, have you not? I suspect Guo Erqiang is not my biological father, and both he and his wife are aware of this. Therefore, Guo Erqiang harbored ulterior motives on the very night I returned to the Guo household, while Lu Aihong chose to shield her husband. They undoubtedly harbor some unspeakable secret. Each word from Yi Sheng struck deep. Lu Aihong wailed, collapsing onto the ground. For heaven's sake, Sheng Sheng, I have never wronged you in the slightest. How can you speak of your biological parents in such a manner? Chapter 41. The compensation for our daughter, whether one is truly biological or not, must be verified through a paternity test, does it not? Yi Sheng regarded Lu Aihong with a bemused smile. Would you not agree? Lu Aihong's gaze faltered. Sheng Sheng, such words should not be uttered. Ever since we learned that you and Qianqian had been swapped at birth, we have longed to bring you home, genuinely considering you our own flesh and blood. How could that not be the case? There are myriad reasons why this might not hold true. Instead of questioning me, why not reflect on how a child could be swapped once and then again? Lu Aihong could not muster a credible excuse. Perhaps it was a mistake at the hospital. Nevertheless, the test still needs to be conducted, does it not? How can you be so certain that you are not our daughter? To my mind, you are indeed our biological child, and I have never entertained the notion of a mix-up. Yi Sheng, witnessing Lu Aihong's desperate struggle, replied with a smile, Aunt Lu, let us first conduct the paternity test to ascertain the truth. If you fear that this old master you will arrange for someone to conduct it fraudulently, we can do so under the police's supervision. The authorities would never falsify the results. The sooner we proceed, the more at ease everyone will be. If you insist on refusing, wishing to claim a daughter in a haze of confusion, I too am unwilling to accept parents under such circumstances. One cannot afford to make a mistake twice. Lu Aihong's lips quivered, but no words emerged. Why can't it be done? Guo Erqiang interjected from behind. The Yi family took our Qianqian away, Even if she is not our biological daughter, she is nonetheless the daughter that the Yi family owes us. Officers, I have long maintained that this wretched girl is merely coveting wealth and status, unwilling to acknowledge her true lineage. Jiang displayed his aptitude for sophistry, absurdly claiming that Yi Sheng was merely a daughter compensated to them by the Yi family. Not only Yi Sheng, but even the police were momentarily bewildered by Jiang's assertion. Jiang, matters concerning children cannot be dismissed so flippantly. If Yi Sheng is not your daughter, then you have no claim to her. Conversely, Yi Qianqian is indeed a member of the Yi family, having undergone a paternity test. She is entitled to return to her family. The Guo couple may have been reluctant to cooperate, but they were nonetheless compelled to submit to the paternity test. Upon completion, the expressions on their faces mirrored anger as they regarded Yi Sheng. What are you staring at me for?
Ye Sheng challenge.
Surely, you do not genuinely believe you have known all along that I am not your biological daughter? Jiang attempted to speak, but Lu Aihong restrained him this time. Sheng Sheng, how could you utter such words? We have always believed you to be our biological daughter and never imagined otherwise. We have cherished you as our own, and this talk of tests and accusations is profoundly hurtful. Lu Aihong, at this stage, was still putting on an act. Then let your hearts ache. I have endured far greater heartache. I am indifferent to one or two more. Yi Sheng's retort elicited a laugh from old Master Yi. Lu Aihong's expression stiffened, utterly taken aback by the girl's audacity. It was evident that Yi Sheng was impervious to her manipulations. While Yi Sheng and Yi Qianqian were starkly different in temperament, Lu Aihong could easily control Qianqian but found herself at a loss with Sheng. Yi Sheng had a knack for inciting irritation. As Yi Sheng and old Master Yi departed the variety show recording early, the audience expressed some dissatisfaction.
Non-etless, discussion en Suède.
Could it be that Yi Sheng is truly the granddaughter of old Master Yi? She certainly does not resemble the offspring of Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong. Guo Erqiang's recent explosion of rage suggested a sensitive spot had been struck. The key was the couple's demeanor, which gave the impression that they had known all along that Yi Sheng was not their daughter. Opinions were divided on whether the gift presented by old Master Yi was genuine or merely scripted, especially given that it was a property deed. Not only are the audience members eager for answers, but several other guests are equally curious. Is it true that old Master Yi holds such affection for Yi Sheng that he publicly presents her with the property as a meeting gift? Although Yi Sheng has never seen the property deed, they perceive that a house must surely not come at a trifling expense. Qianqian, is it really true that old Master Yi is not your grandfather? Tang Ning still finds it hard to believe. Is Yi Sheng truly so enchanting? She is no longer a daughter of the Yi family, and yet someone is rushing to acknowledge her as kin and bestow upon her a house.
No.
Yi Qianqian also feels a sense of awkwardness. Why does everyone assume he is her grandfather? My grandfather has already passed away, she must explain. That old Master Yi, judging by his accent, hails from the capital, Yu Zhou remarks. Though he comes from humble beginnings, years spent in the capital have allowed him to discern its dialect. Thus, it is impossible for him to be from Yuqing, and even less likely to be Yi Qianqian's biological grandfather. Could it be that he has gifted Yi Sheng a property in the capital? If so, that would indeed be a grand gesture. Will they resume filming later? Or is it time to disperse? Filming should no longer be required. Once dinner concludes, it will be time to bid farewell. Had it not been for Guo Erqiang's unexpected incident, it would have already come to an end. Then let us take our leave. Yao Nan yawns. While Yi Sheng suggests she should unwind and get an early night, she intends to conclude her engagement and hurry home. Lin Wensheng follows closely behind her. Nan. Are you returning to the capital, or will you stay here for the night? I will remain here. My hotel is already booked. Upon hearing this, Lin Wensheng declares, then I shall stay to accompany you. He reaches out to assist Yao Nan, who deftly avoids him. Lin Wensheng, do not follow me. Pretending to act in front of the cameras. Must we continue this charade? Lin Wensheng is taken aback by Yao Nan's sudden confrontation, rendered speechless. As others have yet to leave, Yao Nan's words are audible to all. Lin Wensheng instinctively glances at the others, who feign ignorance, eyes fixed on the ground, suppressing their intrigue. However, they cannot help but think that perhaps the rumors circulating online carry a grain of truth. It seems the relationship between the renowned actress Yao and Lin Wensheng has indeed soured. Lin Wensheng, still hopeful to mend their relationship, finds no inclination from Yao Nan in that regard. The esteemed actress, Yao, seems disinclined to maintain any pretense of marital harmony before the others. Sensing that it is inappropriate to witness a domestic dispute, the guests hastily concoct excuses to depart. Once they are alone, Lin Wensheng glares at Yao Nan. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Yao Nan retorts with a cold laugh. Are you truly so intent on divorce that you would disregard my dignity in front of them? Lin Wensheng, who had previously been confident in his ability to salvage the situation, now finds Yao Nan's feelings elusive. Do you truly think I would use divorce as a threat against you? Yao Nan counters. Noticing Lin Wensheng's expression, she realizes that this man indeed harbors such thoughts. Lin Wensheng, do you know? I have consulted a doctor. My health is robust, and I possess the ability to conceive. So, after all these years, who is truly incapable of having children? Chapter 42. Marital dispute. Lin Wensheng's eyelids twitch. Yao Nan, do you comprehend what you are saying? Is the ability to bear children so paramount in your heart? To help you maintain your figure, I agreed to forego having children and have always defended you before my parents. Now that you wish for a divorce, you bring this issue into question? Instead of addressing the matter, Lin Wensheng shifts the blame onto Yao Nan. Yao Nan feels she was blind to the truth all these years. She had been foolishly moved, believing he had fought against his parents for her sake. Lin Wensheng, your reluctance to have children is not for my benefit. You simply cannot have them, can you? Just as I mistakenly thought you were opposing your parents for me, when in reality, you merely used me as a shield to avoid their pressure, indulging in your own desires. Without me, your parents would force you to marry someone you despise even more, and I am the lesser evil. At least with me, you would feel insecure, not caring too much about your actions, and I would never discover your true nature. Lin Wensheng's expression darkens, finally revealing his true self. Yao Nan, for all these years, you have enjoyed a life of luxury as a member of the Lin family. Consider your peers, still struggling in the entertainment industry for a role, while you have long left them behind. You travel with a driver, bodyguards, and servants, each treating you with the utmost respect. You have transcended social classes, thanks to me. What more could you possibly want? Lin Wensheng's patronizing demeanor stings Yao Nan deeply. Reflecting on her situation, she feels a sense of tragedy. She had allowed the fleeting allure of a wealthy lifestyle to blind her to Lin Wensheng's true character. Yes, I admit I have crossed social boundaries because of you, but that is not what I desired. Even if I entered your world, I could never truly belong. Your family does not accept me, and your friends may welcome me on the surface, yet behind my back, they regard me with disdain. I cannot connect with them. Conversely, whenever I gather with my friends, your mother disapproves, as though I am bringing shame upon your family. Yao Nan articulates her grievances. Do you think this life is what I wished for? Had I not been moved by Lin Wensheng's insistence to marry me against all odds, I might have long ago left him and sought a divorce. Lin Wensheng is well aware that Yao Nan's life in the Lin household has not been easy. She has shielded him from some rumors and alleviated his parents' pressure. Therefore, he has compensated her financially, ensuring her needs were always met. You wish to claim that you have fulfilled my material needs? Yao Nan finds Lin Wensheng's perspective utterly misguided. Did I not? Lin Wensheng retorts, seemingly unbothered. At least you do not have to endure the humiliation of other actresses, begging for roles to make a living. Lin Wensheng, have you always held disdain for female stars? Yao Nan's eyes brim with sarcasm. She mocks herself for taking so long to see Lin Wensheng's true nature. I had already secured the title of Best Actress. Do you think I still need to grovel for roles? With my standing in the industry, directors approach me whenever I express a desire to act. The income one generate is certainly not less than yours. I can earn tens of millions from a single project. Do you think I cannot sustain my lavish lifestyle? Am I incapable of hiring a driver, bodyguard, or servant? Yao Nan's words are incisive, leaving Lin Wensheng at a loss for words. He concedes that had Yao Nan remained in the industry, she might have reached even greater heights, even after stepping back. Tales of her prowess persist. If she desires to earn, it would not be difficult for her, as she could achieve it independently. Yao Nan, what you are saying now is futile. We are no longer young, and pursuing the matter of who is unable to conceive holds no significance. You wish to make a comeback. I have already shielded you from my parents, allowing you to participate in the program. Can we not find a compromise? Lin Wensheng senses Yao Nan's determination and her willingness to go to extremes, making him hesitant to provoke her, fearing she might expose their issues. Very well. You may announce to the world that you cannot conceive, just as you previously spoke to the media about my inability to father children. Yao Nan begins to lay down her demands. Lin Wensheng's expression changes. He is certainly unwilling. No man would wish to confess his impotence before the public. Nan, given our age, It is meaningless to dwell on who is unable to conceive. Yao Nen shoots him a derisive glance. How can it be meaningless? Whether it is I who lack the ability or you, the truth will be evident to all. It would spare me from the ridicule of your relatives, who might otherwise mock me as a barren hen. I hope you can also experience the sting of being discussed behind your back. Lin Wenqing's expression shifted slightly. The mere thought of his family discussing his potential inability to bear children was unbearable. Moreover, the Lin family was not solely represented by him. Should his parents discover he was incapable of procreation, they would undoubtedly turn their attention to nurturing an illegitimate heir. His reluctance to father children was entirely distinct from the reality of his inability to do so. At present, even if his father entertained dubious intentions, his mother stood firmly in his corner. However, if news of his infertility were to leak, it was likely his mother would relent. Lin Wensheng held the family fortune in contempt, yet he would never permit others to covet it, especially those shameless illegitimate offspring. Be patient, that is merely my first condition. What then is your second condition? Lin Wensheng was taken aback by Yao Nan's insistence on stipulating further terms. The first condition had already placed him in a precarious position. Surely the second would not be any easier. Yao Nan made it clear that it would be anything but simple. The second condition was that he must openly acknowledge his sexual orientation to his parents, informing them that marrying her was not an act of kindness, but rather a means of using her as a shield. Lin Wenqing's face darkened. Yao Nan, you are overstepping. Yao Nan scoffed. You have wasted so many years of my youth. Now you claim I am overreaching? Lin Wensheng, are you unaware of the loathing I felt upon discovering you in bed with another man? Lin Wensheng, filled with shame and rage, retorted, Yao Nan, I admit I was wrong not to be truthful with you, but it was not intentional. Interests and preferences are not entirely within one's control. Furthermore, I do not exclusively harbor affection for men. His explanation only served to deepen Yao Nan's disgust. Yao Nan, have you been dissatisfied all these years because I did not fulfill your desires? If you require something, you could have simply asked. I could accommodate you. Chapter 43. Taking Yao Nan away. As Lin Wenqing stepped closer to Yao Nan, a sense of urgency gripped her heart. What exactly do you intend to do? She inquired. Just as the sound of movement at the door caught their attention, it was Yi Sheng and old Master Yi returning. They still had belongings to collect and were surprised to find others still present. Teacher Yao, Teacher Lin, you haven't left yet? Wasn't it said that the filming was concluded? Yi Sheng's sudden interjection broke the tension in the room. Yao Nan exhaled with relief upon hearing Yi Sheng's voice. Sheng Sheng, you're back? She rushed towards Yi Sheng as if she had seen a savior. The sight of old Master Yi and his accompanying bodyguard further eased her anxiety. Yi Sheng feigned ignorance of her distress, smiling as she addressed her. Yes, we returned to retrieve a few items. She patted Yao Nan's hand. Teacher Yao, are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to take you to the hospital? No need, Lin Wenqing interrupted. I will take her. He added. It's possible she has caught a cold due to the chilly weather. He feigned concern, advising Yi Sheng it's getting late. You should also hurry back after retrieving your things. Typically, couples do not involve themselves in each other's affairs, assuming that if a couple has matters to attend to, outsiders should excuse themselves. However, Yi Sheng had learned from Yao Nan that her marriage was precarious, and it appeared that a change was afoot. Yao Nan's expression indicated her reluctance to remain with Lin Wenqing, making it difficult for Yi Sheng to abandon her. You should head back. Yao Nan suddenly suggested to Lin Wenqing. His countenance darkened. If I return, what will you do? Surely, you do not intend to trouble them? His tone became increasingly irritable, contradicting the image he cultivated for the outside world. Yi Sheng replied with a smile, I can accompany Teacher Yao. It would be better for you to rest. And I'm sure she is concerned about your fatigue. Lin Wenqing's expression soured, realizing that Yao Nan was not worried about him being tired, but rather about him not releasing her. Yao Nan grasped Yi Sheng's hand, smoothly interjecting, Let us go. I'll accompany you to collect your belongings, and later, I may need your assistance. I am only feeling discomfort in my stomach. Perhaps you could join me for a meal afterward. I've heard there are many culinary delights in Yuqing, especially at night when the atmosphere is lively, and I have yet to experience it. Being a local, Yi Sheng was well acquainted with Yuqing. This provided Yao Nan with a legitimate reason to seek Yi Sheng's aid. Old Master Yi, being elderly, could not accompany them through the night, so he assigned a bodyguard to follow them. Let a Chang accompany you. He is quite capable. When you go out for food, he can assist you with your bags. Thank you, old Master Yi. Yao Nan expressed her gratitude with a nod. Old Master Yi was not doing this solely for Yao Nan's sake, but primarily for Yi Sheng. Nan, when will you return to the hotel? Are you certain you do not want me to accompany you? Lin Wenxing pressed, unwilling to relent. Even if they were to divorce, he would not allow his indiscretions to be exposed. But having a man accompany us while shopping is quite inconvenient, Yao Nan stated candidly. Yi Sheng chimed in, Teacher Lin. Are you worried I cannot ensure Teacher Yao's safe return to you? Rest assured, we have old Master Ye's bodyguard with us. Even if I cannot protect Teacher Yao, the bodyguard will. Yi Sheng thought to add that her own capabilities were more than sufficient to safeguard Yao Nan, but she refrained from engaging further with a man as hypocritical as Lin Wenxing. She feared that if she spoke any longer, she might lose her composure. Lin Wenxing's lips twitched. If the bodyguard could accompany them, why could he not? You being a man makes it more challenging for us to shop together. Just go back. Yao Nan asserted. Without further discussion, Yao Nan departed with Yi Sheng once she collected her belongings, climbing into old Master Ye's vehicle. Zhou Peng had been waiting for Yi Sheng nearby and rushed over to knock on the door. Where are you all headed?
He queried, alarmed.
Old Master Yi appeared to be quite influential. If Yi Sheng and he left together, he could only imagine the rumors that would circulate the following day. We're going shopping. Do you want to join us? Yi Sheng called out, poking her head out of the car. Do you still have the energy for shopping? Zhou Peng replied, exasperated. Although her reputation had improved somewhat online, many still held a negative view of Yi Sheng. Adding to the drama, the recent appearance of old Master Yi had led to rampant speculation that Yi Sheng was unwilling to acknowledge her impoverished parents, seeking instead to find herself a wealthy benefactor. Who knew how this wealthy benefactor might treat her in the future? Yi Sheng's actions bore striking similarities to the celebrity culture of seeking out sugar daddies. Yet, she was genuinely seeking a surrogate grandfather. It seemed like some were orchestrating the narrative as discussions about Yi Sheng proliferated online. Have you not seen the latest slander against you? Zhou Peng remarked, feeling exasperated. Let them talk. I won't be in the entertainment industry for long anyway.
Yi Sheng replied nonchalantly.
Zhou Peng sighed in frustration. Why do you show so little effort? This is your profession. Do you wish to exit the industry? Yi Sheng fell silent, though she indeed contemplated leaving. The entertainment world was not her domain. Why should she subject herself to performing for others? Setting aside whether to leave or not, you know the company. Zhou Peng glanced at Yao Nan beside him, realizing it would be inappropriate to elaborate. Yao Nan sensed that Yi Sheng was likely facing difficulties. She felt a twinge of embarrassment. Sheng Sheng, if you have matters to attend to, you should go ahead with your manager. Yi Sheng shook her head. What matters could I possibly have? However, it is indeed inappropriate for us to ride with old Master Yi. Yi Sheng stepped out of the car. Teacher Yao, would you mind taking a taxi? Yao Nan shrugged. I have not appeared in the entertainment industry for years. Even if I take a taxi, the driver may not recognize me. Then let us switch taxis. Yi Sheng instructed Zhou Peng to call for a cab. Esteemed elder, we shall not accompany you this evening. You have traveled a great distance to reach Yu City, and regardless of our relationship, it is prudent to await the results of the paternity test first. Old Master Yi observed Yi Sheng's forthrightness, and he readily waved his hand. Very well. You young people go and enjoy yourselves. I shall return to the hotel. Zhou Peng was taken aback by how agreeable old Master Yi was. He had feared the elder would be reluctant to let them go. Aren't you going to call for a cab? Yi Sheng cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Peng. How can you be so oblivious? Zhou Peng, chastened, felt no anger. After all, he had been worn down by Yi Sheng's demeanor. He hastily flagged down a taxi. Yi Sheng and Yao Nan alighted from the vehicle. With Zhou Peng here, surely the bodyguards need not follow? Yi Sheng inquired of the elder. She believed it was far more crucial for the bodyguards to accompany old Master Yi for his protection. Chapter 44. Seeking compensation, are you worried about me? Old Master Yi felt a warmth in his heart. If Yi Sheng was concerned for his safety, did that not suggest she held a certain fondness for him? Indeed. Your safety is of utmost importance. Respect for one's elders and love for the young are cherished virtues of our nation. You need not worry for me. When I venture out, I am never without a substantial entourage of bodyguards. This is merely the visible portion of my security.
Yi Sheng suddenly understood.
She had wondered why a vehicle had been persistently trailing them. It must have been a bodyguard for the elder. Furthermore, to ensure old Master Yi's safety, he typically traveled with a convoy of 3 cars, one in front and one behind, all under vigilant protection. This strategy also served to avert any potential vehicular mishaps. Then please maintain that formation. I fear there may be those who would exploit any vulnerabilities. Yi Sheng preferred that his entourage not accompany him, yet old Master Yi had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. Though old Master Yi remained concerned for Yi Sheng, he had to relent. Yi Sheng replied affirmatively, and together with Yao Nan, she climbed into the taxi Zhou Peng had just hailed. Once they had departed, old Master Yi could hardly contain himself and promptly dialed his inept son. Third son. Have you seen that variety show? What variety show? Yi Lu Yun initially dismissed old Master Yi's words, but upon hearing the mention of a variety show, he was taken aback. The one I mentioned before, where a girl may very well be my granddaughter. Your daughter's show. That lifestyle variety show? Yi Lu Yun was at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that his father would take this so seriously. You must watch the show. Only then will you understand why I believe she might be our child. Moreover, I have asked her parents to undergo a paternity test. Do you know what the Gua couple had to say? Old Master Yi had initially felt only a 30 to 35% certainty. Yet, after meeting Gua Erqiang and Lu Aihong, his confidence surged to 50 or 60%. Their vehement resistance to the paternity test suggested they did not appear to be Yi Sheng's biological parents. Furthermore, this couple undoubtedly had something to hide. They likely knew Yi Sheng's true identity and may even be involved in human trafficking. This matter warranted further investigation. Upon leaving the police station, old Master Yi had already instructed others to look into Gua Erqiang and Lu Aihong's backgrounds. They had moved to the urban village only after having their eldest daughter. The locals were largely unaware of their past. However, with diligent investigation, one could always uncover the truth. What do you think? Yi Lu Yun inquired as he opened his computer to search for the variety show. He wasn't particularly interested, but was merely indulging his father's whims. Since his father wished to recognize a granddaughter, he might as well allow him to pursue it. The truth of parentage would not be falsified through a paternity test. Yi Lu Yun admired his father's fanciful imagination. They claimed Yi Sheng was a daughter compensated to them by the Yi family, whether or not she was biologically related.
She was still considered theirs.
Did this couple know that Yi Sheng was not their biological child? Yi Lu Yun, being astute, quickly discerned the underlying issue. Isn't that the case? Old Master Yi cautioned Yi Lu Yun, you must watch carefully. Do not miss our biological daughter. Yi Lu Yun decided to cease engaging with his father. Even if Yi Sheng were not the biological child of that couple, it was improbable that she was his daughter. Your true granddaughter. Let us not forget, even during the turmoil that befell the Chu family, there were still people around Qingshu. How could anyone be so easily deceived as to lose their biological child? The child, as described by the Chu family, was said to have been stillborn. Yi Lu Yun felt regret, yet he also accepted this notion. Qingshu had been in a fragile state of mind. A mother's emotional well-being significantly impacts fetal health. Given her instability and the trauma of having a stillborn child, she required treatment abroad to recover. After all these years, her reluctance to return to this sorrowful place was understandable. While there had been people around Qingshu, it did not eliminate the possibility of misjudgment. What if the child had been misdiagnosed as stillborn but later survived, only to be taken away? Or perhaps someone with ulterior motives had colluded with medical personnel to falsely report the child's condition, substituting a stillborn for the daughter Qingshu had given birth to? Old Master Ye's imagination ran wild. Unable to reason with his father, Yi Lu Yun opted to end the call. Yi Sheng sneezed, unaware that others were gossiping about her. They took a taxi to the night market by the river, where the scenery was lovely, allowing for a leisurely stroll alongside the water while sampling various snacks. Yi Sheng and Yao Nan purchased a selection of treats for Zhou Peng to carry as they walked and ate. Yao Nan refrained from discussing Lin Wenxing's shortcomings with Yi Sheng. Matters between couples need not be laid bare before others. Though she felt the urge to confide, she did not wish to burden Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng, in turn, did not pry further. Suspecting that their earlier encounter with old Master Yi coincided with Lin Wenxing's attempt to confront Yao Nan. As a woman, Yao Nan would surely struggle against Lin Wenxing. Such a man lacked integrity for even considering raising a hand against a woman. If it were her, she would have simply broken Lin Wenxing's wrist. Yi Sheng touched her nose, realizing she had an unusual penchant for inflicting such injuries. Just as Yi Sheng and the others departed, Gua Erqiang and his wife returned home, both wearing grim expressions. Dear, do you really think a paternity test can determine biological parentage? Gua Erqiang shot her a glare. Isn't that how it's portrayed on television? Have you never watched? Furthermore, wasn't it true that Qian had also undergone a paternity test before returning to the Yi family? That girl, Yi Sheng, should have been smothered at birth, he lamented. She had been weak from the start, and they had feared she would not survive. At this point, both fell silent. Lu Aihong spat on the ground. This is still your fault. If you hadn't gone to her room last night, she wouldn't have become suspicious. That old man, you was likely just acting, hoping to use this opportunity to push for a paternity test. Jiang, feeling guilty, replied, I had too much to drink. You know that. Lu Aihong scoffed, showing no fear of her husband in public. You were drunk? No, you were emboldened by alcohol. Jiang, accustomed to Lu Aihong's timidity, found himself momentarily displeased. What else can we do? Just claim we had no idea. It must have been a mistake by the hospital. We are the victims here, and could even seek compensation from the hospital. Chapter 45, A Shift in Status Compensation? You must be mad with avarice. At that moment, Lu Aihong appeared far more assertive than before, even more so than Jiang. His complexion shifted slightly. This is free money. If they offer compensation, how could we refuse? Lu Aihong replied, I am not so noble. I certainly wouldn't turn down money. She pondered for a moment and whispered to Jiang. After listening, Jiang gave Lu Aihong a thumbs up, exclaiming, Sister Hong is impressive. Lu Aihong raised her eyelids slightly. It's been years since I've heard you call me Sister Hong. If you wish to hear it, I can address you as such every day. Jiang playfully pushed Lu Aihong down into a chair, saying, Sister Hong, you've worked hard today. Allow me to give you a massage. Lu Aihong did not object and allowed him to massage her, his hands roaming freely. In her youth, she was one of the most beautiful girls in the village, her face having deceived countless suitors. Jiang, our current life is quite satisfactory. Let's strive to support Daba. If he can study, let him pursue his education. If academics aren't his forte, we can have him learn a trade. I see others earning good money fixing cars. If he is willing to learn, we can buy him a house and find him a wife. We will manage this small shop and wait for grandchildren to arrive, helping our son and daughter-in-law with the children. Lu Aihong had a clear vision for their future. Despite Jiang often taking the lead in their daily life, the family's finances were primarily under Lu Aihong's control. Even when Jiang gambled, he had to ask Lu Aihong for money. Without her financial support, he could only rack up debts. Nevertheless, since they had a son together, Lu Aihong would find ways to settle his debts. With her around, Jiang couldn't act too recklessly. They effectively restrained one another. Sister Hong, I believe we shouldn't have rushed into things back then. Be quiet. Lu Aihong scolded, interrupting Jiang before he could finish. Jiang, have you grown tired of living a stable life? Do you long for the days of uncertainty? Don't forget, we have Daba. What will happen to him if anything were to happen to us? The mention of their son silenced Jiang. He came from a family so impoverished that he could barely afford a wife. His father was a notorious beggar. Had he not met Lu Aihong, he might never have married, let alone have children. Lu Aihong bore him a son, ensuring the continuation of the Guo lineage, a fact for which Jiang would be eternally grateful. For all these years, Lu Aihong's influence over him stemmed from the fact that she gave him a son.
Dad.
Mom, what's going on? Why didn't you come to pick me up today? Daba usually returned home after school, and it was typically Jiang who fetched him after evening classes. If Jiang had been drinking, it would be Lu Aihong who went to retrieve him. With neither of them present, it was no surprise that Daba was displeased. Today, we had some matters at home and couldn't pick you up. But you made it back on your own, didn't you? Daba, are you hungry? I'll go make you a bowl of noodles. Lu Aihong's maternal instincts were evident. Despite the day's troubles and her injured foot, she still expressed concern for her son. Daba carelessly tossed his backpack aside. I'm not hungry. I already ate outside. You ate that junk food again. Lu Aihong's displeasure was immediate. What junk food? I only had a bowl of hot pot noodles. In truth, Daba had also indulged in spicy grilled wings and honey-glazed chicken legs, but he refrained from mentioning this to his mother. He was already quite overweight, and further weight gain would only invite her nagging. Fine, as long as you've eaten. I'm hungry. Make me a bowl of noodles and throw in an egg. Jiang resumed his role as the head of the household, and Lu Aihong, accustomed to it, acquiesced. She, too, was hungry, so she decided to cook a bit more, ensuring they both had enough to eat. Upon returning to the Yi family, Yi Qianqian's mother inquired about the elder Ye's identity. What was the mystery behind that old man? And why had he come to claim kinship? Yi Qianqian's mother had always believed that Yi Sheng was the child of the Guo family mistakenly taken in by them. Feeling that her daughter had borne the brunt of this injustice, which fueled her desire to expel Yi Sheng from their home. But what if Yi Sheng truly was not from the Guo family? What if there had been a mix-up with the children? How could such a grave error occur in the hospital? Mom, I have no idea. I think that old man might just be fond of Sheng Sheng, which is why he came to recognize her. However, they conducted a paternity test today. Yi Qianqian hesitated, looking at her mother. Mom, did we really not have a paternity test done for Sheng Sheng and her Guo family parents before? Yi Qianqian's mother shook her head. At that time, we had a paternity test done with you, thinking surely both families had swapped children. If Yi Sheng is not the Guo family's daughter, then who else could she be? However, if it turns out that more than just our two families' children were mixed up, it is not impossible for Yi Sheng not to be a Guo child. Regardless of her lineage, she is certainly not a member of our Yi family. Yi Qianqian fell silent, unsure of what to say. Should she admit that she hoped Yi Sheng was indeed a Guo child? For 18 years, she had believed herself to be suffering in place of Yi Sheng, harboring resentment. Out of animosity towards Yi Sheng, she had indeed acted irrationally. Now, being told that Yi Sheng might not even be a Guo child, did that not render her previous actions all for naught? No, she had done nothing wrong. Yi Qianqian quickly reassured herself. Yi Sheng had at least received the love of the Yi family. She had enjoyed a life that was rightfully hers as a pampered heiress for a full 18 years. Without Yi Sheng, perhaps her family would have found her sooner, and she wouldn't have had to endure suffering at the Guo family as hands.
Ye Sheng sneezed.
Unaware that Yi Qianqian was discussing her, she and Yao Nan had strolled around the night market and along the riverbank, and Yao Nan's mood had stabilized. Upon learning that Yi Sheng had not booked a hotel, Yao Nan invited her to share a room. Yi Sheng hesitated. Teacher Yao, since you wish to avoid interacting with Teacher Lin for now, should we consider staying at a different hotel? Yao Nan suddenly understood. Are you suggesting that Lin Wensheng has already found out where I'm staying and has booked the same hotel? Yi Sheng did not nod, but her meaning was clear. Lin Wensheng seemed like the type who would stop at nothing to achieve his objectives. Would he willingly give up? Alright, which hotel are you staying at? I will join you. Yao Nan readily accepted Yi Sheng's proposal without a second thought. Turning to Zhou Peng, Yi Sheng asked, which hotel should I stay at? Zhou Peng felt like cursing. Wasn't she supposed to be the one in charge? Now she was asking him. I think that Riverside hotel looks quite nice. If Teacher Yao doesn't mind, I'll go inquire if we can reserve 3 rooms. Although Zhou Peng was reluctant to engage with Yi Sheng, he remained courteous to Yao Nan. After Zhou Peng departed, Yao Nan remarked to Yi Sheng, I think your manager is quite commendable. When you had that conflict with Yi Qianqian and ended up in the hospital, there were numerous individuals online slandering you, yet he did not abandon you. Meanwhile, it seems your company has started to neglect you. The term neglect was a euphemism. The company intended to terminate their contract with Yi Sheng while simultaneously tarnishing her reputation, claiming she was of poor character and that they had no interest in representing such an artist. Even the school had issued warnings due to the incidents surrounding Yi Sheng. Though they had not yet mentioned any disciplinary actions, they had stated that she had tarnished the institution's image. How could someone who had gone from being a genuine heiress to a pretender overnight be said to have brought disgrace to the school's reputation? It was as if the school's standards were far too fragile to withstand such an affront. Yi Sheng suspected that the instructor who had called her was likely bribed. Otherwise, such comments seemed unfathomable. Or perhaps the instructor was a fan of Yi Qianqian. The company had always practiced favoritism. Yi Sheng was well aware of their nature. Previously, they had turned a blind eye to her actions, seeing her as a member of the Yi family who could easily secure work through her connections, allowing the company to profit without any effort on their part. Now, she is no longer the beloved daughter of the Yi family. Ye's mother has likely taken Yi Qianqian to the company, intending to transfer all the resources originally allocated to Yi Sheng into Yi Qianqian's hands. It is evident whose side the company is on. The company has deemed Yi Sheng to be of no further utility, and the public relations department is reluctant to spend any funds on her image. Otherwise, Yi Sheng would not be subjected to such harsh criticism online. Do you wish to sever ties with your current company? Yao Nan genuinely cares for Yi Sheng. Before I withdrew from the industry, I had certain connections that could facilitate your signing with another agency. Although the resources may not be abundant, they would certainly not allow you to be bullied as you are now. Her good friend has already ascended to a high rank in an agency. Upon Yao Nan's return to the entertainment circle, her friend has agreed to have her sign under her management. Yao Nan is not inclined to sign with an agency. She prefers to establish her own studio, yet she does not mind recommending Yi Sheng to others. Yi Sheng was taken aback by Yao Nan's kindness, but firmly shook her head. Teacher Yao, to be honest, I do not plan to remain in the entertainment industry for long. Yao Nan was somewhat surprised. You do not wish to stay in the entertainment industry? But I believe you possess great talent and beauty. If you dedicate yourself to this field, you will undoubtedly achieve fame. Yaonan is convinced that Yi Sheng is well suited for this realm. Beauty serves as a stepping stone, yet it is far from sufficient. In this industry, one must also be intelligent and perceptive. Yaonan feels that Yi Sheng lacks none of these qualities. Her responses during the variety shows yesterday and today could certainly enhance her popularity. She possesses unparalleled advantages. Yet this young woman claims she does not wish to remain in the entertainment world. The entertainment industry is not a favorable place for me. Yi Sheng shook her head. Given my temperament, I easily offend others. I cannot tolerate anyone. If someone displeases me, I will confront them. Yaonan agrees with this observation. Yi Sheng is indeed a remarkable individual in her eyes. However, she must admit that Yi Sheng's personality makes her prone to offending others. Yaonan appreciates Yi Sheng's unwavering sense of justice. Yet, her recent outspokenness may have irked Lin Wensheng. Lin Wensheng presents a facade of propriety. He might very well use his connections in the industry to hinder Yi Sheng's progress. Sheng Sheng, Lin Wensheng may harbor resentment towards you for this incident. I am truly sorry for having implicated you. Yaonan expresses her apologies for the events of the evening. Yi Sheng, however, is unperturbed. As long as you do not resent my meddling, it is all right. Teacher Yao, you mentioned that Teacher Lin might not be particularly broad-minded. If you truly wish to divorce him, it is likely that Yi Sheng did not finish her sentence, but she trusted that Yaonan understood her implication. Yaonan indeed comprehended. I am not afraid of him. After all these years of marriage, who does not hold a few secrets about the other? Yaonan had never considered divorce from Lin Wensheng before. The leverage she possessed was not necessary then. But now that divorce is imminent, she will not show Lin Wensheng any mercy. It depends on whether Lin Wensheng prefers a peaceful separation or a tumultuous one. I am not afraid either. Yi Sheng replied with a smile. I will soon exit the industry. You need not worry about me. What will you do after you leave the industry? You are attending the Imperial Capital Film Academy. If you do not enter the industry, do you plan to remain at school as a teacher? Yaonan could only think of this one path. She contemplated whether to recommend Yi Sheng to her own teacher. Her teacher had been quite disappointed when she left the industry, but if she truly needed her teacher's help, she would not be ignored. I doubt my abilities would warrant staying at the school. I have lost interest in acting and wish to retake the college entrance examination. Yaonan was taken aback. Are you certain? Retaking the college entrance examination is no easy feat. Yes, I want to retake it and choose a different major. Yaonan was unsure how to persuade her, but greatly admired Yi Sheng's courage. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. Yi Sheng nodded. Thank you, Teacher Yao. Zhou Peng went to make a phone call and successfully booked a room online before rejoining Yi Sheng and Yaonan. He informed them of the reservation, and both agreed without objection. It is getting late. Let us return to the hotel now. Yi Sheng noticed that Yaonan seemed a bit cold from the river breeze and suggested. Yaonan nodded in agreement. All right, let us head back to the hotel. The three of them returned to the hotel together. Meanwhile, Lin Wensheng, who was waiting for Yaonan to return, grew increasingly anxious as time passed. Impatient, he called Yaonan. Yaonan had already checked into the hotel and was currently in the bathroom. Seeing Lin Wensheng's call, she reluctantly answered. Nan, where are you? Why have you not returned to the hotel yet? Lin Wensheng tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible. He needed to have a serious conversation with Yaonan. It would be best if they did not divorce. Even if they did, he wanted to minimize public scrutiny. He did not want his reputation tarnished. Nor did he want his parents to learn of certain matters. I am in the shower. What is the matter? Yaonan guessed that Lin Wensheng was waiting for her and felt a sense of satisfaction. You are already back at the hotel? Indeed, Lin Wensheng sounded quite surprised. Why did I not see you enter the room? Of course, I returned to the hotel. Yaonan snickered. If there is nothing else, I will shower and sleep. It is late, Lin Wensheng. Do not disturb me.
Wait.
Lin Wensheng hung up and knocked on the door. There was no response from the room Yaonan had booked. Chapter 47. Competing for a marriage proposal? Lin Wensheng called his assistant to inquire. The assistant reported that Yaonan had not returned to the hotel at all. He was waiting in the lobby. Furious, Lin Wensheng slammed his fist against the door. The noise was quite loud and caught the attention of the guests in the adjacent room. One guest opened the door and peered out. What are you doing?
Can you keep it down?
Lin Wensheng, feeling frustrated, apologized. I am sorry. I accidentally bumped into the door. The guest appeared skeptical, scrutinizing him before ultimately deciding not to summon hotel staff. It was late. It was best to get some rest. Even if you're not sleeping, do not disturb others. With that, the guest returned to their room and closed the door. Lin Wensheng, scowling, returned to his own room. He called Yao Nan again, but this time she did not answer, infuriating Lin Wensheng to the point of throwing his phone. Yao Nan had already gone to bed, silencing her phone to avoid Lin Wensheng's calls. Lying in bed, she recalled Yisheng's words about how she could still have a child if she wished. Does she truly want a child? Yao Nan thought of the adorable little ones. In her earlier years, she was indifferent to the idea, but perhaps it was age or the loneliness of being alone that had changed her mind. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and finally decided to call Yisheng. Yisheng was surprised to receive a call from Yao Nan in the middle of the night, but answered nonetheless. Sheng Sheng, I hope I am not disturbing your rest? Yisheng leaned against the headboard. Not at all. I am still awake. She was browsing through the online comments criticizing her, finding them rather amusing. Sheng Sheng, you said that if I wanted a child now, I could still have one, right?
Yesheng replied affirmatively.
Yes, it is possible. With some adjustments, it should be fine. But it is best to act swiftly. A woman over 50 faces significant risks in having a child. However, it also depends on the physical condition of the male partner. Younger men tend to produce healthier children. If he has habits like smoking or drinking, the child may be more prone to illness. And you may not have the energy to care for them. Yisheng's implication was quite clear. Yao Nan understood her meaning. If she wants to have a child, she should do so promptly, preferably with someone younger. Lin Wensheng is no longer young. His lifestyle and habits are not ideal. Having a child with Lin Wensheng may not yield a healthy offspring. Alright, I understand. Thank you, Sheng Sheng. Yao Nan still wishes for Yisheng to help her with her health. Yisheng did not refuse, but suggested that she visit the old Chinese medicine doctor and present the prescription for his review. If he approved, she would proceed to procure the medicine. Yao Nan discerned her caution and found herself liking the girl even more. I won't disturb your rest any longer, she said proactively. After hanging up the phone, Yisheng also retired for the night. She slept soundly until noon, awakened by the insistent ringing of her phone. Groggily answering, she realized it was her mother, Yimu. Yisheng, where are you? Hurry back home. Yisheng was taken aback. Aunt He, have you forgotten? I am no longer a member of the Yi family. If you wish for your daughter to return, you should be calling Yi Qianqian. Stop with the nonsense. We have guests at home today. You must come back. Her mother insisted, disregarding Yisheng's words. Aunt, I assure you, I am speaking the truth. If you really want me to come, you should be calling Yi Qianqian. If you don't come, your fiancé is coming to the house today. He Chumon mentioned Jiang Xingzhou. Yisheng sprang up from her bed in shock. What is Jiang Xingzhou coming to the house for? How should I know? If your father hadn't insisted you come back, I wouldn't even be calling you. Yisheng indicated that she understood. He Chumon quickly hung up, needing to prepare Yi Qianqian for the visit. Initially, she had no intention of summoning Yisheng back, but with Jiang Xingzhou's arrival, she thought it would be best to encourage him to break off the engagement with Yisheng and instead secure the match for her own daughter. After all, the Jiang family was an excellent match. However, old Yi had insisted that Jiang Xingzhou specifically wanted Yisheng present. With no other option, she had to summon Yisheng back. Qianqian, try on this outfit. I bought it for you while shopping yesterday, He Chumon said, her affection for her returned daughter palpable. She felt a deep sense of indebtedness towards her daughter and wished to provide her with the best of everything. Nevertheless, her choice of clothing still reflected Yisheng's aesthetic. The garments selected were those Yisheng had previously favored, suitable for a lady of her stature. Yet, what suited Yisheng might not necessarily flatter Yi Qianqian. This particular outfit, when donned by Yi Qianqian, seemed ill-fitting. Her frame was even more delicate than Yisheng's, appearing fragile, and her complexion lacked the fairness of Yisheng's. Mom, do I look good? Yi Qianqian asked, oblivious to these discrepancies, feeling quite pleased in her attire. Having seen the brand, she knew a single dress cost over 5,000. She had never worn anything so expensive in her 18 years. He Chumon frowned upon seeing her. To be honest, it doesn't look as good on you as it does on Yisheng. She had Yi Qianqian try on a couple more outfits until she finally found one that satisfied her. You should apply some makeup first. A fair complexion can mask many flaws. Your skin still needs some improvement. One day, I'll take you to a beauty salon. Girls need to take care of themselves and invest in their appearance, she advised. Listening to He Chunmon's beauty regimen, Yi Qianqian inquired, Mom, did Sheng Sheng often go to get facials with you? It made sense why Yisheng's skin was so flawless. She didn't she was born with it. He Chunman abruptly fell silent. In the past, she had boasted about her daughter to her friends, always praising Yi Sheng's natural beauty. Those socialites had envied her for having such a lovely daughter. They were all aware that Yi Sheng had a betrothal, one to a family wealthier than the Yi family. Everyone believed that it was Yi Sheng's beauty that had secured such a favorable match. They were full of envy and jealousy. He Chunman had once taken pride in this. But now, in front of Yi Qianqian, she could no longer extol Yi Sheng's natural beauty. Your skin has suffered due to lack of care. With the Guo family circumstances, what could they possibly provide you? But don't worry, now that you're back home, everything will improve, and your skin will regain its luster swiftly. Yes, thank you.
Mom, ye Vianyan responded politely.
Yet, she felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing He Chunman praise Yi Sheng. Was she truly so inferior to Yi Sheng? Perhaps her mother was right. If she had grown up in the Yi family, she would have been more beautiful. If she had enjoyed a life of privilege, would she not have been lovely? The guests expected to arrive soon were Yi Sheng's fiancé, a member of the wealthy Jiang family from the capital. She wondered what he intended with his visit. However, her mother had plans of her own. Chapter 48. Jiang Xingzhou's visit. He Chunman intended to hijack her adopted daughter's engagement for her biological daughter, feeling no sense of wrongdoing. The Jiang family's willingness to engage was surely influenced by the Yi family standing. Yi Sheng was merely a false heiress, while Yi Qianqian was the true daughter of the Yi family. Thus, swapping the engagement seemed only natural. Mom, is that feasible? Yi Qianqian was taken aback by her mother's scheme to dress her up for the purpose of stealing an engagement. Why wouldn't it work? He Chunman replied matter-of-factly. You are my biological daughter. The previous engagement was simply a mistake. He Chunman had completely forgotten why the Jiang family had originally sought an engagement with Yi Sheng.
Now,
she was solely focused on the Yi family's influence determining the outcome of the marriage. Yi Qianqian felt a mix of anticipation and worry. Would the handsome son of a wealthy family live up to her expectations? She waited nervously for Jiang Xingzhou's arrival. On a rainy day, Jiang Xingzhou's car pulled up at the Yi family villa, with a chauffeur stepping out to hold an umbrella for him. Chongshan, the butler, rang the doorbell. Qianqian, go out to greet our guest. As the butler opened the door, Yi Qianqian stepped out to see Jiang Xingzhou. He was tall and striking, with refined features and an air of aloofness in his eyes. He seemed to embody the fantasies of countless young girls regarding their ideal partner. You must be Brother Jiang? Originally, she intended to ask if he was Yi Sheng's fiancé, but upon seeing him, she wished to sever any association with Yi Sheng. Even the mere notion of them being engaged stirred jealousy within her. And you are? Jiang Xingzhou inferred her identity, but found her demeanor unappealing. I am Yi Qianqian, the true daughter of the Yi family, the one who was swapped with Yi Sheng. She introduced herself. Jiang Xingzhou merely acknowledged her with a non-committal showing no further interest. My parents heard you were coming and have been preparing lunch for a while now, Brother Jiang, Yi Qianqian began, but was cut off by Jiang Xingzhou's abrupt inquiry. Where is Yi Sheng? Yi Qianqian's smile faltered. Sheng Sheng just recognized her ties to the Guo family and doesn't he reside here. She'll be back shortly. Was this man here to see Yi Sheng? If so, he could simply contact her directly. Why come to the Yi family? If Brother Jiang wishes to see Sheng Sheng sooner, I can call her. There's no need for that. As Jiang Xingzhou's car came to a halt, Yi Sheng arrived shortly thereafter. However, she had taken a taxi and crossed the street on foot. Upon hearing Yi Qianqian sweetly address Jiang Xingzhou as Brother Jiang, she couldn't help but smile. As a businessman, Jiang Xingzhou prioritized his interests. Upon learning that she was not a true daughter of the Yi family, his first thought would be to dissolve the engagement. After all, he had only reluctantly accepted Yi Sheng's agreement. Why would he wish to bind himself to Yi Qianqian? If Yi Qianqian truly had feelings for Jiang Xingzhou, her plans might very well unravel. Sheng Sheng, you're back. Yi Qianqian's face lit up with joy, as if she had been eagerly anticipating Yi Sheng's return. Qianqian. Yi Sheng replied with a polite smile. Let us go inside quickly. Mom will be thrilled to see you back. Yi Sheng remained silent, following her inside.
Indeed.
As soon as they entered the courtyard, He Chunman rushed out to greet them. Xingzhou? It was somewhat amusing that the Yi family had not seen Jiang Xingzhou in many years. The youthful boy they once knew had grown into a tall and handsome man, who wouldn't be captivated. Aunt He, Jiang Xingzhou said politely, handing over the gifts prepared for the Yi family to Chongshan.
He Chunman,
while instructing the butler to take over, chuckled, Xingzhou, our home is just like your own. There's no need for such formality when you visit. I've heard that you've been quite busy with your studies and career over the years, leaving little time to enjoy a trip to Yuching. What a fortunate coincidence this time. What brings you here? Old Ji was still at the company, caught in traffic and unable to return, and she wished to probe Jiang Xingzhou's sentiments as soon as possible. However, with Yi Sheng back as well, she hesitated upon glancing at her. It was not appropriate to discuss matters with the child present. This trip to Yuching was a work-related visit, and there happened to be half a day to pay a visit. Jiang Xingzhou's explanation eased He Chunlan's heart. You are such a polite young man. Don't overwork yourself, for there are many days ahead. Qian, go pour some tea for your brother Jiang. Sheng Sheng, would you like to check on your own room? Although you have left the Yi family, they will always keep your room for you. You can return whenever you wish. He Chunlan displayed a deep sense of affection in front of Jiang Xingzhou. No need, there is nothing to see, Yi Sheng replied, showing no interest. He Chunlan aimed to create an opportunity for her daughter and Jiang Xingzhou to be alone, but Yi Sheng was aware of her intentions. She wished to facilitate the situation but had no desire to revisit a room that no longer belonged to her. This space held countless memories from her childhood, and she had not forgotten He Chunlan's insistence on expelling her from their home while she lay ill in the hospital. He Chunlan, under the influence of Yi Qian, disregarded their maternal bond, so why should Yi Sheng hold onto lingering sentiments for the original owner? Why not go to the yard and see Wankai? You used to adore it, didn't you? Wankai was a delightful puppy Yi Sheng had brought home when she was 12. Upon hearing Wankai's name, Yi Sheng acquiesced. Once she stepped outside, He Chunlan busied herself encouraging Yi Qian to engage more with Jiang Xingzhou. At that moment, Yi father returned home. Nephew, I apologize for being late. The traffic was dreadful. I hadn't planned to return for lunch, but was merely making do at the company. Who could have known Jiang Xingzhou would be visiting? Jiang Xingzhou maintained a cold but polite demeanor. I initially didn't mention it due to time constraints. Now that the matter is settled, I have some free time. Recently, the Yi family had been embroiled in the scandal of the true and false heiresses, and he had just heard about it. Yi father's expression darkened. This was unexpected. We hadn't even had the chance to inform old Master Lu. Ordinarily, upon confirming the child's return, we would have notified our in-laws. He Chunlan was scheming, wishing to transfer Yi Sheng's engagement to Yi Qian, but Yi father had never considered such a notion. He understood that the alliance between the Yi family and the Jiang family was not due to the former status, but because Yi Sheng had saved old Master Jiang. A single act of kindness from a child had forged a betrothal between her and Jiang Xingzhou.
Now,
he feared that the Jiang family would be angered by the Yi family's treatment of Yi Sheng. After all, that old gentleman truly cherished her. He remarked that his wife was too hasty, yet she was also concerned for their biological daughter. Qian was indeed their own flesh and blood and had endured hardships with the Guo family for so many years, which pained him. However, he was more inclined to preserve his relationship with Yi Sheng and retain the engagement, for that was how the Yi family could benefit from the Jiang family's fortune. The Yi family had not always been this affluent. It was the Jiang family's support over the years that had allowed them to flourish in Yuching. Chapter 49. A Change in Engagement? The old gentleman was already aware of the situation. Jiang Xingzhou had initially only stated the facts, but in Yi Weihua's ears, it sounded like an accusation. Yi Weihua found himself momentarily awkward. This was indeed unexpected. We never anticipated that Sheng Sheng would not be a child of the Yi family. Jiang Xingzhou got straight to the point. I am here to discuss the dissolution of the engagement with Yi Sheng, which we had already agreed upon. I thought it best to inform our elders as well.
What?
Yi Weihua was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the two had already agreed to end their engagement. Is the dissolution your decision? Or was it the old gentleman's? After his initial shock, Yi Weihua retained a glimmer of shrewdness. Jiang Xingzhou's expression turned icy. And with a semblance of a smile, he replied, What do you think? Hearing Jiang Xingzhou's words, Yi Weihua became uncertain. Could it be that old Master Jiang was also superficial, and upon learning that Yi Sheng was not a true member of the Yi family, he no longer wished for his grandson to continue the engagement? At that moment, He Chunlan emerged with a platter of fruits. What is going on? Noticing the somber expressions on their faces, she worried that her husband might speak harshly and provoke a rift with Jiang Xingzhou. A son-in-law as exceptional as him would be hard to find. He wishes to dissolve the engagement with Sheng Sheng. Yi Weihua had yet to recover from the revelation that Yi Sheng was not his biological daughter. And now he was left to contemplate whether the Jiang family was indeed rejecting the Yi family, demanding the dissolution of the engagement. Upon hearing this, He Chunlan donned an expression of someone who had anticipated this outcome, ending the engagement with Sheng Sheng may be for the best. Given Sheng Sheng's current family circumstances, marrying Xingzhou would only burden him. Yi Weihua was even more astonished. He had not expected his wife to voice such sentiments.
Whose side was she on?
However, Jiang Xingzhou did not perceive He Chunlan's words as benevolent. He could see the calculation in her eyes and awaited her next move. Sure enough, in the next moment, He Chunlan summoned Yi Qianqian to her side. Xingzhou, if you wish to dissolve your engagement with Sheng Sheng, then how about getting engaged to Qianqian instead? Now that she has returned to the Yi family? What do you think? Jiang Xingzhou's expression sharpened. What does Aunt He mean by this? What I mean is, if you find it unsatisfactory that Sheng Sheng is not a biological daughter of the Yi family, then it would be perfect. Now that Qianqian has returned, you could become engaged to her. He Chunlan laid her intentions bare. Yi Weihua was unable to intervene, though he doubted the Jiang family would be interested in Yi Qianqian. What if Jiang Xingzhou agreed? It wouldn't be impossible to swap daughters. After all, it would still mean a marriage alliance with the Jiang family. Yi Qianqian gazed at Jiang Xingzhou with hopeful eyes, not having expected that Yi Sheng would have such an attractive fiancé. No, this fiancé should have been hers all along. She was the biological daughter of the Yi family. Uncle Yi, Jiang Xingzhou was reluctant to engage further with He Chunlan. The reason my grandfather arranged the engagement with Yi Sheng was due to her saving him, not because she is the daughter of the Yi family.
Now,
my decision to dissolve the engagement is not because she is no longer a Yi, but because we truly are not suited for one another. We have a significant age gap and differing perspectives, which is why the engagement must be dissolved. The dissolution is final. It cannot be maintained by simply substituting another person. Jiang Xingzhou articulated his position with clarity. He Chunlan's mood soured immediately. Did this not signify a complete severance of ties with the Yi family? Xingzhou, you mentioned that Sheng Sheng saved your grandfather. Now you wish to dissolve the engagement without his input. Is it fair for her, as a young woman, to bear the brunt of this? As Jiang Xingzhou appeared ready to draw the line, He Chunlan pivoted her argument to advocate for Yi Sheng. Without the old gentleman's endorsement, what does it matter if you dissolve the engagement unilaterally? Moreover, Yi Sheng saved the old gentleman's life. You expect to dissolve the engagement without offering any consideration? Jiang Xingzhou countered with a smile. Since the engagement, the Jiang family has also extended assistance to the Yi family. This is merely a repayment of the original favor. And I have previously mentioned that my grandfather is quite fond of Yi Sheng. He feels sorrow at her being cast out from the Yi family. In light of their past bond, he might even consider her as a god-granddaughter. Given that she saved my grandfather's life, the Jiang family will not be ungrateful. What did Jiang Xingzhou mean? There was a deeper implication in his words. Was it that since Yi Sheng was no longer connected to the Yi family, the Jiang family did not wish to allow the Yi family to continue to benefit? Therefore, if Yi Sheng and Jiang Xingzhou were to dissolve their engagement, the Yi family would gain nothing and would instead incur losses? He Chunlan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She cast a glance at Yi Qianqian, her daughter, who had proven to be rather disappointing. If she had captured Jiang Xingzhou's attention, how could the Jiang family possibly refuse to honor the marriage contract? At that moment, Yi Qianqian was also discontented, pondering why Jiang Gij did not favor her. In what way was she inferior to Yi Sheng? Had she grown up in the Yi family, it would have been her who saved the day, and Jiang Gij would assuredly still be her fiancé. Ultimately, it was Yi Sheng who had usurped her opportunity. She had taken the fiancé that was rightfully hers. Were Yi Sheng aware of Yi Qianqian's sentiments, she might well applaud her for her audacious reasoning. Xingzhou, where is this heading? We are not the type to repay kindness with malice. The Yi family had indeed been under the Jiang family's patronage for many years. Her aunt, a woman of domesticity, was simply being foolish. Do not stoop to her level. Yi Weihua dared not offend Jiang Xingzhou. The young man was ruthlessly shrewd in business.
How could this be?
After a moment of coldness, Jiang Xingzhou smiled. And not a soul dared to underestimate him. Even though He Chunlan felt displeased, the meal proceeded without further discussion. The engagement was declared null and void, and the token sent by the Yi family had been returned. The token given to Yi Sheng had been safeguarded by He Chunlan in a safe. Since they had not inquired, she chose to act as if it were of no consequence. The token from the Jiang family was a hairpin, said to have been used by a certain ancient empress. It was truly exquisite, and He Chunlan was reluctant to part with it. She desired to keep it as a dowry for Qianqian in the future. As for giving it to Yi Sheng, she had never entertained that thought. Yet, at this moment, Yi Sheng would not let it go. Auntie, since the engagement has been annulled and Jiang Xingzhou has returned the token, should I not return my share as well? He Chumon's expression stiffened. She thought Yisheng foolish for bringing it up when they had not been asked for it. The Jiang family was wealthy. Did they truly lack a mere hairpin? Perhaps they had no desire to reclaim what they had given. Yet, at this moment, Yi Weihua also turned to her. The token was entrusted to you for Sheng Sheng, was it not? Why not retrieve it and present it to Xingzhou? Yi Weihua dared not keep anything belonging to Jiang Xingzhou. I simply forgot for a moment. He Chumon attempted to feign ignorance. However, Jiang Xingzhou did not grant her the opportunity. No rush. I will wait for Annie to locate it. Chapter 50. If you do not want it, then give it to Qianqian. He Chumon's countenance shifted, surprised at Jiang Xingzhou's assertiveness. Hurry and find it. Yi Weihua cast a glance at his wife. He did not wish for Jiang Xingzhou to misunderstand their intentions regarding the engagement token. The engagement was proposed by the Jiang family, and it was they who called for its dissolution. The Yi family had no means to object. After all, the Yi family paled in comparison to the Jiang family. He Chumon had no choice but to ascend the stairs, casting a fierce glare at Yisheng before leaving. Were it not for this girl's loose tongue, Jiang Xingzhou might not have remembered such an item existed. Yet, she insisted on being pretentious. Yisheng was unperturbed by her. Understanding that He Chumon as a mother prioritized her biological daughter was one thing, but she had no intention of allowing Yi Qianqian, who had caused the demise of the original soul, to benefit. The original owner had already returned a life to the Yi family. She owed no one anything. Yi Qianqian attempted to engage Jiang Xingzhou in conversation, but he remained aloof. He regarded the Yuqing Yi family with disdain. Yi Weihua's capabilities were, in truth, mediocre, and had it not been for the Jiang family's assistance over the years,
his ascent would not have been so swift.
As for Yisheng, he had had no prior interactions with her and did not desire a prearranged fiancé. Moreover, the recent troubles surrounding Yisheng had made him acutely aware of the complexities surrounding women, further solidifying his resolve to dissolve the engagement. Finally, He Chumon retrieved the engagement token. Reluctantly, she returned it to Jiang Xingzhou, yet her reluctance was palpable. However, upon receiving it, Jiang Xingzhou took his leave. Seeing him depart, Yisheng too prepared to leave. Yi Weihua, noticing his foster daughter's intention to exit, furrowed his brow. Sheng Sheng, since you have returned home,
why not stay a while?
What on earth was the matter with the old Yi family patriarch? Had they truly gone to conduct a paternity test? Yi Weihua contemplated more deeply. If Yisheng were not truly a daughter of the Guo family, then finding her biological parents might be a fortuitous outcome. Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong appeared to be simple folk, but who could say if they would treat Yisheng well? Yisheng had been cherished in the Yi family. Yi Weihua did not wish for her to live in destitution. Of course, he had more pressing questions. Yes, we did. Yisheng felt no need to conceal the truth. If that old Yi is indeed your biological grandfather, we can rest easy. Living with him will not be worse than your current situation. But what of Guo Erqiang? What truly transpired? Initially, Yi Weihua was unaware, but it was Yi Xiao who had informed him. If Guo Erqiang targeted Yisheng, he would not let the man go unpunished. A wretch who could lay hands on his own daughter did not deserve a favorable end. At that moment, Yi Qianqian and her mother had just seen Jiang Xingzhou off when they returned to hear Yi Weihua's inquiries. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Qianqian leapt to Guo Erqiang's defense. Father, this must be a misunderstanding. Qianqian, has he ever entered your room without permission?
Ye Yihua pondered deeply.
He then turned to his biological daughter. If that Guo Erqiang would dare to infringe upon his recently acknowledged daughter, what of his own flesh and blood raised in the Guo household? Yi Qianqian's heart skipped a beat, surprised by her father's question. What nonsense are you spouting? He Chumon immediately interjected, defending her husband. How could he possibly invade Qianqian's room? Our Qianqian is such a well-behaved and understanding girl, despite the Guo family's poverty. They treated her well, always regarding her as their own daughter. He Chumon feared that Yi Weihua and Yisheng might doubt her words, quickly adding, when I went to reclaim Qianqian, I inquired among the neighbors, and there was nothing untoward. That is good. Yi Weihua was not one to jump to conclusions regarding his biological daughter. His concern was genuine.
Yisheng scrutinized Ye Vianian, who instinctively avoided her gaze.
Yisheng was convinced that Yi Qianqian had indeed suffered at the hands of Guo Erqiang, perhaps even threatened, holding secrets over her. Yi Qianqian was rather foolish. Her attempts to protect Guo Erqiang only placed herself in peril. The likes of Guo Erqiang thrived on fear. It would have been wiser to confide in her parents sooner. Regardless of whether it was Yi Weihua or He Chunlan, both would have the means to deal with Guo Erqiang and force him to relinquish his hold.
Unne
Aunt He, I have matters to attend to this afternoon, so I will take my leave. Yi Sheng reiterated her intention to depart. Sheng Sheng, why are you being so distant? Even if you are not the biological child of the Yi family, your uncle and I consider you as our own. There will always be a room for you in our home. When you were ill, your mother, in her anger, thought you could not accept Qianqian, which is why she sent you to the Guo family. In truth, she regretted it upon your return. Yi Weihua surprisingly stepped in to smooth things over. Did He Chunlan truly regret it? Yi Sheng mused. She doubted her mother had ever uttered such words. I feel indebted to the kindness of uncle and aunt. Yi Sheng smiled. But since the error has been made, I must indeed leave the Yi family. Otherwise, it would be unfair to Qianqian. Yi Weihua had not anticipated such a response from her. It appeared this girl was resolute in her decision to face the world alone. He was not anxious. Sheng Sheng, if you wish to stay outside for a while, that is acceptable. It will allow you and Qianqian to adjust to one another. However, how did you come to be in contact with Jiang Xingzhou? Were you not previously quite satisfied with this fiancé? Why the sudden change of heart? Yi Sheng looked up at Yi Weihua. Mr. Jiang is young and accomplished. As a mere pseudo-heiress, I am hardly worthy of him. An annulment was inevitable. Rather than clinging to this betrothal, it is far more graceful to part ways amicably and leave a favorable impression. Upon hearing such words from Yi Sheng, Yi Weihua was taken aback. This daughter has truly matured. Perhaps others may be indifferent, but you are different. You once saved the esteemed elder Jiang, who holds you in high regard. Yet, Yi Weihua remains unwilling to concede, for the Yi family desperately requires such a union. What does his affection for me matter? Yi Sheng scoffed. It is not elder Jiang who would marry me. After all, he is of considerable age, and one day, the reins of power will inevitably fall to Jiang Xingzhou. You witnessed it yourself. Jiang Xingzhou is exceedingly domineering, devoid of any semblance of sentimentality. The little favor I did for his grandfather has long been repaid in his eyes. Yi Weihua, reflecting on their earlier confrontation, felt a deep sense of humiliation. The Yi family, perceived as a prominent clan by others, is likely regarded as inconsequential by Jiang Xingzhou. This realization left him utterly disheartened. At that moment, He Chunlan interjected. I told you, child, you are being foolish. Did you not receive any compensation when you hastily agreed to the annulment? Have you not considered confronting elder Jiang directly? While you may feel unworthy of this match, it could easily be passed on to Qianqian. He Chunlan audaciously suggested that she relinquish her fiancé to Yi Qianqian, leaving one to wonder if she had lost her senses, or if she believed Yi Sheng had. Chapter 51. Complaining to the face, Yi Weihua was unable to reprimand his wife in time. Yi Sheng had already begun to laugh. Auntie, did you not just encourage Qianqian to offer herself? If he did not favor her, that cannot be blamed on me. If he truly preferred Qianqian and wished to become engaged, then the token of affection could easily be transferred to her. I have no objections. The crucial matter is whether you can secure Jiang Xingzhou. Her words dripped with sarcasm. Yi Qianqian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. In her eagerness to meet Jiang Xingzhou, she indeed had an air of self-recommendation. Yet, why did Yi Sheng have to speak so harshly? After all, his reluctance was surely rooted in fear of her causing a scene before elder Jiang. He Chunlan sought to restore her daughter's dignity, unwilling to acknowledge that her biological daughter was indeed overshadowed by her adopted daughter. The adopted daughter exuded the charm of a wealthy heiress, while her biological daughter appeared somewhat petty. One was radiant and captivating, the other delicate and demure. Even though Yi Sheng was no longer the Yi family's jewel, her words remained assertive. Upon glancing at her biological daughter, He Chunlan felt a sense of frustration akin to hating iron for not becoming steel. I would never create a scene before elder Jiang. Yi Sheng recalled the elder's fondness for her, feeling reluctant to trouble him. You are such a fool. Yi Sheng's declaration not to cause a stir only served to further irritate He Chunlan. After all, she had raised her daughter. How could she be so lacking in common sense? She was no longer the Yi family's daughter, yet she had the opportunity to secure such an exceptional fiancé. And yet she chose to let it slip away. Is this not foolishness? It is no wonder Jiang Xingzhou is so arrogant, readily calling off the engagement. Yi Sheng offered no defense. She had no affection for Jiang Xingzhou, so the annulment was only natural. Foolish Yi Sheng left the Yi residence, initially intending to hail a cab, only to discover that Jiang Xingzhou had not yet departed. Upon seeing Yi Sheng emerge, Chongshan hurriedly called out to her on behalf of his employer.
Monsieur.
Chongshan, is it? Yi Sheng recognized Jiang Xingzhou's bodyguard's name. I did not expect Miss Yi to remember me. Chongshan replied with an awkward smile. Did you call me for something? Yi Sheng surmised that Jiang Xingzhou sought her out. Nevertheless, since he had instructed his bodyguard to summon her, she would only converse with him. Get in the car, Jiang Xingzhou stated directly. Just like that? Should I not retain some dignity? Yi Sheng crossed her arms, standing outside with a teasing smile directed at Jiang Xingzhou. I have already informed Elder Jiang about our annulment. He added, not pressing her to enter the vehicle. What did Elder Jiang say? Yi Sheng had not called Elder Jiang, after all. She was not the original owner of this identity. He scolded me, Jiang Xingzhou replied candidly. Yi Sheng chuckled. Is that not true? Your decision to annul our engagement is akin to burning bridges. A scolding from Elder Jiang is a light punishment. Jiang Xingzhou shot her a sidelong glance. She had echoed Elder Jiang's sentiments. Elder Jiang has always held you in high esteem. I mentioned that you should personally explain the annulment to him. Why did you not call him? Was I not pressed for time? You know I spent all day yesterday recording a program, Yi Sheng retorted, rolling her eyes. You cannot forget the stipulations you proposed, Jiang Xingzhou cautioned her, wary of her potential trickery. Yi Sheng certainly had not forgotten. I know how to address Elder Jiang. I will not delay your pursuit of new affections. That is preferable, Jiang Xingzhou responded, skeptical of Yi Sheng's integrity. Is your health satisfactory? Yi Sheng instinctively peered into the car. Jiang Xingzhou understood what she meant, and he almost ground out the words, no problem. What issues could he possibly have? After that night, when Yi Sheng used that method to counteract the effects of the drug, Jiang Xingzhou had awakened in a furious rage, yet found himself powerless against her. Yi Sheng recognized why Jiang Xingzhou was upset, and she felt helpless. I was only trying to do what was best for you.
Thank you.
Jiang Xingzhou's expression darkened. It was then that Yi Sheng opened the car door. Jiang Xingzhou's demeanor shifted slightly. What are you doing? Giving me a ride. I am trying to save on fare. She quipped, urging him to sit inside. Jiang Xingzhou's anger flared. She was attempting to take even this small advantage. At that moment, Elder Jiang's call came through, directed to Yi Sheng. The contact was saved in her phone as Grandfather Jiang. Jiang Xingzhou naturally noticed. Yi Sheng quickly answered, Grandfather Jiang. Her voice took on a sweet tone, and Jiang Xingzhou cast her a glance, surprised by her sudden change of demeanor. Yi Sheng was unconcerned with Jiang Xingzhou's opinions. Elder Jiang immediately inquired about the annulment. Sheng Sheng, what is this? You and Aizhou were doing so well. What is this annulment all about? I know Aizhou has no intention of marrying, but did you not previously express your fondness for him? Yi Sheng replied, so. Our engagement was merely based on my infatuation with Jiang Xingzhou? Have you not considered whether your grandson has any feelings for me? Perhaps I no longer harbor affection for him. I once admired young boys in their teens. As I have matured, I may still prefer boys in their teens, she said half-jokingly. Elder Jiang surprisingly found this reasoning quite sensible. Even if you genuinely do not like him, it is ill-timed to announce the annulment. Does this not make you appear easily bullied? I have already scolded that scoundrel Jiang Xingzhou. If you truly wish to annul the engagement, there is no need to do it right now. You can wait until you find someone you truly adore. It is not too late. What if you do not find any young boys to your liking? You could always settle. After all, Aizhou was the young boy you once fancied. Elder Jiang's words left Yi Sheng feeling shamefully swayed. Grandfather Jiang, why did you not say this sooner? Had I known, I would not have agreed to this so quickly. However, I see that Brother Xingzhou does not seem to favor me. I should let him go. He would dare not dislike you. Elder Jiang's voice rose on the other end of the line. Indeed, he has a car but refuses to let me hitch a ride. He even expects me to walk.
Yi Sheng deliberately complained.
Jiang Xingzhou glared at her, but Yi Sheng pretended not to see. Elder Jiang inquired, what is going on? Are you currently with that young man? Yes, we just left the Yi residence, Yi Sheng replied with a smile. Hand the phone to him. I wish to speak with him. Old Master Jiang was profoundly displeased with his grandson's behavior. Chapter 52. What a coincidence, visiting the same patient. Grandfather Jiang wishes to speak with you on the phone. Yi Sheng handed over the mobile device. Jiang Xingzhou finally deigned to shift his position, allowing her to enter. Yi Sheng adeptly navigated her way into the car. Chongshan. To the first municipal hospital. This was where Grandma Huang was currently hospitalized. Yi Sheng expressed her intention to visit the elderly lady. Chongshan instinctively glanced at his boss. Jiang Xingzhou paid him no mind, preoccupied with addressing his grandfather's concerns. The elder reprimanded Jiang Xingzhou for his decision to annul the engagement.
Yet,
Since Yi Sheng did not raise a fuss, he refrained from pressuring his grandson further. Nevertheless, he insisted that he look after Yi Sheng more. Wherever Sheng Sheng wishes to go, you shall accompany her. She is no longer a daughter of the Yi family. Her life may not be easy now, so you must assist her more. Jiang Xingzhou cast a sidelong glance at the composed Yi Sheng beside him, finding no evidence of her struggling. Grandfather, I understand. He quickly ended the call, wishing to avoid further lectures. Yi Sheng had saved the old man, and he naturally felt grateful. However, it was also true that he held no fondness for Yi Sheng. Her act of saving someone did not obligate him to reciprocate with affection. Yi Sheng remained unfazed. Upon arriving at the first municipal hospital, she exited the vehicle, followed closely by Jiang Xingzhou, which struck her as somewhat peculiar. What are you getting out of the car for? Yi Sheng did not inquire about his motives for following her, as she was not so self-important. Jiang Xingzhou evidently harbored no affection for her. How could he possibly be trailing her? To visit an elder, Jiang Xingzhou calmly elucidated. Yi Sheng acknowledged his explanation. Who would have imagined that they would both end up on the same floor, in the same ward? Are you here to see Grandma Huang as well?
Ye Sheng gepresset her sürprize.
Yes, Jiang Xingzhou replied, recalling the rumors circulating online about Yi Sheng, claiming she had pushed Grandma Huang, leading to her hospitalization. He had not believed such gossip at the time, and the police later corroborated this. However, he was taken aback that she would make a special trip to visit the elderly woman. Is Grandma Huang related to your family? It seemed that even the wealthiest individuals had a few impoverished relatives. Nonetheless, if Grandma Huang were indeed related to the Jiang family, she should not have fallen into such dire circumstances. She took care of my grandfather for a time. She also looked after me, Jiang Xingzhou explained, leading Yi Sheng to understand. Grandma Huang must have been a servant for the Jiang family. However, one would assume that a servant in such a household would not suffer so greatly after leaving. Why was Grandma Huang's life so particularly difficult? Is your family particularly stingy with their servants?
Ye Sheng gepresset her skepticism.
She has a wayward son who frequently gambles, Jiang Xingzhou remarked, his tone tinged with disdain. Grandma Huang's son had squandered her savings and lost their family home to gambling. He even attempted to extort money from the Jiang family. The Jiang family had originally intended to provide for Grandma Huang in her old age, but she had declined their offer. She left the Jiang household voluntarily to prevent her son from coming to the family for money. For Grandma Huang, her relationship with her employers was quite amicable, and she could not allow her son to disrupt that. Thus, she returned to her hometown in Yuqing, taking in a foundling to make a living, and from then on, she severed ties with her son. After learning of this situation, Jiang Xingzhou took it upon himself to deal with Grandma Huang's irresponsible son, ensuring he would no longer have the opportunity to disturb her. He was likely laboring under harsh conditions now. Yet, Grandma Huang remained unaware of these developments. What a peculiar twist of fate. Yi Sheng knocked on the door, and it was Shuang, the child Grandma Huang had taken in, who opened it. Shuang. Yi Sheng greeted the little one. Sister. Shuang exhaled with relief upon seeing Yi Sheng, as she had feared it might be her father. Whenever he returned, it was always for money or things, which would infuriate Grandma. Shuang, who is it? Grandma Huang, lying in the hospital bed, asked weakly.
Grandma.
It's the sister who helped that night, Shuang answered promptly. Well, hurry and let her in. Yi Sheng was still holding a fruit basket she had hastily purchased at the hospital entrance. She entered willingly and placed the basket at Grandma Huang's bedside. In the past few days, neighbors had come to visit, and Grandma Huang's bedside was piled high with items. Dear girl, thank you. If it weren't for you, this old woman would have perished, and what would become of little Shuang? Grandma Huang was genuinely grateful to Yi Sheng. Upon hearing the word perish, Shuang tightened her grip on Grandma Huang's hand, clearly frightened. Yi Sheng quickly reassured her, you are a blessed person. You will surely be fine. That's not how it is. I heard the doctors say my condition was critical. It was entirely thanks to your timely intervention that I am here. I have raised a useless son, and little Shuang is my only concern. He is far too young. Grandma Huang, you'll be all right, Jiang Xingzhou interjected from the doorway. Grandma Huang paused. Did I just hear the voice of Zhuzhua?
Zhuzhou?
Yi Sheng instinctively turned to look at Jiang Xingzhou. His nickname was rather endearing.
It's me.
Jiang Xingzhou stepped confidently to the bedside. Grandma Huang reached out her hand, attempting to grasp Jiang Xingzhou's, but he was quicker to take her frail hand in his.
Joie.
What brings you here? I happened to be on a business trip to Yuching and saw news reports about the situation. Jiang Xingzhou settled beside the bed, appearing far more at ease than Yisheng. Grandma Huang, your health is poor. Living alone in Yuching while caring for a child is too arduous. My grandfather thinks it best to bring you back to the capital. If you agree, I can arrange for your transfer today. As for little Shuang, Jiang Xingzhou assessed the child. He can come along. We will arrange for his education in the capital. That one do, Grandma Huang hastily declined. I understand that you and the old master mean well, but I cannot become a burden to you. The troubles caused by her son had left Grandma Huang feeling ashamed. Even though she had served the Jiang family for many years, she did not wish to impose on them again. But with your current health, how can you care for the child? Jiang Xingzhou pressed. If you insist on staying in Yuching, I will have to find you a new place to live and hire a nurse to care for you. Even if you do not consider your own well-being, you must think of Shuang. If anything were to happen to you, the child would be left an orphan. Jiang Xingzhou was astute and adept at striking a chord. His final remark moved Grandma Huang. She did not want Shuang to face the prospect of becoming an orphan again. When she found Shuang during a bitter winter, he was curled up in a cardboard box in a dumpster, his feet covered in frostbite and wearing tattered clothing. Such a small child, huddled up like an abandoned puppy. Grandma Huang's heart ached for the child, and she had taken him in, raising him with great difficulty. Initially, he had not spoken to anyone. She had taken him to the hospital, where it was suggested he might have a form of autism. He had likely been abandoned by his family.
Chapter 53, Urgent Situation.
Grandma Huang, I believe Jiang Xingzhou has a point. Yisheng chimed in, not to advocate for Jiang Xingzhou but out of pity for Grandma Huang and the unfortunate Shuang. However, I do not wish to be a burden to the old master or Joie. Grandma Huang had served in the Jiang household for many years, and the family had treated her well. Perhaps Joie would not mind being burdened by you? Yisheng deliberately suggested. Jiang Xingzhou shot her a warning glance. The nickname Joie could be used by Grandma Huang, but Yisheng should not overstep her bounds. Grandma Huang still would not relent, prompting Jiang Xingzhou to add, if you agree to come back to the capital, the Jiang family can support Shuang's education. Given your health, it is challenging to raise Shuang to adulthood. Jiang Xingzhou's proposition indeed stirred something within Grandma Huang. Her health was deteriorating, and she feared she might collapse at any moment. After her passing, Shuang would be left unwanted and alone. However, following them to the capital would feel like taking advantage of her former employers. As Granny Huang pondered over her disappointing son, a wave of shame washed over her. Fearing that he might cause trouble again, she decided it was best to let it go. Jiang Xingzhou, aware of her concerns, proactively reassured her, your son will not trouble you again. Granny Huang was taken aback. She did not comprehend the meaning behind his words. Yet she refrained from asking for clarification. You worry too much, Granny Huang. With a family like the Jiangs, why would they fear your son? They have numerous ways to handle such matters, as long as you don't care for him too much. Having long since lost hope in her son, Granny Huang indeed felt no sorrow. Her sentiments towards the Jiang family were solely one of gratitude. Ultimately, persuaded by Yisheng, she agreed to accompany Jiang Xingzhou to the capital for treatment. This matter was no longer of concern to Yisheng. Granny Huang, I shall take my leave now. Although Granny Huang wished to express her gratitude to Yisheng, her frail condition made it inappropriate. Sheng Sheng, I heard you are the daughter recognized by the Gua family next door? Granny Huang had previously worked for the Jiang family, and her time spent living next to the Gua family in the urban village was relatively short. Yes, but we only recently conducted a paternity test, so I may not necessarily be their daughter. Granny Huang, look at me, then consider Gua Jiang and Lu Aihong. Could they possibly have given birth to such a beautiful daughter as me? Jiang Xingzhou cast a sidelong glance at Yisheng upon hearing this. She certainly had a healthy dose of self-admiration. Yisheng blinked. I possess an accurate understanding of my own beauty. However, Granny Huang contemplated thoughtfully. Indeed, Sheng Sheng is so striking that she does not resemble Gua Jiang or Lu Aihong at all. Lu Aihong must have been quite attractive in her youth. But compared to Sheng Sheng, she pales in comparison. There is something I am uncertain whether I should disclose. Granny Huang was not one to gossip. However, since Yisheng had saved her life, she regarded her as a savior. Had she truly remained with the Gua family, any misfortune would have filled Granny Huang with regret. Then please share it with me quietly. Yisheng glanced at Jiang Xingzhou, sensing Granny Huang's concerns. Jiang Xingzhou took the initiative to step outside, taking Xiao Shuang with him. The hospital room was left with just Yi Sheng and Granny Huang, who then said, "One night, I overheard Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong arguing, and they seemed to mention that Yi Qianqian was not their biological daughter, even stating something about bringing her back from the hospital. Furthermore, when I first brought Shuang home, Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong kept staring at her. Fearing that Shuang might go missing, I made sure she stayed in the shop, refusing to accept food or leave with anyone. More than once, I heard Guo Erqiang teasing Shuang, saying he would find her a good family. This has made me suspicious and more wary of the neighbors. If you are indeed their biological daughter, what I am saying could be seen as sowing discord. But if you happen to not be their biological child, then you must be cautious. That couple has ill intentions." Granny Huang refrained from outright accusing them of being human traffickers. After all, they lived nearby, and there had been no reports of missing children. Nevertheless, the couple had indeed spoken some ambiguous words regarding Shuang, and their quarrel had touched upon Yi Qianqian's origins. "Have you discussed with Yi Qianqian the possibility that she may not be a daughter of the Guo family?" Yi Sheng had not anticipated this angle. However, it was evident that Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong were harboring secrets. A thorough investigation was warranted. Not at all. Granny Huang was not a meddlesome old woman. Moreover, Guo Qianqian seemed to be living well within the Guo family. Perhaps it was due to her intelligence and beauty. Guo Erqiang and his wife likely had high hopes for their daughter, thus treating her well. "I understand, Granny Huang. You need not worry. I will not be bullied." As Yi Sheng exited the hospital room, she contemplated finding someone to investigate Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong. She wandered aimlessly until she encountered a group of doctors. "Have you contacted Dean Jiang? What did he say?" inquired the lead doctor of the female doctor beside him. Dean Jiang answered the call and mentioned he is currently abroad for a conference and cannot return in time. "The condition of the injured is extremely critical. Even if our team rushes over, it may not suffice." Silence. The lead doctor evidently disapproved of the female doctor's pessimistic remarks at such a critical juncture. Only Dean Jiang can perform this surgery in the country, and of all times, he is abroad. "Director Wang, I happen to know someone else who can do it." Suddenly, a male doctor interjected. "Who?" Director Wang halted, directing his attention towards the male doctor. "Wu Yu, you should be aware of the significance of the surgery. If that person's leg cannot be saved, both our jobs are at stake." "I am referring to the renowned dark web practitioner. She is exceptionally skilled and only accepts high-difficulty surgeries. We could extend an invitation to her. If she agrees to take on the case, the operation would already be half successful." Wu Yu had heard his teacher mention her before, noting that she was adept in both Western and traditional medicine. His teacher had once collaborated with her to save lives. "Do you realize we are a legitimate hospital? Even if we wish to invite an outside doctor, it should be through proper channels, not." Director Wang had heard of the dark web practitioner's reputation, yet none knew her personally. It was said that she was quite proud, and many powerful figures had sought her help, only to receive no response. "What dark practitioner? I have never heard of her." The female doctor frowned, puzzled. "We can first discuss it with the injured party's family. If they agree, we can extend the invitation. If they refuse, then so be it. Currently, no one in the country can perform this surgery. Dean Jiang's return would be futile. It is better to gauge their willingness." Wu Yu was not seeking to draw attention to himself. He believed that given the injured person's unique identity, preserving his leg was of utmost importance. Thus formalities should not be a hindrance. "I shall consider it." Director Wang did not immediately give his assent. Chapter 54. Seeking external assistance. Director, they are urging us. The patient has already arrived on our hospital's rooftop. Originally, treatment was to be conducted on the boat, but due to inadequate equipment, it was decided to bring him back. This is the nearest hospital and the most renowned surgical center in Yucheng. Dean Jiang is also at the first municipal hospital. However, they did not anticipate that Dean Jiang would be abroad. Go and receive him. Director Wang had no other thoughts. He needed to swiftly establish contact with the family. If he could obtain their consent, then bringing in external assistance would be justifiable. Dr. Jiang Rui, Dean Jiang's niece, opposed the idea of seeking outside help. Director Wang, I do not agree with inviting external assistance. We are unclear about the capabilities of the dark web practitioner you mentioned. If the surgery does not go well, it could implicate us. It may be better to opt for conservative treatment and wait for Dean Jiang's return to proceed with the surgery. Then you should call Dean Jiang and ask when he can return at the earliest. Director Wang shot a displeased glance at Jiang Rui. This young woman was rather single-minded. Having not inherited even a fraction of her uncle's skills, yet she carried herself with considerable arrogance. Dean Jiang's conference abroad was significant, Yet the urgency of the injured person's condition was pressing. If Dean Jiang were willing to abandon his commitments abroad to return, Director Wang would have nothing to say. The crux was that Dean Jiang had his own considerations and was well aware of the injured individual's notable background. If he could save the leg, it would be a win-win situation. If not, Dean Jiang's reputation as the top surgeon in the country would be tarnished. Director Wang certainly did not wish to presume the worst about Dean Jiang. However, when he called Dean Jiang, it was evident that Dean Jiang was hesitant. "Just ask." Jiang Rui stepped aside to call her uncle. No one answered on the other end. Frustration welled up within her. Director Wang, upon receiving the injured individual, worked tirelessly to ensure everything was in order. He also needed to arrange for an expert consultation. Given the current situation, a video consultation was the only option, and a surgical plan would still need to be established. With Dean Jiang absent, if the family declined to invite external assistance, it would fall upon him to perform the surgery. Although Director Wang was a distinguished name in orthopedic surgery, upon seeing the condition of the injured individual, he too felt a lack of confidence. "Director Wang, this is the family of Shen Yan." Wu Yu brought Shen Yan's relatives before Director Wang. This individual hurried over directly from the military district. He glanced at the shoulder insignia and respectfully greeted, "Comrade Shen, greetings." "Hello, Director Wang. I am Shen Yan's uncle, Shen Zhengwo." This child, Shen Yan, lost his parents at a young age, leaving him all alone. Both of his parents were martyrs. Initially, our family opposed his enlistment, yet he chose to join the Navy, and we could only support his decision. However, this child has faced great misfortune, and we hope you will do everything in your power to preserve his left leg. Losing a leg would not only thwart Shen Yan's dreams, but would also rob him of his spirited ambition, leaving him despondent and defeated. This is certainly not what the Shen family wishes to witness. Given such a background, one must wonder if Director Wang would not wish to restore the patient to health. Indeed, Comrade Shen, if I were to perform the surgery, the success rate might only be 15 to 20%. Should Director Jiang return, the success rate could exceed 25%. We shall exert our utmost efforts. While the likelihood of success is not high, it is not negligible either. Shen Zhengwo furrowed his brow, yet the risks remained daunting. If they could not save Xiao Yan's leg, how would he explain this to the old man? How could he face the parents of Xiao Yan, who had already passed away? "Comrade Shen, I know of an individual, if you agree to contact her. Perhaps this surgery will pose no issues." Wu Yu interjected suddenly. Director Wang shot him a glare. What business did he have speaking at this moment? "Which expert do you speak of? Just say the word, and I will have someone fetch her immediately." Wu Yu reiterated his previous statement. The transactions on the dark web were indeed known to the authorities. Coincidentally, Shen Zhengwo had engaged in more than one transaction with this dubious healer. Shen Zhengwo had previously been injured and had sought the assistance of this very healer. He was taken aback that a young doctor like Wu Yu was aware of the healer's reputation. "I know of her, but she has already passed away. The healer has died, yet there is still a disciple, is there not?" Wu Yu, a recipient of treatment from her, recalled that after his car accident, his hand had almost been lost. Even if it had been saved, he could never wield a scalpel again. It was entirely due to the disciple of the healer that he had been granted a second chance. Shen Zhengwo's eyes brightened. "Very well, I shall make contact." Director Wang, witnessing Shen Zhengwo indeed taking Wu Yu's words to heart, felt an uneasy stir within. He glared sternly at Wu Yu and, while Shen Zhengwo was on the phone, pulled him aside. "Wu Yu, what on earth is the matter with you?" "Director, am I not alleviating your concerns?" Wu Yu replied. "Moreover, I have been treated by that doctor. I genuinely believe she is remarkable." Wu Yu did not wish to confess his admiration for her, nor his desire to see her again. 2 years ago, after my accident, she was the reason my hand remained intact, allowing me to once again hold a scalpel. Thus, I believe only she can flawlessly complete this surgery. Director, you heard it as well. Comrade Shen mentioned that Shen Yan is an orphan of martyrs, and his aspiration is to conquer the seas. What will happen if he loses a leg? Director Wang scoffed. "You have such good intentions. Did you not agree as well?" Wu Yu scratched his head. Director Wang remained silent. He indeed concurred. He wondered if the skills of that healer's disciple matched those of the original healer. Shen Zhengwo, through the dark web, contacted the healer. The first to receive the message was not Yi Sheng, who had already changed identities, but rather her brother, Yili. A seasoned hacker, initially disregarded the message upon seeing it. Yi Sheng was in trouble, and he was busy searching for her. How could he assist her in taking orders? However, Unexpectedly, Yisheng logged into her old account and accepted the order. Her fee was substantial. The individual on the other end was astonished to see Yisheng accept the order, but she quickly went offline. Yisheng stepped outside the hospital, swiftly changed into a new outfit, donned a mask and hat, ensuring no one would recognize her. Jiang Xingzhou had mentioned taking Yisheng away from the hospital, but in the blink of an eye, she had vanished. "Boss, why not call Miss Yi and ask her?" Chongshan piped up. Jiang Xingzhou shot him a glance. "Chongshan, whose bodyguard are you exactly? Why not seek her out and see if she would accept you?" Chongshan immediately fell silent. He thought the boss and Miss Yi shared a bond, but it was clear that the boss had different intentions. It was a pity that Miss Yi was so beautiful. One could only wonder who would benefit from her in the future. In truth, Chongshan had misunderstood their relationship, thinking that Yisheng had sacrificed herself to save him, when in reality, that was far from the truth. Chapter 55, Surgical Success. Perhaps it's best to refrain. I doubt Miss Yi can afford my fees. Chongshan chuckled, shaking his head. Jiang Xingzhou shot him a look. What if she can afford the fees? You would truly go? Of course not, Chongshan laughed. He had previously perceived him as stern and difficult to approach, yet who knew he could be like this in front of Jiang Xingzhou? At the hospital, upon receiving a reply from the healer's disciple, Shen Zhengwo was elated. Did that little divine doctor indicate when she would arrive? Shen Zhengwo inquired of the subordinate who had facilitated contact. The subordinate replied, I just asked. She said, 10 minutes. Shen Zhengwo was taken aback. So, does this mean the little divine doctor is nearby, or could she possibly be a doctor at the first municipal hospital, concealing her identity? Otherwise, how could she arrive in just 10 minutes? Shen Zhengwo harbored this suspicion and shared it with Director Wang. Director Wang was equally surprised by the revelation. But we do not have any young doctors of such caliber in our unit. If she were indeed that capable, she would have revealed herself long ago. Regardless of the truth, I shall go to the entrance to welcome her. Yisheng donned a wig, hat, and mask, altering her appearance. An ordinary person would struggle to recognize her. Shen Zhengwo, waiting at the hospital entrance, could not identify who the little divine doctor was. Upon spotting Shen Zhengwo, Yisheng deduced he was there to greet her, yet she did not approach. Instead, she made her way to the emergency room, seeking out Director Wang and introducing herself. You are Lu Yi? Indeed, Yisheng confirmed. Lu Yi was her alias on the dark web, inspired by the willow leaf knife. It was a name given to her by her master, who urged her to be a sharp willow leaf knife, effective in the operating room. Time is of the essence. I require your equipment, and I must assess the patient's condition. Yisheng spoke with gravity. Director Wang directed someone to take Yisheng to change her attire, while hastily contacting Shen Zhengwo to inform him that Lu Yi had arrived. Shen Zhengwo was taken aback. He had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time, only to find out that she had already entered. She couldn't possibly be a doctor at the first municipal hospital, could she? Otherwise, how could she have bypassed him? Regardless, Shen Zhengwo hurried back to the emergency room. Upon seeing that Yisheng had already changed and was attending to the patient, he noted the left leg had an open fracture, with surrounding tissue severely damaged and a significant risk of infection, raising the possibility of amputation. Director Wang briefed Yisheng on the situation.
Yisheng approached.
Feeling the temperature of the patient's foot, her brow furrowed. The dorsalis pedis artery pulse is not weak, indicating insufficient blood supply to the limb. This situation is rather severe. The consulting experts were already aware of this condition, yet with Yisheng's arrival, she requested that the treatment process be kept confidential, compelling Director Wang to terminate the video consultation. The others were oblivious to the specifics. They only knew that a prominent external expert had been brought in to perform the surgery. This expert preferred not to disclose the surgical process or make it public. They were left without recourse. Although they were all striving to assist the young officer, the family had made their choice, leaving them to wait idly. Some remained disgruntled, feeling that Director Wang was undermining their efforts. After they had spent half an hour discussing options, the final decision to invite someone else for the surgery had left them abandoned. At the very least, they hoped to observe the surgical process to gain insight for their own learning. The surgical scene was hidden from their view, and they were not even permitted to watch the video. Was this not a form of bullying? Yet, Yisheng remained indifferent to the opinions of others. She commanded that Shen Yan be wheeled into the operating room. Director Wang assisted her, with the head nurse and nurses selected for their extensive experience. The establishment of the intravenous access and monitoring of vital signs had already been managed by Director Wang. Once Yisheng reconfirmed that there were no underlying health conditions affecting the surgery or anesthesia, she prepared to commence the operation. Given the severity of the condition, the operating room resembled a battlefield. The anesthetists took their position and initiated the regional anesthesia and analgesia for the patient, after which Yi Sheng approached the surgical table. The lead surgeon was Yi Sheng, with Director Wang and Dr. Wu Yu assisting her. Additionally, there was Jiang Rui, who insisted on following them into the operating room. She harbored doubts regarding the capabilities of this young female doctor, whom even her uncle could not guarantee would perform the surgery successfully. Outside the operating room, she had urged both Director Wang and Comrade Shin to reconsider, but none heeded her warnings. Director, are you truly allowing her to perform the surgery? If something goes awry, who will take responsibility? She appears far too young. She could very well be a fraud. Leave, Yi Sheng interjected coldly, turning to point directly at Jiang Rui as she was observing the patient's wound. Jiang Rui's expression shifted. Why should I leave? I am also a doctor on this team. Your noise is distracting me from operating, Yi Sheng replied icily. Shall I step out, and you can take over? Jiang Rui, realizing she dared not persist, recalled her uncle's words about the patient's infection and the substantial risks involved, questioning how she could possibly perform the surgery. If it failed, the Shin family would surely direct their ire toward her. With a quick thought, she decided. Fine, I'll leave, but don't regret it, Jiang Rui declared before indeed exiting. Director Wang felt a pang of disappointment. Dr. Jiang was far too undisciplined and chaotic. If not for her uncle's position as the hospital director, she would have been reassigned long ago. Such a disruptive and underqualified doctor was a liability to the team. With Jiang Rui gone, Yi Sheng remained silent, confirming that the patient was fully anesthetized before beginning to debride and manage the wound with utmost diligence and speed. The surgery lasted a full 6 hours before reaching a successful conclusion. The atmosphere within the operating room lightened considerably, particularly for Director Wang, who had been apprehensive that Dr. Wu Yu's proposal might bring trouble to the hospital. No one truly knew what standard of care Lu Yi was capable of. Yet, Dr. Wu Yu's gaze frequently drifted toward Yi Sheng. From her aura, he believed she was indeed Lu Yi. However, he could not shake the feeling that she appeared even younger than 2 years prior. Had she undergone some form of rejuvenation? As they exited the operating room, Dr. Wu Yu suddenly spoke up. Dr. Lu Yi, 2 years ago, after my car accident, it was thanks to you that I retained the use of my right hand and continued my path as a surgeon. Yi Sheng raised an eyebrow in surprise, scrutinizing Wu Yu until she finally recognized him as a former patient. After seeing you cry so profusely on the operating table, how could I not ensure your hand was preserved? Who else could have shed tears, claiming to study medicine and aspire to become the greatest surgeon, while fearing for their hand's well-being? You are indeed the patient who preferred to forego the chance of being a man rather than lose a hand, Yi Sheng remarked, causing Wu Yu's face to flush crimson. He could no longer doubt her identity, as he distinctly recalled having uttered such words on the operating table. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Chapter 56. The patient awakens. Wu Yu wished he could cover his face. He never anticipated that Lu Yi, the young miracle worker, would remember such an overly dramatic statement. Director Wang regarded Wu Yu with astonishment. Xiao Wu, I never realized you were so dedicated to your medical career. Wu Yu felt on the verge of tears. He could hardly face anyone. Why feel ashamed? Our hospital needs individuals like you, who are steady and composed in their work. Focus on your duties, and next year, I will recommend you for further training. Director Wang sincerely valued talent. Director Jiang had unwittingly thrust the inept Jiang Rui into their midst, which displeased him. Yet, he felt powerless, as she was the deputy director. Unless Jiang Rui committed a significant error in her work, he could not dismiss her. He mused that someone like Jiang Rui, a pampered young lady, had no business studying medicine, let alone pursuing such a demanding specialty. Thank you, Director. Upon exiting, they encountered Shen Zhengwo waiting outside, along with an agitated Jiang Rui. Jiang Rui had just spent the preceding moments disparaging Yi Sheng to Shen Zhengwo. Yet, who was Shen Zhengwo? The fact that this young doctor had been ejected from the operating room was testament enough to her lack of professionalism. He was certainly not swayed by slander. Dr. Liu, how is my nephew? Shen Zhengwo inquired, his weariness evident after waiting for 5 or 6 hours, the turmoil within him unimaginable. He could not fathom how he would explain to his elderly father or to Xinyan's parents if his nephew were to lose a leg. Yi Sheng smiled. The surgery was very successful. A weight lifted from Shen Zhengwo's heart. Nearby, Jiang Rui, who had anticipated a spectacle, found it hard to believe. How is that possible? The surgery my uncle was unsure of, and she is so young. Director Wang, sensing Jiang Rui's incredulity, quickly interjected, Jiang Rui. Just because Director Jiang lacked confidence does not mean that others do as well. This surgery was indeed a success, and without having conducted any investigation, you possess no authority to speak. Jiang Rui's countenance darkened. The fact that Lu Yi had expelled her from the operating room, and that the director did not intervene but rather defended another, left her feeling deeply resentful. With her uncle absent, she felt bullied by those around her. Director Wang's expression grew stern, and Jiang Rui dared not voice further complaints. Soon enough, Sheng Sheng was wheeled out of the operating room and into the recovery ward. The surgery had been a resounding success. As long as he did not develop an infection post-operation, he would likely recover without issue. Yi Sheng also briefed Director Wang and Wu Yu on how to care for Sheng Sheng. Although both were professionals in this area, they discerned subtle distinctions in Yi Sheng's methods. Notably, she prescribed a traditional Chinese medicine. This herbal remedy would only be necessary if the wound became inflamed. Otherwise, it would remain unused. The preparation was complex, and had the hospital staff attempted to create it, they might have struggled. However, Director Wang recalled that there were experienced traditional medicine practitioners in the department who could likely manage it, so he asked Yi Sheng to document the preparation process. Yi Sheng took her leave, while Director Wang sought out the seasoned practitioner, Dr. Zhu. Dr. Zhu, please take a look at this. He handed the prescription Yi Sheng had written to Dr. Zhu. Upon opening it, Dr. Zhu exclaimed, "Oh, who wrote this? Such beautiful handwriting. This is indeed a remarkable physician." Director Wang hesitated to divulge too much. This prescription addresses post-operative wound inflammation. She is not present in our hospital. Do you believe you could prepare this ointment?
Doctor.
Zhu was pleasantly surprised that in this era, someone still employed traditional techniques. Of course, I can. Coincidentally, I spent a considerable amount of time learning how to prepare ointments. It is one of my specialties. The method of preparing the ointment has been passed down through my school of thought. Once the ointment cools, it must be applied to the patient immediately. This can prevent post-operative infections. In the past, Western medicine had not gained such popularity in Huagua, and we traditional practitioners also had our surgical methods. Presently, there are very few individuals capable of producing this ointment in all of Huagua. So, who is the one that provided you with this prescription? Dr. Zhu was quite curious. I cannot disclose that. But I trust that you will be able to prepare the ointment, Director Wang replied, feeling relieved and increasingly impressed by Lu Yi. You may not be aware, but yesterday, a naval officer was admitted to our hospital after sustaining injuries. He initially sought out Director Jiang for surgery, only to discover that he was unavailable. The officer had suffered an open fracture of the left leg, compounded by a severe infection, to the extent that amputation was deemed necessary. Fortunately, the surgical intervention succeeded in preserving his leg. Upon hearing this, old Zhu inquired, "Was it a surgeon who performed the operation?" "Indeed it was." Director Wang, with a hint of mischief, remarked, "You'd never guess, would you? I had assumed it was a fellow practitioner." Old Zhu's expression turned to one of disappointment. If it was a surgeon, they likely sourced the treatment from elsewhere. I had hoped we might cultivate a promising talent within our traditional medicine community. He was eager to ascertain which institution had nurtured this individual. Director Wang chuckled softly, "I fear I must disappoint you." Meanwhile, Shen Jiangwo was in the ward. Having reunited with his conscious nephew, the first thing Shen Yan did upon awakening was to feel his leg, still connected to N4. "Don't move." Shen Jiangwo quickly intervened. "Uncle." Shen Yan's lips were parched, and his voice was strained. Yet, upon recognizing his uncle, he managed to call out, "Xiao Yan, I understand your concerns. Fear not. The operation was a resounding success, and your leg has been saved." Shen Jiangwo had consulted numerous specialists, all of whom had expressed skepticism about preserving the leg, indicating a lack of confidence. Even during previous remote consultations, the consensus had leaned toward conservative treatment, with amputation as a last resort. No one had provided a definitive assurance that they could save Shen Yan's leg, except for Lu Yi. After accepting the case, she had said nothing. But Shen Jiangwo had heard from Director Wang that the doctor was exceptionally skilled and confident in her abilities. "I must meet this doctor and express my gratitude in person. Is she from our hospital? Is it Director Jiang?" Shen Yan was aware of Director Jiang's reputation as a formidable surgeon in Yuqing. However, upon hearing his nephew mention Director Jiang, Shen Jiangwo's demeanor darkened. Having ascended to his current position, he was astute enough to recognize that Director Jiang had deliberately evaded responsibility, opting to be unavailable for Shen Yan's surgery under the pretext of being tied up with an international conference. He could have returned in time to perform the surgery before resuming his participation in the seminar, yet he chose not to. That doctor was reluctant to shoulder the responsibility and avoid undertaking such a high-risk operation. While one could hardly claim he was fundamentally flawed, he was certainly not on par with Liu Yi, whose medical prowess was truly exceptional. Noticing his uncle's somber expression, Sheng Sheng began to piece together the situation. If it's not Director Jiang, then who could it be? Sheng Sheng had only heard of Director Jiang's esteemed reputation. Before his coma, he had been transferred to the first hospital of Yuqing due to the presence of Director Jiang. It was Liu Yi. Shun Jiangwo quietly explained to his nephew about the external assistance. Sheng Sheng had not anticipated this turn of events. How did you come to contact this mysterious physician with such a complex background? Uncle, you wouldn't arbitrarily place your trust in someone like that, would you? Shun Jiangwo's gaze flickered. Desperate times call for desperate measures. What other choice did I have? This isn't the first time. The previous dubious doctor had operated on me as well. A bullet had lodged in my head, and I had thought I would not survive. It was my superior who managed to reach that dubious doctor, who successfully extracted the bullet. Although I still experience occasional pain, my recovery has been remarkable. It hasn't hindered my ability to work, which is a blessing, wouldn't you agree? The doctors at the military hospital had declared me beyond saving. Very well. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Your focus now is to rest. Meanwhile, after the successful surgery, Director Jiang received a call from his niece. Jiang Rui launched into a tirade. Uncle, you have no idea. They bullied me in your absence, bringing in some young female doctor to operate on Sheng Sheng, and they even kicked me out of the operating room. You cannot imagine how humiliated I felt. How can I possibly show my face at the hospital again? Director Jiang was taken aback by this revelation. Who was that young doctor? Was she the one who conducted the surgery entirely? Was the operation truly successful? Director Jiang was astonished by how smoothly the procedure had gone. It seems so.
Jiang replied, perplexed.
She had been ejected from the operating room. Would she be expected to re-enter? If the surgery was successful, then it's for the best.
Hui.
Refrain from meddling further, but do make some discreet inquiries about that doctor's background to see from where they sourced this external assistance. Jiang Rui's heart raced. Uncle, you don't mean to bring her to our hospital, do you? If such a young and talented individual were to join us, my prospects would be utterly overshadowed. All your resources should be dedicated to her, not shared with others. Such talent is not something our hospital can simply acquire. Director Jiang refrained from commenting further. All right. Rui, while I am away, be cautious with your words and avoid offending anyone. Your evaluation still depends on Director Wang. Maintain a sweet demeanor and do not take liberties simply because of our connection. Director Jiang was acutely aware of his niece's temperament. Spoiled at home, her disposition was less than agreeable. He hoped Director Wang would mentor her and prevent any discord between them. Understood, Uncle. I shall be on my best behavior. After ending the call, Jiang Rui sought out Wu Yu to inquire about Yi Sheng's situation. However, she discovered that Yi Sheng had already left. Wu Yu merely stated that she was an exceptionally skilled doctor, but refused to divulge any details about her background. Frustrated that she couldn't glean any information from Wu Yu, Jiang Rui felt anger boiling within her. Initially, her uncle had suggested Wu Yu as a potential candidate, praising his skills and reliability, indicating that he had received commendation from superiors at the hospital and was a promising prospect. She had even considered accepting him if he played his cards right. However, it was evident that he lacked the insight to recognize her intentions. With a huff,
Jiang Hui departed.
Jiang Xingzhou had yet to leave Yuqing when he received a call from his grandfather. Xingzhou, something has happened to Sheng Sheng.
What?
Is it at the first hospital? I'm on my way. He hung up and immediately dialed another number. Uncle. Shun Jiangwo paused for a moment. Was his nephew calling because he had heard about Sheng Sheng? Xingzhou, have you heard about your cousin's situation? Yes, how is he? I happen to be on a business trip in Yuqing. Which ward is he in? I'm coming over now. Hearing Jiang Xingzhou's words, Shun Jiangwo felt a wave of relief. He had feared that Jiang Xingzhou was in the capital and didn't want to trouble him to come over. His nephew was carrying the weight of the entire Jiang family. The elder of the Jiang family was aging, and his sister and brother-in-law had long passed away. Among the siblings of the Shin family, only he remained alive. Then come quickly. Jiang Xingzhou arrived within 10 minutes, surprising Shun Jiangwo. How did you arrive so swiftly? Sheng Sheng had drifted back to sleep, and Shun Jiangwo sat outside on a chair, trying to rest his eyes after a night of vigilance. It wasn't that fast. I was already planning to visit the elderly lady who has worked for our family since childhood. I believe her surname is Huang? Shen Jiangwo recalled her to some extent, as she had been employed by the Jiang family for many years, diligently and quietly. Yes, she suffered a sudden cerebral embolism. Jiang Xingzhou did not elaborate further, focusing on his cousin's condition. How is Yenga now? The surgery was highly successful. We just need to monitor for potential infections. Shen Jiangwo's expression had improved significantly. That's good to hear. Jiang Xingzhou, too, felt a sense of relief. Shen Yan was a prodigy, excelling in his field. If he were to lose the use of a leg, it could lead to a downward spiral. Uncle, you should take a moment to rest. I will keep watch over Yenga. Noticing the dark circles under Shen Jiangwo's eyes, Jiang Xingzhou felt concern for him. Shen Jiangwo gently patted Jiang Xingzhou's shoulder, saying, "All right. I will take a short nap. Please keep an eye on Yen." "Thank you for your efforts, Xingzhou." "It's nothing," Jiang Xingzhou replied, shaking his head, urging Shen Jiangwo to rest quickly. After Shen Jiangwo went to sleep, Jiang Xingzhou sought out the doctor to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that Shen Yan's surgery lasted 6 hours and that the surgeon had been brought in from outside, Jiang Xingzhou realized that his cousin's ordeal must have been exceedingly perilous. Is the doctor who performed surgery on Shen Yan available? Jiang Xingzhou thought to himself. During this business trip to U City, he had initially intended to meet with Director Jiang. Director Jiang was immensely skilled. Ever since his father's car accident years ago, his health had been deteriorating and had now reached the point of being bedridden. With the recurrence of his old injuries, the doctors had suggested surgery. But given his father's advanced age, he preferred conservative treatment. Jiang Xingzhou's intention was to consult some of the country's esteemed surgeons. If they could perform surgery on his father, he would have no cause for concern. If not, he would consider taking his father abroad for treatment. In any case, the Jiang family, known for their resilience, would not easily give up. Is it Director Jiang? Jiang Xingzhou assumed that it was Director Jiang who operated on Shen Yan. No, Director Wang shook his head. Director Jiang is currently abroad attending a seminar and has not yet returned. The identity of the surgeon for Shen Yan's operation is confidential. If Mr. Jiang wishes to know, it would be best to inquire with Comrade Shen Jiangwo. Chapter 58. Stewing a chicken for her. Jiang Xingzhou had not anticipated that the surgeon's identity would be classified. Very well, he nodded, not intending to press Director Wang further. However, he could not help but ask one last question. Is there a reason Director Jiang could not perform the surgery? Director Jiang is abroad attending a seminar and cannot return in time, thus necessitating the selection of another doctor. I was initially meant to perform the surgery, but I lacked confidence, Director Wang candidly stated. Is this doctor more capable than Director Jiang? Jiang Xingzhou pondered, contemplating whether he should send someone to the Jiang family. His father's health could not afford to be delayed any longer. Director Jiang is experienced, while this young surgeon is both bold and meticulous. Director Wang's words, though seemingly complimentary, revealed his greater admiration for Yi Sheng's medical skills. Jiang Xingzhou had a good sense of the situation. He returned to keep vigil at Shen Yan's bedside, waiting for his awakening. Having left the hospital, Yi Sheng changed into a new outfit at the mall before returning to the hotel for a much-needed sleep. The following morning, she was abruptly awakened by a phone call from Lu Aihong. Having not slept well, Yi Sheng hung up the phone without hesitation. Lu Aihong turned to Guo Erqiang. She hung up. Keep calling, Guo Erqiang replied, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he sat at the doorway. As the paternity test results were soon to be revealed, the couple's anxiety grew. When Yi Sheng's phone rang for the second time, she glanced at the caller ID, hung up again, and turned off her phone. It's unreachable. Lu Aihong shook her head. Guo Erqiang's expression darkened. She's being difficult. That stubborn girl. Perhaps it's too early, he continued. She grew up in the Yi household, where the wealthy sleep until they wake naturally, unlike us who rise early. It was 7 in the morning, which wasn't particularly early for Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong. The couple had risen early. Guo Erqiang went to the dock to see if there was work available while Lu Aihong prepared breakfast and opened their small grocery store. Occasionally, men passing by on their way to work would buy a pack of cigarettes and schoolchildren would grab a snack. To them, these small transactions constituted their income. What a fortunate life. Had Guo Erqiang known this earlier, he would not have let Lu Aihong silence him. You go find work. I can manage at home. The noodles are ready. Eat a bowl first, Lu Aihong said coolly. Guo Erqiang glanced at her. All right, I'll eat first. Wake up to Bao too. They won't taste good if they get soggy. Lu Aihong reminded him. Reluctantly, Guo Erqiang went to rouse Guo Debao, who was reluctant to leave his warm bed on such a cold day. However, school awaited him, and he had no choice but to rise. His academic performance was poor, and he had little hope merely passing the time. Yet, his parents insisted he continue his studies, leaving him feeling helpless. As he sat down to eat, both father and son enjoyed a fried egg each in their bowls, savoring the meal. Mom, what else for lunch? Guo de Bao typically did not return home for lunch. But today he noticed a chicken. We're stewing chicken. Don't come back for lunch. Just manage with a bite at the cafeteria. We'll save some for you. And you can enjoy chicken soup and drumsticks when you return in the evening, Lu Aihong responded, her affection for her only son evident. All right, then give me 20 yuan. Lu Aihong hesitated. Why 20? You can eat a meal at school for 10. Mom, 10 yuan won't be enough. I'm still growing. I need at least 2 meat dishes and a vegetable, he pouted, taking 20 yuan from Lu Aihong's hand. Their family had a warm, lively atmosphere. Lu Aihong watched her husband and son leave the small grocery store. Their neighbor peeked in and asked Aihong, I heard you went to the market early today to buy a chicken. Are you hosting guests? They were aware that Lu Aihong's family had previously entertained a television crew and envied her family's windfall. It was said that when the crew visited other locations, they required overnight accommodations, but they did not stay at Lu Aihong's home due to its small size. In fact, the neighbors had even discussed offering their home for lodging, but Lu Aihong refused, claiming it was against the crew's wishes, fearing they might want to share the profits.
Hosting guests.
My daughter is coming back, isn't she? We don't have much to offer. I'll just buy a free-range chicken to make soup for her, Lu Aihong replied. As for Qian arriving at the Yi family, I'm not worried. It's just this Sheng Sheng. She seems to disdain her roots, which reflects our inadequacy as parents. The neighbor recalled the chaotic live stream from the previous day. But that girl, isn't she refusing to acknowledge you? The neighbor inquired, curious about the family's circumstances. Lu Aihong, sensing the probing nature of the question, appeared disheartened. I don't know. We just treat her like our own child. When the Yi family returned her, she looked unwell, so I thought I would make her some soup to nourish her. But she grew up in a privileged environment and may not wish to recognize us. In truth, I've come to terms with it. If she doesn't want to acknowledge us, that's her choice. As long as we consider her our daughter in our hearts, I'm content when she occasionally returns to share a meal with us. The neighbor, seeing Lu Aihong's sorrowful demeanor, couldn't help but offer comfort. Aihong, don't be too disheartened. If she refuses to recognize you, you can pursue legal action. What kind of child denies their parents? However, Lu Aihong felt something was amiss with those words. The neighbor quickly retreated into their home, leaving Lu Aihong unable to voice her thoughts. Once inside, the neighbor complained to her husband, What do you think of Lu Aihong? She puts on a caring facade in front of us, but did Guo Erqiang really do that? Her husband, having no knowledge of the truth, hesitated to speak ill of their longtime neighbors. I doubt it. Didn't Lu Aihong say it was a misunderstanding? Although Guo Erqiang often had a temper after drinking, he had never seemed inappropriate with that girl. Once, Qian seemed to thrive in their household. Did she not? The neighbor woman sneered. You see Qian appearing content at their home, yet I discern that she harbors a profound fear of Guo Erqiang. I have witnessed her several times, diligently working on her homework outside. The moment Guo Erqiang returns, she instinctively seeks to hide. Chapter 59. She fears Lu Aihong's treachery. That evident evasion is certainly not the reaction of a daughter encountering her father. Our little Nuno, since childhood, has always called for your embrace upon seeing you. Yet Qian, upon spotting her father, resembles a mouse encountering a cat. One cannot dismiss the notion that Guo Erqiang is truly a beast. Otherwise, how could Qian be so terrified of him? The neighbor man, overhearing his wife's remarks, shot her a glare. Be careful with your words. If Guo Erqiang were to catch wind of this, wouldn't he come knocking? The neighbor woman rolled her eyes. Am I afraid of him? Do you think you can't handle him, after all those years in the military? The man fell silent. It's not that I can't handle him. It's simply that I find it unbecoming for neighbors to stir up such trouble. What's unbecoming about it? If he dares to act, he should not fear repercussions. Our Nuno is already 8. What if he were to cross boundaries with her? The neighbor woman increasingly believed they should be wary of Guo Erqiang. Lu Aihong was indeed unfortunate to be entangled with such a man. The couple whispered among themselves at home, unaware that Lu Aihong was entirely oblivious. Next door, Yi Sheng awoke from her slumber at 11 o'clock, stirred by hunger. As she powered on her phone, a message from Lu Aihong promptly arrived, expressing heartfelt concern for her health after her recent ordeal, stating that she had purchased a chicken to nourish her. Furthermore, Guo Erqiang had acknowledged his wrongdoing and wished to apologize for that night. Yi Sheng, perplexed by the couple's intentions, had no intention of responding. However, just as she completed her morning routine, Lu Aihong called again. This time, the call went through. Lu Aihong, evidently agitated after numerous attempts that morning, asked, Sheng Sheng, what's going on? Why was your phone off all morning? Her tone was less than friendly. She had little regard for politeness. Could she expect Yi Sheng to be courteous in return? I turned my phone off to avoid disturbances while I slept. Isn't that quite normal? Yi Sheng's retort left Lu Aihong momentarily speechless. She quickly realized that she could not afford to provoke the girl.
I'm sorry, Sheng Sheng.
I was just overly excited this morning when I called you. Your father bought a free-range chicken early this morning and has been stewing it all morning. Where are you? Come home for a meal. I want to be eating. You can all enjoy it. Yi Sheng decisively refused. Isn't that akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well? Lu Aihong's family did not live in abundance. Why would they expect her to partake in their precious meal? She feared they might have ulterior motives. Lu Aihong, upon hearing her refusal, grew anxious.
How can that be?
This was specially bought for you. You've just been discharged, your health is fragile, and you certainly need nourishment. Your father also acknowledges his mistake and wishes to apologize in person. Please give him a chance. Yi Sheng found the situation amusing. Jiang hardly resembled someone who had come to terms with his wrongdoings. Lu Aihong's attempt to lure her back with an apology was puzzling. Did she think they could kidnap her and sell her off? Yi Sheng was not the type to venture into danger knowingly. She would not return, allowing Lu Aihong and her husband's plans to unravel, leaving them fuming. I don't have time to come back. I have work, Yi Sheng casually lied. With someone like Lu Aihong, there was no need for much thought. Lu Aihong, upon hearing her, was indeed dissatisfied. Feeling anxious yet helpless. You can't skip meals for work. You can come over for a quick meal. It won't hinder your work. How won't it hinder?
Yi Sheng chocolate, Kantarin.
You need to eat while you're working too. Lu Aihong was baffled by this girl's thought process. You make a valid point. Yi Sheng pretended to hesitate, but I simply dislike dining at your home. Lu Aihong was momentarily speechless. This girl truly knew how to infuriate. Was it so difficult to accommodate a girl from a wealthy family? Clearly, the Yi family had failed in their upbringing. If it were Qian, she would never dare to be so defiant. Sheng Sheng, are you still upset with us? Or do you believe we are too impoverished to be your parents? Lu Aihong resorted to emotional manipulation. This tactic worked wonders on Yi Qian, yet it fell flat on Yi Sheng, who was quite the seasoned player in this game. No. I dislike being angry. It's detrimental to one's health. However, Yi Sheng smiled. Are you certain you are indeed my parents? The paternity test results will be available tomorrow.
We shall see then.
Lu Aihong's heart skipped a beat. How can it be so quick? Wasn't it supposed to take 7 days? Yi Sheng raised an eyebrow. How do you know it takes 7 days? I read it somewhere, Lu Aihong replied, avoiding the truth that she had asked her son to look it up online. The old master Yi must have connections. He likely expedited the process. Rest assured, the truth will soon be revealed. You might want to reflect on where you might have mistakenly taken the wrong child. And are you certain it was a mistake rather than a deliberate switch? Yi Sheng's words made Lu Aihong's eyelids twitch. This girl had truly ill intentions. What should she do now? After being hung up on by Yi Sheng, Lu Aihong was as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Had she known this girl would grow up to be so infuriating, she would have never allowed her to live. Alas, no amount of resentment could change the past. Where in the world could one find a remedy for regret? After hanging up on Lu Aihong, Yi Sheng noticed a missed call. As she pondered whose number it could be, the phone rang again. Hello, this is Yi Sheng. She answered. Sheng Sheng, hello, this is your Grandpa Yi. The voice on the other end belonged to the old Master Yi. Grandpa Yi, Yi Sheng was taken aback by the call. I wanted to ask if you're currently in Yucheng? Have you had your meal? This old man is all alone in Yucheng. Would you mind accompanying me for a meal? I visited Yucheng once in my youth, but I am not familiar with it at all. You grew up here. You should know where the best local cuisine can be found. The old Master Yi appealed to her emotions, employing reason and a touch of pathos. Yi Sheng truly could not bear to decline him. Please hold on a moment, I'll get ready and head out. Would you prefer hot pot or local cuisine? I know a few excellent places, but it ultimately depends on your taste. How is your health? Can you handle spicy food? Yi Sheng was not particularly meticulous, but she adhered to a doctor's ethical standards. Given the old Master Yi's age, he likely had some health issues and should avoid high salt and high sugar foods. Even if he craved them, he ought to consume them sparingly. Planning his diet was no simple task. If he were to eat something unsuitable and it resulted in complications, who would bear the consequences? Chapter 60, Grandfather and Granddaughter Dining. I can handle spicy food, the old man replied, his palate being quite diverse, able to enjoy both spicy and mild dishes. Eating spicy was one thing, yet his family doctor had advised him to eat lighter as he aged. The old Master Yi did not mention this. Yi Sheng deduced it and recommended a very authentic Yuqing restaurant. While dining with the old man, she ordered only 2 spicy dishes and requested warm water to be served. Grandpa Yi, if it gets too spicy, feel free to dip it in the hot water. Yi Sheng placed the warm water in front of the old man. He waved his hand dismissively. Oh, why would I fear spice? I recall my youth as one ages. They often reminisce about the past. If he were surrounded by family, they would have long grown weary of his nostalgic tales. However, Yi Sheng was different. She listened with great enthusiasm. Please do share. Thus, the two of them enjoyed their meal while engaging in spirited conversation. The meal lasted for 2 hours. Initially, the old gentleman did not wash the vegetables with warm water. However, as the meal progressed, it became somewhat spicy, prompting him to relent and rinse them with warm water. The flavor remained, but it was indeed less fiery. The cuisine of Yuqing is quite delectable, as remarked by old Master Yi. He had indulged a bit more than usual today. Under normal circumstances, such indulgence would be unthinkable. But today was a day of joy, wasn't it? Just as the celebration was winding down, a call from the third son interrupted. What are you up to? The old gentleman's tone was somewhat teasing. Are you still in Yuqing? Yi Luyun felt a sense of helplessness when faced with his father, who had a penchant for whimsical thoughts. Where else would I be if not in Yuqing? I am simply awaiting the results of the paternity test. Speaking of which, old Master Yi cast a glance at Yi Sheng. The more he interacted with her, the more he felt she must be his granddaughter. The two of them seemed to share an uncanny rapport. In truth, Qingxiu had been just as vivacious in her youth. It was only due to family misfortunes that her spirit had quieted. As for his own son, there was no need to elaborate. He had always been a lively child. Yi Luyun found himself at a loss for words. He had once had a child who had passed away shortly after birth, and naturally, he felt sorrow and loss. But could a child suddenly appear after a decade or two? The old gentleman was merely basing his assumptions on her resemblance to the family, concluding she was Qingxiu's daughter. Such reasoning was utterly unfounded. Qingxiu was living abroad, having built a new life. The daughter from their past was a taboo neither wished to mention. Was he now to inquire of Qingxiu whether the daughter born years ago had truly perished? That would only serve to reopen old wounds. Yi Luyun had no desire to do so. I understand you do not wish to disturb Qingxiu, so let us first ascertain whether the child belongs to our family. If it is indeed so, then you may approach Qingxiu and inform her that the child is alive. Perhaps that would help resolve her long-standing emotional turmoil. While Yi Sheng was not present during the old gentleman's phone call, she had taken it upon herself to cover the bill for the meal. Upon her return and noticing her grandfather on the phone, she wisely chose to remain at a distance. Yi Sheng possessed a remarkable sense of propriety. The old gentleman caught sight of her engaging with a parrot belonging to the restaurant owner and grew increasingly fond of this young lady. It would be a loss if she were not truly his granddaughter. As for Yi Luyun, he found it difficult to comment on her emotional struggles. Since then, he had nearly ceased all interactions with women, primarily accepting roles alongside male counterparts. He had become an unattainable figure for women within the industry. Ironically, the more aloof he appeared, the more admirers he attracted. Many concocted elaborate schemes to generate rumors about him. Over the years, such gossip had persisted, yet no one had truly managed to breach his defenses. He maintained a respectful distance from women, ensuring that even in photographs, there lay a space between them. Some media outlets praised him as a gentleman, but such accolades were often countered by those who dredged up his past scandals. Consequently, few within the industry genuinely believed in his commitment to virtue. They merely regarded Yi Luyun as an elite player, one who had outgrown the superficial entanglements of the circle. Enough of this chatter. The results will be revealed tomorrow. Just wait and see, he said, dismissively. Some may speak sweetly now, but once a daughter is confirmed, they will be clamoring to reconnect. Old Master Yi had a knack for sarcasm. Yi Luyun sighed. Rest assured, even if she is indeed my daughter. What will you do? The old gentleman was curious to know how long his unfortunate son could maintain his resolve. I have work to attend to, so I shall hang up now. Before the old gentleman could utter another word, the call was abruptly terminated. He scoffed. Is that all? He thinks he can outwit me. After hanging up, old Master Yi beckoned to Yi Sheng. She trotted over. Grandpa, shall we take a stroll by the river? You've had quite a meal. Supporting the old gentleman, Yi Sheng discreetly checked his pulse. His health was satisfactory, but moderation was indeed necessary. As one ages, it is advisable to eat in smaller portions more frequently, focusing on lighter fare. He had no serious ailments, merely minor issues that could be managed by a family doctor, such as the advantage of wealth. Very well, I shall accompany you for a walk, old Master Yi replied, his demeanor brimming with pride. The two strolled along the riverbank. Yi Sheng's thoughts wandered to her new patient, Sheng Sheng, a naval officer. He had sustained an injury during a mission, yet persevered to complete it before collapsing. His willpower was remarkable. Sheng Sheng, tomorrow we shall see the results of the paternity test. Are you looking forward to it? Deep down, the old gentleman felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite his outward confidence that Yi Sheng was indeed his granddaughter, there lingered an uncertainty. One cannot simply assume that a resemblance equates to familial ties. Yet Yi Sheng responded with a refreshing openness. Whether or not I am your granddaughter is not of paramount importance. I believe our interactions have been quite pleasant. However, I am certain I am not a daughter of the Gua family. Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion? Old Master Yi inquired, intrigued. He bore no resentment towards her dismissal of the significance of their potential kinship. Yi Sheng was a rational child, and her lack of expectation only heightened the old gentleman's admiration. After all, he was the sort of man who could offer a house as a greeting gift. Yet she remained wholly unaffected. This child, it seemed, had been raised exceptionally well. They called me back today, claiming to have stewed a local chicken for me to nourish my health. He continued, previously, Gua Jiang stubbornly insisted that nothing untoward had occurred that night, but today, Lu Aihong called to say he wishes to apologize. These are merely excuses to entice me back. Although he was uncertain of their true intentions, it was evident they were growing anxious. They feared that once the paternity test results were revealed, and should no relation be established, he would cut ties with them, leaving them with nothing. Yi Sheng was resolute in her conviction. Chapter 61. Enlisting Qianqian's assistance. We must ensure they do not succeed. Old Master Yi reflected on Gua Jiang and his wife, concluding they must have some inkling of the truth. The couple surely suspected she was not their daughter. Hence their sudden urgency. Initially, they had naively hoped to claim Yi Sheng as their own, likely believing she held some financial advantage. Despite her departure from the Yi family, she remained a small celebrity, and should she continue her career, she would undoubtedly earn a fortune. Wouldn't that couple then cling to Yi Sheng like parasites? Knowing she was not their biological child would likely alleviate any moral qualms they might have had about exploiting her. With this realization, old Master Yi felt a sense of relief for intervening and ensuring that a paternity test was conducted between Yi Sheng and Gua Jiang. Indeed, I suspect as much. I just wonder how I ended up in their custody and how I was switched with Yi Qianqian. The old gentleman and the young lady had been walking and chatting for nearly half an hour, oblivious to the bodyguards trailing behind, who made no effort to interrupt. The old gentleman, in a rare good mood, found no fatigue in their half-hour stroll. The riverside scenery was pleasant, while the breeze was brisk. Their continued movement kept them warm and even caused them to break a light sweat. As the time drew near, Yi Sheng prepared to part ways with old Master Yi. While she was cheerful, Gua Jiang and Lu Aihong were in a fit of fury for having failed to summon her back. Why not ask Qianqian for help? She might have a solution, Gua Jiang suggested abruptly. Lu Aihong's eyes flickered. What could she possibly do? As for the two children, her affection for Yi Qianqian was undoubtedly stronger, given that she had raised her at home. Before the arrival of the eldest, she had even regarded Qianqian as her own daughter. However, as the girl blossomed at such a tender age, attracting the attention of many suitors, including those who passed by the convenience store for cigarettes, Lu Aihong began to feel a sense of discontent towards her daughter. Gua Jiang had his way with Yi Qianqian, and she chose to turn a blind eye. Why not just give her a call to find out? Gua Jiang insisted that Lu Aihong make the call. With no other option, Lu Aihong did so. Yi Qianqian was in the midst of packing her bags, preparing to return to the capital for her classes that evening. Unlike Yi Sheng, who was indifferent to missing classes, she was anxious about her attendance. As a student of the prestigious capital university, she couldn't afford to miss even a few lectures without worrying excessively. After all, she had worked hard to gain admission to such a renowned institution and was determined not to let anything derail her education, though she was aware that, as the true daughter of the Yi family, she could have everything without the need for diligent effort. She had never contemplated relinquishing her studies. He Chunlon had also promised to accompany her to the capital. The house they had purchased for Yi Sheng could now be occupied by her instead. Although that residence was closer to the film academy, it was still quite spacious. Qianqian, I will stay with you for a week. Your brother and father are at home, and will need looking after, so I cannot stay permanently, He Chunlon said. Moreover, she had another purpose for going. She wished to visit the Jiang family. She hoped to take Qianqian along in an effort to foster a connection. Should old Master Jiang take a liking to Qianqian, an engagement between her and Jiang Xingzhou might not be out of the question. The Yi family did not want to forfeit such a promising alliance, as their standing in the business world would be considerably more challenging without the Jiang family's support.
It's all right, Mom.
I can manage on my own, Yi Qianqian responded, displaying a sense of maturity. This only deepened He Chunlon's concern for her daughter. At that moment, Lu Aihong's call came through. Upon seeing her adoptive mother's name on the caller ID, Yi Qianqian instinctively glanced at He Chunlon. The latter also noted the incoming call and was visibly displeased. She harbored a particular aversion to Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong, not solely due to their lack of wealth, but also because of their ways. When He Chunlon had taken Yi Qianqian home, Guo Erqiang had shamelessly asked for money, claiming it was for Yi Qianqian's years of upbringing. He Chunlon found it laughable. How could they have the audacity to ask for money? The expenses incurred by the Yi family for Yi Sheng far exceeded those for Yi Qianqian during her time with the Guos. She had even arranged for someone to help Yi Qianqian move her belongings and warned that if they dared to demand money, she would report them for extortion. This threat seemed to intimidate Guo Erqiang, as he refrained from further mention of money. However, their daughter still kept in touch with them, and He Chunlon worried that the couple might not relinquish their hold on her, seeking financial gain from her. For the sake of her daughter, He Chunlon hoped she would cease all contact with them. After all, they were her adoptive parents, and He Chunlon felt it inappropriate to speak too harshly. The more she said, the more it might seem like jealousy. Observing He Chunlon's sour expression, Yi Qianqian, who had always been perceptive, hesitated to answer the call. Lu Aihong, stifling her frustration, inquired, Qianqian, why are you only answering now? I've been trying for ages. Yi Qianqian frowned. Is there something you need? Lu Aihong, sensing her lack of explanation, felt displeased but recognized that times had changed. This girl had transformed from an insignificant presence to a true phoenix, and they could no longer hold her back. Well, your father bought a free-range chicken this morning, intending to nourish you and Sheng Sheng, she explained. Yi Qianqian tightened her grip on the phone. I'm leaving for the capital tonight. My ticket is already booked. I can't stay here any longer, she added. Filming for the variety show will have to wait until next week. I cannot remain in Chongqing indefinitely. Lu Aihong's heart sank upon hearing that Yi Qianqian had already purchased her ticket. Does that mean you won't be able to come? She lamented. Our school's courses are rigorous, and the teachers do not grant extensions easily. What about Sheng Sheng? Have you called her? She should be able to come, Lu Aihong suggested. Yi Sheng was not in a hurry to return to school. After all, as a film academy student, missing a few classes was not a concern for her. I did call her, but she was dissatisfied with what happened that night and refused to come, Lu Aihong relayed. Your father said to think of a way to bring Sheng Sheng along for a meal. He is willing to apologize to her. Yi Qianqian's heart tightened. Was Guo Erqiang truly going to apologize to Yi Sheng? She found it hard to believe. It seemed like a trap. Lu Aihong continued, Qianqian, please think of something. Sheng Sheng can't remain distant from us forever. We are family and feelings must be nurtured. Even if she holds disdain for us, surely she can spare a moment to share a meal? Yi Qianqian reluctantly agreed. Please hold on. I'll make a call to inquire. She knew that Sheng Sheng's stubbornness might make it difficult to persuade her. After saying this, she hung up the phone. With her mother present, however, He Chunlon had gleaned some information from the earlier call. So, Sheng Sheng still refuses to acknowledge her parents? Chapter 62. Send Yi Sheng to confront him. Guo's father intended to apologize. Perhaps he had indeed overindulged that night. However, it seemed that Sheng Sheng was unwilling to accept his apology. Yi Qianqian could only gather fragments of information from Lu Aihong's words. That girl, Sheng Sheng, grew up in our home and has always been a bit spoiled. He Chunlon scoffed, not at all surprised. In the past, when we upset her, she would sulk for days. How much worse would it be with a stranger like Guo Erqiang? Your adoptive father has no sense of boundaries. How could he casually enter his daughter's room? He Chunlon remarked, not noticing that Yi Qianqian's expression had grown increasingly grim. Qianqian, tell me the truth. When you lived there, Did he ever do anything inappropriate? Yi Qianqian was taken aback, her face paling as if her soul had fled. She shook her head vigorously. No, no. Guadad was rarely home. Even when he seldom went upstairs. The rooms upstairs were just for me and Guadabeo, separated by a curtain. He Chunlon frowned. What good is a curtain? Men like Guo Erqiang can be unpredictable. Grateful that they had retrieved her, she concluded, you've endured your hardships. But it's time for Sheng Sheng to face some challenges. We could have easily supported her, but we were considerate of her feelings. Which is why we withheld the truth about you being our biological daughter. Look at her now. With her temper. She won't be welcomed back to the Yi family without some humility. He Chunlon's words left Yi Qianqian momentarily stunned. What did her mother mean? Did she want Sheng Sheng to return? But Sheng Sheng was not a member of the Yi family, she was. Despite her internal resistance, Yi Qianqian forced a smile. Mom. Perhaps you should let Sheng Sheng come back. She's too sheltered to handle hardship on her own. Did he hit you? Lin Ro's expression changed upon hearing this. Yi Qianqian bit her lip and remained silent. It was true. He Chunlon, however, was too preoccupied with her biological daughter to think of Sheng Sheng. She was determined to make amends for her own daughter. That wretched man. I endured so much in the Gua household. I wouldn't want Sheng Sheng to suffer the same fate. She has grown up under your protection. How could she withstand the atmosphere of the Gua family? He Chunlon scoffed. Regardless, Sheng Sheng is still their daughter, and I know her well enough to know she won't be a passive victim. She is trained in self-defense since childhood. If it comes to a confrontation with Guo Erqiang, she may very well hold her own. It might do her good to stay with the Guas. She could help you avenge the suffering you endured. Yi Qianqian was clearly taken aback by He Chunlon's perspective. Are you suggesting that if Sheng Sheng were at the Gua house, she'd confront Guadad directly? Have you forgotten that night's live broadcast? He Chunlon remarked, pride swelling in her heart as she thought of Yi Sheng. After all, she was the daughter she had raised. Yi Sheng's temper is indeed quite fierce, yet her skills are remarkable. She is more than capable of dealing with someone like Guo Erqiang. If Guo Erqiang dares to treat Qianqian in such a manner, it is only fitting that the little demoness Yi Sheng be unleashed upon him. Yi Qianqian recalls that day during the live broadcast when Yi Sheng firmly seized Guo Erqiang's inappropriate hand. She has watched that video numerous times. Although the stream was eventually cut off, the sounds still resonated. Guo Erqiang's cries of pain were unprecedented. Previously, he had ruled his household with an iron fist. Indeed. Yi Sheng is far more formidable than I am. In my childhood, I would cower in the corner, terrified when Guo's father was inebriated. As Yi Qianqian reminisced about her childhood, He Chunlon's heart ached for her daughter even more. Let us depart, she said. But what about Yi Sheng? Lu Mama still wished for her to return home for dinner. Yi Qianqian was reluctant to return to the Guo family, yet she was quite eager to see Yi Sheng go back. Concealed within her heart was a shadowy secret that she could not reveal. Isn't it simple? Just give Yi Sheng a call. If she wishes to return, she shall. If not, then so be it. He Chunlon promptly took out her phone and dialed Yi Sheng's number. Yi Sheng was taken aback by the unexpected call from He. What brings you to contact me? She inquired. Engrossed in a game at the hotel, she had no intention of going out for dinner. After a hearty lunch, a simple vegetable and fruit salad would suffice for dinner. Although she would no longer pursue a career as a celebrity and had no need to maintain her figure, the ever-watchful Zhou Peng was a constant reminder. Despite having heard it many times, He Chunlon felt a pang of disappointment. After all, she had raised Yi Sheng, and it stung to hear her refer to her as Ai upon learning she wasn't a daughter of the Yi family. Even new brides do not change their titles so swiftly. Earlier, Lu Aihong had called Qianqian, urging her and Qianqian to return for dinner. Qianqian, needing to return to the capital for school, would surely not go, but it was still essential for Yi Sheng to make an appearance. Otherwise, it might appear as though the family intentionally withheld both daughters, preventing her from joining them for a meal. Yi Sheng, you are stronger than Qianqian. If the Guo family dares to bully you, do not hesitate to retaliate. What kind of nonsense was He Chunlon spouting? Yi Sheng was utterly astonished. Are you suggesting I go over there and beat up Guo Erqiang? Wasn't he the one who always bullied Yi Qianqian? He Chunlon choked slightly. Why do you need to know so much? I merely mean that if they continue to harass you, do not hold back. However, if an apology is indeed warranted, you should still consider going. If this escalates online, it could result in you being blamed. Listening to this, Yi Qianqian suddenly had a brilliant idea. Indeed. If this situation were to unfold publicly, how could Yi Sheng refuse to return? She sent a message to Lu Aihong. Upon reading it, Lu Aihong quickly deleted it. Outside the convenience store, she fiddled with her phone, mimicking others by registering a short video account and posting videos of her family. She even named the account Yi Sheng's mother, which instantly attracted a wave of Yi Sheng's fans. Realizing the potential, Lu Aihong decided to go live. Hello, everyone. I am Yi Sheng's mother, and also Yi Qianqian's adoptive mother, Lu Aihong. Most viewers in the live stream had come to criticize her upon seeing her name. But upon realizing she was indeed Lu Aihong, they fell momentarily silent. It truly is Lu Mama. She looks so genuine. She was not particularly adept at live streaming, and her camera was poorly adjusted. What on earth was Lu Mama doing going live at this moment? Lu Aihong, recognizing a few characters, noticed the messages on the screen and hastily explained, "This morning, Sheng Sheng's father bought a free-range chicken, and I made soup, hoping to invite Sheng Sheng home for dinner. He also wishes to apologize. He was simply too overjoyed when she returned that night and drank too much." Although this was a misunderstanding, children can be sensitive, and we do not want to create discord over it. I attempted to call her, but I couldn't reach her. She may still be upset. Lu Aihong spoke in a flustered manner, conveying only one message. She wanted Yi Sheng to come home for dinner. With the live stream in progress, could her fans not assist her? Even non-fans would likely lend a hand, eager to understand why Yi Sheng was so heartless as to reject a poor mother. Was Yi Sheng being too unreasonable? Even if she despised his father, what wrong had Lu Mama committed? Quickly, help contact Yi Sheng. Her mother is calling her home for dinner. For a pampered young lady like Yi Sheng, with a fierce disposition, could she truly expect her parents to publicly apologize online after a quarrel? It was uncertain who first propelled the topic "your mother wants you home for dinner" to the top of trending searches, but soon it dominated the headlines. Those who had paid to secure trending status were enraged upon seeing Yi Sheng's name.
Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng.
Why is it her again? Has her agency changed marketing teams? How could they generate such trending topics? What is the deal with Yi Sheng? No works to speak of, yet she seems to be a regular on the trending list. Has she cozied up to some big shot? Here we go again with Yi Sheng. Is she on a year-long trending contract? Haven't they already exposed her as a fake heiress? Why are people still supporting her? Such grievances were undoubtedly echoed among countless celebrities. Even an agent directly called Zhou Peng with a condescending tone. "Zhou Peng, you think you have some sort of prowess. What is the situation with your artist? Do you really believe you can elevate her to the status of an award-winning actress?" The caller was the current agent of Zhou Peng's former girlfriend, who had once won an acting award. It was worth noting that he was also Zhou Peng Sr. What did the senior mean by that? Zhou Peng found himself perplexed. However, Yi Sheng indeed possessed considerable potential. It was not impossible for her to become the next award-winning actress. Due to the agency's lackluster performance, Zhou Peng remained oblivious to the online situation, leaving him entirely unaware of his senior's implications. Lose to a person, but never lose face. One must not back down. Han Chuan scoffed, unwilling to believe Zhou Peng could nurture an award-winning actress. Yi Sheng was attractive, yet many beautiful individuals in the entertainment industry remained obscure. Li Xinyan's rise to fame was largely attributed to luck. With Yi Sheng's status as the fake heiress of the Yi family stripped away, what could she possibly leverage against her fellow actresses in the industry? I do not care what you are up to, but Xinyan's film is set to premiere tomorrow, and other actresses must yield to her. I do not wish to see any trending topics related to your female artist by tomorrow. You wouldn't want anything to go awry with Xinyan's film, would you? Zhou Peng found himself in disbelief at such a ridiculous notion. If Han Chuan were in front of him, he might have pushed him into a pool to cool off. What does Li Xinyan's film release have to do with me? Does she think she is a queen, expecting everyone to yield to her? Hadn't Li Xinyan only been an award-winning actress for a few years? How could she become so arrogant? Indeed, Li Xinyan had crowned herself as the queen of cinema. Most people, out of respect for her husband, Kai Xiaoguang, were willing to indulge her. Yet, this did not include Zhou Peng, who had been instrumental in her rise to fame. This is a movie by Xinjiang. You don't think your little star would dare to oppose them, do you? Han Chuan believed Zhou Peng should recognize the situation and not jeopardize his only path for the sake of pride. However, this junior was stubbornly defiant. I do not care whether it is Xinjiang or Yang. If I recall correctly, the owner of Xinjiang is Yingdi, who is not a person to be trifled with. Zhou Peng was unperturbed. Unless Li Xinyan was scheming behind the scenes, he had nothing to fear. At that moment, Li Xinyan was indeed by Han Chuan's side. Han Chuan had been on speakerphone throughout the call with Zhou Peng. Listening in, Li Xinyan could no longer hold back and extended her hand. "Let me talk to him." Han Chuan frowned but still handed the phone over. "You should step outside," Li Xinyan instructed him. Although Han Chuan felt disgruntled, he refrained from arguing. He indeed left, even closing the door behind him. "Zhou Peng, are you still holding a grudge against me?" Li Xinyan's voice was sweet and gentle. In the past, Zhou Peng had often lost his sanity, immersed in her melodious tones. He would do anything for the woman he loved. He would endure drinking to the point of gastric bleeding just to secure resources for her. Yet now, the thought of her using that very voice to serve older men made him feel nauseated. "You think too much," Zhou Peng thought, growing impatient with her. "This film is of utmost importance to me," he stated bluntly. Li Xinyan didn't waste words. She got straight to the point, as she always had. Whenever she wanted something, she would directly express her desires to Zhou Peng, who would invariably find a way to fulfill them. She had been spoiled by him, unaware of the need to plead for favors. "Zhou Peng, it has been so long since that incident. Are you still unwilling to forgive me? Do you know that my film is about to be released, and you are deliberately stirring up a trending topic about Yi Sheng to irritate me? Zhou Peng, you remain so childish." Zhou Peng replied, "Li Xinyan, you are still so self-righteous." He was at a loss for words. "What do you mean?" Li Xinyan finally realized something was amiss in Zhou Peng's tone. "What I mean is, the trending topic surrounding my artist was earned through her own merit. If you have the capability, simply overshadow her." Zhou Peng scoffed. How much genuine talent does Li Xinyan possess beyond relying on men? Does she have many fans? Li Xinyan's expression shifted. "Zhou Peng, this is becoming pointless. I know you're doing this out of spite, but I am backed by Xinjiang, and they will not tolerate any disruptions." She softened her tone after issuing the threat. "As for that little star you represent, I could lend her a hand. Consider it compensation for the past. I truly wronged you back then." Li Xinyan believed she had made a concession. However, Zhou Peng only felt repulsed. "No need for that. It was my own failure to discern character back then. If you seek to climb higher, that is only natural." "Li Xinyan, you have never regretted your choices, have you?" Zhou Peng suddenly inquired. Li Xinyan fell silent for a moment. "I have no regrets." "Zhou Peng, I understand that this may hurt you, but I speak sincerely. Coming from a rural background, I aspire to work hard to achieve my dreams. I need a ladder to rise, so do not hold it against me." Zhou Peng interrupted her. "So, I should blame myself for being incapable? Had I been born into wealth or held a powerful position, you might not have left me." Li Xinyan did not respond, but that was indeed the implication. Zhou Peng could not provide her with the resources she sought, but Kai Xiaoguang was a different matter. Chapter 64. To charge a fee, very well, there is no need for further discussion. My artist has earned her trending status through her own efforts. Either you pay to have her removed from the trending list, or you can take action yourself. Zhou Peng suppressed his emotions and spoke coldly. "You." Before Li Xinyan could finish a retort, Zhou Peng had already hung up the phone. He then turned to the internet to see what was happening. The company had not even informed him of the situation. It was incredibly dismissive of Yi Sheng. No, they had not only disregarded Yi Sheng, but also him. Zhou Peng received several calls in succession, including from the variety show's director, all urging him to bring Yi Sheng for a meal. Take Yi Sheng out for a meal. Let her go live on her phone. This could be a spectacle. Do not miss the opportunity. Shouldn't we consult Yi Sheng about this? Zhou Peng frowned. Since Yi Sheng was not even answering her phone, it indicated that she had no desire to join for dinner, let alone consider going live. If she disagrees, you must find a way to persuade her. The director was unconcerned. Remember, this is a task. Zhou Peng was speechless. Why do I feel like Lu Aihong has ulterior motives? He was reluctant to persuade Yi Sheng, knowing she would likely retort. What if she had ulterior motives? While Yi Sheng was live streaming, what could they possibly do in front of the camera? Surely nothing inappropriate? The director spoke confidently, though he himself held doubts. Upon witnessing the live stream, Guo Erqiang's actions certainly did not resemble those of a mere father. But what reason would he have to harm his own daughter? That Guo Erqiang is truly excessive. In case anything goes awry, instruct Yi Sheng not to end the live stream. She should simply run. I will accompany you and can serve as her phone stand, Zhou Peng suggested to the director. If he went along, the likelihood of Yi Sheng agreeing to attend would increase. Otherwise, he genuinely feared she would refuse. The director was indifferent. You can go, just discuss it with Yi Sheng. After agreeing, Zhou Peng hung up and knocked on Yi Sheng's door. She had not left her hotel room since returning for an afternoon nap. This girl was indeed a recluse. Who is it? Yisheng guessed it was Zhou Peng, as everyone had a unique knock. "It's me, open the door quickly." Zhou Peng called out, and Yisheng could not pretend not to hear. While playing a game, she opened the door without even glancing at Zhou Peng, her eyes glued to her phone. "What do you want?"
Embuse.
"This is what you are busy with?" Zhou Peng glanced at her phone screen. "Do not underestimate this. I am exercising my finger joints and stimulating my brain," Yisheng retorted. She had used the same excuse when scolded by her master for playing games with Yi Li during her childhood. However, in the end, it was always Yi Li who took the blame for her. Fine, you have your reasons," Zhou Peng conceded, not wanting to argue further. He took out his phone and opened the short video platform to show Lu Aihong's live stream. "Look at this." Lu Aihong was still in the live stream, playing the victim, and gifts were already being sent her way. The more Yisheng despised them, the more sympathy the trolls showed towards this couple. Lu Aihong was oblivious to the fact that gifts could be converted into money. Her sole focus was on persuading Yisheng to return. Yisheng scoffed. "Is this it? No matter what she says, I will not go back. Her relentless pleas for my return surely harbor ill intentions. Are you not afraid that I might be bundled into a sack and sold off to a remote area to be a bride for an old bachelor?"
Yisheng quipped.
Genuinely believing that Lu Aihong and Guo Erqiang could do such a thing. Zhou Peng was taken aback by the intensity of Yisheng's bias against the couple. Surely it cannot be that extreme. They have lived in the urban village for over a decade, not in some remote village. How could they possibly be completely ignorant of the law? If they were to sell you off to the mountains, the police would soon be at their door. By live streaming and calling for your return, if anything were to happen to you, they would be the prime suspects. Zhou Peng said this, yet he still felt uncertain. The director wants you to go, to live stream and maintain the momentum. This could be advantageous. I will accompany you to help you with the live stream. You just need to have dinner with them. However, one thing to note, we cannot appear overly aggressive. We must not tarnish your reputation further, inadvertently clearing the couple's name. Understand? Zhou Peng was worried that this girl might lose control of her temper, allowing the couple to benefit. They might even ride on her coattails to become internet celebrities, while Yisheng would be left to bear the brunt of the backlash. Then I simply want to go. Their popularity will eventually wane. Yisheng had no interest in generating hype for the variety show. Her income was already meager. Why not consider how those online trolls will speak of you? Zhou Peng disagreed. He then provocatively asked, "Don't you want to know why they insist on having a meal with you?" That Guo Erqiang does not seem like someone who would offer an apology. To uncover what they are truly after, wouldn't it be necessary to infiltrate their ranks? Yisheng shot Zhou Peng a disdainful look, wondering if this tactic would work on her. "Just indulge my curiosity, will you? Little ancestor, I beseech you. It's not like you have anything else to do in the hotel. What harm is there in going?" Yisheng's eyes flickered as she pondered. "It's not impossible to go, but perhaps you should inquire with the director about any potential rewards. You still desire a reward?" Zhou Peng was taken aback. Director Jiang was fairly well regarded in the industry. Cultivating a good relationship with him could yield valuable connections in the realm of variety shows.
Yet,
Yisheng dared to be so presumptuous. "You can't be suggesting I ask Director Jiang for money, can you?" Zhou Peng suddenly had an epiphany upon noticing the unopened instant noodles on Yisheng's table. Although Yisheng had no intention of consuming the noodles, Zhou Peng's misunderstanding was rather fortuitous. "I never said that, but money could certainly be feasible." After saying this, Yisheng gazed expectantly at Zhou Peng. "As my agent, securing benefits should be your forte. It's nearly 7. Time waits for no one." Zhou Peng was internally exclaiming in disbelief, wondering how Yisheng had fallen from a wealthy heiress to her current state. Had she somehow reincarnated as a beggar? However, as he glanced at the instant noodles, he swallowed his words. This must be a consequence of life's demands, he concluded. "All right, I'll assist you in negotiating." Zhou Peng was shrewd. When he discussed matters with Director Jiang, he certainly wouldn't overtly mention that Yisheng was seeking money. He merely stated, "Yisheng believes there's no need to attend this dinner, as the results of the paternity test will be revealed tomorrow. Tonight's gathering might very well be a trap." He laid out the previous context, and then added that Yisheng would rather suffer in silence with her noodles in the hotel than partake in the chicken soup prepared by Lu Aihong. The director, struck by a sudden realization, responded. Chapter 65. Introduction of resources, then let her go. I can recommend a role for her. Director Yen's new production is in need of a special guest actor. It would be no problem for her to make an appearance. The character is a goddess physician, requiring both beauty and medical skill. I believe Yisheng has some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. She should give it a try. Although it was merely an opportunity, With Yi Sheng's foundation in traditional medicine, as long as her acting wasn't abysmal, he could persuade director Yan to cast her. Director Jiang considered the terms he offered to be quite generous. Zhou Peng's interest was piqued. Is it director Yan Gang? He is notoriously selective, granting roles solely based on talent, yet his productions tend to achieve great success, given his fastidious nature. While others may complete 3 projects in the time he takes for one, his works are bound to shine. Many eagerly anticipate director Yan's martial arts dramas. Who else could it be? Director Jiang rolled his eyes on the other end of the line. That sounds splendid. Zhou Peng beamed with gratitude, thanking director Jiang for his support. Director Jiang cleared his throat, advising that Yi Sheng should avoid any frivolities. Her current popularity was quite favorable. She should seize the moment to produce some work before the hype surrounding the false heiress dissipated, leaving her in obscurity. Although he had previously held a low opinion of Yi Sheng, he wouldn't have expressed such sentiments if she hadn't returned from her ordeal with a somewhat improved temperament, contributing significantly to the show's popularity. Director Jiang was merely reciprocating kindness. After expressing his gratitude to director Jiang, Zhou Peng hung up and eagerly shared the good news with Yi Sheng. Upon hearing about the potential opportunity, Yi Sheng's enthusiasm waned. Why can't it simply be converted into money? Zhou Peng, at a loss for words, urged her to audition, emphasizing that director Yan was quite accomplished, and getting into his team would be a significant endorsement. Moreover, as director Jiang mentioned, this role is that of a goddess physician. Aren't you trained in traditional Chinese medicine? This should be a natural fit for you. Yi Sheng replied, of course, it's not difficult. I am the embodiment of a divine physician. However, I have no desire to act. I intend to retire from the industry. Zhou Peng was taken aback. Are you serious? Previously, he had assumed Yi Sheng was jesting. I've mentioned this to you before. I want to be staying in the entertainment industry. Do you think my temperament suits this realm? Zhou Peng, if you wish to invest in me, I advise you to reconsider promptly. However, once I acquire wealth, I could invest in you, establish my own studio, sign other promising talents, and eventually produce a leading star, thereby putting my ex-girlfriend to shame. I truly appreciate that. While Zhou Peng harbored similar aspirations of vindicating himself against his ex-girlfriend, he held no expectations of Yi Sheng starting a studio. He glanced at the instant noodles on the table. If you're eager to earn money, when do you plan to start? Even if you wish to retire, you must first accumulate enough wealth in this industry, right? If you were financially secure, I wouldn't dissuade you. You could retire if you wished. This world is not suited for everyone. Yi Sheng nodded earnestly, her mind drifting to the first payment she had received. There was a deposit of 200,000 in the dark web, with an additional 30,000 to be received within 3 days post-surgery. The patient's family had already made the initial payment. Yet, she found herself unable to withdraw the funds, as the account had been linked to her previous life's bank card. Switching to her current account would undoubtedly prove problematic. Although she knew the password for her former account, transferring the money would be somewhat complicated. Yili was likely already tracing the individual impersonating Yi Sheng. Earning 500,000 yet possessing not a single cent in hand made Yi Sheng feel at a loss. She wasn't keen on being discovered by Yi Li at this moment, as she was unsure how to explain her current predicament. Even if she did explain, would Yi Li even believe her? Just give me some time. There will be paths to earning money. Remember that old man Yi? He gifted me a house right off the bat. Perhaps by the time the paternity test results are revealed, I might actually become his granddaughter. Given how fond he is of his granddaughter, it wouldn't be surprising if he gifted me 10 houses.
Yi Sheng spoke jovially,
Never considering that her whimsical words might come to fruition. Zhou Peng, however, found her daydreaming concerning. That old man is no ordinary man. I advise you to steer clear of any misguided intentions. Have you accepted the house? Yi Sheng nodded. I didn't refuse. It was thrust upon me. I dared not touch it or even look at it. One cannot simply take what belongs to others. I have not contemplated obtaining anything without effort. The old man may be generous in his affection for his granddaughter, but if I am not truly his granddaughter, won't his family come looking for trouble? They might even report me for deceiving the old man. Just exercise caution, Zhou Peng advised, choosing not to elaborate further. Perhaps because Yi Sheng had once been a pampered heiress, she had never lacked for food or clothing, and she harbored no dreams of unscrupulous ascension. In the entertainment industry, her clarity of mind was indeed a rarity, and it was crucial. If Yi Sheng turned out to be the next Li Xinyan, he would be reluctant to represent her. Let us go. It's time to eat. Zhou Peng urged Yi Sheng to change her clothes promptly. Yi Sheng glanced at her unsightly attire. Could you not buy me a more suitable outfit? I dislike this princess-like appearance. Zhou Peng raised an eyebrow. Previously, he had encouraged Yi Sheng to alter her style, but she had insisted it did not align with her identity.
Now,
Having come to terms with her status as a false heiress, she sought a change in her wardrobe. He truly couldn't discern whether this turn of events was fortunate or unfortunate. Yi Sheng recalled her bank card balance. Brother Zhou, can we discuss something? Zhou Peng regarded her skeptically. What is it? Could you lend me some money to purchase a decent outfit? Absolutely not. Zhou Peng rejected her, without a second thought. Buying clothes for Yi Sheng was not a matter of lending a small sum. Each piece of her attire was priced in the 5 figures. He simply couldn't afford it. Is it really that serious? Observing Zhou Peng's wary expression, Yi Sheng felt exasperated. In any case, you should focus on securing the role Director Jiang recommended. Otherwise, Yi Sheng will genuinely be out of funds. How much can one earn from that role? Yi Sheng began calculating on her fingers. Considering how many episodes she might appear in, they might give you a small bonus. I doubt it will be substantial. Don't expect to make too much. Many people would be thrilled just to make a cameo in Director Yan's production. Yi Sheng merely acknowledged this without much thought. Who would go without a paycheck? I'm not generating energy. Out of love. Yi Sheng sifted through a slightly unconventional skirt, a black lace creation paired with a purple overcoat, presenting a striking appearance. Among her meager collection of clothing, there existed merely a coat and a down jacket, nothing more. It appeared that He Chunlan was genuinely indifferent towards this adopted daughter. Otherwise, how could she have only bothered to prepare such sparse garments? Chapter 66. Yi Sheng has arrived. Time waits for no one.
Zhou Peng, observing Ye Sheng's lingering hesitation,
Hastily urged her on. His phone displayed Lu Aihong's live broadcast, where she proclaimed her intent to wait for Yi Sheng until 8 o'clock. By that hour, Guadabo would have already returned home from school. The family had indeed waited long enough. Since Yi Sheng had given her word, she had no intention of retracting it. Zhou Peng led Yi Sheng directly to the urban village. As the clock approached 7:30, Lu Aihong felt a growing sense of unease. What should she do? Streaming live proved futile as Yi Sheng still had not arrived. She contemplated calling Yi Qianqian, but with the broadcast ongoing, she was unable to make the call. Just as Lu Aihong wrestled with her thoughts, Yi Sheng made her appearance. Aunt Lu, she greeted, igniting a fervor within the live chat. Yi Sheng had finally arrived. Many had feared she possessed a heart of stone. Thank goodness she's here, otherwise I would have unfollowed her. I thought Sister Sheng would stand her ground, but she actually came. Lu Mama clearly employed public opinion to coerce her. Initially, everyone had hoped for Yi Sheng's arrival, but now that she was present, her fans expressed concern. Lu Aihong's tactics of manipulation had worked, but did this not mean Yi Sheng had capitulated? It was a disconcerting situation. Yi Sheng's arrival left Lu Aihong both astonished and triumphant. She had not anticipated that this strategy would prove effective. This method could not only be wielded against Yi Sheng but also against Yi Qianqian, who had now undoubtedly become the genuine heiress of the Yi family. It would only grow more challenging to exert control over her. Yet, if they were concerned about their online reputation, this tactic of eliciting sympathy could indeed yield results. Lu Aihong's mind raced with possibilities. Yi Sheng likely discerned her intentions. Had she tasted success and now intended to continue employing this approach? Yi Sheng would not remind Lu Aihong that such a tactic was not universally effective. The pressure that compelled her to come today was not public opinion, but necessity. Had Director Jiang not introduced that opportunity, Yi Sheng would not have considered this visit. With her contract on the verge of termination, she too contemplated severing ties with the company. Her primary concern was not resources, but profitability. Once she secured a financial foothold, who could restrain her? Sheng Sheng, you have finally arrived. Come in, there's chicken soup simmering. Lu Aihong, oblivious to the live stream, waved at Yi Sheng with a demeanor reminiscent of an affectionate mother, prompting netizens to perceive Yi Sheng as inconsiderate. Although it was possible that Yi Sheng was not Lu Aihong's biological daughter, Lu Aihong possessed a maternal heart that no one could critique. Only I felt that Yi Sheng was somewhat ungrateful. Even if Lu Aihong was not her biological mother, she had shown kindness. I had previously questioned whether Guo Erqiang was genuine, yet he had risen early to procure a farm chicken for Yi Sheng's nourishment, complicating any judgment. The internet is notoriously fickle and opinions shift rapidly. Those who had previously favored Yi Sheng now viewed her as unreasonable in light of Lu Aihong's attitude. Fortunately, Yi Sheng remained indifferent to others' opinions. I apologize for keeping you waiting, she began, leading Lu Aihong to believe she had secured victory. Just as Lu Aihong prepared to feign magnanimity, Yisheng continued, "However, I am perplexed. I have clearly declined your invitation. Why do you insist on coercing me in this manner? I mentioned I had prior commitments and suggested that your family enjoy the meal without me. Yet your actions render me quite helpless. Broadcasting online to rally the masses to persuade me. Do you believe that sheer numbers will compel my compliance?" Lu Aihong's smile faltered. She had not anticipated Yisheng would unveil her scheme so openly. At that moment, she realized that Yisheng was not Yi Qianqian. She was not so easily manipulated. "Sheng Sheng, you misunderstand me. I merely wish for you and your family to bridge any gaps. Your father also wishes to apologize. Regardless of whether you are our biological daughter, we have been genuinely pleased to hear of your return, and we sincerely regard you as our own. I understand that our household is not affluent, which may render your upbringing in the Yi family rather disconcerting. It is quite normal for you to be reluctant to return home or recognize us as your parents." However, Lu Aihong attempted to maintain her performance, but Yisheng interrupted. "What good does it do to label me as disdainful of poverty? Tomorrow, the results of the paternity test will be revealed. Will you not feel embarrassed? In truth, neither I nor you bear any resemblance to one another. You both know the truth of whether I am your daughter. I merely remind you that to keep secrets, one must refrain from wrongdoing." Lu Aihong's heart sank. She felt a twinge of fear. Yisheng's words could incite a multitude of controversies. Tonight must be successful. Failure was not an option. "Sheng Sheng, you truly harbor deep misunderstandings about us." Lu Aihong sought to explain, but Yisheng had already crossed her arms, observing the spectacle. Suppressing her agitation, fearing Yisheng might produce some incriminating evidence, she could only plead, "Your disbelief in us makes us feel like strangers." "I am at a loss for words. How does that saying go? Time reveals a person's true nature." Yisheng regarded her intently. "That holds merit." Lu Aihong was momentarily speechless. She realized that whatever she uttered, Yisheng seemed capable of countering. This girl was infuriating. Yet the netizens held a different view. Strangely, witnessing Lu Aihong rendered speechless by Yisheng sparked a flicker of joy within me. I was wrong. Sister Sheng remains as formidable as ever. Yisheng's assertions hold truth. If she truly loved her daughter, would she resort to public pressure to compel her to return home for a meal? Where else could she find chicken soup? Why would Lu Aihong not dare to force Yi Qianqian home? Is it because Yi Qianqian enjoys the backing of the Yi family? Discussions among netizens became heated. Zhou Peng felt quite satisfied with this outcome. He reached out to several acquaintances in the online community, urging them to shift the narrative, stating that Lu Aihong's family harbored ill intentions. Additionally, he had others fervently praising Lu Aihong and her husband. As a result, netizens began to gain clarity on the situation. At that moment, Lu Aihong finally noticed Zhou Peng filming them with his phone. "Mr. Zhou, what are you doing?" Yisheng answered on Zhou Peng's behalf, "Streaming live, of course. Did you not say you enjoyed live broadcasts? Perfect timing. Mr. Zhou is assisting us with the stream, allowing my fans to witness that, even with my evening commitments, I came to partake in this meal. I only hope Aunt Lu will refrain from making such unilateral decisions in the future. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how much of my important matters will be delayed." Yisheng's sharp tongue was not a recent development. The netizens had begun to adapt to her style, expressing agreement with her criticisms. Many had suffered at the hands of overbearing parents. Chapter 67. A Banquet of Confrontation. I too have suffered terribly from a stifling maternal love during my college entrance exams. My mother insisted on resigning to care for me, resulting in my gaining 30 pounds and enduring mockery throughout university. I despise elders who make unilateral decisions under the guise of caring for me. My mother once accepted a dowry of 300,000 from a foolish family in the village, which drove me to madness. My aunt, in an attempt to protect my cousin, publicly humiliated his girlfriend at school, leading her to commit suicide by jumping into a river. My cousin was left distraught. Back in those days, a university degree held significant value, yet it was all in vain. This topic ignited fervent discussions among netizens, revealing that a majority had fallen victim to well-meaning but misguided parental love. Thus, was Lu Aihong's coercive method to compel Yisheng to return home for dinner truly motivated by maternal affection? Regardless of the underlying feelings, her methods were undoubtedly flawed. I wish to refrain from excessive commentary, yet this family fails to endear themselves to me. Lu Aihong certainly did not anticipate that a few words from Yisheng would resonate with many online, prompting a wave of criticism and suspicion regarding her motives. Zhou Peng held two phones, one broadcasting live while the other displayed Lu Aihong's live stream, the sound muted. Observing the shift in public opinion towards Yi Sheng, he discreetly gave her a thumbs up. This girl was indeed reliable when it mattered. Is it inappropriate to live stream while our family is dining? Lu Aihong furrowed her brow, unsure of how to address Yi Sheng. She was reluctant to continue the live stream during their meal. Zhou Peng, however, was oblivious to the situation. What was wrong with it? I find it rather agreeable, Yi Sheng replied without a hint of concern. Besides, whether we are indeed family is still up for debate. Surely, Auntie wouldn't mind being live-streamed, considering you resorted to this tactic to compel me to join the meal. Lu Aihong attempted to defend herself. But Yi Sheng interrupted. I knew your thoughts were rather avant-garde. Why haven't Tigor Jiang and Guadabayat returned yet? When will we begin dining? Lu Aihong was effortlessly led off course. Soon. Your father must have gone to pick up your brother from school, she replied. Lu Aihong had spoken too soon. The truth of whether Guo Erqiang was her father would only be revealed tomorrow. Perhaps we should also live-stream when we retrieve the paternity test results. I imagine the netizens will be quite interested to know whether I am indeed your daughter. Lu Aihong was momentarily silenced, her disdain for Yi Sheng intensifying.
Qian,
having grown up in the Gua household, at least understood the importance of empathizing with her mother. But Yi Sheng, a lofty young lady, made it difficult for her to express herself in her presence. She seemed oblivious to the concept of respecting one's elders. Mom, is the chicken soup ready? I'm so hungry. Just as Lu Aihong grappled with her words, Guadabayat's loud voice rescued her. Yi Sheng lamented the untimely return of Guo Erqiang and Guadabayat. Upon entering, Guadabayat spotted Yi Sheng. What are you doing here? Is there really enough chicken soup for this wild girl? It was your mother who invited me, Yi Sheng replied. Though she harbored no fondness for Guadabayat, she had no intentions of being unkind to a child. Guadabayat clearly disapproved. Mom, why did you invite her? One chicken isn't enough for our family. How will we feed 2 more people? Previously, when Gua Qianqian was at school, you didn't wait for her to return home. Be quiet, Lu Aihong swiftly interjected. However, the viewers in the live stream weren't oblivious to the unfolding drama. Yi Qianqian's fans swiftly voiced their grievances. So, our Qianqian didn't even get to enjoy chicken soup at home before? Qianqian had always held a grateful heart towards the Gua family, yet she never anticipated such treatment. Qianqian is so unfortunate. Thank goodness, she has returned to her biological parents. Guadabayat, with an air of entitlement, declared, clearly, the family favors boys over girls. Fearing backlash from viewers, Lu Aihong hastily clarified, what nonsense. Sheng Sheng just fell into the water and is weak. Her mother made her chicken soup for nourishment. You should be thankful that you're able to enjoy chicken soup today, thanks to your sister. Guadabayat could not tolerate such remarks, so, I should thank her? In that case, I want to drink this chicken soup tonight. You all can have it. In a fit of rage, Guadabayat threw his backpack to the ground and stormed out. Dabayat. Lu Aihong hurriedly chased after him. In the room remained only Yi Sheng, Zhou Peng, and Guo Erqiang. Guo Erqiang's gaze fixed on Yi Sheng, his expression far from friendly. Yi Sheng returned his glare, her eyes sharp as daggers. Does your hand still hurt?
Yi Sheng sudanni inhuited.
It was hardly a gesture of concern. Guo Erqiang's face darkened. His wrist still ached. That girl truly had a vicious streak. Guo Erqiang remained silent, his demeanor brooding. When Lu Aihong finally coaxed Guadabayat back, the atmosphere in the house had turned tense. Why is everyone standing? Come to the table. I'll serve the soup, Lu Aihong urged. As she encouraged everyone to sit, Yi Sheng remained unmoved, while Guo Erqiang took the main seat, pouring himself a glass of liquor. Guadabayat joined him, and when Lu Aihong brought the chicken soup to the table, he eagerly fished out a chicken leg to gnaw on. Lu Aihong scolded disapprovingly, Dabayat. Your sister hasn't even sat down yet, why the rush? Guadabayat rolled his eyes in Yi Sheng's direction. If she doesn't hurry, who can blame her? Lu Aihong found herself at a loss. She smiled at Yi Sheng. Sheng Sheng, please take a seat. I'll get you a separate bowl. Lu Aihong fetched a new bowl, filling it with soup, and placed the remaining chicken leg in front of her, along with 2 pieces of chicken and 2 small mushrooms. She then served Zhou Peng a bowl, albeit without a chicken leg, but it contained 2 generous pieces of meat. Mr. Zhou, please join us, she encouraged. Zhou Peng waved his hand dismissively. I'll pass. This single chicken won't suffice for your family, so I'll abstain. While his words were factual, the viewers detected a hint of sarcasm. Hilarious. Zhou Peng is clearly insinuating something, isn't he? After all, Guadabayat had just stated that the chicken wouldn't be enough for their family. Weren't Zhou Peng and Yisheng at odds? Why does it seem like he is defending her? Zhou Peng, who once served as Li Xinyan's manager and had the ability to elevate her status, certainly could do the same for Yisheng. It was improbable that he would treat her poorly. Lu Aihong also perceived Zhou Peng's sharp tongue. Yet, she maintained a smile. How could that be? One chicken is quite substantial. Just have a bowl, enjoy some soup, and eat a bit of the dishes. No matter Lu Aihong's persuasive efforts. Zhou Peng remained steadfast in his refusal, greatly vexing her. Chapter 68. Compensation. Zhou Peng was indeed hungry. But he recalled Yisheng's prior admonition to refrain from consuming anything provided by the Gua family, though he was uncertain of the reason. He felt obliged to adhere to his promise. No, I already had a meal before coming, Zhou Peng insisted repeatedly. Lu Aihong exchanged a glance with Guo Erqiang, who promptly rose to urge Zhou Peng, if Xiao Zhou doesn't want to eat, that's fine. Come, let us have a drink. Zhou Peng attempted to resist, but was pressed down into his seat by Guo Erqiang. Yisheng sensed a scheme brewing between the couple. Zhou Peng too perceived the undercurrents and declined once more. No, we cannot drink during work hours. Guo Erqiang's expression soured. It's dark out. How can this still be considered work hours? Does your boss exploit you like this? Zhou Peng awkwardly forced a smile. Unfortunately, that's just how our industry operates. Presenting a cozy family image for your live stream is my job. Guo Erqiang turned to Lu Aihong. What should we do? This fellow is quite stubborn. Seizing the opportunity while serving dishes, Lu Aihong nudged her son, causing Guadabayat to lose his balance and bump into Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng's phone tumbled to the ground. He stood momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events.
Mom, why did you push me?
Guadabayat complained before Zhou Peng could even voice his frustration. Lu Aihong shot a glare at her unfortunate son and quickly apologized. I lost my balance. I'm so sorry, Mr. Zhou. Your phone isn't inexpensive, is it? She hastily picked up the phone before Zhou Peng could react, but in her haste, she accidentally dropped it into the chicken soup. Zhou Peng was left utterly bewildered. Was his phone still operational after this? It might have survived a fall. But could it withstand being submerged in soup? Lu Aihong appeared even more anxious, disregarding the heat, as she rushed to retrieve the phone from the broth. I'm so sorry, Mr. Zhou. I didn't hold on properly. How much did this phone cost you? If not, I could compensate you for it. Zhou Peng's lips twitched. He did not covet such a phone, but he simply could not comprehend the motives of Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong, the couple behind this elaborate charade. The viewers in the live stream could no longer see Zhou Peng. It appeared his phone had met a tragic demise. This family was overly enthusiastic, yet their fervor was indeed quite disconcerting. It was no wonder Yisheng was reluctant to return home for dinner. Everything they did seemed haphazard. With the live feed cut off, Lu Aihong's stream was also abruptly ended, leaving everyone in suspense about the events that transpired. Director Jiang had not anticipated such an unforeseen circumstance either. He even speculated that, given Zhou Peng's current demeanor, he might demand compensation from the production team. Zhou Peng, however, remained unflustered as he produced another phone. Fortunately, I brought a spare. Lu Aihong's expression soured. This phone wasn't exorbitantly priced. It was a new model of a popular brand, costing just over 10,000, and he had used it for less than a month. These phones retain their value. If Ms. Lu compensates me 10,000, that would suffice. So expensive? Lu Aihong nearly shrieked. She had not anticipated that her impulsive act would result in such a costly outcome. The phone she purchased for her son was not nearly as good, merely a lesser model costing 6,000. There is a reason for the expense. This phone boasts excellent functionality, ideal for daily tasks. I have stored significant data on this device. To be frank, I would prefer to have it repaired if possible, as the information is invaluable to me. These files are worth far more than 10,000. Even 30 or 50,000 would not suffice. Though Zhou Peng's claim had an element of exaggeration, he was not entirely lying. Nonetheless, this was merely a backup phone. The one containing all the vital information was the one he revealed next. I assure you, I am not attempting to swindle your family. If you do not believe me, you may inquire at any authorized retailer. This model has just been released. Zhou Peng reopened the live stream, directing the camera towards Lu Aihong's family. Lu Aihong's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. She instinctively glanced at Yisheng. Sheng Sheng, we currently cannot afford such a sum. Could you possibly cover it for now? I have no money, Yisheng replied without hesitation. Lu Aihong was incredulous, her expression darkening. As a celebrity. How could you be broke? Because I spend lavishly. Have you forgotten that I grew up in the Yi family, where frugality was unnecessary? Surely you must have funds. The production team provided you with a payment, did they not?
Ye Sheng bulundu ei poset Liu Aihong stejate.
Although she harbored no fondness for Yi Sheng, she found Liu Aihong's behavior distasteful. It wasn't that they lacked money. They simply refused to part with a single dime, hoping to make their newly returned daughter pay. Did no one else think Zhou Peng was being unreasonable? While it was true that the brand retained its value, his was secondhand. Asking for 10,000 seemed excessive. This was hardly a concession to Liu Aihong. A slight consideration would have sufficed to avoid such a high price. The online discourse was rife with varied opinions, with some criticizing Zhou Peng for being overly dramatic. If they invited him to dinner, why not just eat? What's the fuss about? They argued. However, those eager to watch the live stream quickly countered, asserting that Yi Sheng's profession necessitated such broadcasts. Zhou Peng was not at fault. It was Liu Aihong's family that was excessively enthusiastic. Did no one notice that Liu Aihong had deliberately thrown Zhou Peng's phone into the soup? At this moment, Liu Aihong was on the verge of exploding with anger. She had not anticipated that Yi Sheng would refuse to part with a single cent, instead pointing out that she had just received payment from the production team. The money had just arrived, still warm from its source. And now she was expected to hand it over. Naturally, Liu Aihong was reluctant. Mom, I believe the phone can still be repaired. Why not just give him the money? And once it's fixed, I can use it? Guodaba suddenly had a clever idea. Since they were destined to pay, they might as well give him the phone. It was a new model, and he doubted his parents would buy it for him. His current phone was 2 years old, and he wanted to stay trendy. Liu Aihong was displeased, but Guo Jiang suggested, then let Daba trade his phone for Xiao Zhou's. Daba's is also a popular brand. A swap would suffice. And we wouldn't have to pay anything. This plan was unfolding right before Yi Sheng's eyes. Even Zhou Peng was taken aback by Guo Jiang's ingenuity. Zhou Peng knew that if he remained silent any longer, he would lose the chance for compensation altogether. Mr. Guo, your son's phone can be appraised and sold. And then he can provide me with the difference. However, his phone is an older model, several years behind mine, and the values are not comparable. A simple exchange will not suffice. Are you trying to avoid compensation? Yi Sheng astutely discerned the couple's intentions. They simply did not wish to pay. Even if Liu Aihong's actions were intentional, she had not expected to incur costs. It's not that we don't want to pay, Liu Aihong attempted to defend herself. But if you didn't want to compensate, why would you deliberately throw Zhou Peng's phone into the soup?
Ye Sheng pointetli remarket.
Liu Aihong had not anticipated such a blatant confrontation. She could only explain, I simply didn't hold on tight enough. Oh, the phone was hot to the touch. Yi Sheng remarked lightly, causing Liu Aihong's face to flush. However, the entire live audience had witnessed her damage Zhou Peng's phone. Would it not reflect poorly on them if they refused to compensate? Would Guodaba's classmates not look down on him? The moment Yi Sheng mentioned Guodaba's classmates potentially shunning him, he erupted. Mom, hurry and pay him. Who told you to throw his phone into the soup? Guodaba feared he would be unable to hold his head high at school. As a student, he was acutely aware of the importance of reputation. Liu Aihong, now concerned about her son's social standing, ceased her evasion and rushed to retrieve the money. The funds from the production team had barely arrived, still warm from the source. And now she was expected to hand it over. Liu Aihong felt a deep sense of reluctance. Even Guo Jiang shared a feeling of having lost more than he had gained. Both husband and wife were displeased, and Guo Jiang more vigorously urged Zhou Peng to drink. Liu Aihong encouraged Yi Sheng to partake of the soup and chicken legs. Yi Sheng, smiling, accepted the bowl, while Guodaba wore a look of discontent. Mom, why did you give her a chicken leg? Previously, chicken legs were solely his domain, and now he was forced to share one with Yi Sheng. He felt a surge of resentment. Did his parents prefer this girl, who had just returned? Yi Sheng was indeed beautiful, and having her as a sister was somewhat prestigious. However, Guodaba resented her for usurping their parents' affection. When his sister Guo Qianqian was at home, she had never competed with him for food. There were 2 chicken legs, one for him and one for his sister. Wasn't that how it should be? Liu Aihong was aware that her son might be displeased. Yet her greater concern was that Yi Sheng might refuse to eat. No way, I love chicken legs. Let her have chicken wings instead. Guodaba was unwilling to relent, almost on the verge of throwing a tantrum. Zhou Peng was still live streaming, and this scene prompted numerous netizens to criticize Liu Aihong for spoiling her son. Wasn't Qianqian's life in the Guo household similar? They felt sympathy for Qianqian, who might have never had a chicken leg, unaware of Guadaba's self-entitled demeanor. The chicken legs were not particularly delicious, but if his brother dared to compete with him, he would ensure he consumed it. Yi Sheng, however, was not as aggressive as the online commenters. She simply lifted her bowl and poured the chicken soup and leg into Guadaba's bowl. Here, you can have it all. I caught a cold and shouldn't be drinking soup. I'll just have some vegetables and tofu. Guadaba was momentarily taken aback when Yi Sheng offered him the chicken leg. She truly was a good sister, treating him kindly. Guadabao, filled with self-satisfaction, exclaimed, "You are so perceptive. Truly, you are my beloved sister. Rest assured. Should anyone at your in-laws dare to bully you, I shall undoubtedly stand by your side." Yi Sheng replied gratefully, "Thank you." Lu Aihong, observing her son preparing to devour a chicken leg, was visibly alarmed. "Dabao!" Her loud cries startled Guadabao, nearly causing him to drop his chicken leg. "Mother, what are you doing? You scared me to death." Though Guadabao was generally fearless at home, he harbored a deep-seated fear of Lu Aihong's temper. Throughout his childhood, he often witnessed Gua Erqiang's drunken rages, while Lu Aihong consistently embodied the role of a gentle, loving mother. However, there was a particular incident that forever altered his perception. He had seen Lu Aihong lose her temper, and he could scarcely believe his eyes as he watched his formidable father kneel before her, relentlessly slapping himself while she sat calmly, smirking. Without her command to cease, his father dared not stop. From that moment forth, Guadabao developed a certain trepidation towards his mother, who, beneath her gentle facade, might very well be a ferocious tigress. "Do not eat your sister's chicken leg. If you desire it, I shall prepare another for you later." Guadabao pouted. "Yi Sheng has already stated that she is unwell and cannot eat chicken legs. Why do you insist on her consuming it? Is there poison in that chicken leg?" He had only spoken in jest, yet Lu Aihong's expression turned grave. "Guadabao, what nonsensical things are you saying all day long?" Before Lu Aihong could unleash her fury, Gua Erqiang had already slapped his son across the face, knocking over the bowl of chicken soup. He certainly would not allow his son to consume any concoction laced with drugs. Although Lu Aihong felt a pang of sympathy for her son being struck, she also sighed in relief. Forget it. Guadabao, humiliated in front of outsiders, was unwilling to temper his temper. He raised his hand and overturned the table. Aside from Yi Sheng, who managed to escape unscathed, even Zhou Prung was splattered with chicken soup. He observed Yi Sheng leap away as if propelled by springs and could only shake his head in disbelief. The Guo family lacked decorum, yet what was with Yi Sheng's seemingly prepared demeanor? "Ah, it seems this meal is beyond salvage. I shall take my leave. Tomorrow marks the day of the results, and I kindly request the Lu family to attend." Yi Sheng announced her departure, causing Lu Aihong's face to turn an alarming shade of green. To make matters worse, her son had already dashed out, leaving her no choice but to clean up the chaos. The meal had been delayed longer than usual, and her stomach growled in protest, compounded by the loss of 10,000 yuan for naught. Yi Sheng exited with a flourish, and Zhou Prung dutifully followed, shutting down the live stream. The audience had not anticipated such a farcical conclusion. Some began to question the sanity of the Guo family. It was entirely reasonable for Yi Sheng, being ill, to refuse chicken. Why did Lu Aihong insist she must eat the chicken leg? Yi Sheng, not hoarding the food, had willingly given the chicken leg to Guadabao. Yet Gua Erqiang, without a second thought, had slapped his son. The entire situation felt off-kilter. "Did you not see?" When Guadabao suggested there might be poison in the soup, Lu Aihong's face changed color. "I captured a screenshot." Netizens speculated about the hidden secrets within the chicken soup. As Yi Sheng stepped outside, she unexpectedly collided with Guadabao, who had not ventured far. He had stormed out in a fit of rage, but had not lost his composure entirely. With a face swollen like a steamed bun, Guadabao appeared somewhat pitiable. Spotting Yi Sheng, he called out to her, "What do you want?" Yi Sheng held no particular fondness for the foolish son of the Guo family, but had no intention of causing him harm. This boy was merely spoiled by his family. He was not worth her concern. "Yi Sheng, lend me 100 yuan. Yi Sheng glared. "Why on earth would I give you money? Do I look like a wealthy person to you? I can barely afford instant noodles." Guadabao insisted, "I haven't eaten dinner and am starving. I plan to go to an internet cafe shortly, hence I need money." Guadabao spoke as though it were his due. He had previously employed the same tactic to solicit money from Yi Qianqian, making him feel quite at ease in front of Yi Sheng, assuming she would be as obliging as her sister. "Shouldn't you seek assistance from your parents if you're hungry? I am not your parent, and I have no money." Yi Sheng flatly rejected him, without a moment's hesitation. Guo was taken aback, never expecting Yi Sheng would refuse his monetary request. Are you still my sister? Yi Qianqian would never treat me this way. Then go find her, Yi Sheng remarked, appraising the rotund and unattractive Guo. Look at you. You are far from handsome. I, in contrast, am quite beautiful. Do you truly believe I resemble your sister? My brother ought to at least bear some resemblance to a star. She casually pointed to a poster nearby, not even knowing which celebrity it depicted, but it was undeniably youthful and attractive, garnering a fair share of fans. Guo could not possibly compare. Enraged, Guo retorted, "What makes me ugly? I merely carry a bit of extra weight. Once I slim down, I shall undoubtedly be handsome." He spoke defiantly, yet deep down, he understood that even upon losing weight, he would remain unimpressive, resembling Jiang. The latter was not blessed with good looks and could even be considered somewhat unattractive. Yet how could Yi Sheng judge siblings solely by appearance? Do you genuinely believe that? Yi Sheng regarded him with a smirk. You'd rather not give me money than be compared to Yi Qianqian. If you refuse to acknowledge me now, I shall not recognize you in the future, Guo declared, delivering his parting shot before fleeing. Yi Sheng found herself chuckling in disbelief. She was unfazed by Guo's rejection. This live stream had ignited a frenzy online, with viewers speculating whether Yi Sheng was indeed the daughter of the Guo family and what motives lay behind their invitation for her to dine on this rustic chicken. Regardless of their intentions, the outcome had been far from successful, hadn't it? Within the Guo household, Guo and Lu Aihong confronted the aftermath of the chaos, their tempers flaring. What was once a pleasant meal had spiraled into such disarray. Guo had been spoiled beyond measure. One moment of dissatisfaction sent him into a fit, an act unbecoming of a child. Guo, feeling the pressure and having indulged in alcohol, took his frustrations out on Lu Aihong. Do you truly believe Guo has become this way for no reason? It is precisely because you failed to set a proper example for him throughout his life. It is your drunken rages that have shaped him into your likeness. Lu Aihong, seeing the absence of others, could no longer contain herself. Her scornful words left Guo speechless. My inability to control my temper is also a result of your initial encouragement, Guo muttered under his breath. He had once feared Lu Aihong immensely. Back in their day, everyone addressed her as Sister Hong. Who would have thought she would choose to marry him? Leading a stable life running a small convenience store? Sister Hong was indeed formidable, deeply perceptive and capable of both holding on to and letting go. In this regard, even Guo felt inferior. There was a certain regret that lingered. Their previous lives had been filled with excitement and risk, primarily because money came swiftly. Yet now, tethered to this convenience store, he barely scraped by, earning only a meager sum throughout the year. Yet somehow, those earnings were enough to sustain their family, leading Sister Hong to refrain from revisiting the past. Not only did she forbid any mention of it, but she also insisted he play along with her charade. The first time they acted together, when he struck her, he had felt trepidation. What if she decided to settle the score later? Yet, time and again, as he succumbed to drunken madness, he grew accustomed to the routine. Years had passed since Guo had witnessed the fierce methods of Sister Hong. Though he still held an innate fear of her, it had diminished considerably. I, too, share some blame in this matter, Lu Aihong reflected, a tinge of regret washing over her. She had perhaps indulged their only son a tad too much. The difficulties she faced during childbirth had led her to believe she had committed a sin, thus vowing to cleanse her hands of wrongdoing. As for why she chose Guo, it was solely because he was the only man among her suitors who had succeeded in impregnating her. It was not her choice. It was the child who selected his father. Regrettably, Guo lineage was of little merit, and their offspring was no exception. The decision to keep that girl was meant to bring forth a child, hoping for a final chance at redemption, a lingering act of kindness. Yet now, she found herself laden with regret. Lu Aihong's fingernails dug into her palm, leaving a trail of bruised marks. Had she not left a single trace, perhaps there would have been no risk. Instead, it had become a gripping piece of evidence. If only Lu Aihong had not left her words hanging in the air.
Now.
It was too late to utter anything. Lu Aihong herself added a remark, but Guo remained blissfully simple-minded. Even if she were not our daughter, it wouldn't signify much. Moreover, we still have that girl Qianqian, don't we? Upon reflecting on Guo implication, Lu Aihong's expression shifted. She had returned to the Yi family, and there was no certainty that they would allow us to maintain control over her. How daring of her! Jiang had never regarded Yi Qianqian as a threat. After all, she had grown up under their influence, making her easy to manipulate. Did she truly believe that returning to the Yi family would liberate her from their grasp? Jiang, do not be too careless. Refrain from using your threats against her in the future, Lu Aihong warned her husband. The circumstances have changed. If Qianqian feels cornered and reveals everything to the Yi family, do you think they would let us off the hook? Jiang glared. What is there to fear? If it comes to it, we'll go down together. While he was unafraid, Lu Aihong knew the Yi family was wealthy. They could easily make problems disappear without a trace. Even if they couldn't, what if they used Guidebo as leverage against us? Lu Aihong refrained from voicing the thought that they could not withstand scrutiny. Then, I will not spare Yi Qianqian. Qiang, as only son, Guidebo, was his Achilles heel. Both parents cherished their child, oblivious to the fact that Guidebo was currently reveling in a gaming binge at an internet cafe after borrowing money from his classmates. Yi Sheng, on the other hand, had returned home and enjoyed a restful sleep. She felt particularly pleased thinking about how she had helped Zhou Peng secure a sum of 10,000 yuan from Lu Aihong. Noticing her cheerful demeanor, Zhou Peng extracted 10 bills from the amount and handed them to her. Take this for instant noodles. Yi Sheng accepted the money, grinning. I never imagined there would come a day when I could be pleased by 1,000 yuan. Reflecting on her past life, she mused, when had she ever lacked money? Zhou Peng, however, misinterpreted her words, believing she was lamenting her fall from the status of a rich heiress. Do not be disheartened. Even the finest lineage can be squandered without effort. If you work hard to earn your own money, you will not merely be Miss Yi but rather Queen Yi. Such encouragement held little value for Yi Sheng. She smiled and replied, I'm tired. You should rest. Zhou Peng could not comprehend her sentiments. Yi Sheng yawned at the appropriate moment, prompting Zhou Peng to vacate the premises. All right, sleep well. We have matters to attend to tomorrow. Once he left, Yi Sheng washed up and prepared for bed. Meanwhile, across the ocean, someone was pulling an all-nighter, chasing down a lead. Chapter 71. 100 yuan a game. A man wearing frameless glasses deftly danced his long, fair fingers across the keyboard. Unfortunately, the individual who had previously taken the order had completely erased their traces. All he could ascertain was that a sum of money had appeared in his sister's account, alongside rumors on the dark web that she had accepted another order. His singular thought was to uncover the identity of the impostor posing as his sister. Regardless of how they had obtained her account details, he could not accept that someone was profiting from her name after her demise. After many twists and turns, the man finally unearthed a clue from the transaction details. He swiftly packed his belongings, booked a flight, and set off for Hua country, a nation he had not visited in years. Simultaneously, Yi Sheng, feigning sleep yet secretly surfacing to the internet, rapidly erased her traces. Just as she exhaled in relief, she remained unaware that she had overlooked one. Once her tasks were completed, Yi Sheng opened the game, nonchalantly creating a new account named Brush Past the King of Hell. She wreaked havoc within the game, capturing the attention of those nearby. Hey beautiful, you play this too? Want to team up with us? The boy, sporting yellow hair and a casual demeanor, wore earrings and exuded a cocky air. Yet he was not unattractive, which made him less off-putting. No, I prefer to go solo. Yi Sheng was particularly astute in this game, rarely facing defeat. The boy, intrigued, thought, she must be a master. Even masters play on alternate accounts. Too bad, she won't take me along. After 5 minutes, seeing Yi Sheng complete another match, he shamelessly invited her again. Hey, how about you carry me? Yi Sheng continued to ignore him, contemplating whether to start another match with 15 minutes left of her internet time. There was enough time for one game, but not enough to guarantee completion. Think it over. I can pay you, just consider it practice. Practice? You mean play together? Finally, Yi Sheng glanced at him. How much?
Huh?
The boy was momentarily taken aback, but quickly caught on. 30. Does that work for you? This was his going rate for companionship. Yi Sheng hesitated for a moment. 30 yuan equaled 10 packets of instant noodles. Was it worth it to bow down for 30 yuan? The boy, sensing her reluctance, quickly raised his offer. How about 50? Would 50 work? Yi Sheng remained impassive. 50 yuan per game was acceptable. I still have 14 minutes until my time's up. The boy presumed she was merely making excuses for not wanting to team up. Resolute, he declared, 100 for a game. You carry me to victory. Fine. 100 a game, I'll help you win, but if you lose, you pay nothing. However, you must follow my lead. Yi Sheng considered that in these final minutes, earning 100 yuan would suffice. All right, sister, You truly are a good person. My name is Du Lin. What about you? Yi Sheng did not respond.
Just call me by my game name.
She was aware he was keeping an eye on her. Upon seeing her game name, Du Lin hesitated briefly before obediently addressing her. All right, Sister Yan Wang. Yi Sheng nearly choked on her own saliva. Sister Yan Wang? How clever of Du Lin to come up with that. Nevertheless, Yi Sheng did not contest the title, tacitly accepting it. Shall I add you, or will you add me? Or should I use a different account to carry you? Let us use your account. I think it's super cool. Du Lin, aware of his poor skills, felt too embarrassed to borrow from his friends. Yi Sheng allowed Du Lin to add her as a gaming friend, forming a team with him. With only 12 minutes remaining, she hoped he wouldn't hinder her performance. Listen to my commands. Refrain from acting rashly or getting overly excited. Yi Sheng advised him a few times, and upon entering the game, she shifted into serious mode. She maneuvered expertly while simultaneously guiding her novice partner. The game concluded 10 minutes later. Du Lin not only felt engaged but also exhilarated. His youthful face flushed as he exclaimed, Sister Yan Wang, you truly are impressive. He showered her with compliments as they played. Yi Sheng smiled, logging off just in time. Du Lin chased her to the internet cafe's entrance. That's all for today. Time to settle the bill. Do not be misled by this boy as flattery. She would not be duped. The payment owed must be exact. Du Lin's smile faltered. He had not expected the sister to be so pragmatic. However, the young master, Du, was not short on cash. Sister, let us add each other as friends. I'll transfer the money to you. When you have time again, we can meet up just like today, 100 at a time. Let us keep it fun. Yi Sheng, wearing a mask, was not easily recognizable to Du Lin. Yet, she found herself rather fond of the sister due to her gaming prowess.
All right.
Although Yi Sheng thought the boy's words could easily lead to misunderstandings, she was indifferent. Yi Sheng added him and immediately restricted his access to her social circle. After all, she did not want to be recognized as Yi Sheng by this child. The boy, perceptive, promptly transferred 100 yuan to her. Du Lin wished to converse further, but Yi Sheng declined, weaving through 2 streets before returning to the Riverside Hotel. She had assumed her outing would go unnoticed and that Zhou Peng would be fast asleep by now. Who could have known that Zhou Peng was waiting for her at the entrance? A sinister smile etched upon his face.
Cough.
Why are you still awake at this late hour? Aren't you afraid of a sudden death? Zhou Peng's smile was devoid of warmth as he retorted, You haven't slept yet. So how could I? He added, I couldn't find rest, knowing that the results of the paternity test are due tomorrow. Yi Sheng was aware that her excuse was rather feeble, but who cared? Indeed, Zhou Peng was utterly unconvinced, his face growing stern as he questioned, Yi Sheng, do you even comprehend what you're doing?
What do you mean by that?
Could you offer a hint? Zhou Peng, visibly disappointed by her refusal to speak the truth, instructed Yi Sheng to take out her room card. He swiped it himself to let her in, then closed the door behind her. Only then did he produce his phone to show her the trending topics online. I initially thought you had changed for the better after your fall into the water, and I genuinely believed you could thrive in the entertainment industry. Even if you wished to withdraw, you wouldn't tarnish your reputation like this. But look at the mess you've created. Sneaking out at night to deceive children, and now someone has captured it all on camera. What were you thinking? 100 yuan per game? Are you really that cheap? A clandestine recording had surfaced, capturing the exchange between Yi Sheng and Du Lin, where the phrase 100 yuan per game was broadcasted repeatedly, insinuating that she was engaged in some sordid transaction. The setting, with a hotel located near the internet cafe, made it appear as though Yi Sheng and Du Lin had just emerged from the hotel. One must concede. The individual behind the camera was both malicious and skilled in sensationalizing the narrative. Consequently, Yi Sheng found herself embroiled in yet another scandal at midnight. This time, Li Xinyan refrained from causing a scene, even appearing slightly gleeful. Zhou Peng's aspirations of nurturing the next best actress seemed a mere pipe dream. Chapter 72. Clarifying on one's own board, Yi Sheng tossed her phone to Zhou Peng after watching the video. Do you really believe this? Zhou Peng, exasperated, shot back. Are you going to feign that it isn't you? If others can't recognize you, must I be fooled as well? Look at your current attire. Doesn't it match perfectly with the one in the video? I never said it wasn't me. Yi Sheng rolled her eyes, but this video is edited. What does it prove? That kid hardly looks of age. Do you think I'm that indiscriminate? Zhou Peng, having calmed down after his earlier frustration, acknowledged the validity of Yi Sheng's argument, then explained what actually happened. I was at the internet cafe, and a young boy approached me, impressed by my gaming skills. He asked me to guide him, offering 100 yuan per match. Yi Sheng's explanation dawned on Zhou Peng, yet he remained somewhat skeptical. You can genuinely play games well enough for someone to pay you 100 yuan per match? Absolutely.
Ye Sheng crosset her arms defiantly.
Zhou Peng regarded her with a mix of disbelief and reluctant admiration. Was there any surveillance in the vicinity? If we can locate the footage, it should clarify matters. There's bound to be surveillance. Even if the one at the internet cafe is malfunctioning, what about the hotel next door? Then sleep at home for now. I'll retrieve the footage. Observing Yi Sheng engrossed in her phone, seemingly indifferent, he mused. Indeed, it seems the emperor is not as anxious as his eunuch. But he certainly did not consider himself her eunuch. Before departing, Zhou Peng cautioned Yi Sheng, refrain from responding to this matter for the time being. Although you may face immense backlash initially, once clarified, your popularity will undoubtedly surge. With that popularity comes work. You aren't lacking in funds, are you? Seize this opportunity to earn a decent sum. Even if you decide to change careers later, you'll still need the money, correct? Zhou Peng had a sinking feeling that persuading Yi Sheng to remain in the industry was a lost cause. Her disposition simply did not lend itself to the cutthroat nature of the entertainment world. She could endure, but she would not tolerate humiliation. Yet, how many in this industry have escaped unscathed? Even Li Xinyan, now a best actress, still finds herself bowing to industry moguls.
Ye Sheng blinked.
It may already be too late. She had just posted a response on Weibo. Zhou Peng snatched her phone, and indeed saw her post. Those with ulterior motives perceive everything through a tainted lens. She declared, I am merely guiding others in gaming for 100 yuan per match. It was quite in line with Yi Sheng's character. Many perceived her tone as that of a faux heiress refusing to change her attitude. Soon enough, comments began to flood in, deriding her. What a show-off. Does she really think she is a daughter of the Yi family? 100 yuan per game? Does she think she's a god? That excuse is pathetic. Discussing gaming in front of a hotel? I see that brat looks underage. Enticing minors, Yi Sheng. You really have some nerve. I want to report Yi Sheng. She should stop being a star and go become a prostitute. The majority of the comments were scathing, with some originating from her haters, while others were likely from competitors or industry insiders who disapproved of her, possibly even orchestrated by Li Xinyan. Of course, she would never dirty her hands with such matters directly, instead delegating it to her agent. Yi Sheng had recently overshadowed her with trending topics, inciting Li Xinyan's ire, especially with a film set to release soon, as she felt Yi Sheng was jeopardizing her promotional efforts. With her husband's connections, she had secured the lead role in New Sun, and if the film flopped, given Yi Liuyun's temperament, she would never have a chance to star in New Sun again. This was of utmost importance to Li Xinyan. She wasn't necessarily against a newcomer, but this particular newcomer was being deliberately promoted by Zhou Peng to vex her. Seeing Yi Sheng being condemned brought a smirk to Li Xinyan's face. Isn't she fond of being in the limelight? Let her bask in it now. However, a small faction in the comments did come to Yi Sheng's defense. Sister Sheng is still as fierce as ever. What can a clipped video truly prove? Yi Sheng isn't foolish enough to sell herself for 100 yuan a match. I'd wager she could charge that much for companionship while gaming. The conversation soon pivoted, with many expressing a desire to see Yi Sheng live-stream her gaming skills. While Zhou Peng sought surveillance footage, he also monitored the online comments. With the company proving ineffective, he was left to manage everything alone, shouldering the responsibilities of many. Noticing the calls for Yi Sheng to offer gaming companionship, a bright idea struck him. He called Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng, seeing that netizens doubt your gaming prowess, why not start a live stream? Play for an hour. And it could silence their criticisms. Establishing you as a gaming expert might even lead to endorsements and advertisements. That would be another source of income, wouldn't it? One must admit, Zhou Peng was quite the professional as a manager, his mind sharp and agile. Have you found the surveillance yet? Yi Sheng replied lazily, already feeling drowsy. I've requested the hotel to retrieve the footage, but the internet cafe has none. If all else fails, you might have to ask that boy to clarify for you. Zhou Peng was concerned that the boy might discover Yi Sheng's celebrity status and refuse to help, or worse, attempt to extort her. After all, the boy hardly appeared to be of good character. Zhou Peng's words did prompt Yi Sheng to think, yet she still didn't reach out to him immediately. It's too late now, I'll deal with it tomorrow. Zhou Peng considered, that's fair. Tomorrow it is. After all, the ongoing buzz is beneficial for Yi Sheng. As long as we can clarify things eventually. It was evident that despite her apparent dissent, Yi Sheng would never stoop to selling herself. Though she may no longer be the Yi family's esteemed daughter, she still carried the pride of a wealthy heiress. If one were to claim she was deceiving others for money, there might be some possibility. Sheng soon succumbed to sleep, for late nights only marred one's beauty. Even if she had no desire to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, she certainly did not wish to become unattractive. Meanwhile, the boy Du Lin found himself at home, still awake, bombarded by calls from his friends. Some of my friends have been browsing Weibo, and I came across the trending topic about Sheng. They effortlessly recognized their brother, Du Lin. Lin, what's going on? Did you sleep with that fake heiress from the Yi family? To their surprise, Lin truly has a way with words, finding such a beautiful sister to help him lose his virginity. Lindsay, is it really just $100? When will you introduce us to her? The phone calls from his dubious friends left Du Lin perplexed. It wasn't until he checked the trending topic online that he understood the situation. He promptly clarified in the group chat, "Stop talking nonsense. She was just helping me with gaming, it's $100 per match." Is it really just gaming? One friend questioned, skepticism evident. Yeah, Lindsay, don't be dishonest. Faced with their disbelief, Du Lin decided to present evidence. He had managed to obtain the surveillance footage from the internet cafe. Indeed. What Zhou Peng couldn't acquire was easily accessible to Du Lin. He shared the footage in the group chat. And everyone finally believed that Du Lin and Sheng's relationship was purely platonic, centered around gaming. Is Sheng really good at gaming? One brother voiced the collective curiosity. Du Lin eagerly responded by sharing a screenshot of his gaming stats. Look, that's her, just barely escaping the Grim Reaper. I didn't even recognize her as Sheng at the time. She didn't even tell me her name. We added each other as friends. But I can't see her moments since she blocked me. Du Lin felt somewhat aggrieved while recounting this. Initially, he thought the young lady was impressive and skilled at gaming. Yet she seemed to regard him with suspicion. Did he appear to be a nefarious character? Had it not been for the online rumors identifying her as Sheng, he would have remained oblivious. He didn't care who she was, as long as she was good at gaming, that was sufficient. Then why don't you ask her if she can bring us along for gaming? I've never played with a celebrity before. Yes. I want to add her as a friend too. Lindsay, why not invite her to play with us? We could pay her. $100 per match was nothing for these wealthy second-generation heirs. Du Lin replied, she might already be asleep at this hour, so let us hold off until tomorrow. Despite saying this, he still sent Sheng a message. Miss, are you really Sheng? Do you need me to help clarify things? Sheng had indeed fallen asleep, and no one replied to him. Du Lin posted the surveillance video online, asserting that he was the blonde in the footage, confirming that he and Sheng were merely engaged in a gaming transaction. The video clearly showed him initiating the conversation with Sheng. He also shared their gaming stats, though he cleverly obscured Sheng's gaming account details. Thanks to Du Lin's clarification, the online buzz reignited. Upon waking, Sheng was informed that someone had already clarified matters on her behalf. Zhou Peng placed breakfast on the table in her room, suggesting she eat while reviewing the online comments. It's not what I initially planned, but most people believe the blonde's clarification now. Everyone is clamoring in your comment section for you to live stream gaming. He even helped promote her. Sheng chuckled upon seeing Du Lin praise her during his clarification. Do you know who he is? Zhou Peng's gaze toward Sheng was somewhat inscrutable. This girl casually browses the internet and runs into a wealthy second-generation heir. Who? Sheng had no recollection of Du Lin. He looked youthful, with his blonde hair, and she had no vivid memories of him. He is the young master of the Du family, Du Lin. You grew up in Yu City. You must have heard of the Du family? The Du family? Sheng's realization dawned. The Du family was indeed an established aristocracy in Yu City. In contrast, the Yi family was merely a rising force, lacking the status to associate with venerable families like the Dus. I've heard of the Du family, but only of the eldest son, Du Qi. As for the young master, Du Lin, I've never encountered him. She might have seen him but lacked any strong impression since they belonged to different social circles. His identity had been unmasked online, leaving no room for doubt. He's speaking on your behalf, and the trolls don't dare to insult him. This was advantageous for her. Zhou Peng advised her to reach out and express her gratitude. Zhou Peng's intention was clear to Sheng. Did he believe that this young master, Du, could offer her resources? It's never a bad idea to cultivate a good relationship with him.
Sheng ignored Zhou Peng.
She checked her phone and found multiple messages from Du Lin, all sent late last night. He mentioned clarifying things for her, stating he had argued online for 2 hours, remarking how foul-mouthed those who criticized her were. His friends had also joined in the fray. Sheng was taken aback by Du Lin's sense of loyalty. She first thanked him, then suggested they play games together when she had the time, offering to do so for free as a token of her appreciation. Dulin did not reply. Likely exhausted from the late-night quarrels and still asleep, Yisheng paid it no mind. After finishing her breakfast, she received a call from old Master Yi, who had sent a car to wait for her downstairs. "Grandpa Yi, I'll be right down." Yisheng hastily changed into a fresh outfit, neglecting to tidy up the remnants of her breakfast. Zhou Preng helped her gather her things and accompanied her out. That old Master Yi is not someone you can offend. Once the paternity test results come back, if you're not related, don't entertain any thoughts of seeking to associate with him. He was astute and could see through any ulterior motives. When dealing with such an elderly gentleman, sincerity is paramount. Zhou Peng's advice irked Yisheng. She shot him an annoyed glance. Enough with the nagging. Could she really seek to ingratiate herself with old Master Yi? She wasn't delusional. What if he truly was her biological grandfather? Yisheng joked, but Zhou Preng remained skeptical. The likelihood of that is minuscule. Unless you're the illegitimate daughter of some gentleman from the Yi family. However, I doubt they would make a fuss over an illegitimate child. The Yi family values its status and reputation above all. If your identity were questionable, old Master Yi would likely discreetly investigate rather than make a public spectacle. It wouldn't be a point of pride to have an illegitimate daughter exposed to the world. Rest assured, I know how to handle myself.
Mom.
Yisheng called out playfully. Zhou Peng, irate, ceased his admonitions and accompanied her to retrieve the paternity test results. They were joined by Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong, who had initially been reluctant to attend. Old Master Yi must have sensed their hesitation, sending bodyguards to invite the couple personally. You have to come, whether you like it or not. Sheng Sheng, I saw online that they were criticizing you again last night. Are you alright? Old Master Yi completely ignored Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong, but upon seeing Yisheng, he beamed widely. I'm fine. I've clarified things. Who knows? I might even turn misfortune into fortune. Yisheng provided a brief explanation. Old Master Yi had also intervened, helping to clear her name against online trolls. Otherwise, the internet wouldn't have been so unified in apologizing to her. I noticed your company seems indifferent every time you encounter trouble. Have you considered switching companies? The entertainment industry is challenging. Choosing a reliable agency is crucial. Old Master Yi intended to recommend Yisheng to his son's company, believing it to be a better fit than her current one. Please don't worry about the company matters. They don't support me, and I have no intention of staying. I'll be terminating the contract soon. However, even after that, I don't plan on signing with another agency. Old Master Yi appeared slightly surprised. You're not planning to remain in the entertainment industry? After a moment's contemplation, he reached a conclusion. Yisheng nodded honestly. I prefer being a doctor over the entertainment industry. Then why did you initially attend film school and enter the entertainment industry? Old Master Yi seemed confused. Perhaps my mind has become muddled. Yisheng jested lightly. The old Master Yi took it not to heart, considering the young lady's whims to be mere transient fancies. Nonetheless, in his heart, he believed that becoming a physician held far more significance than venturing into the entertainment industry. The entertainment world was too convoluted. The young lady, with her naive disposition and straightforward temperament, was ill-suited for such a realm. Their conversation did not linger long before Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong arrived. The events of the previous night had not transpired as hoped. Their son was still out all night engrossed in online gaming, and Yisheng's agent had extorted 10,000 yuan from them, leaving the couple's countenance quite grim. Upon seeing Yisheng, their prior enthusiasm had dissipated. Perhaps they were aware that today would bring a resolution. The paternity test report would soon be unveiled. As anticipated, the results confirmed that Yisheng bore no biological relation to Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong. Having promised her fans to live-stream the outcome, Yisheng instructed Zhou Peng to commence the broadcast. It was evident that Xingjia was not the daughter of this couple. No wonder they had been so secretive and reluctant to undergo the paternity test. One could surmise they had known the result all along, and perhaps were even privy to the identities of Yisheng's biological parents. Why not peruse the results obtained by the old Master Yi to ascertain their familial connection? Perhaps it mattered little. Otherwise, Yisheng would not have maintained such a low profile. Indeed, Yisheng refrained from revealing the other paternity test results in public. For Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong were still acting their parts. More precisely, it was Lu Aihong, the mother, who was performing.
How could this be?
If Sheng Sheng is not our daughter, then where is our child? Lu Aihong lamented, weeping profusely at the police station. The officers assured her they would assist in locating her biological daughter. Madam, before we search for your child, may I ask if you have any enemies? On the Yi family side, the police also intended to conduct further inquiries. What had transpired with Yi Sheng and Yi Qianqian? Had they been switched at birth? Or was there another explanation? What had become of the Gua family's child? We are simple folk, having come to work from our hometown. How could we have made enemies? Lu Aihong wiped her tears, unable to accept the reality that her daughter was not truly hers. Qianqian had already been returned to the Yi family, and now Yi Sheng was not their daughter either. What were they to do? Guo Erqiang's unreasonable demeanor suggested he still expected compensation for a lost daughter. The police could only reassure him, Mr. Guo, do not worry. We will certainly find a way to uncover the truth and help you locate your child as swiftly as possible. This case was rife with contradictions. Most astonishingly, Miss Yi and the venerable old gentleman from the capital indeed shared a blood relationship. The police were equally taken aback when they received the test results. Guo Erqiang, now eager to know if Yi Sheng was related to the old man, directly inquired, does she have any connection to this elder? If Yi Sheng was unrelated to the elder, he could continue to create trouble for her. However, if there was a connection, they would find themselves at an impasse. How could a mere elbow contend with a thigh? Unless they were prepared for mutual destruction. Yet, he held leverage over Yi Qianqian but none over Yi Sheng. This girl was far more cunning than Yi Qianqian. This matter does not concern you. If you wish to file a report regarding your missing daughter, I can assist you in registering the case, the officer stated, withholding any pertinent information. Hadn't the old gentleman remained composed, not even opening the evidence bag? Guo Erqiang glanced at Lu Aihong, pondering the need to report a daughter that might not even exist. Would filing a report invite undue scrutiny from the police? We will file a report, Lu Aihong declared without a moment's hesitation. Yi Sheng observed the couple closely, noting their furtive glances at one another. It became clear that Lu Aihong was the true decision-maker in their partnership, far more astute than the brash Guo Erqiang. If they did not file a report, the police would eventually suspect something amiss with their daughter. Reporting would prompt the authorities to assist in locating her, regardless of the legitimacy of their claims, effectively diverting the police's attention. Moreover, after so many years, where would any leads remain? For the couple, filing a report posed little threat. While Guo Erqiang wavered, Lu Aihong swiftly assessed the pros and cons. If Lu Aihong were indeed involved in human trafficking, she would be the orchestrator rather than a mere foot soldier. Lu Aihong and Guo Erqiang followed the police as Yi Sheng signaled Zhou Prung to end the live stream. Inside the vehicle, Yi Sheng and the old master Yi finally opened the evidence bag. Upon discovering their genuine blood relation, the old gentleman trembled with excitement. Sheng Sheng, you truly are my granddaughter. His overwhelming joy caused him to faint. Old master, the driver was filled with concern. Yet, Yi Sheng expertly pressed an acupoint, reviving him in moments. What just happened? The old man, witnessing the delight on Yi Sheng and the driver's faces, appeared bewildered. It's nothing. You simply became too excited and fainted. Given your age, you must avoid extreme joy and sorrow, Yi Sheng, being a doctor, articulated with poise. However, the old gentleman grasped Yi Sheng's hand firmly, exclaiming, Sheng Sheng, I am simply overjoyed. I never expected to serendipitously discover a granddaughter. When I saw that variety show, I had a strong premonition that if I had a granddaughter, she would be just like you. I had little hope, yet it seems heaven has favored me. Yi Ting. Yi Sheng's reaction was markedly more subdued. Old master, do not be overly excited. Are you not curious why I am your granddaughter? And how I came to be switched at birth? Yi Sheng found the entire situation exceedingly perplexing. I have already dispatched someone to investigate this matter. I shall call your father. The old gentleman was eager to share this splendid news with his wayward son. Yi Sheng, upon hearing of her father, grew increasingly intrigued. Who could this father be? Go ahead, make the call, she replied, refraining from interrupting the old gentleman. The old man dialed his unfilial son's number. Yi Luyun, still in slumber, was jolted awake, grumbling about the disturbance. Old man, what now? It's early morning. Can't a person sleep? The old gentleman snorted. Yi Luyun, do you even realize what time it is? How dare you still be in bed? Come to Yuqing at once. Chapter 75. The Resurrection of a Stillborn? Yi Luyun was perplexed. Old man, what business do I have in Yuqing at this hour? I'm on vacation. After finishing a film, he would take a few months off. With winter approaching, he had settled in the warm southern regions for the season. He had no desire to venture to Yuqing, preferring to languidly bask in the sunlight on the balcony each day. When he needed to exercise, he swam, studied scripts in the afternoons, and only took on cameo roles if he felt inclined. Evenings were spent strolling along the beach, watching the sunset, and enjoying the sea breeze. His life was more carefree than anyone else's. Yi Luyun was well preserved. Although he was over 40, he appeared to be in his early 30s, precisely when a man is at his most alluring. In recent years, he had shunned socializing, particularly avoiding the predatory women who were like hungry wolves, preferring to keep his distance. The old gentleman's insistence on his traveling to Yuqing only fueled his reluctance. Forget the vacation. Your daughter is in Yuqing. You need to get over here. The old gentleman's temper was far from forgiving. When his son disobeyed, he scolded him loudly.
Ye Sheng.
Even if she did not wish to eavesdrop, could not help but overhear. Watching the old gentleman on the phone, she wondered if this daughter referred to her. But who was her father? She had deliberately refrained from listening closely, not paying attention to which son the old man had called. She was unfamiliar with the Yi family of the capital and, while curious about the circumstances of the children, was not in a hurry to uncover them. What daughter? Where did I get a daughter? Yi Luyun, having previously indulged his father's whims, had not given the paternity test matter much thought. The old man has truly lost his senses. How could he casually declare that a girl resembling Chu Qingxiu is his granddaughter? If you truly wish for a granddaughter, why not encourage your elder brother and sister-in-law, or your second brother and sister-in-law, to try for another child? The old man was nearly apoplectic with rage. You little rascal. Your elder brother and sister-in-law are already in their 50s. What do you expect them to produce? And your second brother and sister-in-law? Your second sister-in-law's health is frail. She hardly had the chance to conceive a daughter. Have you forgotten? When she had her first child, it nearly cost her life. After that, they decided not to have any more children. So, it seems you are destined to have no granddaughter in this lifetime. Resign yourself to that. Yi Luyun was unfazed by the old man's anger and quipped, perhaps you should hasten your grandsons to marry quickly, so you might have a great-granddaughter. The old man scoffed. I would like to, but look at the fine example you set. Each one of them aspires to be a lifelong bachelor.
Do not be so glib.
Or you may regret it later when your daughter refuses to acknowledge you as her father. I understand. If she chooses not to acknowledge me, so be it. Yi Luyun, not wishing to engage in further banter with the old man, casually ended the call. However, once he hung up, he sensed something amiss. He called his agent. Lin Jia, could you investigate this issue? I need to understand what is going on. The old man just called me, insisting I go to Yuqing to recognize a daughter. What daughter? Lin Wen's expression shifted. The old man's implication is that Yi Sheng is your illegitimate daughter? Lin Wen's tone turned grave. Luyun, do you realize that if this news spreads, it could tarnish your reputation? Mishandling it could lead to catastrophic repercussions for your career. Yi Luyun, however, dismissed her concerns. What illegitimate daughter? If others are unaware, you certainly should not be. I have been married before. Given Yi Sheng's age, the old man deduced she must be the child of Qingxiu and me.
Impossible.
Lin Wen gasped. I too find it hard to believe. However, why is your reaction more pronounced than mine? Yi Luyun frowned and held his phone away from his ear, not wishing to suffer further from her outburst. Lin Wen realized her own lapse and composed herself, explaining, Luyun, it's simply hard to fathom. That child was a stillborn. Have you forgotten? A child that was dead cannot possibly come back to life. I fear someone may have deliberately found a lookalike to disrupt your life and plot against you. Lin Wen did not finish her thought, but she believed Yi Luyun understood. Yi Luyun, already wealthy, belonged to the affluent Yi family. If someone sought to exploit the child for financial gain, it was not an impossibility. The Yi family is not composed of fools. Your concerns are rather excessive, Lin Jia. He chuckled. Many have sought to attach themselves to the Yi family over the years, yet none have succeeded. Though the old man has softened in recent years, he was not easily deceived in his youth. It is not simple to fool him. I know. It is my concern that has led to my distress. Lin Wen sighed softly. I just fear that the person may not be targeting the Lin family, but rather you. You have worked so hard to reach this point. You cannot let anyone ruin you. Yi Luyun, however, remained optimistic. I have carved out a considerable niche in the entertainment industry. Do you think any trivial rumor could bring me down? Lin Jia, this matter is one you need not concern yourself with. No, I must investigate this Yixing thoroughly. Lin Wen insisted. Seeing her resolve, Yi Luyun did not dissuade her. He had intended for her to look into it. The old man favored her. And even if she were not his biological granddaughter, he might still want to acknowledge her as a goddaughter. Do not frighten the girl, he cautioned. Lin Wen smiled thinly. Rest assured, I will be discreet. After ending the call, Lin Wen's expression darkened as she made several more calls. She quickly obtained the information she sought. Yi Sheng had been switched at birth, her personality brash and imperious, lacking guile. And her foray into the entertainment industry had yielded little success, though she had made many enemies. She was quite attractive, and indeed, the girl bore a resemblance to Chu Qingxiu. Chu Qingxiu, far overseas, had become the woman she was. It was inconceivable that she could have had another child. Could it be that the child from years ago truly did not die? Lin Wen promptly dispatched someone to investigate Chu Qingxiu abroad. She needed to ascertain whether this was Chu Qingxiu's doing. Additionally, Lin Wen resolved to travel to Yuqing herself. With Yi Luyan unwilling to go, she could represent him at this critical juncture. Meanwhile, the old man was incensed with his son. The results of the paternity test were in, and Yi Luyan still refused to believe. He had initially intended for Yi Luyan to come to Yuqing for a paternity test with his granddaughter. But since that young man was unwilling, he devised another plan. Sheng Sheng, would you like to know who your parents are? The old man, already fond of Yi Sheng, became even more affectionate upon learning she was his biological granddaughter, speaking softly so as not to frighten her. Although Yi Sheng had a temperament that was not easily intimidated. I do not know much about the Yi family, she admitted, intrigued yet hesitant. However, seeing that the old man had not summoned her biological father, she wondered if her parents even valued their own daughter. If they did not care for her, she would not force herself upon them. Your father is Yi Luyan, a figure within your own circle, the old man revealed. Yi Sheng was astonished. She had not expected the renowned actor to be her father. I am the illegitimate daughter of Yi Luyan? Such a scandalous identity would explain why the actor had distanced himself from her, refusing to meet. Absolutely not. The old man countered immediately. You are undoubtedly a legitimate daughter. Your mother was a daughter of a family that has long been allied with the Yi family. Your parents were married for 3 years before your mother conceived you. However, during her pregnancy, she was quite unstable emotionally, partly due to your father, which ultimately led her to insist on relocating abroad, contemplating divorce. Although your father is my biological son, I do not wish to show him favoritism. It was because of him that your mother was perpetually unhappy, and when you were born, an unfortunate incident occurred. What incident? Yi Sheng was taken aback. How could Yi Luyan, known for his perpetual bachelorhood, have already married and had a child? No, he is single now. He must have divorced long ago, right? Your mother had long since lost trust in your father and had moved out of the Yi family. We were unaware when she went into labor. It happened suddenly in the night, the old man recounted, still filled with remorse. By morning, we managed to reach the hospital, but at that point, your mother refused to see any member of the Yi family. The person caring for her was the nanny who had raised her. She claimed that your mother had collapsed because the child was stillborn. I suspect collapsed is a euphemism, your mother. The old man looked at this granddaughter he had thought lost, hesitating to voice the painful memories. Chu Qingxiu, upon learning that her child was a stillborn, had gone mad, attacking all the medical staff present, nearly losing her own life in the process. She had clung to the lifeless child, unwilling to let go. The Yi family found themselves powerless in the situation. The old man had not allowed anyone to take the child from Chu Qingxiu, fully understanding the anguish of a mother losing her child. He also realized that at that moment, Chu Qingxiu could not withstand any further trauma. So, I was born a stillborn, only to be revived later? Yi Sheng had heard of such medical miracles before. A child born without breath. Yet the medical staff refused to give up, uniting their efforts to ultimately save the child. How you survived back then is still unclear to me. I am still investigating. There are 2 possibilities. Either you were switched at birth, and the stillborn child was deliberately exchanged to provoke Chu Qingxiu, or the Chu family deceived us. You survived. Yet they conspired to tell us that you were stillborn, keeping you from the Yi family for all these years. Regardless of which scenario is true, it infuriates me. The latter situation, while I could overlook, the fact that Yi Sheng was switched at birth raises questions. This was certainly not Chu Qingxiu's scheme. She would never willingly give her child to another for upbringing. Clearly, there are external forces at play. Rest assured, grandfather will soon uncover the truth and restore justice for you. Yi Sheng did not doubt that the old man would deceive her. However, seeking justice would likely not prove to be a simple endeavor. If you cannot find any leads from the hospital, perhaps you should start with Guo Jiang and Lu Aihong, Yi Sheng suggested to her grandfather. The old man furrowed his brow. What do you suspect is their involvement? Do you think they swapped the children at the hospital? I believe they are either human traffickers or were intentionally involved in the child exchange back then. Why would Yi Sheng end up with the Yi family? They are affluent. If they had a child they wished to swap for a life of comfort, the Yi family would indeed be a prime choice. Yi Sheng herself acknowledged that during her 18 years with the Yi family, she had scarcely faced any hardship. In her childhood, the Yi family was merely moderately wealthy. Yet they indulged their daughter. Not to mention, Yi Sheng had saved old Master Jiang, and under Jiang's patronage, the Yi family had flourished, gaining prominence in Yi City. Thus, it was inconceivable that the Yi couple would treat this fortuitous daughter poorly. I will have someone investigate the couple, the old man resolved, convinced of their dubious nature, while his granddaughter's astuteness filled him with pride. In stark contrast to the old man's confidence, Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong returned home, consumed by anxiety. Sister Hong, do you think they will investigate? Guo Erqiang furrowed his brow deeply, apprehensive that any inquiry might lead back to them, leaving neither him nor Lu Aihong with any escape. So many years have passed, how could they trace it? He pondered. After all, we changed the children to ensure Yi Sheng's survival. We did a good deed. Lu Aihong, though fearful, maintained a much calmer demeanor than Guo Erqiang. Do not appear so flustered. It only raises suspicion, she admonished with a sidelong glance at her husband. Our intentions were noble, and besides, the hospital lacked surveillance back then. Their technology was not as advanced as it is now. Let us see what they can uncover. If you're truly anxious, perhaps you should return to the countryside for a while, Lu Aihong suggested, beckoning Guo Erqiang closer to share her plan. Divorce? Guo Erqiang's expression shifted dramatically. He had no desire to part ways with Lu Aihong. Should they separate, all their assets would remain with her, leaving him with nothing. What are you afraid of? It's merely a pretense, Lu Aihong shot back, glaring at him. Have you thought this through? It's all for the sake of living a peaceful life in the future. For the next few days, you must conduct yourself well at home, ensuring that the neighbors believe our discord stems from issues regarding the child. Will that truly work? Guo Erqiang hesitated. Why wouldn't it? Lu Aihong retorted with a cold laugh. Even if it doesn't work, we have to take the risk. Do you wish to end up incarcerated? He certainly did not. Guo Erqiang quickly countered, asserting that he had no intention of being imprisoned. After years of a stable life, he had long abandoned any desire to live recklessly. Yet without Lu Aihong, he felt vulnerable. We can move away and reunite later, but I must take our son with me. P.S. in high school. At a crucial juncture, we cannot afford any setbacks. Guo Erqiang contemplated the notion of retreating to his hometown as a prudent course of action. Unlike Lu Aihong, he was far less composed. What if they were found out? Meanwhile, Mrs. Huang from next door had returned, unaware of the paternity test developments. Since Jiang Xingzhou was to remain in Yu City to care for his cousin for a few days, she had not accompanied him to the capital. Upon seeing the couple, Mrs. Huang approached their door with a plate of tofu she had prepared. Guo Erqiang opened the door, his initial anxiety dissipating when he recognized her. What brings you here, Mrs. Huang? He asked impatiently. I brought you some tofu, she replied. By the way, I was wondering if your daughter, who was switched at birth, has returned? Guo Erqiang was taken aback by Mrs. Huang's unexpected visit. Aren't you recovering from your hospital stay? How do you still have the energy to make tofu? That girl was indeed switched at birth. She doesn't recognize us, so why would she return? Guo Erqiang dismissed her inquiry, uninterested in how Mrs. Huang had prepared the tofu. In truth, it was her granddaughter, Pan Pan, who had been actively involved, with Mrs. Huang guiding her. The child was quite capable, having learned how to make tofu. Is Yi Sheng not your child? Mrs. Huang was momentarily astonished, then scrutinized Guo Erqiang closely, muttering, She really doesn't resemble you much. Guo Erqiang bristled at her remark, feeling slighted. What do you mean I don't resemble her? Are you implying I'm unattractive? Noticing Guo Erqiang's displeasure, Mrs. Huang chose not to elaborate further, and turned to leave. She distributed her tofu to other neighbors as a gesture of goodwill, resolving not to sell her homemade tofu or bean sprouts any longer. Preparing for her journey to the capital was her priority. Mrs. Huang then visited another neighbor, the couple away, expressing her gratitude in a manner less effusive than with the Guo family. This was due to Awei and his wife having called for help when she fainted and intervened when they suspected Yi Sheng and Zhou Peng might flee. Despite the misunderstanding, Awei and his wife had acted out of genuine concern. In addition to the tofu, Mrs. Huang gifted them 2 jars of her homemade pickled vegetables, which had garnered old Master Jiang's approval for their exquisite taste. Thank you, Mrs. Huang. Awei's wife beamed. I adore your pickled vegetables. The last jar you gave me was taken to school by my daughter. You wouldn't believe how awful the cafeteria food is. She says she survives solely on your pickles. However, she added, are you sure you'll have enough for yourself with such large jars? Awei's wife genuinely worried about Mrs. Huang. knowing that her homemade pickles could be sold. Life was not easy for the elderly woman and her granddaughter, and she did not wish to take advantage of her. "We are moving back to the countryside. I can't take the pickles with me," Mrs. Huang replied, feeling a sense of reluctance at the thought of leaving. Upon hearing this, Awei's wife asked, "What will happen to your shop? And what about your son?" Her son was a gambler, Mrs. Huang lamented. She had heard he once worked as a servant for a wealthy family, earning a decent income, all of which had been squandered by him. The only thing she had left was the small shop, purchased by her husband when they married. They had settled their debts and retained this modest establishment, which she was reluctant to hand over to her son. After adopting a granddaughter, she had taken to running a small business. Her son would occasionally come to ask for money, and though she resisted, she would eventually relent out of fear he might trouble Pan Pan. The child was quiet and would not speak up even when bullied. On several occasions, Mrs. Huang had discovered her son had struck Pan Pan, leaving bruises on her. She felt a deep pang of sympathy for her granddaughter and an intense resentment towards her son. "I no longer wish to concern myself with his fate. I intend to sell the shop," Mrs. Huang concluded, having deliberated extensively. "Are you not planning to return then?" Awei's wife queried, considering the shop's value. While it might not be worth much, it was still a family legacy. Awei's wife reflected that their family business could indeed be expanded, and acquiring Mrs. Huang's shop could be beneficial for them. Regardless of its worth, selling it is preferable to leaving it for that wretch. In the future, Pan Pan can support herself through education and earn enough to buy a home. It's best not to linger here. Initially, she had wished to keep it as a memento of her husband. However, as time passed and her son grew increasingly irresponsible, her desire to retain the property waned. The shop was conveniently located, with living quarters at the back, and it was similar in layout to Lu Aihong's home next door. "If you truly wish to sell, I will discuss it with Awei," she offered, considering the potential benefits of expanding their business. Others may fear Granny Huang's son, but she remains unfazed. As her nephew works at the police station and can be summoned in an instant, her brother is formidable as well. And let us not forget that Awei's family boasts 3 brothers too. "Very well, you may confer amongst yourselves. I shall entrust this to you as a couple." Awei and his wife are driven individuals, and they swiftly acquired Granny Huang's house at a reasonable price. The couple assured that they would keep the matter confidential until Granny Huang has vacated the premises. At last, Granny Huang can rest easy for these final days. On Yisheng's end, she remains entirely unaware of the developments concerning Granny Huang's family. Online discussions reveal she is not a child of the Gua family, and many are inquiring when she will commence her live stream. Yisheng refrains from responding, yet Zhou Peng, using his own account, kindly informed them that Yisheng would indeed be live streaming this Saturday. Upon learning that Yisheng is the legitimate granddaughter of old Master Yi, Zhou Peng couldn't help but marvel at her fortunate circumstances. "How is it that you possess such good fortune?" Previously mistaken for another, she has now returned to her rightful place within the Yi family, a lineage that far surpasses the Gua family of Yuqing. "I was once concerned that you and your fiancé might have fallen out, with him publicly announcing the dissolution of your engagement, leaving you subject to ridicule. In hindsight, my worries were entirely unfounded. As for the Jiang family, they indeed leaked the news regarding the annulment of the engagement. And someone from the Yi family also divulged this information. Former friends have inundated Yisheng with phone calls, with few expressing genuine concern. Most seem to revel in her misfortune, questioning the authenticity of her engagement's dissolution. They have heard that Yisheng's fiancé is a scion of a wealthy family in the capital. If such a family has chosen to discard Yisheng, it must be because she has usurped another's place. The scandal has become widely known, with many mocking the notion that, even if Yisheng is not the biological child of the Gua family, she still could not retain her affluent fiancé. Yisheng, however, pays little heed to the derision, as she has no desire to marry Jiang Xingzhou. Meanwhile, the elder of the Jiang family, upon hearing the news, was displeased and attempted to reach his grandson multiple times. Had his grandson not been at the hospital attending to his injured cousin, old Master Jiang would have insisted on his immediate return to the capital to make amends. Regardless, the engagement has been annulled, so why should it appear as though the Jiang family bears ill will toward Yisheng, as if they are intentionally casting her aside? Unable to restrain his grandson, he could only huff in frustration, declaring that if his grandson is unwilling to marry her, he will adopt her as a goddaughter and provide her with a dowry regardless of whom she weds in the future. Old Master Jiang's words elicited little reaction from Jiang Xingzhou. If his grandfather wishes to bestow a dowry upon her, so be it. He is indifferent. The concern lies in whether she would accept such a gesture. Jiang Xingzhou recalled Yi Sheng's temperament and rubbed his temples. This matter is no longer your concern. After hanging up, old Master Jiang promptly called Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng, he began, the news of your engagement's dissolution with Xingzhou has stirred quite a commotion online. I wish to adopt you as my goddaughter publicly. What do you think? Grandfather Jiang, let us take this slowly. Whether or not we are god relatives, our bond remains unchanged. It is merely an annulment, not a severance of ties, Yi Sheng replied with a nonchalant air. Her carefree attitude only served to amplify old Master Jiang's feelings of guilt. He genuinely cherishes this girl, although she may have developed a bit of arrogance from her upbringing. Such a small soul possesses the kindness to help others, so how could she be all that bad? Regrettably, he cannot impose his preferences upon Xingzhou. If the young man is disinterested, even if he were to marry her in the future, he would likely treat Yi Sheng as nothing more than a decorative figure. Rather than allowing Yi Sheng to endure hardship within the Jiang family, it is preferable to facilitate their separation. He could simply provide her with additional compensation. You are right. When you return to the capital, do be sure to visit grandfather, he urged. Of course, Yi Sheng replied with utmost enthusiasm. Old Master Jiang found her response somewhat perplexing. Hadn't this girl previously shown less disdain towards Xingzhou, opposing the union? Could it be that she now doubts her worthiness as a Yi family heiress? Unable to fathom this, old Master Jiang refrained from dwelling on it further. He dialed his grandson once more. Xingzhou, I consent to your engagement's annulment with Yi Sheng. But she is no longer a Yi family heiress and may face bullying. You must take care of her. Jiang Xingzhou recalled the sharp-tongued Yi Sheng. She hardly required anyone's protection. Rest assured, her spirit will not allow her to be wronged. Old Master Jiang discerned that his grandson was disregarding his counsel. At my age, my health is precarious. Do you wish for me to depart this world with regrets? Grandfather, what are you saying? Jiang Xingzhou recognized this was a ploy from the old man, yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. His cousin had sustained serious injuries aboard a vessel. They had encountered a remarkable doctor. Should he find her, he would invite her to tend to grandfather's ailments. My health has seen numerous doctors to no avail. Please, do not trouble yourself any further, old Master Jiang replied. Your cousin's condition is grave, but he is to undergo surgery imminently. As for my issue, it has persisted for over a decade. What hope remains for healing? If there were truly a chance for recovery, I would not have waited this long. Old Master Jiang lamented. Grandfather, do not lose hope. Let us try again, Jiang Xingzhou insisted, unwilling to entertain his grandfather's pessimism, and abruptly ended the call. His uncle, preoccupied with official duties, had departed, leaving behind a security officer to assist with Gu Yan's affairs. Fortunately, Jiang Xingzhou's presence offered Gu Zhangwo some reassurance. However, the dark web physician his uncle had referred to had yet to respond, neither accepting the case nor returning correspondence. Had he known, he would have remained in the hospital that day. Perhaps he would have encountered that doctor. At this moment, Jiang Xingzhou felt a hint of regret. Gu Yan had passed the critical phase and now lay in a hospital bed receiving intravenous fluids. Upon seeing his cousin enter, his expression was far from favorable. What troubles you? He inquired. The doctor has yet to return my message, Jiang Xingzhou admitted candidly before Gu Yan. I consulted uncle, who mentioned that if the miraculous doctor is willing to take on the case, he will respond. If not, you may consider increasing the offer. If a higher price does not entice a response, then it is clear they will not accept the case.
Some things cannot be forced.
Cannot be forced? I shall insist. Jiang Xingzhou declared. Having been wronged in Yuqing, he had no intention of letting those who plotted against him escape unscathed. As the two cousins conversed, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Xingzhou opened it to reveal a middle-aged doctor, bespectacled and exuding a gentle demeanor, accompanied by a female doctor from the hospital whom Jiang Xingzhou recognized. Jiang Rui, noticing Jiang Xingzhou's scrutiny, blushed. The patient and family members were both strikingly attractive. The patient bore a resolute countenance, while the family member radiated unparalleled charm. Apologies, Comrade Gu. I was abroad for a conference and only just returned to the hospital today. I heard from Director Wang that an external expert was brought in for your surgery, which was quite successful. I came to check on you, Director Jiang introduced himself.
So?
It is Director Jiang, Gu Yan thought, maintaining a neutral expression. He had heard from his uncle that Director Jiang was delayed abroad due to the severity of his injuries. Now that he was out of danger, the director had chosen to return. If he was back, what was he doing here? If Director Jiang is willing to check on him, then let it be so. Gu Yan's cool demeanor did not go unnoticed by Jiang Minji, who understood that Gu Yan's attitude stemmed from his previous reluctance to return home promptly. Director Jiang adopted a tolerant posture, seemingly unperturbed by Gu Yan's demeanor. He meticulously examined Gu Yan's wound and reviewed the records from the past few days. Comrade Gu's surgery was indeed highly successful, and his recovery was remarkably swift. Jiang Minji had not anticipated this. According to his niece, that doctor was merely in her 20s, yet possessed such exceptional skills. What he had initially deemed a surgery fraught with uncertainty turned out to be flawlessly executed in her capable hands. This left Director Jiang feeling somewhat disheartened. He himself was considered a person of extraordinary talent, yet this world always had someone more gifted. I too believe that Dr. Liu is quite capable, Gu Yan assented. Director Jiang hesitated for a moment. I wonder which hospital Dr. Liu is affiliated with. With her abilities, she should not remain in obscurity. If we could establish communication with her, our orthopedic surgeries would undoubtedly reach new heights. His words sounded remarkably selfless. Yet Jiang Xingzhou perceived a veneer of hypocrisy in the director's demeanor. He remained silent, observing how Shen Yan handled the situation. Shen Yan despised intrigue and was known for his straightforwardness. He candidly remarked, "She does have a name. It's just that Director Jiang has yet to hear it." Realizing that the other party was reluctant to disclose further information, Director Jiang refrained from pressing the matter, simply stating that they could reach out to him should any issues arise. Jiang Rui, who had been standing nearby, felt displeased at her inability to interject. As Director Jiang exited, she had no choice but to follow her uncle with reluctance. "Uncle, why didn't you mention me?" Director Jiang maintained a stern expression. Both Comrade Gu and his brother appear to be quite exceptional, but Rui, being a military spouse is no simple task. Even a minor injury to Gu Yan could be life-threatening, and he spends most of his time at sea, leaving you little opportunity for companionship. If you wish to be with him, perhaps you should reconsider. He had gauged the situation. Gu Yan did not seem inclined to retire from military service. So why subject Jiang Rui to potential hardship? Her parents would undoubtedly blame him for any misfortune. "It's not you, it's that Mr. Jiang." Jiang Rui's cheeks flushed. Initially, she had indeed found Gu Yan appealing, but with Jiang Xingzhou's arrival, she began to believe that he was far superior. Chapter 79. Envy, Jealousy, and Unwillingness. Observing Jiang Xingzhou's attire, one could easily surmise that he was quite affluent. If she were to be with Jiang Xingzhou, she would no longer have to toil so arduously as a doctor. Jiang Rui was unwilling to follow in her uncle's footsteps, spending a lifetime in the hospital. Being a doctor was exceedingly demanding, especially with some patients exhibiting egregious temperaments, threatening to escalate into medical disputes. A single misstep could lead to severe injury, or even death. Jiang Rui wished to avoid such tribulations. "Do you fancy that Mr. Jiang?" Director Jiang furrowed his brow. While he was wealthy, he could not compete with the influence of power. At Director Jiang's level, he had no need to live in poverty. There were countless ways to amass wealth, given his exceptional medical skills and the numerous patients willing to offer him monetary gifts. However, acquiring power was a far more daunting task. For instance, transitioning from a hospital position to the health bureau was no easy feat without connections. One could remain in the role of director until retirement. As for those in power, as you mentioned, they are often stationed at sea, resulting in a long-distance relationship. "Uncle, being a military spouse is not for me," Jiang Rui expressed, revealing her reluctance to endure hardship. Director Jiang understood that his niece was simply unwilling to face challenges. However, she was the only daughter of his late brother, and he had always cherished her. If that Mr. Jiang had genuine feelings for her, it might be worth exploring. Yet, he perceived a certain coldness in his demeanor towards her. While his niece was indeed beautiful, wealthy individuals had seen their fair share of stunning women. Had it been him performing Shen Yan's surgery, he could have shamelessly acted as a matchmaker. Yet he was abroad at the time, and given the circumstances surrounding Shen Yan's surgery, he had already cast a shadow of doubt upon himself. This undoubtedly left a negative impression. If he wished to facilitate this connection, it would be a challenging endeavor, unless Shen Yan's condition deteriorated, allowing him to intervene and restore her health. "But I truly like him. Uncle, please assist me. Help me speak to Director Wang, so I can continue learning from him and spend more time with Shen Yan," which would naturally lead to interactions with Mr. Jiang. Had I known this would occur, why would I have offended Director Wang? Director Jiang shot his niece a glance, feeling a mix of disappointment and exasperation. He understood her youthful impulsiveness, but offending others was unavoidable. Yet, Director Wang was her immediate superior, and to have incurred his ire was rather unwise. Moreover, Director Wang was known for his sternness and would not even indulge him. He feared that this incident might have further aggravated Director Wang's discontent. Director Jiang sighed. It was not that he was unwilling to practice medicine and save lives. It was the weight of his reputation that burdened him. Once elevated to such a status, he constantly worried about the expectations that came with it. Is it not because that doctor is too young? I have yet to hear of any young doctor named Liu who is a genius. How could such an obscure physician compare to you, uncle? Jiang Rui felt a twinge of regret. Had she stayed in the operating room, she could have witnessed the doctor's surgical techniques firsthand. Uncle, do you think it's possible that Director Wang performed the surgery, and that Dr. Liu was merely brought in to share the responsibility? Or perhaps there is some underlying arrangement between them. After all, there must be a reason for Director Wang's high regard for that doctor. Director Jiang shot his niece a sharp look, his expression serious. Do you realize what you're suggesting? Setting aside the fact that Director Wang is not that sort of person, surgeries involve more than just the two of them. How could one assist the other? Director Wang may be traditional, but his character is impeccable. He wouldn't accept bribes. How could such a doctor possibly elevate an unknown physician's reputation? It is even less likely that he would perform a surgery and then invite an outsider to take the credit. Please refrain from making such baseless speculations in the future. Director Jiang's admonition was perhaps too severe, causing Jiang Rui's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Uncle, I didn't mean it that way. I was merely conjecturing. Nonsense. Director Jiang reprimanded sharply. Is this how I have taught you, Jiang Rui? Jiang Rui was taken aback by her uncle's scolding, feeling a mix of anger and indignation as she abruptly turned and fled. Jiang Xingzhou, having stepped out, was surprised to witness the director chastising his niece. However, he felt she deserved the rebuke. What was she saying? Jiang Xingzhou had only arrived midway and missed the entirety of the conversation. Had he known that Jiang Rui harbored feelings for him, he would have scoffed. Once Jiang Rui departed, Director Jiang noticed Jiang Xingzhou approaching. His expression shifted slightly, uncertain of how much had been overheard. Mr. Jiang? Director Jiang greeted with a smile. Hello, Director Jiang. Jiang Xingzhou nodded in acknowledgement, bypassing him directly to head for the elevator. Director Jiang's countenance returned to calmness, regardless of how much had been heard. It seemed unlikely that Jiang Rui and this gentleman's relationship would develop. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Yi Qianqian was grappling with the revelation that Guo Erqiang and Lu Aihong were not Yi Sheng's biological parents. Her face contorted in disbelief. They are not. Then who are Yi Sheng's real parents? Why isn't she a child of the Guo family? All the grievances I have endured over the years, who were they for? No. That can't be right. If Yi Sheng had been mistakenly placed with the Guo family, she wouldn't have faced such humiliation and threats. And all the suffering she had endured must also be attributed to Yi Sheng. Yi Qianqian felt a surge of resentment, yet she found herself powerless against Yi Sheng. Just then her phone rang. Hello? Her voice was gentle, tinged with an unintentional hint of grievance. Qianqian, I heard you returned to school. Want to go out for dinner tonight? No, Senior Kai Yang. I'm not feeling well and would like to rest. Kai Yang, on the other end of the line, was displeased. What's wrong? Are you unwell, or is someone bullying you? Although Kai Yang was not from the same school as Yi Qianqian, he was a year her senior, and she referred to him as senior, which he found rather pleasing. He felt a responsibility to protect this junior. It was he who had recommended her for that variety show, after all. Kai Yang was a student at the prestigious Beijing Film University, rumored to come from a wealthy family, with his father being a renowned director, giving him considerable prestige. It's nothing, just tired from returning. How could you be tired? Is the Yi family treating you poorly, as if you are not their own daughter? Yi Qianqian pondered. Not quite. My biological mother treats me quite well. And my father is quite generous too. It's just that my younger brother seems a bit unlikable. I've heard my mother say that he never got along with Yi Sheng and would argue after just a few words. I consider my brother to be a mischievous child. No, my parents are good to me. It's just that Sheng Sheng has grown up in the Yi family, and it's only natural for them to think about her. Senior Kai Yang, am I being too greedy? I want 100% of my parents' love. But the first person they encountered was Sheng Sheng, not me. I don't understand why I feel envy and jealousy towards Sheng Sheng. Kai Yang listened to her, feeling a deep pang of sympathy, as if she were a lost child. How could this be? After all the grievances you've endured over the years, you deserve your parents' unconditional love. It's bewildering that they are so kind to that imposter who has taken over your place. But rest assured, I will stand up for you. Chapter 80. The prestigious Yi family senior Kai Yang. Thank you, but please refrain from doing anything on my behalf. My misfortune has nothing to do with Sheng Sheng. The more Yi Qianqian insisted on this, the more Kai Yang felt her plight. Qianqian, you are simply too kind. You need not worry. I have no intention of harming her. It's merely a small lesson. Yi Qianqian offered further words of persuasion, and while Kai Yang verbally acquiesced, his true thoughts remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Yi Sheng, who had been the subject of their conversation, let out a loud sneeze. She had returned to the capital with old Master Yi and had now arrived at the Yi residence. The Yi family estate was vast, resembling a lavish manor. Numerous servants bustled about, while bodyguards stood vigilant. Upon the old master's return, all paused their tasks to greet him, and every corner they passed was met with respectful salutations from servants and guards alike. The Yi family in Yucheng was indeed affluent, but in comparison to the true elite Yi family, they were vastly inferior. The old master has returned. The butler, having heard of the old master locating Miss Yi, had been waiting eagerly. He did not greet him at the main entrance, but rather at the threshold of the house. The old master introduced Yi Sheng. This is Butler A. Ping. He is the son of my old steward, who grew up alongside me. The old steward has since passed, leaving behind only the son. Initially, I intended to place him in the company, but A Ping insisted on staying by my side for his late father's peace of mind. Thus, he has inherited his father's duties. Seeing that A Ping was also middle-aged, Yi Sheng addressed him, Uncle Ping. A Ping's smile deepened. Miss Yi, I hope you are well. To her surprise, he referred to her as Miss Yi. Yi Sheng glanced at the old master, who beamed with delight. Come, Sheng Sheng, let us head home. Upon entering the house, Yi Sheng was further struck by the opulence surrounding her. Even the paintings on the walls were antiques. Is your room ready? Old Master Yi inquired of A Ping. A Ping nodded. Aunt Zhong prepared it early this morning. Let us go take a look at your room. Yi Sheng did not decline and followed the old master upstairs. Instead of using the stairs, they took the elevator. Upon reaching the third floor, they arrived at her room, where the aforementioned Aunt Zhong awaited at the door. Seeing Yi Sheng, she respectfully greeted her as Miss Yi. The room was akin to a full suite, complete with a walk-in closet, a bathroom, a spacious bedroom, a small living area, and an outdoor balcony. The decor was distinctly pink and princess-like. This layout was undoubtedly tailored to the preferences of the former young lady.
Ye Sheng's lips tightened.
She found it difficult to argue against it. Does the young lady not like it? Aunt Zhong asked, noticing Yi Sheng's less than enthusiastic expression. No, it looks quite nice. I like it very much, Yi Sheng replied, suppressing her true feelings. Aunt Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. However, old Master Yi, perhaps sensing that Yi Sheng's notion of like was rather perfunctory, remarked, It's all right. The room style can be changed at any time. You can decorate it according to the seasons. Aunt Zhong's eyes lit up. Yes, if the young lady has any preferred styles, feel free to send me pictures, and I will arrange it accordingly. If there is anything you dislike in the room, just let me know, and I will replace it immediately. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll procure it for you. Old Master Yi nodded. Sheng Sheng, don't hesitate to make yourself at home. Aunt Zhong is right. If you need anything, we can easily change it. The Yi family is not lacking in resources. Please, do not concern yourself with frugality. Yi Sheng felt a warm sense of comfort in her heart. Grandfather, rest assured, I am not one to shy away from spending. Yi Sheng was indeed a hedonist. Aside from her work hours, she spent her time vacationing. In this new life, she had no intention of denying herself. Since she was a child of the Yi family, why not enjoy the family's wealth without guilt? Now, this is more like a member of the Yi family. Old Master Yi found her quite to his liking. After such a long flight, you should rest. We'll head out first. Old Master Yi's thoughtfulness was evident. The young girl was new to this environment and needed time to acclimatize. They lingered, making it difficult for her to familiarize herself with her own territory. Yi Sheng realized that old Master Yi was a remarkably open-minded and considerate patriarch, which naturally delighted her. All right, she accepted his kindness. Once they departed and the door closed behind them, Yi Sheng began to explore her surroundings. Her room was quite advanced. Most appliances were voice-activated, including the curtains. After a leisurely stroll, she decided to take a shower. Aunt Zhong had indeed been thoughtful, preparing a change of clothes for her. Although they were not abundant, they were all new and freshly laundered. Yi Sheng changed into a set of pajamas and lay down comfortably, drifting into a peaceful slumber. What she did not know was that her biological father's manager, Lin Wen, had already arrived in Yucheng and had come up empty-handed. Upon learning that Yi Sheng had returned to the Yi residence with old Master Yi, Linwen tightened her grip on her phone. What progress has been made on the matter I asked you to investigate? Is Yi Sheng truly the daughter of Yi Luyan? I want to know everything about her life experiences. Leave no detail overlooked. The person on the other end of the line did not appreciate Lin Wen's commanding tone. Sister Wen, you should be aware of the rules of our collaboration. To investigate someone's life in detail requires additional funds. As for whether she is a member of the Yi family, isn't it evident? The old master has already brought her back. Lin Wen scoffed. The old master only proves that he and Yi Sheng are related as grandfather and granddaughter. It does not confirm that Yi Sheng is Yi Liuyun's daughter. What if she is an illegitimate child of his older sons, and to protect their families, he has deliberately placed this girl as Liuyun's daughter? Liuyun has worked hard to reach this point. I will not allow anyone to ruin his career, not even family. The person on the other end clearly did not anticipate such a possibility. I can agree to more funds, but you must take this seriously. If any mishap occurs, you will have to return everything you've gained. Lin Wen threatened without waiting for a response. The person on the other end felt displeased. This woman truly thinks highly of herself. If it weren't for her connection to Yi Luyan, would I even heed her? Of course, he too had incriminating evidence against her. But that information only mattered if he cared. If he didn't, then he could afford to break ties with Lin Wen entirely, regardless of his inner thoughts. He maintained a compliant facade. Rest assured, I will handle it. However, Lin Wen was not one to place her hopes on a single individual. She dialed another number, asking someone to investigate Yi Sheng. Yet, she did not disclose her identity, merely providing a deposit to the other party. In her line of work, it was not difficult to find such contacts. Lin Wen called Yi Luyan. Your cheap daughter has already returned to the capital with your father. Chapter 81. A genuine gift of 10 houses. Lin Wen called Yi Luyan. Your cheap daughter has already returned to the capital with your father. Yi Luyan furrowed his brows. Did you go to Yucheng? He had merely instructed Lin Wen to investigate the circumstances surrounding Yi Sheng. Yet he had not asked her to travel to Yucheng to meet her. How can I ascertain what that girl is up to without coming over? However, it seems your old man is eager to acknowledge the child. Regardless of whether she is your daughter, she must undoubtedly be the old man's granddaughter. Yi Luyan discerned the insinuations in her words.
What do you mean by that?
While Yi Sheng may not necessarily be his daughter, she is still the old man's granddaughter. Does this imply that the child is not hers, but rather a love child of his elder or younger brother? Lin Wen sensed Yi Liuyun's displeasure and calmly explained. Isn't this a reasonable suspicion? Unless you have an illegitimate daughter outside, one who is of a similar age to Chu Qingxing's child, that child cannot possibly be yours. The implication that the child is not his left unspoken words hanging in the air, yet Lin Wen trusted Yi Luyan to comprehend her meaning. Naturally, Yi Luyan understood what she was hinting at. It was merely a matter of the old man favoring his elder and younger brothers, thus placing the responsibility of the child upon him. But he was well aware of the old man's temperament. He would not mistake the facts. If the child were indeed the illegitimate daughter of his elder or younger brother, he would never acknowledge her. Even if he were to learn the truth, he would merely feign ignorance and perhaps admonish the elder and younger brothers. The grand gesture of acknowledging the child was most likely the old man believing her to be Chu Qingxing's daughter. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I will make a trip home when I find the time. Initially, he had no intention of returning. But it was evident that leaving the matter to Lin Wen was unfeasible. She was far too opinionated.
No.
Lin Wen immediately denied the notion without a moment's thought.
Yi Liuyun's displeasure intensified.
He despised any interference in his decisions. Lin Wen, you have overstepped your bounds. Lin Wen quickly recognized her own impulsiveness. She soon clarified, no. I have arranged a job for you. You may find it difficult to leave shortly.
Yi Liuyun frowned.
He only filmed one movie a year and occasionally took on a couple of minor roles out of courtesy, leaving little room for other work. He was displeased with Lin Wen's unilateral decision-making. Lin Wen was fully aware of Yi Liuyun's preferences. This was merely a flimsy excuse she had concocted. What job? Yi Liuyun's tone was already unsatisfactory. It's a luxury brand advertisement for the L family. They sought you previously, but since you had no time, I declined on your behalf. Now that you're on vacation, I believe it's a good opportunity, and the advertising fee is quite generous. Just as Yi Luyan was about to respond, Lin Wen continued. I know you don't lack money, but no one would ever refuse more. You wish to retire early, don't you? Yi Luyan had long since earned enough money. Yet he remained active because he genuinely enjoyed acting. When a good script came his way, he could hardly sit still. However, if the script were subpar, No amount of money would entice him to give it a second glance. The L family is quite sincere, and your movie is about to premiere. Taking on an endorsement would provide an excellent opportunity for early promotion. By the way, I heard that Lin Lan also has a film coming out. You two might be competing and you wouldn't want to be outdone by him, would you? Had Lin would not mention Lin Lan, Yi Luyun would have resolutely declined the endorsement. What did the L family matter to him? He had no interest in even engaging with the A family. I've also heard that if you decline, they will approach Lin Lan instead. Yi Luyun's competitive spirit was instantly ignited. Fine, negotiate with them first. I will return home and set the filming schedule for after my return. Yi Luyun was not one to easily disrupt his plans. Once he declared he would go home, he intended to do so. Lin Wen, adopting a trial-and-error mindset, realized she could not prevent him. She had no recourse. She still needed to communicate with the L family, and a flicker of frustration ignited within her. Then I will give it a try. Yi Luyun, intent on returning home, had his assistant book a flight without informing his family. Yi Sheng awoke from her slumber, her stomach growling with hunger. She changed her clothes and descended the stairs. The old man was in the living room listening to opera, sipping tea while engaging in a game of chess with himself, a rather dreary pastime. Yet what could he do? His descendants seldom visited, and the old man, now retired, found the vast estate somewhat monotonous. Grandfather. Yi Sheng called out before she had even reached him. Upon hearing her bright grandfather, the old man's mood instantly lifted. Are you hungry, Sheng Sheng? I had the kitchen prepare a meal, waiting for you to wake up so we could eat together. Yi Sheng glanced at the clock. It's already this late. Didn't you eat first? I had a little earlier. I wasn't too hungry. The old man certainly would not admit that he merely wished to wait for his granddaughter to dine with him. Yi Sheng could roughly guess the old man's intentions and personally assisted him to the dining room. Although Yi Laojia was not one to indulge in extravagance. This time, he had the kitchen prepare 6 dishes, all tailored to the flavors of Yuqing. Today, we made fewer dishes. I hope they suit your taste. However, 6 is an auspicious number. Typically, he would eat alone, with a maximum of 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup, with even smaller portions. Delicious. All my favorites. But you can't eat spicy food, can you? At your age, you must be cautious with strong flavors. Only 2 dishes are a bit spicy. I can manage the rest. Even if it was to entertain his granddaughter, the kitchen could not entirely disregard the old man's preferences. Even if he permitted it, Ah Ping would certainly not agree. The 2 dishes were particularly spicy, and seeing the old man eager to try, Yi Sheng had Xiao Kai bring him a bowl of plain water. This spicy chicken is indeed quite hot. If you really want to try it, you might want to dip it in the hot water first. But what flavor would that leave? Nevertheless, the old man complied and gave it a try. The spiciness diminished, and the flavor was still acceptable. Thus, the 2 enjoyed their meal together. Yi Laojia exchanged a glance with the butler. Ah Ping understood and stepped away. After dining, Yi Sheng and the old man strolled around the courtyard for about 10 minutes. Upon returning to the living room, they saw the butler approaching with a box. Yi Sheng recognized the box. At the old man's signal, the butler opened it.
Wow.
It was indeed familiar, filled with property deeds. The old man had previously gifted her one set. She had not paid much attention to what that set entailed, and now he was presenting her with yet another stack. What was he planning? There are 9 properties here. Combined with the one I previously gifted you, that makes 10, symbolizing perfection. This is a genuine meeting gift from your grandfather. Yi Sheng did not accept it, feeling somewhat dazed. This extravagant gift from her grandfather had left her overwhelmed, suddenly transforming her into a wealthy heiress overnight. Sheng Sheng. The children in our family all possess assets. You need not concern yourself with this gift. Their share was given at birth, and since you've returned to the Yi family, this is your grandfather's way of compensating you. Seeing the young girl hesitating to accept, the old man elaborated. Chapter 82. Pocket Money. Analysis. Thank you, grandfather. This grand gesture had left her feeling quite bewildered. Truly, it was the hallmark of a top-tier family, making a significant impact. That's right. Seeing Yi Sheng graciously accept the gift, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was the daughter of Qing Su, and the Yi family owed much to both her and her mother. Take a look at these properties. If there's anything you dislike, you can exchange it. We may not have much, but we certainly have money. If there's anything you want, just tell your grandfather, and I will buy it for you. With 10 properties at her disposal, what could Yi Sheng possibly lack? Grandfather, I don't lack anything. She certainly couldn't admit to needing money. The old man recalled the earlier gossip online, suggesting that Sheng had been playing games for 100 yuan a round. He pulled out another card and pushed it across the table. This is your pocket money. It's not much. Mainly because I fear you might develop a habit of extravagant spending. Your grandfather will arrange for someone to transfer money to you once a month. Sheng did not inquire about the amount on the card. Instead, she sweetly expressed her gratitude. The old man felt a sense of comfort, realizing that his granddaughter, delicate and soft, was far more entertaining than his grandsons. Would you like to go out for a stroll? Purchase some items? I heard that the Yi family in Yuqing only prepared a single suitcase for you, which is utterly unacceptable. It's one thing if she were not my granddaughter. But human nature tends to be biased. Seeing my granddaughter treated in such a manner fills me with indignation. Even if she did push Yi Qianqian into the water, it must have been a momentary lapse in judgment due to the overwhelming circumstances. The Yi family may have been angry, but to chase a feverish young girl straight out of the hospital and back to the Guo family was simply immoral. The Guo family was akin to a den of tigers and dragons. Sheng discerned his irritation and chuckled, "Grandfather, there's no need to be upset on my behalf. The Yi family raised me and knows I am not their biological child. The affection I've received over the past 2 decades is not without reason. So their anger is entirely justified. To them, I must appear as the one lacking understanding, wanting to harm their biological daughter. For them to expel me is a relatively mild reaction. In another family, they might have accused me of deliberate homicide." The old man pondered, and indeed, that made sense. He scrutinized his granddaughter. "You seem to have a remarkable perspective on this." Noticing her face bore no trace of gloom, it was evident she was unbothered by the incident. If she were still clinging to past sentiments, she might harbor some sorrow, but outwardly, she seemed to have reconciled with it, and that was sufficient. One must learn to let go. Not being biological does not diminish the bond. The Yi family had cared for me for 19 years, and I cannot hold them accountable. Everyone understands this principle. Sheng's clarity of thought brought immense joy to the old man. "Then you should definitely go shopping. You know, it's said that girls find happiness in buying things, right?" Sheng raised an eyebrow. "Who told you that?" "Those old fellows, I suppose. They don't have granddaughters of their own, but they envy the ones who do. They take delight in flaunting it before me." The old man had heard enough. He was no expert in raising granddaughters, but he could certainly glean from others' experiences. "Then I shall go for a stroll." Sheng intended to shop, as her family had prepared clothes for her, but intimate garments were something she felt she must procure herself. Wearing the former owner's clothes felt slightly inappropriate. Once Sheng departed, the old man's phone began ringing incessantly. He had brought home a granddaughter, and the news would hardly remain concealed. First, it was the eldest and second sons, followed by their wives, all inquiring about the situation. Although the old man steadfastly asserted that the child belonged to the third son and was indeed the offspring of Chu Qingxiu, there remained an air of uncertainty. The eldest son found it absurd. "Father, wasn't the child born by Qingxiu a stillborn?" "Indeed, it was a stillborn. But who can say whether that stillborn was not swapped for another? You needn't doubt me. The paternity test results are in, and she is indeed our child. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought her home so impulsively." The old man was prudent. If the child was truly not from the Yi family, he might accept her as a goddaughter, but would never claim her as biological. "I trust you would never make such an error. But does this imply there are mysteries surrounding the circumstances of my sister-in-law's childbirth? Wasn't it said that she had to go abroad for recuperation after the stillbirth?" The eldest son recalled, at the time, Qingxiu's emotional state was quite unsteady. "When they went abroad, we wished to visit. Yet the remaining members of the Chu family forbade us. They guarded Qingxiu closely, for she is the last descendant of the Chu family. Thus, the Yi family felt a sense of guilt towards the Chu family. Unable to visit, they refrained from intruding, merely inquiring once a year to ensure Qingxiu was gradually recovering. Could it be that my sister-in-law wished to sever ties with the third son and pretended the stillborn was her own?" The eldest son speculated, a notion he had discussed privately with his wife. If Sheng is indeed the daughter of Yi Luyan, then the Chu family must have concealed the truth. Why would they do such a thing? Naturally, it would be an act of vengeance. Qingxiu would never resort to such actions. If she intended to do that, she would have taken the child abroad with her. The eldest son's thoughts took a peculiar turn. What if she was angered by the third son, and thus couldn't he accept a child like Sheng Sheng? The old man was filled with ire. What nonsense analysis is this? It's not that she couldn't accept it. She simply wished to avoid reminders of the past. The eldest son recognized the absurdity of such a notion. He had seen Qingxu grow up. She was not that kind of person. Yet, when emotions are involved, women can become irrational. When the third son was in the entertainment industry, Qingxu was already displeased. After becoming pregnant, the media frenzy exacerbated her depression. Once a person loses their sanity, it is not out of the question that they might forsake their biological daughter. The old man was not oblivious to this possibility, but he had greater faith in Qingxu's character. Even if the analysis held some truth, it could never be Qingxu's intention. He abruptly hung up on the eldest son, who had been particularly exasperating. The second son called next, not saying much, only that since it was indeed Liu Yun's daughter, it would be best for Liu Yun to undergo another paternity test. Father, if you don't allow Liu Yun to do the test, my wife will insist that I return to do it myself. What do you mean? The old man frowned. How could he not understand? You suddenly brought back a granddaughter. And the third son does not acknowledge her. You insist she's biological. And now my wife suspects that I have fathered a child out of wedlock and that you and the third son are covering for me. The second son felt distressed but said nothing. His wife had already caused a ruckus at home, insisting they must clarify whose child it truly was. It was unclear where she had heard such gossip. Chapter 83. Borrowing money in his youth, the second son had been quite the charmer, settling down only after marriage.
Yet,
there were always women attempting to attach themselves to him, even though he never entertained them. Still, some would bring their troubles to his wife. Once, after a night of heavy drinking, he nearly fell into someone else's trap, only to be rescued by his wife from a hotel. He said nothing at the time, but for half a year afterward, she gave him the cold shoulder. If this matter remained unresolved, he could find himself unjustly accused. The second son felt more wrong than Do-e. Ridiculous. The old man berated his son. Are you a fool? I say she is the third son's daughter. And I have my reasons. How could she possibly be your illegitimate child? You can see Sheng Sheng in the entertainment industry, right? Does she not resemble Qingxu?
to this,
The second son fell silent. He did indeed see some resemblance between Yi Sheng and Chu Qingxiu. His wife was merely being unreasonable. Did he not also wish to understand the third son's feelings towards this daughter and the secrets behind the stillborn? Enough. Your issues with your wife should not involve Sheng Sheng. Whose child she is, I am well aware. The old man, having grown older, had also become more irritable. With that, the second son dared not argue further and hung up. As for the calls from the two daughters-in-law, they were merely concerned about Yi Sheng, inquiring when they would hold a banquet to publicly announce her identity. They also asked if there was a need to contact someone abroad. Abroad? Who would they be contacting? Chu Qingxiu, of course. The old man dismissed, not for now. To publicly declare Sheng Sheng's identity would require the cooperation of the third son. Yet, the third son was still unwilling to return for a paternity test, and he did not even acknowledge Yi Sheng as his daughter. They would wait for the third son's attitude to shift before proceeding. Everything that Sheng Sheng deserved would be granted to her. However, when it came to the father-daughter bond, he could offer no assistance. It remained to be seen when Yi Luyun would come to terms with reality. Wandering the streets alone proved rather dull for Yi Sheng. Yet, she found herself unable to summon any friends to accompany her. During her time at the Beijing Film Academy, she had not cultivated many friendships. To the original owner, she was the esteemed daughter of the Yi family, surrounded by wealth. Her dormitory mates likely could not tolerate her temperament and might even stab her in the back, making true friendship an unlikely prospect. Yi Sheng was also apathetic about seeking company for her shopping excursions. She relished her solitude. She visited 2 lingerie shops, selecting a set in the first and 2 pairs in the second. However, fate intervened, and she unexpectedly encountered her roommates. It was her roommate who recognized her first. Although Yi Sheng had inherited the memories of the original owner, she was not particularly familiar with the roommates whom the original owner had never truly regarded.
Iusin,
Zhang Qiao. After some contemplation, she managed to recall their names. Yu Xian and Zhang Qiao suspected that Yi Sheng was feigning ignorance. After all, they shared the same dormitory. How could she not recognize them? Yi Sheng, you've returned to Beijing. Why haven't you come back to school? How long do you intend to be on leave? Do you still wish to continue your studies? Zhang Qiao, known for her forthright demeanor, had never been fond of Yi Sheng's spoiled princess attitude. Now, upon learning that Yi Sheng was merely an impostor, a false daughter of the Yi family, her dislike intensified. I just got back and I merely bought a couple of outfits before returning to school. Do I really need to report this to you? Yi Sheng sensed their disdain but had no intention of mending fences with her roommates. Zhang Qiao scrutinized the garments Yi Sheng had chosen. Are you buying lingerie? Have you been cast out by the Yi family, leaving with nothing? She was well aware, having surfed the internet, that Yi Sheng had been expelled from her affluent family, with nothing to show for it. How could she afford such expensive clothing now that she was no longer a daughter of the Guo family? A sudden thought struck Zhang Qiao, recalling the elderly gentleman from a program who had expressed a desire to adopt Yi Sheng as his goddaughter. Yi Sheng's participation in that variety show had sparked envy and jealousy among her dormitory sisters, especially given her privileged background and the resources it afforded her. Yet, after appearing on the show, she had been exposed as a false heiress. It was a fitting comeuppance. So you are aware of this. It seems my expulsion from the Yi family and my financial ruin have become common knowledge, Yi Sheng retorted. Since we are all roommates, would anyone care to lend me around 10 to 18,000 for a quick fix? This brazen request left her two roommates utterly stunned. Yi Sheng had never been so audacious before. They had envisioned numerous scenarios in which they might encounter her again, but none had included her asking for money. I have no money. Zhang Qiao immediately rejected her. In this day and age, who would be foolish enough to lend money to others? The once extravagant Yi Sheng would surely leave them with nothing in return. What about you, you ex-fiancé? Are you also out of funds? Yi Sheng momentarily set her sights on you ex-fiancé, who flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry, Yi Sheng, but I don't have that much to lend you. If you're really in dire straits, you might consider selling some of your luxury items. And besides, the lingerie here isn't cheap. You could easily find a more affordable store. You ex-fiancé believed she was offering sound advice. Yi Sheng, however, raised an eyebrow, but I cannot abide inferior quality. Moreover, you two seem to have money if you can afford to shop here. As Zhang Qiao attempted to speak, Yi Sheng's gaze fell upon the bags in their hands. Oh no, both had just purchased lingerie from this very store, renowned for its comfort and flattering fit. Since you've both made purchases, it appears you're not short on funds after all, Yi Sheng remarked with a smile. Seeing Zhang Qiao remain silent, you ex-fiancé felt compelled to explain. We've had to tighten our belts to afford these purchases. We have no spare cash left. If you return to school and dine at the cafeteria, I could treat you. You ex-fiancé felt she had offered sufficient assistance, convinced that Yi Sheng would not press further. Yi Sheng nodded. Then I shall thank you in advance for future meals at the school cafeteria. Rest assured, I will repay you once I have the means. Upon hearing this, you ex-fiancé felt as though the funds on her cafeteria card were akin to a one-way trip, gone without a trace, leaving her heartache and regret. Zhang Qiao, fearing that Yi Sheng might turn her way next, quickly interjected. I am also out of money. I have to borrow to feed myself. Unlike you, we don't have the luxury of receiving jobs. We're focused on our studies and haven't ventured out to act. Where would our funds come from? Her words insinuated that Yi Sheng was not dedicated enough to her studies. Yi Sheng met her gaze. You make a valid point. Why not try venturing out for roles? After all, you are a student of the film academy, and you are not lacking in looks. Why can't you land a role? Perhaps you simply need to exert more effort. I've heard that some upperclassmen spend their days in Hengdian, willing to take even the smallest of roles just to gain experience. Chapter 84. Notice of Disciplinary Action I. Zhang Qiao found herself speechless. Yi Sheng, acting isn't as simple as you think. Every beginning is fraught with difficulty. You once had the advantage of resources because of the Yi family, which set you above us. You ex-fiancé spoke with a measured tone. Once you leave the Yi family, you will understand how challenging it is to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry. We don't shy away from hard work. We simply wish to establish a strong foundation first. You must know that our professors do not encourage us to take on too many roles while studying. You ex-fiancé spoke the truth. Many students found it difficult to request leave after taking on roles. Yi Sheng always managed to get her leave approved easily, thanks to the support of the Yi family. In their eyes, it was evident that the Yi family had been greasing the wheels for her with the faculty. Otherwise, how could Yi Sheng's requests for leave be so effortlessly granted? However, if students genuinely had opportunities, professors would typically permit them to try, right? With so many students graduating from the film academy each year, if everyone waited until graduation to seek opportunities, what would become of their employment rates? Therefore, as long as students were not inclined to stray from the right path, professors should not be excessively restrictive in granting leave. Yet, professors often shared a common trait, an air of superiority. They hoped their students would pursue their craft earnestly and with integrity. Thus, they looked down upon those students who, with minimal knowledge, exploited various means to navigate the entertainment industry, viewing it as a disgrace. While they verbally allowed it, Professors treated students returning from leave with a certain skepticism, and their examination standards remained exceedingly stringent. Wasn't this, in essence, a form of obstruction? Zhang Qiao had long harbored resentment towards the professors. Now, emboldened by her frustrations, she boldly criticized them. Yi Sheng noted that Xin was astute while Zhang Qiao was overly blunt. The latter was easily used by others as a tool, unafraid of the consequences of her words reaching the ears of their professors. Hush! Xin tugged at Zhang Qiao's sleeve, signaling her to temper her words. Yet, Zhang Qiao felt no remorse for her statements. In my opinion, the professors are biased, favoring those with good grades, and those of you with wealth. But now that you are a false heiress, expelled from the Yi family, I wonder how they will treat you going forward. You should be cautious, she warned. If you can't afford the expensive items, perhaps you should refrain from purchasing them. As Zhang Qiao spoke, she cast a glance at Yi Sheng and pulled Xin away. Xin turned back, offering Yi Sheng an apologetic look. Yi Sheng raised an eyebrow, appearing oblivious to the exchange. Once Zhang Qiao and Xin returned to their dormitory, they shared tales of Yi Sheng's visit to the upscale lingerie store. The other residents of the dormitory, who had never held Yi Sheng in high regard, found ample amusement in her misfortunes. After purchasing her necessities, Yi Sheng returned to the Yi family home, washed her clothes, and hung them out to dry, before she could even sit down to rest. Her phone rang. It was a call from her academic advisor. Yi Sheng, I hear you have returned to Beijing? The advisor's tone was inscrutable. Yes, professor. I will report back to school tomorrow, Yi Sheng replied. You need to come to school right now, the professor insisted. Yi Sheng glanced at the time. It was nearly the end of the workday. What could she possibly need to do at school? Sheng could not refute the request, and thus acquiesced. Sheng Sheng, do you really need to go out at this hour? The old gentleman is still in the living room. There's a matter at school that requires my presence, she replied. Then let the driver take you, Yi Laozi said without hesitation. All right, Sheng agreed without protest. The residence was quite distant from the school, nearly an hour's journey. By the time she arrived, it was already after hours. Sheng first called her counselor, who informed her that he was waiting for her in his office and mentioned the time she would arrive. Upon returning to school, she made her way directly to the counselor's office. Counselor, Sheng knocked on the door. Upon seeing her, the counselor's expression turned grave. Take a look at this, he said, handing her a document. Sheng's eyes fell upon the school's disciplinary decision regarding her.
Why?
She inquired, perplexed. Despite her lack of desire to continue at the film academy, she felt the school's punishment was rather frivolous. Sheng, I did advocate on your behalf, but I was powerless. The school's stance is that your personal conduct has adversely affected its reputation. Is that really a valid reason? Sheng found the explanation utterly absurd. No matter how much she had been vilified online, she was merely a student and had not engaged in any wrongdoing under the guise of the Yi family's name. The Yi family raised you for 18 years. You are a false heiress who has pushed the true heiress into dire straits, harboring malice. After leaving the Yi family, several scandals have surfaced online, and your prolonged absence from school has left the administration deeply dissatisfied with your behavior. The counselor's reasoning seemed rather far-fetched. Yet, if the school decided to impose punishment, what could Sheng do? Should she confront the administration to have the punishment revoked? Is it just a punishment? Why not expel me outright? The counselor furrowed his brow. Sheng, this situation is already detrimental to you. Please be honest with me. What is your relationship with the elderly gentleman from the variety show? What do you mean? Sheng was bewildered. There have been reports suggesting that you share a certain relationship with the elderly gentleman, claiming you resemble his deceased wife, which is why you have his backing to establish paternity and dissociate from the Gu family. I also underwent a paternity test with the elderly gentleman. Surely the faculty is aware of this? Sheng found the accusations astonishing. Who would take the time to file such a report? Moreover, what connection could she possibly have with her own grandfather? We know, but the results of your paternity test have not been disclosed. The counselor reminded her. While many female students may choose this path, I hope you do not follow suit. This route is not sustainable. Though you may not possess exceptional talent, your looks are advantageous. Even without the Yi family's support, if you remain diligent, you will eventually find success. The entertainment industry is fraught with peril, and the most perilous trap is the pursuit of instant gratification. Sheng fixed her gaze upon the counselor. Do you believe in me, teacher? Just having my belief is insufficient, the counselor sighed. As her advisor, he certainly wished to protect his student, but his influence was limited.
Qu'est-ce qui vous fait?
You must focus on your studies from now on. I will find a way to assist you with the disciplinary matter. Aside from during the filming of the variety show, you must refrain from accepting any other roles. I will not approve any further projects. When you are not engaged in the show, remain at school and avoid going out. Trust me, this arrangement will only benefit you. Sheng could see that the counselor was earnestly trying to defend her. Yet, amidst all this, there were undoubtedly those who wished to see her fail. Who could that person be? Chapter 85. The decision to withdraw from school. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Sheng furrowed her brow. Actually, I came today to discuss something with you. What is it? The counselor asked, sensing an ominous feeling. You don't intend to request leave again, do you? That would be unacceptable. The counselor promptly refused, adding, Sheng, I'm not saying this lightly, your grades, while not the lowest in the class, are hardly commendable. It would be far better for you to focus on your studies and seek opportunities in your third or fourth year rather than pursuing instant success now. Please, just hear me out, Sheng said, noticing the counselor's misunderstanding. All right, go ahead. The counselor's expression darkened. If this student remained obstinate, he would be powerless to change her mind, and he had no authority to intervene with the school. He was merely a humble counselor without significant influence. I wish to withdraw from school, Sheng declared bluntly, startling the counselor. What did you say? He could hardly believe his ears. He wished he could pry open Sheng's mind to understand her reasoning. The school already held a negative view of her, rather than seeking to remedy the situation. She was contemplating withdrawal. Was this a deliberate attempt to threaten the school? The counselor's face turned serious. Sheng, do you comprehend the weight of your words? Withdrawing is not a trivial matter. I know you are upset about the disciplinary action, but you cannot toy with your education. Do you have any idea how many aspire to enter the film academy? And you wish to withdraw? Do you think that by doing so, you can coerce the school into rescinding the punishment? I assure you, that is impossible. The counselor stood and began pacing the office. I am not using my withdrawal as a threat against the school, Sheng noted, realizing that the counselor's reasoning was misaligned with her intentions. Then what do you intend to do? The counselor scoffed. Don't tell me this withdrawal is merely a fleeting whim. Or, do you plan to leave the academy and dive directly into the entertainment industry? The counselor was genuinely frustrated. Consider your current situation. While you may have garnered some fans, you also have a multitude of detractors. Do you understand what you would become if you withdrew from school? In the entertainment industry, talent, connections, and luck are all indispensable. Otherwise, regardless of how deeply you immerse yourself, you will achieve nothing. He recalled his own aspirations to enter the industry after graduation, but after navigating through it, he realized that the academic environment was relatively pure in comparison. Fortunately, his teachers had provided him with opportunities to return to school and guide students. Now, not only was he a counselor, but he was also pursuing a doctorate with hopes of becoming a professor. Such a life was far more relaxed than the tumultuous world of entertainment. Should you decide to withdraw today, you will undoubtedly regret it in the future. Do not allow a momentary feeling of inferiority to lead you to self-destruct. Sheng felt almost moved by the counselor's words. She could discern that each word was spoken with her best interests at heart. Teacher, please let me finish. I do not wish to withdraw solely to pursue a career in entertainment. On the contrary, I am beginning to realize that I may not be suited for that world. You see, my temperament is not particularly amiable, and transitioning from the esteemed daughter of the Yi family to a despised impostor has taken its toll. Continuing in the entertainment industry may only lead to mediocrity for me. Therefore, I wish to withdraw from it. If you wish to leave the industry, then so be it. But must you also withdraw from school? The counselor still struggled to believe her. However, acknowledging her personality, he began to see that she was indeed not someone who could easily flatter others. Perhaps the upheaval in her identity had caused her considerable distress. The young woman could hardly withstand pressure or injustice. It was understandable that she might feel disheartened and contemplate exiting the industry. However, to abandon her studies after having finally entered school seemed a regrettable decision. I detest the entertainment industry and have no desire to act anymore. If I do not withdraw from school, then what is the point? Sheng stated plainly, leaving the counselor at a loss for words. He once again earnestly urged her. I understand that you are struggling to accept reality and wish to escape, but life does not allow for every whim to be fulfilled. You must consider your future. What will you do if you do not pursue your education? Do you believe that the money you earn in the entertainment industry will suffice for a lifetime? You persist in your studies, completing your undergraduate degree, and you could pursue further education, perhaps a master's or even a doctorate. Upon graduation, You could remain in academia as a lecturer, enjoying a comfortable life replete with social benefits. Isn't that rather appealing? Alternatively, you could take the civil service exam and secure a lifetime position within the government, ensuring stability in your later years. Isn't that desirable? Yi Sheng nearly laughed aloud, surprised to find her instructor contemplating the civil service exam. Teacher, do you wish to take the civil service exam as well? The counselor rolled her eyes. Of course.
Who wouldn't he want to?
Then, you must put in the effort. At that moment, Yi Sheng had the audacity to jest. The counselor shot her a glare. Stop being flippant. Listen closely. I will advocate for you regarding your disciplinary issues. Do not entertain thoughts of dropping out. Focus on your classes. I heard that Yi Qianqian's adoptive parents are not her biological ones. Until you find your real parents, you will have no elders to guide you. Relying solely on yourself, do not rush into any decisions. Otherwise, you'll surely regret it in the future. Saying this, he patted Yi Sheng on the shoulder. All right, return to your dormitory and reflect on what I've said. Before Yi Sheng could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the counselor. Mention dropping out again, and you will be tasked with writing a 10,000-word reflection. The counselor was evidently angered. Was his well-meaning advice lost on Yi Sheng? Seeing him as fierce as a rooster ready for battle, she understood that she was treading on thin ice. All right, I will consider it, but you should think about it too. My intention to drop out is sincere, and I have a backup plan. As she reached the door, she added a final comment. The counselor clearly did not believe her. What backup plan could you possibly have? Don't tell me those online rumors are true. I refuse to believe my student would stoop to such measures for money. That old Yi could practically be your grandfather. Yi Sheng was speechless. Where had the teacher's thoughts gone awry? I'm not referring to him. Although, I suppose he could be considered a backup plan. I intend to drop out and retake the college entrance examination to study something else. The counselor was even less convinced. Retake the college entrance examination? It's not as simple as you think. Whatever you wish to learn can be pursued during your free time. Once you have the means, you can study as you please. You're already in your second year. Are you joking about retaking the exam? Teacher, you must believe me. I believe I possess an extraordinary talent for medicine. Perhaps I could become a legend in the medical field one day. Observing the counselor's furrowed brow.
Yi Sheng similet brightly.
Chapter 86. Schadenfreude, go on, hurry along. Focus on studying performance first before delving into medicine. The counselor was entirely skeptical of Yi Sheng's words. With no other choice, Yi Sheng departed. Though the counselor dismissed her comments, Yi Sheng was earnest in her intentions. Upon returning to her dormitory, she was met with the collective gaze of her roommates, who had just returned from dinner and had been discussing her absence. Yi Sheng, you're back? Xian greeted her politely, as if she hadn't just been speaking of her moments ago. Zhang Qiao scoffed. You actually returned to attend class? Noticing that Yi Sheng held no shopping bag for undergarments, Zhang Qiao felt a wave of relief, fearing that Yi Sheng might still view herself as the former heiress, carelessly spending money and borrowing from others. Yes. Yi Sheng approached her bed, changing her sheets before glancing at her desk, which was cluttered with an assortment of items. She recalled how she often spent little time in the dormitory before, but due to her status as a former heiress, no one dared to leave their belongings scattered on her desk. Zhang Qiao, too, recognized the disarray on Yi Sheng's desk, much of which consisted of her discarded items. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Sheng took the garbage bin and began to toss the items inside. Yi Sheng, what are you doing? That's my hairdryer. Zhang Qiao lunged forward to reclaim it. Yi Sheng looked bewildered. Is it yours? I thought it was mine. It didn't seem very good. So, I intended to discard it. Zhang Qiao, displeased, retorted. What do you mean you thought it was yours? Isn't to your own hairdryer in the cabinet.
Is it? Yi Sheng smirked.
Then, why is your hairdryer on my desk? I assumed all this clutter belonged to me, and I was going to tidy it up. Zhang Qiao understood now. Yi Sheng's notion of tidiness meant disposing of everything. I simply misplaced it. Zhang Qiao hurriedly retrieved her belongings. Another roommate, Huang Yuan, had also left a couple of items behind and quickly gathered them, apologizing to Yi Sheng. I'm sorry, Yi Sheng. When I was tidying up, I placed my things on your desk and forgot to take them back. The desk was now cleared, but a set of pajamas still hung on the bedpost. As Yi Sheng reached for them, Xian approached. Those pajamas are mine. Yours? I thought they were mine. Yi Sheng was indifferent to Xian's flushed face. I was simply hanging them up since you weren't back. Xian felt displeased. What was wrong with hanging up her pajamas? Why was Yi Sheng still so difficult to interact with? She was no longer the Yi family's precious daughter. Why maintain such heirs? Everyone shared the dormitory and should assist each other. Shouldn't they? Were such trivial matters worth holding a grudge over? Uxin's remarks came off as rather petty. Yi Sheng regarded her. You're right. When shall we go for breakfast tomorrow? Remember to call out to me. Uxin, perplexed. You want to join us for breakfast? Yi Sheng had never been one to mingle. Indeed, I'm not flush with cash at the moment. You mentioned earlier that as long as we eat in the cafeteria, I could borrow your meal card. Initially hesitant, Yi Sheng pressed on. You won't mind that I can't repay you immediately, right? Uxin was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback that Yi Sheng would turn her own words against her. It was particularly awkward as she had only just said it. Of course, but my meal card doesn't have much left on it. A sensible person wouldn't push their luck at this time, would they? That's fine. One breakfast should suffice, right? Yi Sheng interrupted Uxin before she could finish. It can buy a meal, so join us tomorrow, provided you can wake up in time. Uxin felt an internal struggle but had to maintain her facade of friendliness. Yi Sheng was satisfied. Thank you, Uxin. I had no idea you were such a good person. I must have overlooked that before. Uxin's expression darkened. Her words hardly seemed like praise. No need for thanks. Had she known, she wouldn't have hung her pajamas on Yi Sheng's bed. Who would have guessed she would return? By the way, were you out shopping for undergarments today? Did you find anything? Uxin, discontented, asked once more. Yi Sheng could easily infer Uxin's thoughts, that she wished to mock her for having fallen from grace, now unable to afford even undergarments. I did buy some. Yi Sheng stated nonchalantly.
You did?
Uxin clearly didn't believe her. Upon returning, Yi Sheng had not been seen carrying a shopping bag. However, she had returned with some items. Perhaps they weren't designer undergarments, but simply something from a small shop to make do. This thought brought a sense of schadenfreude to Uxin. Indeed, ever since Yi Sheng was expelled from the Yi family, she was no better than an ordinary student. Yi Sheng, however, paid no heed to her musings, producing a brand new set of toiletries. The previous set had belonged to the original owner, and Yi Sheng found it difficult to cross that barrier. Fortunately, the original owner had been a clean and fastidious heiress, well-stocked with quality toiletries. Yi Sheng was accustomed to using them. Huang Yuan hesitated to remind Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng, have you been absent for too long? The school seems to have some concerns. I've heard they're considering disciplinary action against you. You should inquire with a counselor. Yi Sheng had not anticipated that someone in the dormitory would offer her a reminder. She chuckled. Thank you. I've already consulted with the counselor upon my return, and the disciplinary notice has been issued. Huang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. How can you still be smiling? Is this girl a fool? What can I do? I cannot alter the school's decision, Yi Sheng replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing that Yi Sheng's disciplinary notice had been issued, Zhang Qiao could not suppress her schadenfreude. I told you if you had just focused on your studies, you wouldn't have this trouble. While acting has its perks and participating in variety shows can be lucrative, a disciplinary action from the school is simply not worth it. Uxin, listening in, felt a sense of vindication. After all, Yi Sheng had caused them trouble since her return. Nevertheless, she offered some words of comfort. Yi Sheng, have you really been disciplined? Perhaps the school only intended to issue a warning. Do not fret too much. Huang Yuan, however, was less optimistic. Did the counselor explicitly say a disciplinary notice was issued? Can this punishment still be revoked? If it ends up in your record, it might affect our job prospects. Oh, what's the big deal? In the future, Yi Sheng can just make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. Whether or not she faces disciplinary action, it hardly matters to her, Zhang Qiao stated gleefully. I see you are more anxious than the emperor himself, she continued, turning to Yi Sheng. You returning to school isn't because of the disciplinary action, is it? Will this punishment be made public? We must tread carefully. We cannot be too ostentatious when seeking employment. Chapter 87. Back on the trending list.
Indeed.
You all must take heed. If the school can issue a disciplinary action for my absence due to work, who will be next? Yi Sheng was not oblivious to Zhang Qiao's delight in her misfortune. However, she was utterly indifferent. Zhang Qiao felt as though she was hitting a pillow. Her amusement quickly faded, and she ceased to engage further. At that moment, Uxin spoke up. It shouldn't be so severe. Many seniors have gone out to film and never faced any disciplinary actions. Was Yi Sheng deliberately trying to give them all a chance to miss out? It was hard to discern her intentions. Yi Sheng, could it be that your lengthy absence and some negative rumors online have displeased the school? Yu Xian's words served as a reminder to Zhang Qiao, who smacked the bed, right? You are the one who pushed the genuine heiress Yi Qian into the water, nearly harming her. The Yi family raised you for 19 years, providing you with wealth and privilege. How can you repay them with ingratitude? The school must think your character is lacking and that you tarnish our institution's reputation. Zhang Qiao felt she had struck upon Yi Sheng's wrongdoing and smiled with great satisfaction. Yu Xian's gaze flickered as she looked at Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng, you didn't intentionally push Yi Qian into the water, did you? If she had died, you would be a murderer. No matter how much your adoptive parents love you, they wouldn't spare anyone who harmed their biological daughter. Though Yu Xian appeared to be defending Yi Sheng, she was, in fact, accusing her of being ungrateful. Yi Sheng was not so naive as to miss the implication. She nodded earnestly. You are correct. Not only did I not push her, but she also deliberately jumped into the water to frame me. I intended to save her. Yet she twisted the narrative to claim I pushed her. Yi Sheng's assertion was met with skepticism from both Yu Xian and Zhang Qiao.
How could that be?
Why would Yi Qian frame you? Zhang Qiao was the first to express disbelief. Yu Xian added, I thought Yi Qian performed excellently on the show. Gentle and kind. Surely there must be some misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Yi Sheng retorted boldly. She is undoubtedly jealous of my fortune in the Yi family,
which is why she cannot tolerate me.
Zhang Qiao thought Yi Sheng had lost her mind. After all, Yi Qian had returned to the Yi family as the young lady. How could she possibly act against Yi Sheng? It was more plausible that Yi Sheng, with her poor temperament, could not tolerate Yi Qian and thus wished her harm. Zhang Qiao lacked insight, but Yu Xian did not. She pondered that perhaps Yi Sheng was indeed telling the truth. That Yi Qian, though appearing gentle and kind, might be a different person behind the scenes.
Who could truly know?
She might resent Yi Sheng for enjoying the comforts of her adoptive parents while she herself suffered in the Gu family. Fearing her parents might favor Yi Sheng over her, she could have concocted such a scheme. In this light, Yi Qian was not as virtuous as she seemed. Ironically, she had garnered so many fans online with a good reputation. Yu Xian cast a sidelong glance at the carefree Yi Sheng. If that is the case, why haven't you clarified things with your adoptive parents? If they knew the truth, they would likely not cast you out of the Yi family. While Yu Xian spoke these words, she privately mused that even if Yi Sheng explained, her adoptive parents would probably not believe her. Even if they discovered that Yi Qian had orchestrated the incident, they would find a way to protect their biological daughter. After all, having lost their daughter for so many years, they felt immense guilt. Even if their daughter had heired, it would be a minor infraction. How could they be harsh with her? Yi Sheng discerned Yu Xian's thoughts and was taken aback by her perceptiveness. It was inconsequential whether Ye's parents knew that Yi Qian was acting. What mattered was that they could not allow their biological daughter to feel forsaken for the sake of an adopted one. An adopted daughter had no blood ties. They could cast her out without a second thought. Yet, a biological daughter, no matter her faults, was still a daughter. They could educate her slowly over time. Would anyone believe me if I said this? The internet is full of accusations against me. Yi Sheng sighed with a bitter smile. Huang Yuan, seeing her like this, offered some consolation. It's all right. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, you must remain true to yourself. Your adoptive parents' affection for their biological daughter is quite natural. What you can do now is to become self-sufficient. Luckily, you have already stepped into the entertainment industry. As long as you establish a foothold, you will earn enough to support yourself without fearing starvation outside the Yi family. Yi Sheng began to realize that Huang Yuan was an optimistic and innocent soul, likely raised in a comfortable environment with few worries. However, such a girl might struggle to succeed in the entertainment industry without the aid of influential figures. She could easily be devoured by the harsh realities of the field. Yu Xian also internally criticized Huang Yuan's naivety. If Yi Sheng had indeed incurred the envy of Yi Qian, how would she survive in the industry? Even the incident of Yi Sheng being disciplined by the school might have been orchestrated by someone else. Recently, Yi Sheng had garnered considerable attention. But with such notoriety came peril. If someone perceived her as an obstacle or an enemy, they would scheme against her. Without the Yi family as her support, she was but a solitary girl, inconsequential, and less. Yu Xian scrutinized Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng, remember that elderly man, Yi Laozong, who appeared on the show? Didn't he undergo a paternity test with you? He couldn't possibly be your biological grandfather, could he? Yi Sheng remained silent. Yu Xian seemed to grasp the implications. It appeared that the paternity test was merely a pretext. That old man was likely interested in Yi Sheng. The thought of Yi Sheng having to submit to such an old man to remain in the entertainment industry brought Yu Xian a sense of delight. Since the beginning of the semester, she had harbored a secret jealousy towards Yi Sheng. Among their dormitory, Yi Sheng was the most outstanding, not in terms of academics, but in appearance. When the drama first sought young actors, they instantly recognized Yi Sheng. Although she had accompanied Yi Sheng, she was not selected. Her dreams of fame had been overshadowed by Yi Sheng. Without Yi Sheng, she would have been the most attractive girl in class.
Iusin.
Having been praised for her beauty since childhood, had grown accustomed to her appearance. Yet, she could not accept that Yi Sheng was more beautiful than she. Even in performance, she surpassed Yi Sheng. Why should the latter triumph solely based on her looks? Perhaps it was not just her looks, but also the support of the Yi family behind her. Now that she was no longer the Yi family's young lady, Yu Xian awaited her inevitable downfall.
Yi Sheng.
Oblivious to Yu Xian's thoughts, yawned and declared, "I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now." Yi Sheng, indeed, retired to bed early. Oblivious to the fact that her return to school in a luxury vehicle and the ambiguous correspondence with her counselor had already become a sensational topic circulating throughout the internet. Initially, a post emerged on the school forum, which subsequently found its way into the broader online sphere. She had once again garnered notoriety, even eclipsing the buzz surrounding Li Xinyan's latest film. Chapter 88. Seizing the opportunity amidst the flames, Li Xinyi shattered several boxes of skincare products at home. Why her again? She fumed. This girl has been my adversary at every turn. Since she revels in creating chaos, I shall stoke the flames further. Li Xinyan placed a call to her manager and reached out to contacts at the film academy. She was determined to see how much more Yi Sheng could stir the pot. Unbeknownst to Yi Sheng, she had thoroughly antagonized Li Xinyan. The next morning, she awoke to the sounds of commotion in her dormitory. Observing her peers preparing for the day, she climbed out of bed, donned her clothes, and refreshed herself. As Yu Xian and the others finished their arrangements, Yi Sheng was nearly ready as well. "Are you all heading to the cafeteria?"
Take me with you,
she declared, unabashedly. Yu Xian glanced at her, made no objection, and replied, "All right, you can use my meal card for breakfast today." Hasn't Yi Sheng already secured a connection with an older gentleman? Surely, he wouldn't hesitate to provide her with funds. Yu Xian mused internally, feeling a twinge of pity. Zhang Qiao was curious about the situation between Yi Sheng and the counselor. The counselor, in truth, was rather handsome. To put it plainly, there were few unattractive individuals in the film academy. Even those deemed less appealing possessed unique features. After all, most aspired to enter the entertainment industry, with only a select few unable to do so, remaining in academia, yet their looks were generally acceptable. Pan Cheng, for reasons unknown, remained at the school and was quite popular among the students. Romantic entanglements between teachers and students were never well received, particularly when Pan Cheng was idolized by many female students. Yi Sheng dared to associate with Pan Cheng. She could expect backlash from her peers. Only Huang Yuan appeared hesitant, wanting to say something to Yi Sheng. Noticing something amiss, Yi Sheng inquired, "Huang Yuan, do you have something to say to me?" "Yes, just take a look online. After you went asleep last night, the internet exploded." Huang Yuan could no longer contain herself and revealed the news to Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng was at a loss for words.
What have I done this time?
"You were photographed returning to school in a luxury car last night," Zhang Qiao chimed in, unable to hold back after Huang Yuan spoke. Photographed? Yi Sheng opened her phone to browse the online chatter. Before she could delve deeper, she received a call from Zhou Peng. "Grandma, how can you be so restless? I called you last night, but you didn't answer. What's the point of having a phone if you want to use it? Just smash it." Upon hearing Zhou Peng's irate shout, Yi Sheng distanced herself from her phone. "I set my phone to silent while I was sleeping." It was not that she deliberately ignored his calls. She simply refused to answer anyone's calls. "What do you mean by silent? This is serious. What's going on with you and that counselor from your school? And who was in the luxury car that brought you back?" Zhou Peng was fraught with concern, feeling as if he had aged 30 years since signing on with Yi Sheng.
Who do you think?
Yi Sheng replied, skeptical that Zhou Peng could not deduce the answer. The old man from the Yi family? Besides him, who else would send Yi Sheng back in a luxury car? Zhou Peng was beginning to piece together the identity of Yi Sheng's benefactor. If it truly was the Yi family, then that luxury vehicle was hardly a surprise.
Aha. Yi Sheng responded.
Then you better clarify this. And what is the story with you and your counselor? Do you realize the internet is saying you're juggling two relationships? Yi Sheng rubbed her temples. How could I possibly have a relationship with the counselor? We are completely innocent. Someone is simply trying to stir the pot and create a scandal. Hold on, I haven't even had breakfast yet. Can you please help me clear this up first? I need to contact the counselor too. It wouldn't be right to involve him in this mess. God forbid, he has a girlfriend. That would be disastrous. Yi Sheng cut off Zhou Peng before he could respond and ended the call. Indeed, the counselor had already reached out. This was certainly not the first attempt. Yi Sheng answered, and the counselor's voice was relatively composed. Yi Sheng, have you offended someone at school? We've been photographed. And I've already initiated an investigation to determine who leaked the images online. This person must be affiliated with the school. It may not even be directed at you.
It could be aimed at me.
Don't worry, I've already reported this to the administration, and there is no ambiguity between us. As expected, the counselor was more composed than Zhou Peng. Thank you, teacher. Yi Sheng hesitated. I'm not sure who I've offended, but if I gain popularity, I'm bound to upset even more people. Teacher, I've always said I'm not cut out for the entertainment industry. You should believe me now. The counselor replied. I find myself at a loss for words. Very well, I will have someone investigate further. I will also address the posts circulating within the school. However, the online situation is beyond our control. What about your company's public relations team? Are they not providing any assistance? The counselor had only learned of the situation that morning. The rumors had festered overnight, and the company had failed to implement any countermeasures. Is your company merely coasting along? Yi Sheng was reluctant to disclose to her roommates that her agency had effectively abandoned her. Meanwhile, Zhou Peng was in a heated confrontation with the company's leadership. Were they truly intent on relinquishing Yi Sheng without any public relations support? Regardless of her desire to terminate her contract, the company's attitude was undeniably infuriating. At this juncture, the company proposed conditions. Zhou, don't be hasty. It's not that we refuse to handle public relations. We simply need to see Yi Sheng's value first, the manager remarked with a smile. Our company must sustain many employees. We cannot work for free. What did the manager mean by that? He gestured for Zhou to remain calm and retrieved a contract from his drawer. Yi Sheng's initial signing was facilitated through connections with the Yi family. Now that she is no longer the Yi family's heiress, the terms of her contract must change. Newcomers typically receive a 20-80 split. I believe she has potential, so let us offer her a 30-70 split. Have her sign the contract, and our company will certainly support her. The manager grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth, which repulsed Zhou Peng. The manager's calculating demeanor was utterly distasteful. The contract previously offered to Yi Sheng was an A-level agreement. Now, they were presenting her with a C-level contract. Moreover, the initial 3-year term had morphed into a 10-year commitment. This was utterly outrageous. Zhou Peng's expression darkened as he reviewed the contract. Manager, to be frank, if this is the contract, Yi Sheng will undoubtedly refuse to sign. You know her temperament well. What temperament? The manager interrupted. She still considers herself a lady of the Yi family? She's merely a pretender. It's time she adjusted her attitude. People change over time. If she hasn't yet recognized reality, perhaps you haven't advised her sufficiently. Do you think 10 years is excessive? I'm only looking out for your best interests. Surely you want to nurture another superstar to compete with Li Xinyan, don't you? If the contract term is too brief, you'll merely be dressing someone else for success. You wouldn't want Yi Sheng to become the next Li Xinyan, would you? Chapter 89. Internal strife within the company. You are taking advantage of the situation. Zhou Peng was taken aback by the manager's audacity. Had he offered a 5-year term or adjusted the split to 60-40, Zhou would have accepted it, as it would indicate the company recognized Yi Sheng's potential and genuinely wished to retain her. However, the current stance of the company suggested not only a lack of desire to keep her, but a blatant push to expel her. Indeed, to say they were taking advantage of the situation was not an exaggeration. Taking advantage? The manager replied with a forced smile. This is merely providing timely assistance. Just look at how Yi Sheng is being vilified. Without the company's support, she might never recover. She would be doomed to obscurity. Zhou Peng grasped the implication. The manager hinted that if Yi Sheng refused to comply with the contract, she would be sidelined.
Meanwhile,
Yi Sheng had already begun contemplating the possibility of terminating her contract with the company. What the future holds for Yi Sheng is something she likely does not concern herself with. Manager, you urge her to sign this contract. Yet she is currently embroiled in scandal, which may provoke a backlash, Zhou Peng remarked deliberately. The manager scoffed. Inform her that once she signs, the public relations department will spring into action. This is a case of not releasing the falcon until the rabbit is caught. Zhou Peng understood. The company had no sincerity whatsoever. Little did they know that Yi Sheng had already established a connection with the elder Yi and seemed to have a favorable relationship with the renowned actress Yao. He had previously heard that Yao intended to introduce Yi Sheng to a new agency, citing her current management's inaction. Yi Sheng was not lacking in opportunities. Yet the company presumed she had become a false heiress, facing online slander. Although she held potential value, they seemed intent on suppressing her before bestowing any favor. The company's behavior was so unbecoming that Zhou Peng could no longer see a glimmer of hope in remaining. It had been tolerable until this manager took over, whose methods were increasingly distasteful. Very well, I shall first inquire about Yi Sheng's intentions. Zhou Peng's expression darkened as he prepared to leave.
Wait.
The manager, noticing his discontent, reminded him, take the contract with you. Time waits for no one. Zhou Peng, you are part of this company. Your well-being is tied to its fortunes. I hope you can persuade Yi Sheng to reconsider. If all else fails, you can nurture a new talent. The company has faith in your abilities. The next Li Xinyan will undoubtedly emerge under your guidance. Zhou Peng scoffed inwardly. Was this merely a case of wielding a stick before offering a sweet date? The manager was naively optimistic. After taking the contract, Zhou Peng left, and the secretary entered to report to the manager, asking, Manager, will Zhou Peng comply with our instructions? Is there a chance he might take Yi Sheng to sign with another agency? It was not an impossibility. Have you forgotten whom Zhou Peng has offended? The manager shot a glance at the secretary. The secretary realized he has a falling out with Li Xinyan. This will surely incite Director Kai's displeasure. But they have already broken up. Besides, Kai Xiaoguang was the one who usurped love. What face does he have to hinder Zhou Peng? The manager's expression darkened. Director Kai is not one to be forgiving. Zhou Peng's mere existence constantly reminds him of his misdeeds, his tarnished character. To erase this incident from memory, either Li Xinyan must withdraw from the entertainment industry, or Zhou Peng must vanish entirely. In recent years, Director Kai had been subtly suppressing Zhou Peng. Li Xinyan was unwilling to retreat, leaving him no choice but to target Zhou Peng. The secretary, enlightened, remarked, Director Kai's protection of his young wife and suppression of Zhou Peng is only natural. But why is our boss intent on signing Zhou Peng? Since Director Kai is intent on undermining him, many in this circle will surely act according to his whims. Why then does our company still support Zhou Peng? The higher-ups recognize Zhou Peng's capabilities, the manager scoffed. The company's dynamics were intricate. Previously, power resided with the young master, but now it lay with the matriarch. Ironically, the young master was the initial favorite, while the matriarch ascended later. Their rivalry was fierce. As the young master faltered, his faction was subsequently elevated. Targeting Zhou Peng was merely a strategy to sharpen their knives against the young master. Such insights were not something he would divulge to a mere secretary. The secretary, grasping the implications, quickly deduced. In the shifting tides of power, the young master no longer controlled the company. The decisions were now dictated by General Manager Wang, who was aligned with the matriarch. Whom he favored was hardly a mystery. The plight of the underlings in the power struggle was evident. Not only did the secretary grasp this, but Zhou Peng, upon exiting the company, also came to a similar realization. He had been brought in under the young master's protection. And, with the young master's retreat, it was only natural for the new regime to suppress him. Zhou Peng called Yi Sheng. At that moment, she had just returned from dining at the cafeteria with her roommates. She had indeed used Yu Xian's meal card and had quite an appetite. Yu Xian and her friends, aspiring actresses, were currently focused on maintaining their figures, so they ate sparingly.
Sing Yi Sheng devur her meal.
Yu Xian's first thought was that Yi Sheng was doing it deliberately to provoke her, ordering such a lavish breakfast on purpose. Yi Sheng has quite the appetite.
I usin thima?
She glanced at Jiang Qiao, who immediately asked, Yi Sheng, are you trying to eat an entire day's meals in one sitting? Are you really that financially strapped? You're a star now. Don't you need to watch your figure? Eating breakfast one tea make you gain weight. It's overindulging at dinner that does, Yi Sheng retorted with an eye roll. Are you all fools? Who starts dieting from breakfast? Besides, I'm not consuming fried foods. I one tea gain weight. You all shouldn't tea skip breakfast either, otherwise you'll ruin your health before even becoming a major star.
Oh.
ISN, tea this Armisi? Here to impart wisdom on how to be a star? Trouble has arrived. Yi Sheng scrutinized the girl who spoke, glancing towards her dorm mates for help, and quietly inquired, who is that? The troublemaker, taken aback, hadn't he expected Yi Sheng to not recognize her? I'm Yan Yu from the next class, and I have a bit of a crush on our counselor, Huang Yuan kindly explained to Yisheng.
You don't know me?
Yan Yu's expression soured. The two classes often attended lectures together, and Yisheng not recognizing her made her wonder if she lacked presence or if Yisheng was deliberately slighting her. Classmate. I don't think I'm obliged to know you, Yisheng replied, bemused. The original owner rarely attended classes, so why would it be strange not to recognize classmates from the next class? I don't even know all of my own classmates, Yisheng muttered. The previously furious Yan Yu was instantly silenced. It made sense. If Yisheng didn't know her own classmates, it was understandable that she wouldn't recognize her. But Yan Yu considered herself attractive and had always been the center of attention in her class. Yisheng's attitude irked her. What brings you here, Yan? Without waiting for Yan Yu to think of a response, Yisheng queried again. I just wanted to ask what your relationship with Teacher Pan is. Yan Yu's infatuation with the counselor was no secret. Her family had connections at the school, and she was unafraid of gossip. Fortunately, she still considered Pan Cheng's position and had not made the affair widely known, allowing him to maintain his standing at the school. Yisheng, not often present at school, was unaware of Yan Yu's feelings for Pan Cheng. Even if she had known, the original owner's character would likely have rendered her indifferent. Yet with Yisheng now in the picture, she could easily see through Yan Yu's little schemes. What relationship could I possibly have with Teacher Pan? We are merely counselor and student. You don't believe those slanderous posts about me online, do you? Yisheng took the initiative. We are all classmates, also students of Teacher Pan. We shouldn't be swayed by rumors. I thought you approached me to offer assistance. Yan Yu was momentarily stunned. Help? How do you expect me to assist you? Teacher Pan mentioned that we must first identify the source of the posts and uncover those who spread the rumors. If you can lend a hand, that would be appreciated, Yisheng stated candidly. Yan Yu scrutinized her again, feeling that Yisheng was somewhat different from the persona seen on variety shows. While her peers claimed Yisheng was hard to get along with, Yan Yu found her quite pleasant. I can assist, but I'm not doing it for you. Just as everyone expected Yan Yu to berate Yisheng, she surprisingly spoke up. I know you're trying to help Teacher Pan. Teacher Pan has indeed been wronged, and those who posted must be targeting me, Yan Yu conceded. So, I'm counting on you. Yisheng appealed to her emotions and reason, successfully dispelling the troublemaker's intentions. Everyone was left in astonishment. This girl possesses quite the ability. As Yisheng finished her breakfast, she accompanied the trio to class. Huang Yuan expressed her admiration, saying, You were truly impressive just now. I thought you were about to argue with Yan Yu. Among the students, numerous girls had conflicts with Yan Yu, yet few managed to gain an advantage over her. Yan Yu had connections, and the school authorities tended to side with her. Even if Yan Yu clearly made a mistake, the school would often choose to muddle through the situation, which typically incited further discontent among the students, leading to more disputes. Thus, individuals like Yisheng, who could resolve conflicts peacefully, were exceedingly rare. What do I have to argue with her about? We have no conflict, Yisheng found it amusing. Zhang Qiao and Yu Xian, however, felt a sense of regret as they had hoped to witness some drama and wanted Yisheng to confront Yan Yu. Little did they expect Yisheng to effortlessly quell the uproar. Upon entering the classroom, classmates regarded Yisheng as a rare sight. The rumor circulating about her alleged inappropriate relationship with the counselor only intensified their scrutiny. Indeed, many girls in the class harbored feelings for the counselor, yet they were also quite clear about their ambitions. They aspired to enter the entertainment industry and understood that any ambiguous relationship with the counselor could potentially tarnish their future prospects. Thus, despite their affection for him, they exercised restraint, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction towards Yisheng. The counselor was like the prized meat in a pot. Everyone could admire him, but anyone who dared to reach out was deemed problematic. Some bold individuals directly inquired of Yisheng about her relationship with the counselor.
Yisheng responded candidly,
clarifying that the disparaging rumors were the result of someone deliberately taking misleading photographs. In truth, she and the counselor were not close. It was merely a case of a misinterpreted angle. I might be under fire now because I've crossed someone's path, but you need not worry. The counselor still belongs to everyone. Her final remark resonated deeply with her peers. Since the counselor was still accessible to all, they felt reassured. After her morning class, Yisheng contemplated seeking the counselor to discuss the situation. However, the counselor preemptively informed her that those at the school could not uncover the truth, suggesting that the evidence had been meticulously erased. This implied that the act was not accidental, but rather a calculated maneuver orchestrated by someone. It left her pondering whom she might have offended. It could be someone I've crossed, but I typically avoid conflict at school, Pan Cheng mused. Aware of his own commendable appearance and the attention it garnered, yet he remained low-key, maintaining harmonious relations with colleagues, superiors, and students. Yi Sheng grasped the underlying implication in the counselor's words. Rest assured, teacher, this is undoubtedly aimed at me, and I will resolve it. The inability to trace online footprints posed no challenge for Yi Sheng. Although she lacked the expertise of Yi Li, she could effortlessly identify the IP address of the poster. After locating it, she shared one copy with the counselor and another with Yan Yu. When Yi Sheng approached Yan Yu, the latter was incredulous. You're genuinely asking for my help without any ambiguity? The individual who took the clandestine photos used an internet cafe off-campus, yet Yi Sheng managed to obtain surveillance footage, suggesting they might identify the culprit. Furthermore, some of those who posted were from the journalism department and included students from their own college. She felt it more appropriate for the teacher to handle the journalism students, while Yan Yu could address their college peers. This arrangement delighted Yan Yu, who appreciated the clarity of the division of labor. But what about you? What are you doing? She inquired. I need to find a way to quell the online uproar. I can't let it tarnish our school's reputation, Yi Sheng replied with a smile. Yan Yu found her reasoning sound. However, before they could delve deeper into conversation, Yi Sheng received a phone call from a school leader, specifically the head of the performing arts department, who directly summoned her to the administrative building's office. Yi Sheng felt a twinge of unease, which did not go unnoticed by Yan Yu, who admired Yi Sheng's composure. Still, she cautioned her. The department is inquiring about the situation. Just be honest and do not implicate Teacher Pan. I know, Yi Sheng replied, well aware of her surroundings. Upon reaching the office, she found not only the department head but also a dean and several other officials present, including Pan Cheng, whose demeanor appeared rather grim. When Yi Sheng arrived, she noticed his agitation, yet upon her entrance, he fell silent. Director, did you call me here for something specific? Yi Sheng faced the department head directly. The director believed that Yi Sheng's pursuit of opportunities could lead to early employment, which would reflect positively on the school. However, now that she had not achieved fame, she had instead attracted a plethora of troubles. Yi Sheng, could you clarify the rumors circulating online? The department head requested. I have nothing to explain. Rumors are merely rumors. I have already secured legal counsel and will sue each individual who spreads falsehoods, Yi Sheng declared assertively. Yet her demeanor sparked discontent among the officials, particularly from the disciplinary head, who responded sternly, Yi Sheng, what you are asserting sounds like the typical rhetoric of the entertainment industry. Anyone can send a lawyer's letter. But what truly matters is clarification and presenting evidence. Yi Sheng stood her ground against the instructor. It is the accuser who should bear the burden of proof. It is they who must provide evidence. What is wrong with arriving at school in a luxury car? Am I not allowed to ride in one? The notion that I was intimate with Teacher Pan in the office is utterly absurd. I am a sophomore. My encounters with Teacher Pan at school are few and far between, and my visit to the office yesterday was solely to receive a disciplinary notice. If it weren't for this decision, I would not have realized that I had single-handedly tarnished the school's reputation. The school leaders exchanged glances, astonished at Yi Sheng's audacity. She was indeed bold, cloaked in subtlety, yet unafraid to confront them. The disciplinary teacher glared. So you are contesting the school's disciplinary decision? A student of your character should be counseled to withdraw. Even if you enter the entertainment industry, it would still be a disgrace for the school. Yi Sheng found herself perplexed. Having no prior acquaintance with this teacher, she wondered why he held such animosity towards her. The teacher's disdain stemmed from the fact that his daughter had also auditioned for the same variety show but was rejected in favor of Yi Sheng. As a fellow student from the same institution, he could not comprehend why his daughter was overlooked for someone he deemed an imposter. Thus, he harbored a grudge against her. And, upon finding an opportunity to berate her, he seized it with fervor. How have I displayed such poor character that you view me with such contempt?
Yi Sheng challenge.
You have benefited from the Yi family's nurturing for 18 years, yet you still maliciously cast the true heiress aside, repaying kindness with ingratitude. Is that not a display of poor character? The teacher felt provoked by Yi Sheng's retort. Did you personally witness me pushing her aside?
Yi Sheng questioned.
Fully aware of the teacher's bias against her, the live broadcast of the variety show circulated online. Do I need to have seen it with my own eyes? The teacher's frustration mounted as Yi Sheng continued to deny her involvement. He declared to the others that there was no need for further inquiry. Yi Sheng was evidently dishonest and should be subject to the previously suggested disciplinary measures. Absolutely not. Pan Cheng interjected before any other school leaders could respond. Director Feng. Dean Chen, my relationship with Yi Sheng is merely that of a typical teacher-student dynamic. the photographs were clearly a case of misinterpretation. The discord between Yi Sheng and Yi Qianqian arises from her inability to accept the transformation of her identity. We are unaware of the specific circumstances and thus cannot consider them as grounds for judgment. Moreover, if a child errs, they must be guided. She is still a student, and even if she has indeed made a mistake, there exists an opportunity for rectification. As for the incident of Yi Sheng being secretly photographed, should we not hold accountable the students who perpetrated the act, along with those who deliberately disseminated rumors online? They are the true culprits. Why is it that students chose to photograph you rather than others? Director Feng scoffed, clearly unwilling to let the matter rest easily. I have witnessed the absurdity of Feng's victim-blaming rhetoric. Yi Sheng, too, did not wish to continue the argument. Noticing her obstinate demeanor, Director Feng unleashed a barrage of threats regarding her expulsion. While the opinions among other leaders were divided, Yi Sheng's attitude undeniably unsettled them. Typically, when teachers speak, students listen obediently. Yet, Yi Sheng was exceptional. If she received a reprimand, she could counter with 3 retorts. Ultimately, no resolution was reached, and they allowed Yi Sheng to depart. Pan Cheng, however, vowed to advocate for her. Yi Sheng expressed her gratitude for his goodwill. Teacher Pan, I already mentioned yesterday that I intend to apply for withdrawal. Yet, I do not wish for my expulsion to occur in such an ambiguous manner. If the school does not address the students who took the photos and spread the rumors, I shall seek legal recourse. I will not let them off lightly. Pan Cheng hesitated, feeling infuriated by the students who invaded her privacy and the rumor-mongers. Yet he feared that taking such a stance might leave a worse impression of Yi Sheng on the school leaders. Some leaders were not interested in resolving the issue. They merely sought to eliminate the one who had caused it. In their eyes, Yi Sheng was the instigator, despite her innocence. It was entirely reasonable for her to seek justice against those students. However, the school leadership would likely perceive her actions as making a mountain out of a molehill, disregarding the school's reputation and interests. Such a student, they believed, would inevitably become a liability if allowed to remain. I have stated that if the student is not expelled, she will undoubtedly bring greater trouble upon the school. We have already been ridiculed by several other institutions. Must we continue to indulge this? Director Feng was eager to see Yi Sheng expelled at once. Observing the indecision among the other teachers, he relentlessly criticized Yi Sheng. Dean Chen, of course, wished to defend his student. Pan Cheng and Yi Sheng were indeed victims in the incident of being photographed. Our aim should be to compel the students who took the photos and spread rumors to apologize and clarify, rather than to condemn Yi Sheng. Dean Chen was quite protective of his students. Director Feng's sarcasm was palpable. Who doesn't know that Teacher Pan is your prized protege? You wish to shield him. I have no objections. However, this female student, Yi Sheng, has a knack for stirring up trouble. If our school does not implement a solution, it may tarnish our reputation and affect next season's enrollment. Director Feng knew that Dean Chen would defend his own, so he focused solely on Yi Sheng. As for Pan Cheng, he would remain unscathed, as a concession to Dean Chen. Dean Chen maintained his composure. I am not defending Pan Cheng. I am stating facts. The act of photography can be manipulated, and I trust Pan Cheng's character. He would never engage in any inappropriate relationship with a student. But what about the students who took the photos and spread rumors? Has Director Feng even inquired about them? Director Feng was momentarily caught off guard. He had not yet had the opportunity to question them, as someone had intervened to use this situation as leverage to expel Yi Sheng. Thus, he had come out swinging against her. Dean Chen, flies do not buzz around an unblemished egg. It is understandable that you defend your students, but you cannot categorically assert that they are blameless. In my view, Teacher Pan has indeed been quite protective of that female student. Director Feng's words were pointed. Chapter 92. Support for termination. Director Feng. Pan Cheng is Yi Sheng's advisor. There is nothing inappropriate about him defending a student, is there? Should he be expected to directly pass judgment on her? Director Feng replied with an air of sarcasm. It seems that Dean Chen has truly taken the lead. You all excel at shielding your students. However, your lack of discernment in this matter is rather unseemly. Dean Chen's expression darkened. Was Director Feng deliberately targeting them? Director Feng. Seeing is believing and hearing is deceiving. If you can produce evidence proving that Pan has any improper relationship with student Yi Sheng, we will expel them without hesitation. But if you cannot provide such evidence, I hope you will extend an apology to both Pan and this student Yi Sheng. Director Feng huffed coldly, but did not acquiesce. Why would he apologize to a student? Dean Chen insisted. Hasn't student Yi already reported this to the police? An investigation is underway, and results should be forthcoming. Director Foam was momentarily speechless. What results could the police possibly yield? If they could not find factual basis, it was clear where the police's allegiance would lie.
Teacher Pan.
Perhaps you should advise student E not to involve the police? Reporting this matter seems rather excessive. Our school can conduct an investigation, and once clarified, if you truly have no connection, then let the students who spread rumors apologize. Another teacher, wishing to prevent the situation from escalating, stood apart from Dean Chen's faction, as well as from Director Foam. At this moment, Pan Chung remained remarkably composed. He sensed that Yi Sheng was remarkably calm, which indicated that she was certain of her position. Conversely, Director Foam appeared intent on expelling Yi Sheng, as if he had been incited by someone. Otherwise, he had no personal vendetta against her. Why would he target a girl with whom he had no connection? I am afraid I cannot persuade Yi Sheng, Pan Chung concluded, unwilling to counsel her further. The teachers exchanged glances, still feeling that Pan Chung was too biased in favor of his student. The school's operations were becoming increasingly difficult. Eventually, Pan Chung took his leave, and the others continued their deliberations on how to handle the matter. Regardless of the nature of Yi Sheng and Pan Cheng's relationship, they needed to prevent further rumors from spreading. As for whether Yi Sheng was being kept by someone outside the school, the faculty could choose to overlook it, as she was not the only one in such a situation. Teachers had seen many students who favored shortcuts. As long as it did not become public and damage the school's reputation, the teachers would typically remain indifferent. However, in Yi Sheng's case, where significant negative publicity had emerged online, the school felt compelled to intervene. Regardless of how the school perceived her, Yi Sheng left the office with determination to head to the police station. She had already reported the incident and collected information about the individuals spreading rumors, including their conversations with the instigators. However, she did not submit it directly to the police, as her approach did not align with procedural norms. Instead, she could guide the police in their search for information, patiently awaiting the outcome. Meanwhile, Zhou Peng had arrived at the school gate, awaiting Yi Sheng's emergence. As soon as she got into the car, Zhou Peng presented her with a copy of the contract from a company. What does Brother Zhou mean by this? Yi Sheng quickly skimmed through the contract and realized it differed drastically from the previous lenient agreement. Zhou Peng found it amusing that she had referred to him as Brother Zhou. Given the nature of this contract and the company's previous indifference to the damaging rumors against you, I suspect they intend to take advantage of the situation. I have negotiated on your behalf, but it appears that Mr. Wang insists you sign before he offers any assistance. Zhou Peng was quite displeased with Mr. Wang's conduct. His opportunistic behavior was distasteful. The previous heir had been so magnanimous, it was evident that a change in leadership had brought about a decline in integrity. If you wish to terminate the contract, I will support that decision, Zhou Peng stated resolutely. Yi Sheng scrutinized him. Are you certain? Zhou Peng let out a bitter smile. I never anticipated the company would devolve into such a state. You were brought in by the young master Nod, and your contract affords you certain privileges, which has already incited General Manager Wang's dissatisfaction. If you do not terminate your contract, what awaits you is likely to be obscurity, or perhaps even further exploitation. Rather than endure bullying within the company, it might be wiser to sever ties and pursue freedom. Yi Sheng nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall discuss the contract termination with the company shortly. Are you going to the company? Zhou Peng thought it imperative to accompany her. He too wished to resign. Such a company could not retain talent. I won't attend in person. I'll have a lawyer handle it. Yi Sheng had little time to negotiate. She needed to work and prepare for the college entrance examination. Which lawyer have you chosen? Is he well known in the industry? Wait, that doesn't make sense. Yi Sheng had no money. Where would she find a good lawyer? I haven't yet. Yi Sheng replied with notable calmness. That will not do. Since you intend to terminate your contract, you must find a lawyer immediately. Zhou Peng's words were abruptly interrupted by Yi Sheng's phone ringing. Grandfather Jiang? Yi Sheng was taken aback by the sudden call from the elder. Sheng Sheng, have you encountered some trouble? Do you need your grandfather's assistance? No. Thank you, Grandfather Jiang. I can handle this on my own. I believe it would be best for Xingzhou to assist you, as there are matters at school that require attention. The teacher at your school. Is it true that he intends to bully Yi Sheng behind the scenes? Yi Sheng understood the implication and quickly clarified. No. Our counselor is a very kind person. The incident involving the clandestine filming was a misunderstanding. The teacher contacted me to inform me that the school issued a disciplinary notice, and he facilitated communication with the school leadership, but he could not rescind the punishment. When I expressed my desire to withdraw from school, he offered some comforting words. We share no inappropriate relationship. Someone is intentionally maligning me. Grandfather Jiang on the other end of the line sighed in relief. As long as no one is bullying you, that is what matters. And what is the situation with the old man from the Yi family? Grandfather Jiang, not having seen Yi Sheng's variety show, was unacquainted with the details. He had only heard from the family servants and had watched a little, learning that the elder had gone on a show to seek a long-lost granddaughter. I have seen his late wife, and you do bear a resemblance to her. However, do not be deceived. If every girl who resembled his wife were to be acknowledged as a granddaughter, we would have an entire lineage lining the Great Wall. Grandfather Jiang was concerned for the young lady, worried she might be taken advantage of. If he continues to pester you, I will confront him. Others may fear Yi Tingchuan, but I do not. Yi Sheng hastily interjected, Grandfather Jiang, you misunderstand. I have indeed undergone a paternity test with the old man from the Yi family, and we truly share a bloodline. Grandfather Jiang nearly sat up in disbelief. Are you serious? Yi Sheng chuckled. Am I jesting with you? That old man is quite fortunate. Grandfather Jiang continued, still feeling incredulous. But how can you be his granddaughter? This mix-up seems too far-fetched. Could it be that the old man has an illegitimate son, and you are the daughter of that son? Though the Jiang and Yi families did not have extensive interactions, Grandfather Jiang was aware that the old man had 3 sons, with the eldest and second living harmoniously with their spouses, while the youngest was entangled in the entertainment industry and remained unmarried. Upon further reflection, he recalled that the youngest son was indeed divorced, and if Yi Sheng were the daughter of the old man's illegitimate child, he would not so openly seek her out on a show. Thus, Yi Sheng was most likely the daughter of the youngest son. Only he was in a single status. And even if there were circumstances, it would be quite natural. It was a pity for the youngest son's ex-wife, who was said to be the daughter of a family friend of the Yi family, having settled abroad and never returned. This is quite absurd. There must be more to this story. Yi Sheng conversed with Grandfather Jiang without much reservation. However, please do not worry about me. I can manage my affairs. Grandfather Jiang pondered, fearing that the Yi family might intervene, thus deciding not to meddle further. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. Do come visit our home when you have time. After hanging up the phone, Yi Sheng reflected on how the original owner had saved Grandfather Jiang, truly accruing some merit for herself. Had it not been for this recognition, it was likely that the Jiang family would be the ones to assist her in her lowest moments. Who is this Grandfather Jiang to you? Can he help resolve your issues at school? Regarding the matters online, we can file a lawsuit, but we must enlist a competent lawyer. The main concern lies with your school. If you adopt too aggressive an approach, it may leave a poor impression on the faculty. As her manager, Zhou Peng had to consider all angles. Yi Sheng replied, as for the school, I cannot manage too many details. This is the perfect opportunity for me to withdraw. Are you truly intent on dropping out? Zhou Peng was not in favor of Yi Sheng's decision to leave school. He lacked confidence in her, fearing that if she withdrew to prepare for the entrance examination, the results might not meet expectations. There are those at school who wish to have me expelled. Although I will not comply with their wishes, their intentions align with mine. Yi Sheng explained, then reassured Zhou Peng, as for the college entrance exam, you need not worry. While I may not be certain of gaining admission to the best university, I can certainly secure a spot at the capital medical university. Zhou Peng remained skeptical, feeling that this girl had developed a penchant for exaggeration. Are you sure you can get in? Capital Medical University is no easy feat. Brother Zhou, you should have a bit more faith in me. Zhou Peng fell silent. It was evident that Yi Sheng was destined to exit the industry. He realized that she held little interest in the world of entertainment. Let us go. We must head to the police station. Yi Sheng reported the incident, and the police indeed went to the school to investigate. Initially, the student who had been adamant about not admitting to anything, claiming to have captured Yi Sheng in a compromising situation with the counselor, ultimately let slip the truth. The individuals who had spread rumors online, being inexperienced university students, cracked under police pressure and confessed their fabrications. They admitted to their reckless online behavior. And upon learning that Yi Sheng intended to pursue accountability, they revealed the mastermind behind it all. It was through the police that Yi Sheng learned of a figure named Kai Yang. Who is Kai Yang? I do not know him. I should have no grievances with this person. Yi Sheng was entirely unfamiliar with Kai Yang. When Kai Yang was summoned by the police, he was utterly bewildered. He never expected the school would fail to expel Yi Sheng. Not only had they not subdued her, but they also permitted her to report the incident, ultimately unearthing his identity. I had no intention of doing anything malicious. I merely wanted her to stop bullying Qian as a minor lesson. Kaiyong realized that denying any wrongdoing was futile, so he confessed.
Who is Qian?
The officer taking his statement was perplexed.
Jiang glanced at Ye Sheng. Ye Sheng smirked.
It is Yi Qian. Have you not heard of the rumors surrounding the true and false heiresses? She volunteered the information. The officer genuinely had not heard of it, as he did not follow celebrities. Moreover, neither Yi Sheng nor Yi Qian were particularly famous, which made them less likely to attract his attention. Upon learning that Yi Sheng was a star, it was due to the online scandals. Had Yi Sheng not reported the incident, the officer would not have recognized either one of them. True and false heiresses? The officer took some time to understand the origin of this narrative. Upon learning that Yi Sheng had pushed the true heiress into the water, he understood why Kaiyong had targeted her. Are you an extreme fan of Yi Qian? The officer inquired, glancing at Kaiyong. That is certainly extreme. To seek revenge on a schoolmate for a female celebrity. Kaiyong wished to clarify that he was not merely a fan, but rather a pursuer.
He was fond of Yi Qian's type.
However, he held his tongue, realizing that saying so would only bring trouble to Yi Qian. It was better to label himself a fan. Very well, an extreme fan I shall be. Yes, I do like her. She is gentle and kind, unlike Yi Sheng, whose heart is filled with malice. It is one thing to bully Qian on the variety show, but she is not even a daughter of the Guo family. Have Qian's sufferings over the years been in vain? Regardless, I cannot stand Yi Sheng, so I decided to take action against her. The police officer's lips twitched. Is the director's son a fool? People in the entertainment industry are fond of litigation, and with his kind of slander and defamation. If the parties involved were to pursue it, he could face imprisonment. Kaiyong is not a minor. Yet, Kaiyong is oblivious. He understands the possibility of imprisonment, but he does not know how unyielding Yi Sheng can be. She dares to confront him directly. His father holds considerable influence in the entertainment industry. And if Yi Sheng were to truly sue him, it is uncertain who would emerge victorious. He believes that Yi Sheng could never send him to prison after all. His father is Kai Xiaoguang. I need to hire a lawyer and contact my dad. Kaiyong is just a grown-up child. Whenever trouble arises, he turns to his parents. The police officer secretly rolled his eyes. Why didn't he inform his parents before creating a scene? Yi Sheng, are you willing to settle? The officer asked, noting the presence of the school leadership. Since Kaiyong was the one under investigation, the school leaders had no choice but to come. Every year, Kai Xiaoguang helps the school improve its employment rates, and the institution maintains a close relationship with its director. He is also a nominal professor at the school. Thus, their connection is not trivial. The person who arrived happened to be Director Feng, who regarded Yi Sheng with a stern expression.
Ye Sheng.
How long do you intend to cause a ruckus? Quickly tell the police to drop the case. We need to return to school to resolve this matter. Director Feng's tone was as if he had not yet learned the realities of the world. The police felt that this school leader had not grasped the situation. The student had expressed a desire to pursue the matter to the end, clearly not treating it lightly. Moreover, Yi Sheng is a star. If she were to back down now, she would face even more backlash in the future. Having already offended Kai Xiaoguang, it would be more advantageous to seize this opportunity and confront the issue head-on. There are benefits to thoroughly alienating someone. The entertainment industry is not solely dominated by Kai Xiaoguang. By offending him, she could forge a connection with his rivals. Perhaps, in recognition of the young girl's bravery, they would offer her more opportunities. Director Feng, there is no need to return to the school for this matter. The school's previous handling was inadequate, so I sought the police's assistance. Now that the true culprit has been identified, I won't trouble the busy leaders of the school any further. Yi Sheng's words dripped with sarcasm. Director Feng felt a surge of irritation, especially with Kaiyong casting him side glances. He did not wish to lose his temper. But this girl was truly exasperating. Yi Sheng, the school has promised to investigate thoroughly and provide you with an explanation. Since this incident was caused by Kaiyong, we will ensure he apologizes to you. I reiterate, you are all still students. There is no need to escalate this matter. You should trust the school. You will enter the entertainment industry in the future. It is better to mend relationships than to engage in litigation. Yi Sheng raised an eyebrow. Is Director Feng implying that if I pursue Kaiyong today, he will hinder my future in the entertainment industry? I think Kaiyong lacks the capability for that. However, I have heard that his father is Director Kai Xiaoguang. It is truly impressive that a prominent director would concern himself with a minor celebrity like me. Director Feng furrowed his brow. Yi Sheng was indeed more formidable than he had anticipated. Just listen to her sharp tongue. You are overthinking it. Director Kai would not indiscriminately retaliate against anyone. As you mentioned, in the eyes of Director Kai, you are merely an insignificant newcomer in the entertainment industry, not worth his attention. My advice for you to withdraw the case is for your own good. If this incident spreads, the online criticism you will face will be considerable.
Sheng.
You are only in your second year of college. There is still time ahead of you. As a star, you must learn to protect your reputation. I am only looking out for you. If you refuse to listen, there is nothing I can do. Kai Xiaoguang certainly would not have time to personally check on his son. However, he did send his lawyer. The lawyer arrived to handle the situation with practiced ease. Seeing that Director Feng could not persuade Yi Sheng, the lawyer stepped in. Miss Yi, the lawyer began, exhibiting far more professionalism than Director Feng, discussing settlement and compensation. Yi Sheng laid out her two demands. I want him to publicly apologize to eliminate the negative impact, and I require an explanation for the rumors he spread. As for compensation, what good would that do? I am not in need of money. Yi Sheng understood that sending Kai Yang to prison would be easy, provided she sought her grandfather as assistance. Yet, Kai Yang is not the true instigator. What would be gained from imprisoning him? The lawyer was taken aback by the simplicity of Yi Sheng's demands. He promptly went to communicate with Kai Yang but faced a setback. I can apologize at school, but I will not implicate Qianqian. This Yi Sheng is truly a petty person with ulterior motives. She wishes to tarnish Qianqian's reputation. There is no way that will happen. Even Director Feng thought Kai Yang was being foolish. You are spreading rumors, which have indeed affected Yi Sheng. If you do not apologize, what do you intend to do? If she wants to sue, let her do so.
Lawyer Yang.
Don't tell me my father spent so much money, and you still cannot clear my name. How can I clear your name? Lawyer Yang thought about giving Kai Yang a slap on the forehead to wake him up. What is he thinking? He has admitted to spreading rumors, and the evidence is indisputable. How can I clear your name? Wait a moment, I will call Director Kai. Lawyer Yang felt it necessary to bring in the parent to educate his disobedient son. But where would Director Kai find the time?
Lawyer Yang.
As long as Yang remains safe and sound, no matter how much the other party demands, just give it to her. If she wants resources, that is fine too. In short, Yang must not suffer losses. Furthermore, what is wrong with that boy? Why would he spread rumors without reason? Kai Xiaoguang also could not comprehend why the son, left by his ex-wife, would indulge in such antics. Lawyer Yang recounted the entire sequence of events to Kai Xiaoguang. It seems likely that Kai Yang was manipulated into the situation. His actions would not end well. What is Yi Sheng's attitude? Kai Xiaoguang had heard this young lady's name. His wife had mentioned her a few times. She had said that the current crop of young women are quite formidable, resorting to any means necessary to generate publicity and stirring up scandal after scandal. Kai Xiaoguang did not hold a favorable impression of this young woman. He did not believe Yi Sheng would actually sue. Rather, he thought she was being greedy, knowing she is Kai Yang's father, and thus seeking more.
Lawyer Yang.
Having heard Kai Xiaoguang's sentiments, discreetly approached Yi Sheng. Miss Yi, Director Kai said that if you are willing to withdraw the case, he can arrange a role for you in his new film. Is it the lead role?
Yi Sheng innocently invited.
Lawyer Yang was momentarily speechless. Was the lead role given out so easily? Moreover, how could a minor celebrity like Yi Sheng possibly land such a part? She must be dreaming. It is unlikely to be the lead role, Miss Yi. Given your current standing, if you were to take on the lead role from Director Kai, it would lead to misunderstandings. Once the news spreads, it would cause quite a stir online. Those stars vying for the lead role from Director Kai would tear you apart. Their fans have much greater fighting power than yours. Yi Sheng's current fanbase lacks any real strength and would be swiftly devoured by the larger fandoms. Is it impossible for me to receive a lead role simply because his son made a mistake? Lawyer Yang replied, if you take the role, you must remain silent regarding the rumors about Kai Yang. He acted irrationally solely because of that Yi Qianqian. You can regard him as just an ordinary extreme fan. As a star aiming to thrive in the industry, you ought to be aware that the behaviors of extreme fans stem from an overwhelming adoration for their idols. He harbors no ill intent. The school will address the few individuals spreading rumors, so there is no need for concern. Your reputation will remain unscathed. Chapter 95, The Prominent Lawyer, Jia, what punishment will Kai Yang face? Yi Sheng interrupted Lawyer Yang, inquiring about her most pressing concern. The smile faded from Lawyer Yang's face. Classmate Yi, Kai Yang will indeed face repercussions, and he will apologize to you privately. I require a public apology. Yi Sheng interjected bluntly, interrupting Lawyer Yang once more. This time, Lawyer Yang could no longer maintain his composure, and with a stoic expression, he cautioned Yi Sheng, Miss Yi. One must not be insatiable. Otherwise, one risks losing everything. He believed this would sufficiently intimidate Yi Sheng. After a brief pause, he softened his tone. You wish for Kai Yang to apologize merely to vindicate yourself. Why not strive for something more advantageous? Consider this. You are no longer a wealthy heiress. You must toil independently in the entertainment industry. When will you achieve recognition? Director Kai is offering you this opportunity. You are fortunate. Kai Yang is rebellious and defiant, which vexes Director Kai greatly. Can you not forgive a child who lacks understanding and spare a thought for Director Kai, the concerned father? But he is not my son. Why should I forgive him unconditionally? Yi Sheng resolutely rejected the notion. Lawyer Yang was taken aback, having not anticipated her obstinacy. Indeed, as rumored online, this faux heiress possesses quite a temper. If you do not agree to a settlement, the lawsuit will persist, and your marketability will suffer. Do you not wish to be a star? Lawyer Yang employed both soft and hard tactics. You've uncovered my secret. Yi Sheng smiled. Lawyer Yang found himself puzzled by her thoughts. Did she truly not desire to be a star, or was she merely feigning indifference? He leaned towards the latter. No one would jeopardize their future for the sake of a momentary grievance.
Klasmateye.
Lawyer Yang felt that Yi Sheng was wasting his time. Yet, Yi Sheng asserted seriously, my lawyer has arrived. Please discuss matters with her. She stood to greet a short-haired woman who entered with an imposing presence, striding towards Yi Sheng and Lawyer Yang in high heels. Hello, I am Jie, Yi Sheng's lawyer. Upon seeing her, Lawyer Yang felt a wave of dread, and when he heard the name Jie, he froze in astonishment. Senior Ji? Indeed, Jie was his senior by a year, having gained recognition soon after graduating. She had established her own law firm and was rumored to win 9 out of 10 cases. Why would she represent a minor celebrity? This defied logic. If it were someone of Yi Liuyun's caliber, it would not surprise him, but this was Yi Sheng, a fledgling star and a faux heiress. How could she have the connections to engage Jie? Junior Yang, it has been a while. Jie removed her sunglasses and greeted Lawyer Yang. Her calm smile only heightened his sense of pressure. How fortunate you are to take on such a minor case. He struggled to comprehend the connection between Yi Sheng and Jie, refraining from making any rash comments. Well, I've been on leave lately, and since I heard that a younger relative had offended someone and was being harassed at school, I thought I would come and take a look, Jie explained nonchalantly. Lawyer Yang stammered. Relative? But Yi Sheng is no longer the daughter of the Yi family. How could she be related to you?
Yi.
Known as a formidable figure in the industry, had divorced her husband, leaving her with nothing, not even her children. This was due to her strong character. The truth of her marital life was irrelevant to him. He was merely curious about her relationship with Yi Sheng. Senior, this case is actually a minor issue. They are merely upperclassmen and juniors who have had a disagreement. Director Kai wishes to settle, but it depends on classmate Ye's intentions, Lawyer Yang proactively explained to Jie. Isn't that so, classmate Yi? Lawyer Yang quickly signaled Yi Sheng. She complied. Indeed, my demand is for Kai Yang to publicly apologize and clarify the reasons behind his slander. If he is unwilling, then this lawsuit will proceed. How fitting, as we are upperclassmen and juniors confronting each other in court, and you two are senior and junior. Yi Sheng's teasing left Lawyer Yang momentarily speechless. She was rather mischievous. He wondered if Jie had overheard his earlier threats. This woman was protective. He feared trouble might arise later. Jie nodded in agreement with Yi Sheng's words. I have yet to encounter Junior Yang in court. This presents a good opportunity. Please. I do not wish to litigate against my senior. Lawyer Yang's response reflected his diminished confidence. The advantage he once held had vanished, leaving him feeling like a paper tiger before the more formidable Jie. Yi Sheng found the situation rather amusing. Lawyer Yang realized that a resolution would not be reached today. The conditions set by Director Kai would likely not satisfy this young lady's aspirations. He made an excuse to leave. Only Yi Sheng and Jie remained in the restaurant. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Jie, your second aunt. This revelation left Yi Sheng momentarily stunned. The elder had mentioned introducing her to a lawyer, but had not indicated that it would be her aunt by marriage. In truth, the elder had acted with good intentions, having learned of conflicts between his second son and daughter-in-law, prompting him to send Jie over. Upon seeing Yi Sheng, Jie would undoubtedly recognize that she could not possibly be the illegitimate daughter of the second son. Hello, second aunt, Yi Sheng greeted obediently. Jie understood that this girl was not inherently obedient. She likely took after her third cousin. However, upon meeting her in person, It was evident that she was indeed the daughter of Yi Luyun and Chu Qingxiu. Only the circumstances of her survival from a stillbirth warranted further investigation by the hospital. Good girl, Ji Jie had no gifts to offer upon their meeting. Fortunately, they had exchanged contact details earlier. She directly transferred 200,000 to Yi Sheng. This is your pocket money. This abrupt generosity was very much in line with the Yi family's mannerisms. I understand your demands. You seek an apology from the other party. If they refuse, you wish to see them imprisoned, correct? Yes, Yi Sheng replied without hesitation. That was indeed her intention. Kai Yang had slandered her. Emboldened by Director Kai's support. Why should she let him off the hook? Very well. Do you wish to consider the opinions from the school? Chapter 96. Second aunt visits the school. I do not. Yi Sheng replied without a moment's thought. Ji Jia was slightly taken aback. Aren't you worried the school will cause you trouble? They already have. Yi Sheng recalled Director Feng. She also recounted the situation to Ji Jia. Upon hearing this, Ji Jia instantly grasped the situation. Director Feng should be acquainted with Kai Xiaoguang. I will have someone investigate their relationship. There must be some mutual benefit involved for them to collude in such a manner. Director Feng is bullying a young girl, coercing her to withdraw her case, simply because he believes she has no backing. Little did he know that Yi Sheng has the support of the elder Yi. A solitary girl, bullied by her school, was already a disheartening tale. Yet, for the granddaughter of the Yi family, the principal of the school also sought to intimidate her. Such a display of contempt for others was truly uncalled for. Thank you, Aunt, Yi Sheng sweetly expressed, her charm rendering her ire undetectable. Lacking daughters of her own, Ji Jia found Yi Sheng's vivacious spirit much more delightful than those of the troublesome boys. As they dined together, Ji Jia placed their orders and engaged in conversation. Upon learning that Yi Sheng intended to forego the entertainment industry to retake the college entrance examination, Ji Jia regarded her with newfound respect. Such a decision was not one many could easily make. Have you truly made up your mind? You plan to drop out and then sit for the exams again? What if you don't succeed? Ji Jia posed, not wishing to discourage the young girl, yet acknowledging the weight of that possibility. There is no such if, Yi Sheng asserted with certainty. I will pass. If I don't succeed the first time, I can always try again. Her determination reminded Ji Jia of Yi Sheng's earlier ambition to pursue a legal career. This revelation added another layer to Ji Jia's understanding of Yi Sheng. The rumors circulating outside seemed unreliable, for the girl exhibited remarkable tenacity. If one were to label her as willful, such behavior could be understood. After all, she had grown up in pampered circumstances. What harm was there in a touch of rebellion? Ji Jia felt the child had been wronged. Had she been raised in the Yi household, her defiance might have flourished even further. Focus on your studies. I can assist you with matters at school. Your academic status needs to be secured as you prepare for the exams. Ji Jia had already considered Yi Sheng's needs. Yi Sheng realized that the old man had entrusted this daughter-in-law not solely due to her capabilities, but also for her meticulous nature. Clearly, she was favored by the elder. I already have a friend assisting me with my academic status, Yi Sheng replied, surprising Ji Jia. Despite the exposure of her false identity as a wealthy heiress, someone was still willing to help her navigate the bureaucratic labyrinth. This spoke volumes about her character. If you knew how I resolved that issue, you might think differently, Yi Sheng said, recalling the chaotic scenes from before. Nevertheless, she believed Jiang Xingzhou would uphold his promise. Otherwise, she would not hesitate to approach grandfather Jiang. Very well. Should you require any further assistance, do not hesitate to call me. Yi Sheng readily accepted, and after their meal, Ji Jia offered to escort her back to school. She would seek out the school leadership to resolve Yi Sheng's predicament. Upon hearing that Yi Sheng had brought a lawyer to the school, Principal Feng was furious, mistakenly believing she intended to sue the institution. He summoned Pan Sheng and Dean Shen. What on earth is going on with this Yi Sheng? Who does she think she is threatening by bringing a lawyer? Pan Sheng remained calm. The police have already cleared us of any wrongdoing. Even if someone were to attempt to tarnish my reputation, it would be futile. As for Yi Sheng's intention to sue Kai Yang, I support her. After all, she has come prepared, and that girl is evidently resolute. Pan Sheng, as her counselor, can you not have a private conversation with her? What benefit does it serve to let Kai Yang publicly humiliate us and, in turn, tarnish Director Kai Xiaoguang's reputation? You understand the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry, do you not? Are you not concerned for her well-being? She is, after all, your student. Pan Sheng, you chose not to enter the industry. Surely you do not wish your students to follow in your footsteps? Feng pressed. I see potential in Yi Sheng. You must counsel her wisely to avoid self-sabotage.
Pan Cheng,
Who had little regard for Principal Feng due to his bias toward Kai Yang, found the suggestion of an apology for Kai Yang's misdeeds to be a matter of course. Feng observed the tension between them, noting Pan Cheng's obstinate nature. Years ago, he was a charismatic figure on campus, unafraid to enter the entertainment world. A wealthy patron had shown interest in him. He could have ascended with her support, yet he stubbornly chose to return to academia. Such tenacity produced students of equal strength. Yet what good was it? Pan Cheng, while Yi Sheng possesses remarkable beauty, she currently lacks the familial support that could safeguard her. If she offends others, what repercussions might she face? Feng continued. I understand your concern for her, but you must also consider her position. Finally, Pan Cheng fell silent. Recalling his own courage to resist was due to having an escape route. Did Yi Sheng have such a luxury? If she truly crossed Director Kai, her prospects in the entertainment industry would be bleak. Yet a realization dawned on Pan Cheng. Had Yi Sheng not expressed her desire to withdraw from the industry and retake the exams? Perhaps she had already devised an exit strategy, emboldening her to confront Director Kai. With this understanding, Pan Cheng felt a sense of calm wash over him. Dean Chen, however, remained ambivalent. Pan Cheng's rigidity could easily lead to a break.
Yi Sheng,
Having come from wealth, had likely grown accustomed to a certain assertiveness. Would she truly be willing to overlook those who sought to harm her? While he shared an aversion to Principal Feng, he recognized a grain of truth in his words. If Yi Sheng intended to continue in the entertainment industry, it would be prudent not to alienate Kai Xiaowang. Dean Chen knew well that the director was not of exemplary character. Offending him could lead to dire consequences. Principal Feng, we have yet to speak with Yi Sheng. Once she arrives, we shall inquire about her intentions, Dean Chen suggested, unwilling to let Feng pressure a student unduly. Please do ask her if she is determined to pursue this matter with Kai Yang, Dean Chen remarked, aware that youthful pride often made persuasion difficult. I have not inquired. But considering Yi Sheng's temperament, it is entirely possible she seeks retribution, perhaps even wishing for Kai Yang to face imprisonment. Even a brief sentence would suffice to teach him a lesson, Pan Cheng speculated, though Dean Chen remained perplexed. I cannot say for certain, but rest assured. I am not instigating her actions, Pan Cheng clarified. Her temperament has always been one of defiance, and it is quite reasonable for her to feel aggrieved. Dean Chen recalled Yi Sheng's affluent upbringing, which made her motivations somewhat understandable. Yet, without the support she once had, should she provoke too much trouble, she risked becoming a target. The entertainment industry, while not entirely dominated by Kai Xiaowang, was rife with interconnections, and those who disrupted the status quo often found themselves ostracized. Concerned for her welfare, Dean Chen shared his thoughts with Pan Cheng, who hesitated before revealing Yi Sheng's desire to drop out. She intends to retake the college entrance exams? Dean Chen pondered. Stepping away from the entertainment industry is one thing I can comprehend, as her forthright nature makes her susceptible to making enemies. However, if she truly wishes to pursue medicine, does she understand the challenges that lie ahead? Pan Cheng's worries for Yi Sheng were palpable. The road to becoming a doctor was fraught with difficulties, and even if she were to gain admission to a medical school, she would face years of rigorous study before qualifying. Have you watched her latest variety show episode? Dean Chen interjected. I caught a glimpse of it, but I've been rather pressed for time lately and haven't been able to follow it consistently. Pan Cheng was perplexed as to why the teacher brought this up. Did you know she practices traditional Chinese medicine? Dean Chen had a high regard for Yi Sheng, believing her to possess remarkable clarity of thought. She was acutely aware of her aspirations. I had no idea, Pan Cheng admitted, genuinely unaware. He had even assumed that the show was scripted, meticulously prearranged. After all, Yi Sheng was once a wealthy heiress. Why would she toil to learn traditional medicine? Who could overlook the immense effort required to master such a discipline? She must have begun her studies at a young age, which would explain her considerable prowess in the field. If she had no desire to remain in the entertainment industry, pursuing medicine would undoubtedly be her most prudent path. Do not hinder her. If she wishes to drop out, let her do so, Dean Chen opined. Believing that perhaps a departure from her studies might serve Yi Sheng better, she could very well achieve great success in the medical realm in the future. As for her continued enrollment in the film academy, with some individuals deliberately suppressing her, her chances of making a name for herself in the entertainment industry were uncertain. All right. Pan Cheng resigned himself, reflecting that even if he desired to intervene, he was powerless to do so. That girl was notoriously stubborn. At that moment, Yi Sheng had already approached them. Her aunt, Jia, had taken the initiative to speak with the school authorities on her behalf, allowing Yi Sheng to return to her dormitory unaccompanied. Unbeknownst to her, Jia was fiercely advocating for her in the principal's office, confronting Director Feng with such vigor that he was left utterly speechless. Upon learning that Yi Sheng was resolute in demanding an apology from Kai Yang, the school found itself in a predicament. I am giving you 1 day to resolve the matter regarding the slanderous accusations made by those students. Otherwise, Yi Sheng's lawsuit will not only target Kai Yang but the school as well. Jia pointedly remarked. Director Feng's bias towards Kai Yang is palpable. I wonder what benefits Kai has bestowed upon you, leading you to unjustly accuse an ordinary student. The truth emerged, and the police uncovered the facts. Yet, you still dare to threaten her? Is this school owned by the Kai family? Director Feng's face turned ashen at the accusation, and just as he attempted to retort, he was silenced by Jia's glare. The vice principal, smiling amiably at Jia, interjected, Ji Lu, this is all a misunderstanding. Our institution merely wishes to provide students with another chance. They have yet to enter society, and even if they err, there remains time for correction. We have been deliberating on how to discipline those students and will certainly assist Yi Sheng in restoring her reputation. As for her dropping out, I hope it won't come to that. The vice principal had not anticipated that Yi Sheng would consider leaving the institution over this incident. If word spread, it would appear that the school was intentionally coercing students to withdraw in order to curry favor with Kai Xiaoguang. Had Jia not intervened, the vice principal might have assumed that Director Feng could resolve the issue with Yi Sheng. If only they could pacify her and prevent the situation from escalating. They could handle the aftermath as Director Feng suggested. However, the current reality demonstrated that Director Feng was utterly inept. They had even enlisted the formidable Jia, who threatened to sue the school alongside Yi Sheng, which would undoubtedly result in a loss of face for everyone involved. Weren't you the ones threatening to expel her? Jia shot a glance at Director Feng. Yi Sheng has declared that this Director Feng is the worst of all, and that everything stems from his machinations. At that moment, Jia received a text message that illuminated the connection between Director Feng and Kai Xiaoguang. To her astonishment, she discovered that Director Feng was actually Kai Yang's maternal uncle, as well as the cousin of Kai Xiaoguang's ex-wife. No wonder he favored Kai Yang. It was utterly predictable given such a relationship. Logically, one would expect that since Kai Xiaoguang had divorced his wife, her relatives would distance themselves from him. However, Director Feng was different. He was a self-serving individual who, in pursuit of advancing his daughter's career with Kai Xiaoguang's assistance, was exceedingly accommodating to Kai Yang, his nephew by marriage. Director Feng is not only biased in handling student disputes, but also seeks personal revenge. I wonder if the school leadership is aware? Director Feng's complexion darkened, while the vice principal looked puzzled. What do you mean by personal revenge? The leaders likely understood Director Feng's connection to the Kai family, which could explain his favoritism towards Kai Yang. However, the notion of personal vendetta was perplexing. His daughter had initially aspired to participate in the very variety show Yi Sheng was now on, but ultimately, the director selected Yi Sheng instead. Jia pointed at Director Feng. You must be quite irate about that, aren't you? Regrettably, at that time, Yi Sheng's status as a wealthy heiress rendered her far more appealing than Director Feng's daughter. The vice principal grasped the situation upon hearing this. Old Feng, is there truth to this? He asked, furrowing his brow. If Jia were to spread this information, their school would find itself in an even more precarious position. It would be challenging for Director Feng to maintain his current position. This is impossible. I am entirely impartial. Even if I favor Kai Yang, it is solely because he is my nephew. The entertainment industry's casting decisions have no bearing on an ordinary student like Yi Sheng, Director Feng hastily clarified.
Yet,
the more he spoke, the less credible he appeared to the leadership. Attorney Ji, we will thoroughly investigate this matter, and I will report on Director Feng's conduct. The vice principal stated, disregarding Director Feng's protests. He aimed to reassure Jia, concerned she might escalate the issue. Director Feng's face turned a ghastly shade as he exclaimed, Principal, I am innocent. I would never harbor resentment towards a student over such a trivial matter. My connection to Director Kai is significant. My daughter's debut depends on his support, and there is no need for me to compete with a mere girl for resources. My daughter was indeed interested in that variety show, but I opposed it. The vice principal considered Yi Sheng's participation in the program to be advantageous. Although the stars involved were merely recycling old content, the current buzz surrounding it was undeniable. If she were to apply herself, She could leverage the exposure to elevate her status and secure opportunities, even endorsements. Director Feng's opposition to his daughter's participation in the variety show seems dubious. The vice principal mused. My daughter is an avid fan of that little star, Lu Xingchen. How could I allow her to go? What if she ends up chasing after men on the show? The vice principal was aware of Director Feng's high hopes for his daughter. If this were the case, his disapproval could be understood. How am I to know whether this is merely an excuse concocted by Director Feng? Jia was not easily swayed. Your school should conduct a thorough investigation to prevent a single rat dropping from spoiling the entire pot. Who do you refer to as a rat? Director Feng could no longer contain his indignation. Jia raised an eyebrow. Who do you think? Director Feng was tempted to curse, but the vice principal intervened to restrain him. Enough, Director Feng. You may leave for now. Director Feng had no choice but to depart, muttering curses under his breath. Jia and the vice principal quickly reached an agreement, with the latter urging Yisheng not to withdraw from the school. Is Yisheng truly intent on dropping out? The school acknowledges its failure to address this matter promptly, but if she were to leave, it would not bode well for her. Why resort to such a mutually destructive path? The school was equally concerned about its reputation, fearing the repercussions of Yisheng's withdrawal. She genuinely wished to leave. Independent of the school's actions, the young lady simply desired to experience life in the entertainment industry and found it lacking, prompting her to seek a change in her field of study. Fortunately, she was still young and had the freedom to choose her own path. Jia spoke of Yisheng with an air of compassion befitting a mentor, compelling the vice principal to reconsider his view of her. It was all Director Feng's fault. He had previously bullied Yisheng, assuming her lack of background made her insignificant and disregarding her requests. Now, she had enlisted Jia's support. Jia was renowned in the legal world for her tenacity. Who would dare to cross her? That works, the vice principal said, though inwardly. He pondered whether Yisheng was truly determined to withdraw, or if this was merely a tactic to pressure the school. Was not overly concerned and inquired further. I heard that your school issued her a sanction due to the online uproar she caused. The disciplinary action was a matter of our oversight and can be revoked. The vice principal felt it unnecessary to upset Jia over such a trivial issue. Very well. Jia was thus satisfied. After her conversation with the vice principal, she reached out to Yisheng. Yisheng was still in her dormitory, where her classmates were already gossiping about her impending expulsion. Before she returned to her room, several of them were fervently discussing the situation. The moment she stepped inside, silence enveloped the room. Then Huang Yuan, perhaps unable to contain her curiosity, spoke up as she was genuinely concerned for Yisheng.
Yisheng.
Are you really going to be expelled from school? What did the school say? I heard that Director Feng has a close relationship with Kai Yang. There are no secrets within the school. If Kai Yang is the mastermind, the police will uncover the truth, and whispers will inevitably circulate. However, students usually dare not offend Kai Yang, as everyone knows his father is Kai Xiaoguang. Director Kai's reputation is substantial, and most of us aspire to enter the entertainment industry. How can we afford to offend him? Countless people are likely calling Yisheng foolish behind her back. She is no longer a wealthy heiress. She has no way out and still dares to antagonize Kai Yang. It's akin to courting disaster. Oh, I am indeed planning to withdraw from school. But it's not because I am being expelled. I wish to apply for leave of absence and retake the college entrance exam. With those words, Yisheng ignited a stir within the dormitory. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Qiao was the first to express disbelief. Yisheng, you must think this through. Getting into Jiang is no easy feat. What will you do if you withdraw? Xin wore a concerned expression for Yisheng. Huang Yuan added, withdrawing from school is no trivial matter. Don't gamble with your future just to settle a score with Kai Yang. Indeed. Consider what will happen if you retake the entrance exam and fail to get into Jiang. Zhang Qiao, who usually disdained Yisheng, found herself on her side at this moment. Kai Yang represented authority in their minds, and she felt a sense of empathy. If Yisheng was driven to withdraw, who would be next? Would they truly be able to navigate the entertainment industry without facing similar fates? Would they, too, inadvertently offend a powerful figure and disappear from the scene like Yisheng? I have no intention of applying to the film academy again, Yisheng stated candidly. I initially pursued this field for fun, but after realizing it doesn't suit me, I wish to study something else. Zhang Qiao remained unconvinced. Being expelled is one thing, but offending someone is another. We're all in the same dormitory, and you don't need to hide the truth from us. This issue clearly stems from Kai Yang. Yet we, as ordinary students, are powerless. An arm cannot twist a thigh. You really need to think carefully. Don't sacrifice your future just to prove a point. At the very least, you should stick around until graduation and earn a diploma. No one who can gain admission to Jiang is a fool. Leaving school under these circumstances is not worth it. Sheng laughed softly. I appreciate your concern, but I have made my decision. Thank you all. I need to take a call. As her phone rang, she promptly answered it. It was Jiang calling. Auntie, I've handled everything here. Where are you? I'm in the dormitory packing my things, and will be down shortly. I'll wait for you in the car. Jiang, a capable and decisive woman, was efficient in her actions. However, she lacked attention to detail in her personal life, as she had raised two independent sons who required no care from her. Thus, she hadn't considered that a daughter might need assistance with moving belongings. Sheng was not bothered, carrying two bags down by herself. Do you need a hand? Huang Yuan inquired. No, I can manage alone. Sheng declined, genuinely capable of handling it. She was not the fragile heiress she once was. After she left, the three girls in the dormitory exchanged glances. Do you think Sheng is really going to withdraw? Huang Yuan hesitantly spoke up. I think she has been expelled. She's just too proud to admit it, Zhang Qiao stated bluntly. She might be concerned about her image, Xian added. Deep down, she also believed Sheng had indeed been expelled. The school's decision to expel her stemmed from their perception that she failed to consider the larger picture. Offending whom was acceptable, of all people, she chose to antagonize director Kai's son. Not only did she offend him, but she also refused to reconcile. The school's expulsion of Sheng, while publicly framed as an effort to uphold their reputation, was, in truth, a favor to Yang. In the realm of identity, one's status held considerable weight. Had Sheng still been a member of the Yi family, the school would not have acted so harshly, and Yang would not have dared to bully her. I believe Sheng might genuinely wish to leave the school. Only Huang Yuan felt that Sheng was not merely putting on a facade. She appeared to have lost genuine interest in the entertainment industry. Hence, in a recent variety show, Sheng had mostly been lackadaisical. Otherwise, she wouldn't have clashed with Jiang during the program. Zhang Qiao felt she was speaking the truth. Sheng paid no heed to their opinions. She was unfazed. Carrying her belongings, she exited the school and spotted her aunt's car, a sleek black Mercedes, exuding a sense of stability and elegance. Upon seeing Sheng with her two large bags, Jiang belatedly got out of the car to assist, placing her luggage in the trunk before ushering her into the passenger seat. Sheng Sheng, you're coming back with me to see the old man, right? Now that you've moved out of the dorm, where else would you go? I'm not going back. I'll head to my own place to drop off my things. I have some matters to attend to. Jiang fully respected her decision. After dropping Sheng off at her residence, she assessed the living conditions. This was indeed a high-end community, and acquiring a home here was no small feat. You haven't spent all the money you've earned in the industry on this apartment, have you? Jiang followed Sheng inside, discovering that it was a modest two-bedroom unit, albeit nicely decorated, with most items reflecting a youthful aesthetic. Indeed, that's why I'm currently quite broke. Sheng owned two residences in the capital. The original owner had lived in a place arranged by He Chunlan, but she had later purchased another unit without informing her family. After all, the original owner had a tendency to spend every penny she had. She purchased this apartment after hearing good things about the community and following the lead of two friends, though most of her acquaintances in the entertainment industry were not true friends. Since the incident, those two friends had contacted her infrequently. With the original owner gone and Sheng here, she could not discern whether they were genuine friends or merely acquaintances. Auntie, I need to stop by my old place to retrieve some things. If you have something to attend to, please go ahead. Sheng did not wish to delay Jiang's time. As a prominent lawyer, Jiang charged by the minute. Jiang was indeed busy. I've handled matters at school, and I'll assist you with Yang.
Can you drive?
Jiang hesitated for a moment. Yes. Sheng had obtained her driver's license long ago. The Yi family had always encouraged their daughter in this regard. Unfortunately, the car she had in the Yi household would likely be sold or given to Yi Qianqian. That car can be left for you. It'll make moving easier. If you need help, I can call a bodyguard over. The Yi family had plenty of bodyguards. Jiang thought it wise to utilize resources when available. No need. I have few belongings and I can manage myself. Sheng quickly declined. However, she did keep the car keys. Soon she drove off. The distance from her current apartment to her previous one was about half an hour by car. Most of her possessions were still in the latter. This residence was closer to the film city, while the apartment arranged by He Chunlan was nearer to the school. What Yi Sheng did not anticipate was that upon unlocking the door, she would encounter Yi Qianqian inside. Yi Qianqian was equally surprised by Yi Sheng's sudden appearance. It was only then that she recalled that this apartment originally belonged to Yi Sheng. He Chunlan had directly handed her the keys, allowing her to move in without much thought. Now, upon seeing Yi Sheng, she was abruptly shattered by the stark reality. Had she unwittingly claimed items once used by Yi Sheng? Sheng Sheng, come in and have a seat. Yi Qianqian quickly composed herself, smiling as she beckoned. Yi Sheng was momentarily taken aback. I came to collect my belongings. Had I known you were here, I would have reached out to you first. I apologize. Yi Sheng's overly polite demeanor left Yi Qianqian at a loss for words. This place isn't particularly close to my school, but my mother insisted I come over to check the apartment and tidy up, so here I am. What do you wish to take? As Yi Sheng began to mention her previous clothing, she noticed a change in Yi Qianqian's expression. Is something wrong? Did I disturb you? Upon asking, Yi Sheng realized that Yi Qianqian's gaze was evasive.
I'm sorry, Sheng Sheng.
My mother asked me to tidy the room and dispose of anything unnecessary. I assumed the items you left behind were unwanted, so I discarded most of them and even gave some to the cleaning lady. Yi Qianqian appeared quite embarrassed. Yet her demeanor was remarkably calm, as if her actions were entirely justified. Indeed, these items had been purchased with the Yi family's wealth, and Yi Qianqian, the true heiress, had every right to dispose of them, although the belongings had been thrown away or given away. Yi Sheng felt a surge of frustration but could not unleash her anger upon her. What about the flowers I had on the balcony? Yi Sheng's flowers were not particularly precious, but they were dear to her, more accurately, to the original owner. They had long been neglected and were now dead. This implied that Yi Qianqian had also disposed of them. And my cat? Yi Sheng recalled that the original owner had a ragdoll named Little Princess, who was particularly adorable. I haven't seen a cat, Yi Qianqian replied, seemingly truthful this time. She genuinely had not seen the cat. Yi Sheng was struggling to maintain her composure. Losing her belongings was one thing, but could it be that her cat had also been lost? Sensing that Yi Sheng was genuinely upset, Yi Qianqian quickly added, I truly didn't know. Shall I accompany you to search the neighborhood? No, I'll go by myself, Yi Sheng retorted, turning on her heel to leave. As she reached the door, she remembered to toss the keys back to Yi Qianqian. These are the keys to the apartment. I'm returning them to you. Yi Qianqian rushed after her, but Yi Sheng did not look back. She hurried back to her room to make a phone call. Mom? I think I might have upset Sheng Sheng. What happened? He Chunlan was currently engaged in a game of mahjong, since her daughter had left. She had been idly passing the time at home, socializing with her friends over tea and mahjong. Did you not ask me to tidy up the apartment? I assumed those items were unwanted by Sheng Sheng, so I instructed the cleaning lady to take them away. Also, it seems that Sheng Sheng's cat is missing. I didn't see the cat when I arrived, and Sheng Sheng might think I intentionally got rid of it. Upon hearing that Little Princess was missing, He Chunlan expressed genuine concern. Oh dear, Little Princess is so adorable. Is she really gone?